Chapter 381, Scyther's First Battle. We lost again, the boy muttered to himself, silently taking back his Bulbasaur. Give me money. Yu-Hai took back the owl and asked the boy to pay. He earned 200,000 in these two battles, which was not bad. Here is 200,000. I want to fight you again. The boy was unwilling and threw out 200,000. He wanted to fight another battle, which was the third battle. Okay, release your Pokemon. Yu-Hai took 200,000 and asked the boy to release the Pokemon. It didn't matter if he lost, and there was still a guarantee of 100,000 alliance coins. No, you release the Pokemon first. The boy learned to be smart this time. He waited for Yu-Hai to release the Pokemon first, and then asked others if they wanted to change. At least he was right and others couldn't say anything to him. Okay, Yu-Hai threw out the Pokeball first, releasing Scyther, which was also the last Pokemon he was going to send out. Scyther. When the boy saw Scyther, he smiled slightly. He felt that he would win this time, because his last Pokemon was his initial Pokemon, the strongest Pokemon, Charizard. Dong! Roar, roar, roar! Charizard roared wantonly as soon as it came out, announcing its strength and ferocity to all the audience present. Charizard? Scyther. This battle is not good for Scyther's brother. Yes, Scyther is not good against Charizard. Damn kid, don't be too proud, you may not win. The young man who had lost before was angry again when he saw the boy's proud expression. He couldn't stand the boy's proud look. Opposite party, I will also give you a chance to change your elves, the young man said proudly. He could change his elves at will. It didn't matter if he lost. It was the opponent who didn't follow the rules. After all, he hadn't changed his elves before. If the opponent changed his elf's elf, that means the other party is shameless. No need, a true master doesn't need a tribute restraint. Yu-Hai gently waved his hand, signaling the other party to start, and he let the other party attack first. Wow! Hearing that Yu-Hai didn't change the elf and let the other party attack first, the surrounding audience immediately caused an uproar. They didn't expect this young man to be so pretentious. If he loses later, the other party will be in trouble. They will definitely be laughed to death. Do you get inflated after winning streaks? The little brat just now was the same, and this young man is the same. Haha, it's an old problem for trainers. It's easy to get carried away after winning streaks. Stop arguing, look, the battle has begun. Tisk, the boy saw that the other party didn't appreciate it and was pretending to be tricked by the other party. He felt embarrassed and decided not to procrastinate. He wanted to defeat Scyther as soon as possible to prove to everyone that he was still so powerful. He immediately shouted to Charizard, Charizard, spray flames. Scyther, fly up and speed up to avoid it. Yu-Hai's Scyther has entered the senior level, which is more than enough to deal with this Charizard. With the wind and high-speed movement, Scyther can easily avoid the spray flames. After all, Scyther's perception training is not in vain. Even the accuracy of the water gun of the frog is difficult to hit Scyther, let alone Charizard's flames. Yu-Hai saw Scythe dodge the jet flames and immediately shouted to Scythe, gather energy, acrobatics. Acrobatics is a flying-type physical attack move with a power of 55. When no props are carried, the power is doubled, plus the attribute consistency bonus, and hitting the vital point. Scythe flew around the jet flames and quickly flew over Charizard standing on the ground. The sharp sickle flashed by and directly chopped Charizard to the ground. This knife caused critical damage. Roar! Charizard stood up again after being chopped down, but the corners of his mouth were grinning, obviously hurt. Charizard, fly up, Dragon Claw! The boy found that Scythe was very fast, very fast. Charizard standing on the ground couldn't hit Scythe, and Charizard's slow attack couldn't hit the opponent, so it could only fight with Scythe in the air. However, the boy seemed to have forgotten that speed is everything in the aerial fight of flying-type Pokemons. Without speed, you can only get beaten. Scythe, split, back. Yu-Hai would not fight head-on, but let Scythe sneak attack. Since he had the speed advantage, he should make good use of it. Fuck, Scythe understood Yu-Hai's meaning. It was a stupid thing to fight against Charizard's claws. It could be seen from the tonnage that it would be a disadvantage to fight head-on. This is not a show match. There is no need to create any fighting effect. The battle here only needs victory. Of course, victory is achieved in any way. Swish, swish, swish. Scythe quickly flew over Charizard, raised its double sickles and kept splitting Charizard. It had already filled up the high-speed movement just now, and with the acceleration of the tailwind, Charizard could only see the afterimage. Next, Charizard will face the double sickles that keep slashing at its back, upwards and downwards, and left and right. Even if Charizard can fly, it can't keep up with Scythe's speed and can only keep getting hit. Cleave is a general physical attack move with a power of 70. The chance of hitting the vital point is one level higher than most moves. After Scythe uses condensation, the chance of hitting the vital point will increase by 2 levels. The critical hit chance reaches level 3, which is 100% critical hit chance. Even if Cleave can only deal double the damage, it is enough to make Charizard suffer. These are not the most important things. The most important thing is that Charizard can't hit Scythe and can't keep up with Scythe's speed in the air. Unless... Charizard, calm down, pay attention to Scyther's movements, and find a chance to counterattack. Good fellow, Yu-Hai was too lazy to complain. It's like this again, he immediately reminded Scyther, Scyther, fly around randomly. The reason why this trick works every time is because such attacks are repeated and single. As long as you can withstand 7 or 8 attacks, you can see the trajectory of Scyther's attack, and then predict and read it in advance, and then charge up to win the game. But who is Yu-Hai? How could he let the other party do what he wants? Since the other party wants to observe the flight trajectory of Scyther, then he will make Scyther have no flight trajectory. Anyway, when training in the forest, Scyther also trained without rules obstacles. Scyther's flying skills are very skilled, and he is already an old driver. Damn, Charizard can't see Scyther's trajectory at all, the boy was anxious. Observing the flight trajectory of Scyther is no longer useful, and Scyther doesn't attack all from the back. After Charizard's heart was in a mess, there were attacks from Scyther everywhere. Charizard was a three-dimensional existence in the air, and it could be attacked from all directions, up and down, left and right, front and back, and it was impossible to predict. Oh, right, speed, speed, the boy suddenly thought of something and shouted to Charizard, Charizard, rock blockade, flame vortex. You are quite capable, but it's a pity that you understand it too late. Yu-Hai smiled, thinking that the other party finally reacted, but it was a pity that Charizard was already covered with wounds and unable to fight again. Hearing the boy's order, Charizard quickly landed on the ground, raised his big feet and stomped on the battlefield. Rocks suddenly appeared in the air and floated in the air, blocking the fast-moving figure of Scyther. The moment Scyther stopped, the flame burning at the end of Charizard's tail suddenly expanded, creating a vortex from the end of the burning tail. The huge flame, plus the flame vortex from the big mouth, spurted violently into the air. Wow, fierce fire! Yu-Hai was secretly shocked when he saw this scene. He actually hit the fierce fire of Charizard. The opponent was getting stronger and stronger, and even he was a little excited. He immediately shouted to Scyther, Scyther, use guard to block it. Before Scyther was engulfed by the flames, it raised its double sickles to protect itself. A layer of light green protective shield blocked the angry attack of Charizard for it. This double flame vortex is a large-scale AoE attack. In addition, there are rocks in the sky. Scyther has no way to dodge and can only take it hard. How is it possible? The boy waited for the flames to dissipate. Seeing that Scyther was still flying in the air, intact, without any signs of burns, he was a little unbelievable. He felt that this Scyther was too strong and beat Charizard without any ability to fight back. The counter-attack he came up with was useless. However, he would not admit defeat, and shouted to Charizard again, Charizard, don't admit defeat, the final blow will determine the outcome, the most powerful jet of flames. Roar, the flames on Charizard's tail surged again, and it took a deep breath, its chest bulged high, and it opened its mouth in an instant, spewing out an unprecedented giant column of hot flames. Looking at the excited Charizard, Yu-Hai was confused. What was going on? Why did Charizard become stronger and stronger? He didn't understand. Even he himself seemed to be infected, and he was still a little excited. Seeing that the boy was going to fight for the last time, he didn't want to spoil the boy's interest, nor did he want to spoil the audience's interest. The most important thing was that he was too excited. He also shouted loudly to Scyther. Scyther, don't hide, split it with the maximum power, split the jet flame, and give it the last blow. Scyther looked at the fierce and blazing flames, and the unyielding fire in his eyes was also burning fiercely. What kind of warning from the insect premonition was no longer important, it wanted to split this pillar of fire. With a loud hiss, Scyther bravely moved forward, slashed the unyielding sickle blade towards the huge pillar of fire, and split the huge pillar of fire all the way, and finally slashed on Charizard and flashed by, and then appeared behind Charizard. The jet flame stopped, and Scyther also retracted the sickle. The audience outside the venue held their breath and waited quietly for the winner to be revealed. Fuck, Scyther screamed in pain, kneeling on one knee with the burned sickle. The audience thought Scyther was going to fall, but suddenly there was a bang, and the winner of this battle was finally revealed. Boom! Roar! Charizard roared unwillingly and fell down unwillingly. It was too seriously injured and had no strength. It had been beaten from the beginning to now. If it weren't for the fierce fire to keep it alive, it would have been defeated long ago. Hwa wah wah! The moment Charizard fell, the audience watching the battle made a noise and reached a climax collectively. Ah, it's so exciting, that Scyther is so cool. Yes, this match is much more exciting than the match over there. Especially the last split, it's so cool, Scyther is so powerful. Facing the flames, bravely moving forward, splitting everything, Scyther is so cool. Scyther, Scyther, Scyther! Someone shouted, and everyone started shouting, as if it was passed on from person to person, everyone shouted Scyther. The noise here also attracted a group of spectators who didn't know why, and they all came to join in the fun. It's a pity that these people came too late and didn't see the exciting fight just now. Scyther, remember what I told you. Yu-Hai walked onto the battlefield, patted Scyther's shoulder, and asked Scyther to listen carefully to the cheers around him. Flying Mantis, looking around, he found that everyone was very enthusiastic and cheering his name. Could this be what Yu-Hai said, a higher view, a bigger stage, and a peak that keeps on crossing? This is just the beginning, it wants to challenge stronger ones, constantly challenge strong ones, see a bigger world, and become the strongest one. Looking at the Charizard taken back by the trainer, it felt that the jungle was too small, and the leader of the Scyther tribe was not a strong one. What it was doing was to become a strong one. Fuck, Scyther finally understood that this was just the beginning, and there was still a long way to go. It had seen the venue of the regional competition with tens of thousands of people, and that was a sea of people. It was looking forward to the opponents there. Let's go, Scyther, I'll take you to treatment. Yu-Hai took Scyther back with the Pokeball and prepared to treat Scyther's burns in the treatment room here. The other two Pokemon didn't need treatment, as they were basically not injured. Wait! Yu-Hai was about to leave, but was suddenly stopped by someone. He turned around and saw that it was the boy he had fought before. You are very strong. A truly strong person does not need a tribute restraint. I will remember this sentence. The young man stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Yu-Hai. This battle was really exciting and made him realize what kind of trainer a truly strong person is. The Pokemons are all well cultivated. Yu-Hai also stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party. After all, even if you are not on good terms with a boy with 3 of the 3 great families, you should not offend him. Can you play in the regional competition? The boy asked again. Yes, Yu Hai smiled and gave an affirmative answer. Looking forward to fighting you again, the boy let go of his hand. At first, he looked down on him, thinking that he used common Pokémons, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. He had some problems with his mentality and needed to adjust. On the battlefield, you must never underestimate any opponent, even if the opponent's Pokémons cannot evolve, even if the opponent is restrained by attributes. Me too, Yu Hai said goodbye to the boy. No one blocked Yu Hai's way, and no one dared to block his way. When a trainer is winning streak, it is an unwise choice to provoke this trainer again, because there is a high probability that you can't beat him, so why bother giving money? However, when Yu Hai was treating Scyther, a sponsor found him and wanted to invite him to play a game, but he refused. He didn't want to play any games, especially amateur games on ships, where fairness is difficult to guarantee. He didn't want to fight for a thankless job for a little money. He was not a trainer who was short of money, he was not short of money at all. He still had more than 9 million in cash and more than 100 million in his bank card, which was enough for him to spend for a long time. Even if he refused, the sponsor said it was okay, and helped Yu Hai to pay for the treatment of Scyther, and gave Yu Hai a baseball cap with the sponsor's logo printed on it. Everyone knew that Yu Hai did not refuse the hat, and this hat was also a token of the other party's intention. He could help the other party advertise, but he still would not wear the hat. After accepting the hat, he also took the Scyther who had finished the treatment back. There was plenty of time to play battles next, and he only needed to play 3 games a day. He also had to have lunch with the elves, play with the water jump fish and the silly bird, and he would not play in the afternoon. If the elves wanted to train, they could only do so in their dreams. Chapter 382, Frog vs. Darkrai. After returning to the guest room, Yu Hai released the elves one by one to eat. The room was limited in size and could not accommodate too many elves. After the elves had lunch, he took them back, leaving only Waterleap and Silly Bird outside, feeding the 2 elves moo moo milk. Waterleap can eat energy cubes. And Darkrai is not in the poke ball. Unlike Gengar, Darkrai has his own values, which are kind-hearted, so he doesn't need to worry too much. Gengar can't be released on the ship. If he goes through the wall to scare others, it will be a very troublesome thing. The training of this ship is very strict. There are many trainers, he saw them during the battle. After lunch, he played with Shuyu and Silly Bird for a while. Silly Bird couldn't move yet, he could only open his eyes to see the world, and couldn't leave the bird's nest, which was his arms. After the 2 little guys fell asleep, he also took out his little notebook to see how much money he had earned. The king's suite on Citrus Island cost 100,000, and he only earned 100,000 in one battle. Hotels are really money-eating beasts. It seems that it is better to get free Pokémon Center in the future. The boat ticket from Citrus Island to Liugan Island cost 10,000, Liugan Gym Hotel cost 50,000, and the boat ticket back to Citrus Island cost 10,000. Changing the ticket to Xiagan Island cost another 20,000. In addition, the lunch, dinner, and cold drinks during this period also cost nearly 10,000. Total, 200,000. In the 3 battles on the boat, he earned 300,000, and there was 100,000 left. Remaining balance, 10,056,000, more than 10 million. Good man, the more money he spends, the more he earns, from more than 9 million to more than 10 million. If he runs out of money in the future, he can open a market to fight and make a little money. Putting down the small notebook, he used the poke ball to collect the sleeping Waterleap fish and Silly Bird, and released the Orb Silk Spider, and told the Orb Silk Spider, "Orb Silk Spider, I want to sleep for a while, wake me up if someone knocks on the door." The Orb Silk Spider nodded, and shot a spider silk to the roof, which was hung up by the roof and quietly lurked in the corner of the roof. Seeing that the Orb Silk Spider was hidden, he also fell asleep on the soft big bed and came to the dream. Everyone was practicing in the dream, 2 by 2, the actual combat practice of the frog and the Scyther, the accuracy practice of the frog and the Gengar, and the strength practice of the giant claw and the rhino. The novice fight between the snail and the big mouth bat, and the target practice of the water jump fish and the carp magica. The one who led these little guys was the big mouth gull. The current water jump fish and the carp magica cannot tell that this is a dream. The target practice can be mistaken for the real thing for these two little guys. The scene here is still the villa of the Little Orange Island, and the scene by the river of the Golden Orange Island, which were all changed by Darkrai. When the training of the water jump fish and the silly fish is almost the same, they can get started in reality after running in. The purpose of his coming here is not to sleep or watch the elves practice, but to see the limit of the mosquito-repellent frog and whether it can defeat the Darkrai of the same level. For this limit test, he stopped all the main elves who were practicing, and prepared to let the elves watch the battle between the mosquito-repellent frog and Darkrai. The remaining auxiliary elves can come or not. They have not trained in the dream. He does not have such high requirements for them. As long as they have fun, it's fine. Mosquito Frog, Scyther, and all of you stop practicing and follow me. Yu-Hai came to the grass and called the elves who were practicing to stop for a while. Yobo Yobo, Mosquito Frog came over and stood in front of Yu-Hai, not knowing what Yu-Hai was going to do, and quietly waited for Yu-Hai to speak's arrangement. After the elves gathered around, he waved to Darkrai in the villa, and waited for Darkrai to come over before he said what he was going to do. Darkrai, I want the frog to fight you. Are you sure? Darkrai was a little surprised when he heard this. He had seen the frog fight and knew that the frog was very strong. But that was only the strength of ordinary elves. As the nightmare god of the phantom elves, he still had a sense of superiority in the eyes of these ordinary elves. This was not to look down on them, but it was the fact that he felt that he was stronger than these ordinary elves. Darkrai, the standard of strength I require of them is you, Yu-Hai sighed softly. One thing he had been reluctant to say was that he would definitely face that beast man in the future. That beast man not only had a Darkrai, but also a Latios. It was hard to say about the remaining 4 elves, at least they were all quasi-god elves. In the previous life, there were players who speculated that the last 4 elves were Magikarp, but that was just a guess, and it was still a very unreliable guess. The first one took out the Phantom Elves' Nightmare God, the second one took out the Infinite Elves' Latios. How could the third elf be Magikarp? And that guy dared to blatantly take out the divine beasts without being investigated by the Sinnoh champion Baikaija, which shows that these divine beasts are legal and the competition is tacitly approved by the league. The purpose of the other party participating in the Sinnoh regional competition is unknown, but no matter how you look at it, it is a slap in the face of the league, and it is the kind of slap, and the league can only bear it. Even Zai did not win the championship in Sinnoh, and the league actually gave it to someone else, a divine beast man of unknown origin. If you say that the divine beast man has nothing to do with the league, he doesn't believe it at all. After all, he openly slapped the face of the league. Although there is also a bad taste of the production team not to let Zai win the championship, but he came to the elf world, it is impossible for him to have such a bad taste, and there must be some shameful exchange of interests behind it. He also had to think about the interests of both parties, as well as the purpose of the divine beast man to slap the alliance in the face. He had 2 guesses about this. First, the divine beast man was a 2nd or 3rd generation trainer in the alliance. He wanted to experience the regional competition, so he used his family's divine beast to participate. It is impossible for the divine beast man to have no backers. Even Supervisor Joey was attacked, not to mention that the divine beast man also has so many divine beasts. Second, the divine beast man is an old noble, or an old noble who has been incorporated into the alliance. The reason why the old nobles let the divine beast man take the divine beast to play in the competition is also to show the heritage of the old nobles, and it is with the tacit approval of the alliance. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The old nobles have already joined the alliance, and everything must be arranged by the alliance. They have completely integrated into the alliance and become part of the vested interests. At this time, the old nobles sent their family descendants to win a regional championship and show off their military strength. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the intentions of these old nobles. The fact that these old nobles dared to come out shows that no one is bothering them anymore for their past deeds of being traitors and cheating their own people, so they are showing themselves to the world without any scruples. From the feudal nobles to the current regional alliance, the things of the past cannot be found on the internet, nor in the library, and they are probably blocked by the alliance. The comeback of the old nobles is probably the first step for the alliance to try to be public. However, in the final analysis, they are nothing more than some shameful deeds. You don't need to look to know what happened in the past. The alliance should not announce shameful things. This is also the reason why the alliance is very embarrassed. The rise of the alliance is inseparable from the defection of the old nobles in the past, and there are also a group of new nobles in the alliance. This kind of thing is difficult to sort out. In the turmoil of that year, these new nobles, or it can be said that some people were dissatisfied with the feudal rule and wanted to liberate the slaves in the castle, so a new bourgeoisie rose. This group of people was the biggest beneficiary at the time, and now they are the actual controllers of the alliance. Some of these new nobles were also old nobles at the time, but they were old nobles who started the uprising, so they cannot be regarded as old nobles. In fact, there are still such nobles now. The local forces of the Orange Islands, those big families, are the old nobles who were not completely suppressed. The family of Luoyan's crush was also a small noble in those days. The four major Jims that defected to the alliance were also the old nobles of the past, and they were also traitors. Now they are completely bound to the alliance and integrated into the alliance system. The remaining big families are still unwilling to submit to the alliance. Those on Hassa Island are representatives, but they chose to give in. Those who don't give in have probably been wiped out long ago. He suspected that the black ship might be the survivor of the year. Otherwise, why would they marry those local diehards? They just wanted to make trouble for the alliance. However, after the last incident, Hassa Island is probably not easy to live in. If they don't want to mix with the alliance, they don't have to protect it. However, a trainer like him who has no foundation and may become a champion in the future will have to face this kind of complicated situation once he develops. Just thinking about it makes his head hurt. He must have absolutely strong strength. No wonder Team Rocket came into being. It was probably a satire on the social status quo back then. It's hard to say what Team Rocket represents, but it also gave low-level trainers a chance. Back to the Beast Boy, his standard for Frog and the others is to benchmark the Beast Boy who will participate in the competition in the future. He wants to defeat the Beast Boy with ordinary Pokémon. Especially Frog, Scyther, and Squirtle, who are fast attackers. They must have the ability to fight Nightmare King alone, at least it has to be 50-50. He just happened to have a Nightmare God, which could serve as a sparring partner for Frog and the others. As long as they could fight against Nightmare God on equal terms, they would be able to fight against some mythical beasts, infinite elves, and legendary elves in the future. This requirement is indeed a bit high, but he believes that Frog and the others can meet it, and this requirement is also the minimum requirement for a champion trainer. If they can't even deal with these secondary legendary beasts, what's the point of being a champion? They would have been squeezed out long ago. It's hard to say about other legendary elves, but Frog and the others have an attribute advantage against Nightmare God, plus they are all very fast, so the final result is hard to say. I understand, Darkrai knew that there was more than one Nightmare God in the world, and he understood Yu-Hai's concerns. He was afraid that Yu-Hai would have no way to deal with him after he left, but he didn't want to leave this big family anymore. Where would he go if he left here? Mosquito Frog, you go first. Yu-Hai saw that his explanation worked, so he let Mosquito Frog try first. After all, Scyther couldn't beat Mosquito Frog, and the little snail was still young, so there was no need to try. Yobo Yobo, Mosquito Frog clenched his fists tightly and collided with each other. It had long wanted to fight with Darkrai. This Pokemon was very mysterious and the breath it exuded was very ominous, but it was not afraid of these. It just wanted to become stronger, and even the strongest. Mosquito Frog can attack first. Darkrai stood opposite Mosquito Frog, waiting for Mosquito Frog to attack. Everyone back off. Yu-Hai also clapped his hands, asking everyone to back off, ready to personally command this battle. Mosquito Frog, are you ready? This is your first time facing a legendary elf. You will face more legendary elves next. I will always stand by your side. Yobo, Mosquito Frog turned back and nodded firmly to Yu-Hai. It was not afraid of any challenge. Even if the opponent was a legendary elf, it would stand in front of Yu-Hai and help Yu-Hai to shelter from the wind and rain, just like a rainy night on a deserted island. It didn't want to hide in Yu-Hai's arms anymore. It wanted to stand with Yu-Hai and face the constant storm. Mosquito Frog, Absorption Fist. Yu-Hai used the Absorption Fist that he had not used before to deal with Darkrai. It was a fighting type move that could also absorb physical strength. Only this move could cause double damage to Darkrai. Yobo, Mosquito Frog heard the Absorption Fist, and the waterfall exploded under its feet, and it quickly rushed towards Darkrai. Darkrai's response was a shadow clone. After Mosquito Frog's Absorption Fist missed, Darkrai split into 6 Darkrai, surrounding Mosquito Frog in the middle. Yobo, Frog didn't know which one was the real Darkrai, so he could only try them one by one with his fists. Seeing this, Yu-Hai quickly reminded, Frog, try with the water gun. Puff puff puff, Frog quickly spit out 6 bursts of water guns, and finally found Darkrai's true body. The ground under his feet exploded instantly, and he attacked Darkrai again. Darkrai still responded with a shadow clone, and Frog's fist missed again. However, this time Darkrai did not get beaten, but began to fight back. The 6 Darkrai simultaneously used their own exclusive moves, Dark Hole. Darkrai created a spherical black and purple energy ring from his hands and threw it at Frog in the middle of the 6 clones. Dark Hole will make the opponent who touches the Dark Hole fall into a sleeping state. As long as he touches it, he will be forced to hypnotize. In the previous animation, the Beastman used this move to defeat 6 people, and he fought all the way to the Sinnoh champion. Only Zai forced out the second Pokemon. Mosquito Frog, climb the waterfall and jump up. Yobo, Mosquito Frog saw the dark hole approaching and jumped high into the air with all his strength, and Yu-Hai's words came again. Mosquito Frog, slow down with mud shots. Puff puff puff, Mosquito Frog spit out mud shots in the air, 6 in a row, until it hit Darkrai, and then spit out 3 mud shots in a row at Darkrai. However, after Darkrai was hit by a mud shot, he dodged the mud shot of Mosquito Frog and used the dark hole on the Mosquito Frog in the air. Mosquito Frog, use the water gun on the tree trunk, dodge. Yobo, Mosquito Frog could not use the force in the air, so he could only use the water gun to wash himself away and into the river. Mosquito Frog climbed out of the river, and Darkrai looked at the Mosquito Frog on the shore and released hypnotic waves to the Mosquito Frog with his eyes. Mosquito Frog, close your eyes and use moisture to sense. Chapter 383, Mosquito Frog. As long as the Mosquito Frog does not look at Darkrai's eyes, the hypnotic wave will not take effect, but the dark hole cannot be avoided. This thing is a forced hypnosis. You can only avoid it, not take it head-on. As long as you touch it, you will be forced to sleep. When the Mosquito Frog closed his eyes, Darkrai changed to the dark hole again. The Mosquito Frog could not see the dark hole, but the Mosquito Frog sensed the danger and jumped away from the shore in an instant. Mosquito Frog, you can look at your feet, not your eyes. Yobo, the Mosquito Frog used the waterfall climbing jump on the grass, opened his eyes and looked at Darkrai's feet, and rushed towards Darkrai again. But before it touched Darkrai, it had to face Darkrai's shadow clone again. The shadow clone was really shameless. Darkrai never fought the Mosquito Frog head-on. Mosquito Frog, don't worry about the clones, climb the waterfall and attack one by one. Mosquito Frog's waterfall climbing training, just for this moment, the distance between each clone is only 2 meters, and the mosquito frog only needs to jump 5 times quickly. Yobo yobo, the mosquito frog's jump is very fast, and it didn't jump 5 times in a row. It only jumped 3 times and hit Darkray's real body. Darkray didn't have time to dodge this time, and took the absorption punch, and the mosquito frog sucked away his physical strength. However, when Darkray was hit, his eyes lit up with blue light, and a huge light blue aura surrounded Darkray. This aura spread quickly and sank into the mosquito frog's body, making the moves used by the mosquito frog ineffective, and it became afraid. Fuck, it's a fixed body method. In the next 4 rounds, you can't use the moves you used before. Mosquito frog, use freezing punch instead. Yobo, the mosquito frog was not affected by fear. Seeing that the opponent was going to use the dark hole again, it quickly jumped away from where it was. This dark hole is too shameless. It can't be touched. It can only avoid it. If Darkray doesn't fight head-on, it's hard for it to hit Darkray. Speed, speed, it needs faster speed. Frog, avoid the dark hole, shoot with mud. Yu-Hai also saw that Darkray didn't fight head-on, but only wanted to use the dark hole to attack Frog. The basic speed of Frog is 90, and the basic speed of Darkray is 125. Frog's burst can barely keep up with Darkray, so it's hard to hit Darkray with a fist. Since Frog can't speed up, let Darkray slow down. He is still very confident in Frog's accuracy. If it's real, plus the speed of Rain Prayer doubles, Darkray can't run away at all. Yobo, puff puff, Frog doesn't get close, avoids the dark hole, and uses mud shooting to slow down Darkray. As long as it can hit twice, it can hit Darkray. However, Darkray was still using his shadow clone to deal with it. Seeing that the frog couldn't come over, Darkray also started to throw evil waves, and a large black and purple energy wave flew towards the frog. While the frog dodged the evil waves, it attacked with mud shots. In general, the frog had the upper hand. Darkray's dodge and hit rate were not as high as the frog. When the mud shot hit Darkray, the frog moved again, using the waterfall to rush towards Darkray and used the freezing punch. Darkray still wanted to use the lightning flash to escape, but the frog would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. It used the waterfall to catch up and hit Darkray with 2 punches. Darkray had bad luck. It was frozen after just 2 freezing punches. Mosquito frog, the last blow, the most powerful absorption punch. Yobo, Mosquito frog saw that Darkray was frozen, raised his fist and punched with the most powerful force under the burst of climbing waterfall, directly shattering the ice, knocking Darkray into the woods, and knocking down a row of 4 or 5 big trees. After Darkray was knocked away, Mosquito frog wanted to pursue the victory to prevent Darkray from fainting. I give up, Darkray emerged from the grass and expressed his surrender. Why? Yu-Hai didn't understand, wasn't Darkray fine? Mosquito frog has broken me up. If it were in reality, I would have fainted. Darkray spread his hands helplessly. He didn't expect Mosquito frog to be so fierce, and it broke it with just 1 punch. And Yu-Hai also knows dark hole very well. His dark hole didn't hit once, and he really didn't know how to deal with this mosquito frog. If it was a head-on confrontation, it would probably have been defeated long ago, because it couldn't catch the mosquito frog's fist. Why do you know so much about dark hole? You always avoid it when you see it. Darkray didn't understand and wanted to ask clearly. Logically, it should be the first time that Yu-Hai saw dark hole. This. Yu-Hai touched his nose awkwardly. Did he have to tell Darkray that he had seen the beast man use Darkray in his previous life, and that dark hole was too shameless and could not be touched? I will tell you about this slowly. Yu-Hai did not explain directly, but reminded Darkray, your dodge and hit rate are too bad. Practice more when you have time, otherwise you can't hit the evil wave. Darkray almost couldn't hold the black line on his forehead when he heard this. He was hit by several mud shots just now, and he realized that his dodge and hit rate were not good enough in front of the mosquito frog. I will, Darkray nodded silently, knowing that he couldn't be lazy and had to practice his accuracy. You can ask the big-mouthed gulls for advice, and the mosquito frogs for sensory training. They are both very strong in this area. Yu-Hai patted Darkrai on the shoulder and turned back to sleep. He was too lazy to ask Darkrai to ask other elves for advice, to avoid embarrassment. This battle made him see Darkrai's shortcomings, that is, the basic training was not up to standard. Darkrai had strong strength, but it was useless if he couldn't hit accurately. However, Darkrai's Shadow Clone plus Dark Hole tactics were also very good tactics, which were used when the strength was not as good as the opponent. If the speed and reaction were faster than others, just throw the Dark Hole directly, anyway, others couldn't escape, just like the Beastman in the animation. The Nightmare God of the King-level Beastman abused a group of rookies with just one Dark Hole. Those who could dodge were considered masters. The reason why the frog was able to avoid the Dark Hole was because the frog had a very fast burst speed, could sense Darkrai with its eyes closed, and the level difference between the two was not very big, and Darkrai was also slowed down. If this still couldn't avoid the Dark Hole, how could it be compared to the wisdom, I'm going to hit it like a master? Why does frog have to train so hard? What's the point of having a trainer? If even frog can defeat Nightmare, then the faster Scyther and Snail should also be able to fight. As long as you can avoid Nightmare's Dark Hole, it will be much easier to deal with Nightmare. With the speed of Scyther and Snail, it is not difficult to avoid the Dark Hole. Even hypnosis has no effect on two Pokémon moving at high speed. You can only find a chance to hypnotize the opponent when they are relatively still. The tolerance rate of hypnosis is too low. In the ever-changing battlefield, there are not so many opportunities to use hypnosis. This victory gave him hope. The hope of ordinary Pokémon defeating legendary Pokémon, at least at the same level. Ordinary Pokémon can also do it, at most the endurance is a little worse. In this case, Frog and others sparring with Darkrai should also be put on the agenda. Fuck, Scyther saw Yu-Hai turn around and leave, and immediately flew in front of Yu-Hai, blocking Yu-Hai's way, pointing his sickle at Darkrai, indicating that he wanted to try too. Scyther, if you want to challenge Darkrai, just ask it yourself. Yu-Hai patted Scyther's shoulder and let Scyther try it himself, he was too lazy to command. This warmonger must have been itching to see the frog beat the legendary elf, and he couldn't hold back the warmongering gene in his heart. After getting permission, Scyther went there with great interest and challenged Darkrai. Darkrai naturally accepted everyone who came. After losing to Frog, it realized its shortcomings, its inaccurate moves, and its lack of practical experience. It needed a lot of battles, so it started with these elves. Then everyone watched the battle between Scyther and Darkrai. Scyther had just watched the battle, and knew to deal with Darkrai, he had to avoid the troublesome Dark Hole, and find the real body from the Shadow Clone. But Scyther did not find Darkrai's real body, and also used the Shadow Clone to fight Darkrai, clone against clone. The two Pokémon fought back and forth among the real and fake clones, but Scyther was unlucky and was hit by a Dark Hole, and then was taken away by Darkrai's Dream Eater. Scyther lost, and then other Pokémon challenged Darkrai, all of them were confused by Darkrai's clones, hit by Dark Holes, and lost their physical strength by Dream Eater. Yu-Kai was watching from the side, smiled helplessly, and turned back to the villa. Without the command of the trainer, the Pokémon's strength was at least 3 levels, and some were even 5 levels. After this battle, the status of the big brother of Mosquito is still undoubtedly the strongest. Frog proved himself and could definitely win the fight, but Darkrai wanted to run, and Frog had no way to stop him, and it was impossible for him to catch up with Shadow. The 43rd day of the journey northward, cloudy. The ship sailed to Golden Orange Island and continued to Xiagan Island. On the day he stayed on the ship, after giving the elves lunch in the morning, he went to fight 3 more battles. This time he also sent Han to play, and won 2 and lost 1, making a small profit of 100,000. There was no fighting in the afternoon. He stayed in the guest room to accompany the elves to bask in the sun, took care of silly birds eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, and then went to the dream to explain the attribute restraint to the elves, and let Ditto transform other elves. Today passed like this. I will have a good sleep tonight, and the ship will arrive at Xiagan Island tomorrow. I don't know what will be waiting for him there, and whether he can join the gym. If he can't join the gym, he can only return to Tangerine Island to find Yuji. Chapter 384, Xiagan Island, Tangerine. The 44th day of the journey northward, cloudy. In the morning, the ship arrived at Xiagan Island. Yu Hai fed the elves breakfast on the ship before getting off the ship with a backpack. There is only one town on this island, as well as some seaside villages and a gym far away from the town. The gym is also on the seaside, and the town and the gym are connected by a road. After getting off the ship, he came to the town next to the port. There is a Pokemon Center here. Because of the gym, there are quite a lot of trainers here, and they basically come to challenge the gym. There is a pair of siblings in that gym. The sister is called Dunmei and the brother is called Ada. This is the current situation. He has read the Orange Islands in his previous life, so he has some understanding of that gym. But such a big gym cannot have only siblings. The previous generation of gyms is probably similar to Xiaogong's parents. They became hands-off shopkeepers and threw the gym to their daughters so that the old couple could go on a honeymoon. He asked about the direction of the gym at the Pokemon Center and was going to ask at the gym what the gym was recruiting people for. If it was recruiting apprentices, he would join. If it was not recruiting apprentices, he would leave. There was no need to stay here for long. The gym was still some distance away from the town. After he left the Pokemon Center, he released the gull and flew over there. The gull flew towards the direction of Xiagan Gym. It didn't take long for it to see Xiagan Gym. There were many workers standing at the entrance of the gym, and there were 3 trucks. These workers were talking and laughing, preparing to leave Xiagan Gym. As soon as he landed from the sky, a female fruit farmer came up to ask questions. Hello, the gym owner Dunmei is not in the gym. You can't challenge the gym. I'm not here to challenge the gym. I heard that Xiagan Gym was recruiting, so I came here. Yu Hai also wanted to ask these people if Xiagan Gym was recruiting. So you're here to apply for a job? I don't remember posting an advertisement. I saw the recruitment advertisement on the boat. Yu Hai told the other party the truth about the advertisement. Who knew that? How long has the advertisement been there? Only half of it is left. So that's how it is. Come with me. The female fruit farmer took Yu Hai to find the manager of the fleet and introduced him to the manager. Manager, this young man is here to apply for a job. Well? Try it for a day first. If you can't bear the hardship, forget it. The manager just glanced at Yu Hai, waved his hand and shouted to everyone, everyone get in the car, we have to leave as soon as possible. Let's go, young man, get in the car with us. The female fruit farmer pulled Yu Hai into the car, making Yu Hai still not understand what they were going to do. What are you going to do? Yu Hai was pulled into the car helplessly and asked where these people were going. Didn't you see the recruitment advertisement? You will know when you get there. The female fruit farmer thought Yu Hai knew and was too lazy to explain. However, Yu Hai knew nothing. He was pulled into the car without knowing anything. When he got off the car, he found that he had come to an orchard, or a tropical fruit unique to the Orange Islands, citrus. Big sister? You are not talking about harvesting citrus, are you? Yu Hai had come here, how could he not understand what these people did? It turned out that they were fruit farmers who harvested citrus, and he was also mistaken for a fruit farmer when he said he was applying for a job. Young man, that recruitment advertisement is for fruit farmers. The female fruit farmer smiled at Yu Hai. She could see that this place was different from what the young man thought. I thought it was for gym apprentices. Yu Hai scratched his head awkwardly, only to find that he had been deceived. The half-missing recruitment advertisement should have been for fruit farmers, not gym apprentices. Ha ha ha, young man, gym apprentices need to find gym owners, and our beautiful gym owners are very powerful trainers." The female fruit farmer didn't know much about the gym, and didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only persuade Yu Hai. "Young man, since you are here, come with us to have a look. When the owner of the orchard comes, you can ask him." "That's fine." Yu Hai saw the branches in the orchard bent down, and the citrus fruits were full. He unconsciously secreted saliva in his mouth and wanted to taste whether these citrus fruits were sweet. "Young man, I'll tell you secretly, you can eat these citrus fruits, but eating too much will easily cause internal heat." The female fruit farmer said this not for the first time, and she was very experienced in this. "Thank you for your reminder, sister." Yu Hai would not eat too much, at most 1 or 2 would make him full. After all, the big citrus fruits, each weighing half a pound, and they were all full of water. "Everyone come to get breakfast. It's still the old rules, 3 meals a day. Those who want to work overtime at night can stay, only pick the big ones, not the small ones." "Young man, the orchard manager has spoken, let's go get breakfast quickly, and start work after breakfast." The female fruit farmer was very skilled in this. After reminding Yu Hai, she squeezed into the crowd, fearing that she would not get breakfast if she was late. Yu Hai looked at the huge crowd at the entrance of the orchard, so he decided not to join in the fun. He had already had breakfast, so he could just go in and take a look. Why did he have to go in and take a look? Didn't the elder sister just now say that since he was here, it would be fine to go and take a look? I heard from the female fruit farmer that the gym owner would also come, so he would ask if he would recruit gym apprentices. After the fruit farmers had breakfast, they all entered the orchard together. Yu Hai found that they were still picking fruits manually, and even the labor force of elves was not used. You should know that the construction industry has long used hauli, and construction workers basically subdue a hauli. Maybe these fruit farmers are women, and they don't know much about elves. He can't control what's going on here, but picked a tangerine to taste it. After peeling the skin, the orange flesh is very full. He took a bite in his mouth, and the sweet and sour juice exploded in his mouth. He only tasted one and knew that this fruit would definitely sell well. The reason is that it tastes good. Since he was already here and had tasted the tangerines, he was ready to roll up his sleeves and help them pick some tangerines. Seeing that the fruit farmers were in groups of 2, one climbed up the tree with a ladder and cut off the ripe tangerines with scissors, and the other picked up the tangerines below and put them in white plastic baskets, waiting for the porters to move them away. Seeing this, he released 2 elves, the onion duck and the frog, ready to let the 2 elves help pick tangerines. "Onion duck, use scallions to cut down the tangerines. Cut the big tangerines, not the small ones," Yu Hai instructed the onion duck, and then said to the frog, "Frog, pick tangerines with me." Quack, onion duck looked at the tangerines on the tree. These tangerines were nothing to it. After all, scallions can cut down big trees, not to mention some tangerines. Yobo, frog took the white plastic basket from Yu Hai's hand and picked up tangerines with Yu Hai. As they finished picking citrus from several fruit trees, their picking speed spread among the fruit farmers. "Young man, you are so capable, are you a trainer?" The female fruit farmer just now thought someone picked so fast, but it turned out to be the young man who chatted with her this morning. "Yes, sister, do you want to drink some water and take a rest?" Yu Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat under the fruit tree to eat citrus. "No, young man, we are piece rate, the more you pick, the more you get paid. I want to earn more money and try to make my little boy a trainer." The female fruit farmer was a little envious when she saw that Yu Hai was a trainer. Trainers are very expensive professions. It is already difficult to become a certified trainer in the league, not to mention that the resources required for trainers in the future are almost astronomical, which is not something an ordinary family can afford. "Sister, does your son have a Pokemon?" Yu Hai was not surprised to hear that the other party's son wanted to become a trainer. After all, trainers are the mainstream in this world. "No, that brat is only 9 years old and will be 10 next year. We have to save a lot of money so that we can help him buy a starting Pokemon," the female fruit farmer picked fruits and chatted with Yu-Hai. What Pokemon does he like? Yu-Hai was just chatting casually. He was traveling anyway, so there was no need to rush. It would be good to see more customs of unfamiliar places. He likes bug-type Pokemon. I remember it seems to be the kind with long horns on his head, the female fruit farmer recalled for a moment, and remembered the Pokemon her son liked. Every time he watched TV, he would shout excitedly. Long horns on his head? His hobby is really unique, Yu-Hai smiled and echoed the other party. There are many bug-type Pokemon with long horns on their heads, the most representative of which are Armor and Heracross. Ha ha ha, I think so too. Other children like water and grass types, but he likes bug types. The female worker also knows some knowledge about Pokemon, and can chat with these passing trainers. Ah, help, help! Go and ask the trainer, there is a big armor here. What happened? Yu-Hai heard someone shouting for help, and quickly stood up and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw 3 or 4 big armors with white baskets on their heads and citrus in their mouths. They should be wild Pokemon attracted by the citrus. Frog, Farfetch, stop them! Yu-Hai saw that the big armor wanted to hurt people, and quickly asked Farfetch and Frog to go up and knock out these big armors. Yobo, Frog saw that the big armors were pressing the fruit farmers step by step, and quickly jumped up with the waterfall, raised his freezing fist and punched the big armors on the head. Quack, Onion Duck also flew over with an onion, knocking the onions on the heads of the garter heads, knocking them to the ground. Pa pa pa! Brother is so awesome, it turns out that brother is also a trainer. Thank you, the female fruit farmer who was frightened by the garter heads did not forget to thank Yu-Hai after being helped up. You're welcome, I'm glad I'm not hurt. Yu-Hai was a little embarrassed in the face of everyone's applause, and quickly took out 3 empty Pokeballs from his backpack, and captured the 3 knocked out garter heads. There was another one that escaped from the orchard, and he was too lazy to chase it. Ah, there's another one here. When Yu-Hai captured the garter heads, there was another scream not far away, which frightened all the fruit farmers so much that they trembled in their hearts and looked in the direction of the person's finger. There was an elf that looked like a rhinoceros beetle on the tree, covered with skin as hard as steel, with a thick horn on the forehead and a tentacles on each side of the horn. This Pokemon is Heracross. It did not feel the fear of these fruit farmers and continued to pick and eat fruits on the tree. Go, Pokeball! Yu-Hai saw this Pokemon and threw the Pokeball directly to capture it. This Pokemon has a gentle personality and does not need to be captured by fighting. Just like the previous Great Armor, after Heracross was captured by the Pokeball fell on the grass, and the red light flashed a few times and then went out. He captured another bug Pokemon. Pick up the Pokeball and open the panel of Heracross. He saw that the potential of this Heracross was much higher than those Great Armor. Those Great Armor only have a potential of more than 30, and this Heracross has a potential of more than 40. This young man, thank you for your help just now. I will inform the gym owner of this matter, and you will get the reward you deserve. Seeing that Yu-Hai defeated these vicious Pokemon so easily, the manager hurried over to express his gratitude. Didn't you post a task at the Pokemon Center and ask a trainer to protect the orchard? Yu-Hai was also puzzled. For such an important matter, why didn't he ask a trainer? He could have asked his own gym owner. I asked him. I thought the trainer had arrived. I didn't expect that the trainer was still sleeping in bed when I called him just now. The manager was also helpless. If he had known that the trainer was unreliable, he would have asked for more trainers. Someone almost died here. It would be difficult for him to explain to the gym owner, and he would not be able to keep his position as the manager of the orchard. Forget it, just give me the reward for that person today. Yu-Hai didn't care about these trivial matters. These elite-level armors were just a piece of cake for him. Okay, I'll trouble you today. The manager thanked him again and again, then turned around and called to scold the trainer who took the task, and said that he should not come again in the future. After the armor episode ended, everyone started to get busy again, and Yu-Hai also found the previous elder sister with the poke ball. Big sister, this Pokemon is for you. This Pokemon has a gentle personality and is very suitable for new trainers as their starting Pokemon. Yu-Hai threw over Heracross, a hot-tempered Pokemon like Dejia, which is not suitable for 10-year-old newbies. Young man, this is so embarrassing. We want to wait until the brat turns 10 before asking the trainer to catch one in the forest. The female fruit farmer caught the Pokeball and caressed it lovingly. For this Pokemon, they need to pay at least 100,000 alliance coins and ask a trainer to catch Pokemon in the forest. Now someone is giving it to her, so she is naturally very happy. I didn't expect that the handsome trainer she met casually today would give her a big gift. We don't have to spend money to hire others. It's all small things. Yu-Hai rarely chatted with this woman. The other party also reminded him that it was just a wild Pokemon. It's okay to give it to others, but forget about trading. Then I'll accept it for the stinky boy. When he goes back tonight, he will definitely be so happy that he can't sleep. The female fruit farmer put the Pokeball in her pocket and thanked Yu-Hai again. Young man, go to my sister's house for dinner later. My sister wants to thank you for the Pokemon you sent. It's okay. Yu-Hai waved his hand and walked to the edge of the orchard, ready to release the other 3 big beetles. Outside the orchard, he opened the Pokeball, released 3 big beetles, and let the mosquito frog spit water to wake up the big beetles. After the big beetles woke up, he threw 3 tangerines to each big beetle, and then waved his hand to drive the 3 big beetles away. Looking at the tangerines in their hands, the 3 big eagles didn't even look back, and plunged into the woods and disappeared. Hey! Chapter 385, Acting Pavilion Owner. Hey, they stole my tangerines, why did you let them go? Watching the big eagles leave, Yu-Hai was about to turn around and return to the orchard, but was suddenly stopped by a childish voice. He turned around and saw a little boy, who was probably about 10 years old. Where did the child come from? Go home quickly, it's very dangerous here, don't play here, go play somewhere else. Yu-Hai didn't have time to take care of the child, and he didn't know which parent was careless and didn't look after his child. He saw a car parked on the side of the road, and there should be parents there, so he didn't care, so as not to be mistaken for a human trafficker. He didn't want to get involved in these worries, so he turned around and entered the orchard, but he was blocked by the little boy. What kid? I'm not a kid, I'm a rookie trainer, and this orchard belongs to me. Okay, it belongs to you. Yu-Hai saw that the kid was so serious, he didn't want to argue with him, and took Frog and Farfetch'd, preparing to bypass the kid and enter the orchard. Hey! Did you hear me? You're a trainer, right? I want to challenge you. The boy saw that he was ignored again and again, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This guy was such a jerk, actually bullying a kid. He wanted to challenge him. No, Yu-Hai still chose to ignore him and walked into the orchard. He didn't have time to play house with the kid. What kind of Pokemon battle is this? It's too early to fight when the hair hasn't even grown out yet. Asshole, Squirtle, use a water gun. The boy was angry, and directly released his Squirtle to attack Yu-Hai. Snap! Before Squirtle's soft water gun could reach Yu-Hai, Frog raised his hand and crushed it. At the same time, he glared at Squirtle fiercely, asking if Squirtle was looking for death. Squirtle was frightened by Frog's fierce eyes, and hid behind the boy in fear, secretly looking at the fierce Frog. Little brat, didn't your family teach you that Pokemon can't attack trainers? Yu-Hai wanted to teach this brat a lesson, but someone got off the car, and the other party was using Squirtle. Frog, don't bother with the child, let's go. He patted Frog's head gently, entered the orchard without looking back, and picked a bunch of citrus fruits and ate them while walking. Damn it, Squirtle, what are you afraid of him doing? Attack, use water gun. The boy was ignored again, and he couldn't suppress his anger, but he couldn't beat that person, so he could only get angry at Squirtle. Squirtle was really scared. The look of the frog was so scary that it didn't dare to use the water gun. It didn't want to listen to the trainers chattering. It simply pressed the pokeball in the boy's hand and hit in the pokeball directly, saying, "Squirtle! Squirtle! Squirtle!" The boy was speechless. Squirtle was too timid. However, thinking carefully, the man's frog was really strong. It just defeated those big armors and slapped the water gun away with just one slap. His Squirtle would definitely not be able to beat the other party. So he went home and called his sister, saying that there was a fruit thief in the orchard. After saying goodbye to the little brat, Yu-Hai returned to the orchard. This time, he didn't pick oranges. Instead, he put his hands behind his head and lay in the shade of the tree with Frog and Farfetch'd, looking at the white clouds in the sky and quietly enjoying the pleasant afternoon. Because the grass was too comfortable and the breeze blew gently, he gradually fell asleep. Until... Brother, brother! Yu-Hai woke up from his sleep when he heard someone calling him, and looked at the manager standing beside him. "What's up?" Yu-Hai covered his mouth with his hand and yawned, wanting to hear what the other party wanted to ask him to do. "Brother, it's like this, the gym owner Guomei is responsible for loading citrus at the port. There are no trainers in the gym. The gym wants to ask the gym owner to accept the challenge of those trainers. I'm not a gym trainer. Is it okay to do this?" Yu-Hai was dumbfounded when he heard this request. If it wasn't for the orchard manager to say this, he would have thought the other party was playing a trick on him. "Okay, brother, this task has been registered at the Pokemon Center, and the gym also has its own requirements. The number of badges given out in one day cannot exceed 4 badges. That is, there are 10 people, and only 4 people can get badges. It's quite loose." Yu-Hai touched his chin and thought about it, and felt that this job could be accepted. The gym battle of Xiagan Gym is a water gun shooting and surfing competition. The challenger can get the Cherry Blossom badge of Xiagan Gym after winning. "Yes, brother, do you want to take this task?" The manager waited anxiously. This is a road. If he fails to complete the task assigned by the little ancestor in the gym, he will be reported by the little ancestor. "Why are you looking for me? There are so many trainers in the Pokemon Center, it should be easy to hire a trainer." Yu-Hai felt very suspicious, so it would be better to ask more clearly. "Brother, I have seen your strength. That frog easily defeated those big armors, which shows that you are a very powerful trainer. I thought of you at the first time." The manager said the truth, but he only said the truth, and didn't say anything about other big holes. "Okay, shall we go now?" Yu-Hai nodded silently, and he couldn't find any fault with the manager's words, so he took on the task of acting as the gym leader. "Yes, brother, I'll go there now." The manager was happy and relieved when he saw Yu-Hai agreed. He finally completed the task assigned by his little ancestor, and hurriedly urged, "Brother, there are already many trainers waiting in the gym. I will arrange a special car to take you there now." "Okay." Yu-Hai stood up and patted the weeds on his trouser legs, took back the frog with the poke ball, and told the onion duck, "Onion duck, you stay here and protect these fruit farmers, okay?" Quack! Onion duck looked at the busy fruit farmers around, nodded seriously, and was also happy to help Yu-Hai. "When you come back in the evening, come back with the manager." Yu-Hai waved goodbye to Onion Duck, and then told the manager, "Manager, I'll trouble you with my onion duck. Don't worry, brother, I promise to raise it fat and send it to you intact." The manager patted his chest and promised that he would take good care of Onion Duck, and Yu-Hai walked out of the orchard. After Yu-Hai left, the manager trotted to the back of a fruit tree, where a little ancestor was hiding. "Master, I have completed what you asked. He has accepted the task and is heading to the gym. Well done, Uncle Fu. If my sister wasn't here, if I couldn't beat those challengers, I wouldn't have looked for him." The boy was the Squirtle boy Yu-Hai had met before. If Yu-Hai was here, he would definitely recognize this little brat and know that he must have bad intentions. "Master, everyone else has gone. You should go back quickly. The gym can't do without you." The manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead calmly. This little ancestor was probably thinking of some dirty tricks again. He must want the trainer to take the blame for him. I don't know where the trainer offended this little ancestor. He can only pray for good luck. At most, he can only be a witness to prove that Yu Hai took on the task of acting gym leader. Everything was done according to the formal procedures, and the other party couldn't find any fault. He just concealed something, that is, this little ancestor may have lost 3 badges. He didn't lose the last batch, but he also lost half of it, so he wanted to find someone to take the blame to prove that it was not because he was too weak, but because his opponent was too strong. If the other party asked, he could also say that the other party didn't ask, and he didn't know what to say, just pretend to be stupid. I'm going back now, I want to see how he loses. He dared to ignore me. No one has ever dared to ignore me. The boy was still angry about what happened just now, otherwise he wouldn't come to retaliate against Yu Hai. Just now, the boy was furious. When he went back to the gym and saw a trainer challenging the gym, he wanted to prove himself. Who would have thought that he would lose 3 badges in a row and almost lose his underwear? Playing. The first 3 badges were given out in this way, and he didn't even make it to the surfing competition. He lost 3 badges, and he couldn't lose any more. At this time, he thought of the bastard who ignored him just now. Since this bastard was in his orchard, he must be his employee. He decided to trick that guy. He came to the orchard to find the orchard manager and asked the orchard manager to find Yu Hai and let Yu Hai take the blame for him. Who would have thought that Yu Hai was not his employee, but just a passing trainer? Then, he threw a tantrum and threatened the manager to find a way. The manager really thought of a way, that is, to hire Yu Hai as the acting gym leader in the name of issuing tasks and accept the challenges of those trainers. When the gym leader is too busy, this is how it works. After all, Xiao Gang asked his younger brother to play in the gym, and Xiao Gang's parents were still hands-off managers, which was basically normal operation. After that, a manager found Yu Hai and invited Yu Hai to take over the job of acting gym leader. Watching the 2 cars leave one after the other, the manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally sent the little ancestor away. This annoying little ancestor finally didn't bother him anymore. When he heard that the little ancestor was coming, he was ready to be scolded, ready to be difficult, and busy serving this little ancestor. The little ancestor finally left. Only the gym owner Dunmei could control this little ancestor. Without the gym owner Dunmei, he would be a little devil. I don't know how that little brother offended the little ancestor. I can only pray for good luck. When Yu Hai arrived at Xiaogan Gym, there were many trainers gathered here, surrounding the gym door and clamoring, asking the gym owner to come out quickly. Why did he stop fighting in the middle of the fight? They were still queuing up. Everyone get out of the way, the gym owner is coming. I don't know who shouted, and all the trainers retreated, looking at a little boy coming from a distance. Yu Hai also saw the little boy, the one who was yelling at the gate of the orchard. Seeing that this guy was the gym owner, he knew that things were not that simple and he might fall into a trap. Just now the other party said that the hilltop was his orchard. He thought he was just bragging. It is true. Since the orchard is his and the other party is the owner of Xiaogan Gym, then the other party should be Ada in the animation, the little brat who likes to play pranks and is also the younger brother of the gym owner Dunmei. What are you standing there for? Come in, big brother. Ada walked past the crowd of trainers and suddenly stopped, turning his head to look at Yu Hai who was standing on the side of the road with other trainers. Me, big brother. Yu Hai knew that he was fooled by this little brat, but it was the orchard manager who made the invitation, not this little brat, so this little brat was fearless. Then there is only one possibility, that is, this little brat ordered the orchard manager to invite him to take the task, so the invitation is also valid, and he still has to work for this little brat. Yes, it's you, my distant cousin, the boy laughed happily. He liked to see the bastard who ignored him before, looking frustrated. Oh, it's my cousin. Yu Hai knew that the other party was acting. He never lost in acting, so he immediately walked up to the boy, grabbed his neck, and dragged him to the gym. He saw the driver behind the boy close the door to block the group of crazy trainers behind him, and then he asked the boy what was going on. "What are you going to do? I can give up the mission at any time, don't play tricks on me." "Sure, pay the penalty." Ada was not panicked at all. He had already grasped Yu-Hai, and he had this bastard who ignored him. "Okay, you're playing this with me, right?" Yu-Hai almost laughed out of anger. He didn't expect the other party to be waiting for him here. "Okay, accept the challenge quickly, those trainers can't wait." Ada smiled cunningly. His plan succeeded, and he urged Yu-Hai happily, and kindly reminded him, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that I have lost 3 badges. If you lose again, you have to pay money. If you fail to complete the task, you have to pay money." Okay, let's play it this way, right?" Yu-Hai saw the crowd outside the gym, kicked the boy's butt, and then asked the boy, "How much is the penalty?" "Your reward is 100,000, and the game ends at 6 p.m. The penalty is 10 times." The boy was kicked and was about to get angry, but suddenly heard that he had to pay the penalty, and he laughed immediately. 1 million? Hi! Yu-Hai took a deep breath. If he had known there was a penalty, he would not have accepted this task. The most important thing was that the orchard manager came to him. If it was someone else, he might not agree. Since he agreed in front of the manager, he couldn't deny it, unless he walked away. If he was held accountable, at most he would be recorded as a bad trainer. He was badly cheated by the orchard manager, and now he couldn't just kick his ass. He was just doing his job, just didn't say a lot, just avoided the important issues. He accepted the task without telling the whole story about the badge or the penalty. It's like some services and benefits that should be there. If you don't ask, then there is none. If you ask, people will give it to you reluctantly. It's disgusting. Chapter 386, Gym Battle. Let the challenger in. Yu-Hai knew that the culprit of all this was this little brat. He had offended this little brat first, so people found someone to cheat him, and took a reasonable and legal way. If he gave up the task, he would have to pay the penalty to the trainers who challenged the gym to calm their anger. The other person has considered every step in place. What can he do? It is probably the orchard manager's idea again. After all, what can a little brat know? The old fox is the most difficult to deal with. Okay, big brother, you have to work hard and can't lose again, Ada called big brother with gloating. Yu-Hai was so angry that he wanted to kick Ada's ass again. Are you his big brother? As the challenging trainer entered the gym, he saw Yu-Hai standing on the battlefield and thought that Yu-Hai was the acting gym leader. I am the acting gym leader and can accept your challenge. Yu-Hai saw Ada winking at him and could only pretend to admit his identity. Well, I have finished shooting fixed targets with him. Let's go to the moving target frisbee. There is also a surfing competition, so I can get the Sakura badge. The challenger was the trainer just now. Ada ran away halfway through the fight, and he didn't get the Sakura badge yet. Release your Pokemon. Yu-Hai released the frog. Isn't it just shooting with a water gun? He wants to make these little brats cry. Go, frog. The challenged trainer also released his own frog. Release the frisbee. You go first. Start with one frisbee. Yu-Hai raised his hand to let Ada release the frisbee. There was a frisbee launcher in the gym. Okay, you guys get ready, I'm going to release the frisbee. Ada had a remote control in his hand to control the number of frisbees launched. When he saw the challenger nod, he pressed the remote control in his hand. Frog, get ready, you must hit that frisbee. The challenger and frog both stared at the direction of the frisbee launcher intently. Swoosh! A cocky frisbee suddenly rushed out of the launcher with a whoosh sound, and the challenger's frog immediately opened his mouth and spit out a water gun, hitting the moving frisbee. Frog, it's your turn. Yu-Hai didn't expect that the opponent's frog could actually hit the moving target, which means that the opponent's frog has practiced accurate. Yobo, the frog was confident about this. It could hit the moving target disc even with its eyes blindfolded. let alone with its eyes open. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff. As the two frogs competed against the moving target, they gradually came to the 3-shot moving target disc. The challenger's frog missed a disc, but Yu Hai's frog still hit all of them. Then the winner was no surprise. The boy failed to challenge Xiaogan Jim. Boy, your frog is very well trained. It is at least much better than someone. You need to go back and practice more, Yu Hai said, glancing at Ada. He was talking about the kid who lost 3 badges and was both bad and playful. Damn it, Ada saw Yu Hai's provocative eyes and really wanted to beat him up. He didn't expect that the water gun of the frog, a trainer he found casually, was so powerful that it could even hit all 3 shots of the moving target. He had wanted to wait for Yu Hai to lose the gym battle, and then laugh at him, but he didn't expect to be mocked by him instead. He was unwilling to accept it. Before being ignored, and now being compared, and looked down upon by the strange trainer he invited, he felt bitter. Who could understand? Thanks for the guidance, your frog is very strong, indeed much stronger than someone. I heard that someone had lost 3 badges in a row before asking for help. The boy gritted his teeth, missed the opportunity to get the Sakura badge, could only sigh helplessly, turned around and left the Xiaogan gym. Hey? Who are you looking down on? Who asked for help? If you have the guts, fight him one-on-one. Ada was not convinced. The few sharp arrows just now made him feel cold. He wanted to challenge the other party one-on-one. Haha, that's enough. The gym battle is not a Pokemon battle. Let the next trainer come in quickly. Yu Hai saw Ada was defeated, and laughed, letting shoot himself in the foot, and now buried himself in the pit. You wait. Aiden gnashed his teeth again when he saw Yu Hai laughing so happily. He didn't believe that this bastard could always win. There would always be a time when he would cry. With the next challenger entering the arena, Yu Hai decided to let Frog maintain his strength, and let Crab and Sorry do the gym battle for now. 4 3-shot and 4-shot bursts on moving targets. These little guys are good at hitting the target every time, which is enough to deal with the newcomers who challenged the gym. Just as he thought, the second challenger could lose even to fixed targets, let alone moving targets. He could only let these newcomers go back to practice. He also played his cards according to the person. When he met a young trainer who liked to chatter and was very excited, he basically used Crab and Sorry to fight. When he met an older, confident, calm and experienced trainer, he sent Frog to the arena. After defeating dozens of challengers in a row, everyone knew that there was a master in the gym. He was not just an ordinary master, but a master like the master of Dunmei. The challenge was hell level. After learning that there was a master, some new trainers chose to retreat and prepared to go back to practice and challenge the gym another day. Some trainers became interested instead. Their purpose was to challenge the masters. They looked down on the 3 lucky ones who got the badges before. Until the difficulty of Yu Hai continued to increase. After the fixed target was over, the moving target was used. 1 to 4 moving target discs were hit once. After the opponent could keep up with this difficulty, the difficulty was increased. Both sides rushed to attack the disc at the same time and hit the disc at the same time. Yu Hai decided to take some real action. Your Pokemon are very well cultivated, boy, Yu Hai praised the boy, turned his head and shouted to Ada, go find 2 pieces of black cloth. Why? Ada didn't understand. What was the use of black cloth in the Pokemon water gun competition? Just come if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you don't come, don't blame me if you lose later. It's because you don't cooperate, Yu Hai said to Ada without any hesitation. He didn't give this kid a good face because he was the one who cheated him. Ada has become numb and stunned by the water gun shooting during this period. I didn't expect that the trainer he found casually was so powerful. Not only the frog was powerful, but every Pokemon was powerful. He was shooting himself in the foot. He had to swallow the bitter fruit he had sown. You are so cruel. Ada had no choice but to ask the driver to find Hey Bulletin. If the other party lost the game because of him, he would have a reason to shirk responsibility. He didn't want to see the other party's smug smile of success. What do you think? Are you going to admit defeat? Let's go to the next competition quickly. I can't wait to get the badge. The challenger was a young man who used a Gotha duck Pokemon. He was smiling smugly at the moment. He felt that Yu-Hai was just so-so and not as powerful as those people boasted before. Here comes the black cloth. The driver left not long ago, and brought a few pieces of black cloth to Yu-Hai. Yu-Hai stopped chatting with the other party, folded the black cloth in his hand into palm-sized strips, put one piece of black cloth on the eyes of the mosquito-repellent frog, and asked the driver to pass the other piece of black cloth to the young man opposite. What is this for? The young man took the black cloth given by the driver and looked at Yu-Hai's actions. He didn't understand what Yu-Hai was going to do. The water gun competition was over here, shouldn't it be over? This is the last competition of water gun shooting, blindfolded shooting at moving targets. Yu-Hai saw that the other party didn't understand, so he explained what they were going to do. What? Why didn't I know there was such a shooting competition? The young man was confused. It wasn't the first time he challenged Xiaogan Jim, and he never knew there was such a thing as blindfolded shooting at moving targets. Now you know. Yu-Hai helplessly spread his hands, indicating that he has the final right of interpretation. Actually, he didn't want this, but he didn't want to play the surfing competition, because he didn't have a Pokemon that could take him surfing. The mosquito frog was too small to carry him, and the giant claw swam very slowly and was not good at swimming at all, so forget about surfing. So the surfing competition couldn't be held anyway, and he had to defeat all the trainers who challenged the gym during the shooting competition. However, they didn't notice that Ada was called out of the gym by the driver at some point, and the job of launching the frisbee was handed over to the driver. Okay, the young man heard at this point, I could only accept this explanation and put a black cloth on my Gotha duck. Then the blindfolded shooting competition began. Let's start with a flying disc. Yu-Hai decided to demonstrate first, nodded to the driver who controlled the flying disc launcher, and then shouted to the mosquito frog, "Mosquito frog, get ready." Yobo, the mosquito frog nodded gently, facing the direction of the flying disc launcher, quietly waiting for the flying disc to appear. With a whoosh, the flying disc flew out, and the mosquito frog immediately spit out a water gun to hit the flying disc in the air. It was easy to shoot blindfolded, and the air humidity in the gym was sufficient. How is it possible? The young man felt incredible when he saw the frog hitting the flying disc in the air. How could the invisible frog hit the flying disc? It was impossible. Nothing is impossible. Now it's your turn. Yu-Hai wanted to say that this was all the basic exercises of the frog. If he told the truth, it would be too hurtful. In fact, the young man's Golduck can also do it. He just needs to go back and practice his superpower perception. The scene of blindfolding and shooting the flying disc was also seen by two people at the back door of the gym. These two people were Ada who left, and Ada's sister. Impossible, how can you hit it if you can't see it? Ada's eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. He thought that 4 consecutive shots on a moving target were the limit, but he didn't expect Yu-Hai to have a trick up his sleeve. Ada, this is the trainer you found, Dun-Mei quietly called Ada away at the back door. Only her sister could control this little devil. Yes, sister, I wanted to take revenge on him for ignoring me, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Ada curled his lips. He found that he didn't tease Yu-Hai, but made himself feel upset. He miscalculated. What did my sister teach you? Don't use Pokemon to attack trainers. Why don't you listen? Dun-Mei has heard from the driver and the orchard manager that it was her brother who attacked others first, but they didn't care about the child, otherwise her brother would have been beaten long ago. He is the king at home and has a little temper. He really thinks that outsiders will give in to him. If he offends a bad-tempered trainer one day, he will be beaten. And this trainer is more than just awesome. The elves are very good at training, even blindfolded shooting at moving targets. her elves don't have this ability, how did the other party do it? She is also very curious. Before she returned to the gym, she learned about the ins and outs of acting as the gym leader through the driver, and understood the good things her stupid brother had done. She just missed one morning, but she didn't expect that this idiot brother would cause her so many troubles. Just pulling his ears was a minor punishment. Sister, I know I was wrong. Ada couldn't stand up to his angry sister. He knelt as fast as he could. He didn't want to make his sister angry, otherwise he would be beaten again. Okay, go back and copy the training notes of Blast Was 3 times. Dunmi's attention was all on Yu-Hai, not caring about his stupid brother. Sister, Ada didn't want to copy notes, and wanted to act like a spoiled child to persuade his sister to take back the punishment. 10 times. However, Dunmi didn't indulge her idiot brother at all. If he kept talking, he would copy it 100 times. I'll go now. Ada didn't dare to act like a spoiled child when he heard 10 times, fearing that if he continued to talk, it might increase to 100 times, and he would have to copy it until the end of time. As the roar of 10 times came from this side, Yu-Hai and the challengers' attention were attracted by the back door of the gym. They turned their heads and saw that there was a girl standing there. Unlike the challenger who saw the beauty gym leader, Yu-Hai was already sweating profusely when he saw this girl. He only felt dry mouth and wanted to open his collar to breathe. He remembered who this red-haired girl was. He and Xiaoying met the red-haired girl on the luxury cruise ship when they escaped from Hasa Island. I didn't expect that I would knock on the gym owner's room when I knocked on the door casually. It was a sin. If I had known that my hands were so cheap, I would have cut them off. Why did I knock on people's doors for no reason? Now it's hard to get off the tiger. Fortunately, I used Ditto to disguise myself at that time, so the other party should not recognize me. Now he can only pray that the other party can't see him. After seeing the red-haired girl, Yu-Hai pretended to be calm and pretended not to know the other party. He turned back and looked at the challenger as if nothing had happened, and signaled the challenger's Pokémon to shoot. Fortunately, the red-haired girl had never seen him. As long as he pretended not to know him, he could get away with it. As long as he finished the gym battle here, he would leave Xiagan Island overnight and never come back. This challenger now is no longer the same as before. The young man just now didn't even hit a moving target frisbee after being blindfolded by Golduck, and he was eliminated long ago. I don't want to fight you, I want to challenge the master of Dunmi. The boy was very brave. He ignored Yu-Hai and kept his eyes on Dunmi. After arriving at Dunmi, his eyes were fixed on her, and he never looked away. Good fellow, another liquor, right? Yu-Hai was also drunk. Where did so many liquors come from? Chapter 387, All Routines. Ahem, Yu-Hai coughed dryly and gave up the position of acting gym leader. Since Dunmi had returned, there was no need for him to occupy the toilet. No, you continue, it's not 6 o'clock yet. Guomei looked at the white watch on her wrist. There was still half an hour until 6 o'clock, and the mission was not over yet. Boy, let's shoot. Yu-Hai was stopped by Dunmi before he left the battle site. He could only return to his original position and accept the boy's challenge. However, the boy refused to listen and didn't want to fight with Yu-Hai at all. He turned around and left. No, I'll challenge again tomorrow. Next, Yu-Hai was helpless. What else could he do? He could only call the next challenger to enter. In the last half hour, the trainers who saw Itsumi were not challenging, they just wanted to compete with Itsumi in water guns, and they were too lazy to look at Yu-Hai. Even if they had heard of Yu-Hai's record, they didn't care, because Itsumi was also very powerful. Since both of them were so powerful, why didn't he look at the beauty, but at a temporary worker? This choice was not difficult, right? Until half an hour had passed, and no trainer challenged Yu-Hai, he turned to face Itsumi, and talked to her about the mission as if they had met for the first time. Itsumi is the gym leader, right? Please settle the mission reward, and the mission reward for the orchard. Yu Hai didn't care if the other party recognized him or not, he just stretched out his hand to get money. Small money was the most important. The reward for orchard security is 20,000, the night shift is 10,000, and the acting gym leader is 100,000. Atsumai had the orchard manager's account in her hand, and after reporting the account to Yu Hai, she took out money from her pocket. No need for the night shift, I'm going to get far-fetched later. Yu Hai didn't want any night shifts, he didn't want to stay here for even a second, he just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Your Pokemon are very well cultivated, I'm very satisfied with your performance, and I want to hire you to be the acting gym leader for 2 days. I'm not free these 2 days, don't you want to? Dunmei was very satisfied with Yu Hai's performance. Yu Hai's performance today was impeccable, he didn't lose any badges, he had already won her recognition, and it happened that she was harvesting oranges these 2 days, she wanted Yu Hai to take over for 2 more days. No, I have something to do, Yu Hai refused directly, without any hesitation, a little money, compared to his life, it's not worth mentioning. No? I heard from the orchard manager that you are here to join the gym, don't you want to join the gym? Dunmei felt very strange, she heard from the orchard manager that this person was easy to talk to, and he could send a big sister Pokemon he didn't know, why did he become so resistant to her? Those challengers didn't want to leave when they saw him, and they didn't seem to want to stay any longer, and they didn't dare to look at him. Could it be that his charm was gone? Oh, they didn't dare to look at him. Dunmei finally thought of the doubt. Why didn't they dare to look at him? This Yu Hai hesitated. He couldn't answer. Who would have thought that the girl he kidnapped was actually the owner of Xiaogan's gym? Now he was asked to join Xiaogan's gym, but he didn't dare to join. Look up, let me see. Dunmei saw Yu Hai hesitate, and immediately held the pokeball in her hand, asking Yu Hai to look up and look at her. If he didn't look at her, he would be guilty. Yu Hai had no choice but to look up and look at Dunmei. After just 2 breaths, he looked away. After all, it was too embarrassing. There was no way. He was so nervous because of guilt. He had never been so nervous before, even when facing Team Rocket. Have we met somewhere before? Dunmei saw Yu Hai's eyes evading, and she was more certain of her guess. There was definitely something wrong with this person. After all, girl's sixth sense was very accurate. Master Dunmei, if this is not the first time we meet, where have you seen me? When Yu Hai heard where he had seen me, his heart tightened and his heart almost jumped out, but he still pretended to be calm and asked the other party if he could remember the incident of being pressed to the floor by him. Who is he? Where is he from? Dunmei only felt that Yu Hai looked familiar, but she really had no impression of him. She didn't remember Yu Hai at all. It was probably a passerby. She only met him once and then forgot. She needed a hint. Just call me Ahai. I'm from Hasa Island and I'm an orphan. Yu Hai didn't believe that the other party could remember this. Why did he tell his identity and address? If he didn't tell his identity and address, others wouldn't know, which would only make him more suspicious. Don't forget that he is the gym leader. It would only take a few minutes to investigate him, and he would definitely be able to find out thoroughly. Even he knew how many times he wet the bed in the orphanage, but it was probably made up by the old director. Aha! Hasadeo! After getting some hints, Atsumai still couldn't remember who Yu Hai was, but her sixth sense told her that this trainer was very suspicious, very suspicious. But no matter how suspicious he was, she could only ask so many questions. If she asked any more, it would arouse suspicion. Even if she wanted to investigate the other party, she had to wait until the other party left. Here is 120,000, your 2 mission rewards, please keep them. Atsumai handed over 120,000 and decided to investigate Yu Hai's identity later. She always felt like she had forgotten what did he do? Until Yu Hai reached out to take the money, she saw that there was a row of arc-shaped brown scars on the base of Yu Hai's palm, which looked like a tooth mark. Seeing this, Dun Mei's brain exploded and she froze in place for a moment. She finally remembered where she had seen him. It turned out to be the bastard who knocked on the door in the middle of the night, pressed on her, and said that she was flat. No wonder he always felt so familiar just now, and he didn't dare to look at me, and he didn't even want to join the gym, and he couldn't wait to leave here, and he wanted to stay away from me. It must be that after seeing me, the other party recognized me, and pretended not to know me. This bastard hid it very well, but the cold sweat on his palms couldn't be hidden. She bit her lips tightly, and saw that Yu Hai was nervous, and his palms and forehead were sweating. He must be afraid of being recognized by me. However, even if she knew it was this bastard, she couldn't say it. If she said it now, the other party might not even want the money and run away directly. How could she retaliate against him? On that cruise ship, she was pressed to the ground and tied up for a whole night. She wanted to retaliate tenfold or 100-fold. The other party dared to say that she was average. No one had ever dared to say that to her. The other party was dead. Her teeth were hardened. Master Dunmei, if there is nothing else, I will leave now. Yu Hai barely pulled out a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, and said goodbye and turned to leave the gym. Wait, Dunmei wanted to take revenge on Yu Hai, so she naturally couldn't let Yu Hai leave. She had to keep Yu Hai first, so she called Yu Hai out. Just now, she was scolding her brother for his strong desire for revenge, but she didn't expect that she would instantly become a larger version of her brother, with a stronger desire for revenge than her brother. They are indeed siblings, and this bad habit is exactly the same. Anything else? Yu Hai resisted the sweat and turned around to ask Dunmei with a smile, what else is there? In fact, he thought to himself, has the other party recognized him? It shouldn't be. The other party didn't get angry at all, and behaved the same as before, as if they had just met for the first time, and didn't recognize him and behave like crazy. I'm very satisfied with your performance just now. Don't you want to try to join the gym? The only way for Dunmei to keep Yu Hai is to join the gym. No, I've tried it on Liugan Island. They don't accept orphans. Yu Hai didn't understand why the other party brought up the old matter again, so he had to use Liugan Gym as a shield. Xiaogan Gym doesn't look at birth, orphans don't matter, Dunmei just wants to take revenge on Yu Hai, who cares about orphans or not, as long as Yu Hai can stay, the rest of the things will be easy. I still have a bad record, and I'm not even a certified trainer in the league. Yu Hai didn't know what the other party was going to do. Anyway, he didn't want to join Xiaogan Gym, no matter how the other party tried to keep him. Hey, pretend with me, Dunmei gritted her teeth secretly. When he was suppressing her, he was a gentleman, but now he wanted to pretend to be an honest person. She found that this bastard was shameless, especially good at pretending, and better at acting than her. Although both of them were old actors, she found that the other party was better at pretending, and she didn't believe that she couldn't seduce the other party to stay. Since we can't start with the other party and can't keep him in the gym, what about his Pokemon? She thought that the other party's frog should be almost at its limit. If there is no good evolution stone, it will never move forward. Based on the performance of the frog, the other party can't use ordinary water stones to evolve, otherwise it won't breed such an excellent frog. For such an excellent frog, the other party must want to use the best evolution stone. The other party is likely to want to use high-level water stones. Her grandfather has high-level water stones, which are enough to attract the other party to stay in the gym. But high-level water stones may not be enough. She only has one chance to speak. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, she must increase the stakes. Is your frog going to evolve soon? Dunmei was not in a hurry, but was ready to lead the other party into the trap step by step. Yet? What? Is there a problem? Yu Hai didn't understand this man a little bit. What exactly did this man want to do? Didn't he say that he refused to join the gym? The gym has high-grade water stones, Dunmei smiled. She didn't believe that Yu Hai wouldn't be tempted. No need, Yu Hai really wasn't tempted. After all, he had already obtained several high-grade evolution stones, and he had more than 100 million in savings, so he could easily get high-grade water stones. What if it's a top-grade water stone? Dunmei didn't care about Yu Hai's refusal, because the top-grade water stone was her trump card. Top-grade water stone? Is it possible? Yu Hai smiled. He thought the other party would say something. It turned out that she was tempting him with a top-grade water stone. But this thing is not something a young gym owner can decide. It's impossible to think with your ass. Do you know that the champion prize of the regional competition is to choose one from the 3 major families, and you can also choose a set of 3 evolution stones, fire stone, water stone, leaf stone, all of which are high-level evolution stones. The runner-up and 3rd place can only choose one high-level evolution stone. Now there is a chance to get the best water stone, are you sure you don't want it? Atsumai smiled sweetly, and her smile was also beautiful, but deep in her heart, she was secretly thinking about some means of revenge, who could see through it. She has great malice towards you. Dark Ray saw Yu Hai hesitated, and reminded Yu Hai in his heart, it felt the malice. Hey, I know. Yu Hai lowered his head slightly, covered his lips with his hands and moved them. He knew that the other party had malice towards him, and it was very likely that he had guessed his identity. But he saw through it but didn't say it. He really wanted to see what the other party was selling, but he didn't expect it to be a top-quality water stone. That is a top-grade water stone. It is not so easy to get. If high-level evolution stones can still be seen on the market, then top-grade evolution stones will only appear in the treasuries of those big families or in the warehouses of the Alliance. The way for him to obtain top-grade water stones in the future is through the Alliance. He joined the Alliance to make a big enough contribution to the Alliance and get the opportunity to go to the Alliance treasury to select props, and then choose a top-grade water stone. But this road takes a long time, and even becomes a top-ranking trainer before it is possible to enter the treasury of the Alliance. Then Frog can only fall behind, which is something he does not want to see. If he can get the top-grade water stone here, Frog will not have to stagnate. With the opportunity of the 2nd evolution, it is possible to break through the potential of the top ranking and become the top ranking. But the other party took out the top-grade water stone to tempt him, which was obviously a routine. The routine that he had to jump into really touched his pain point, and it was difficult for him to make a choice. This kind of evolution stone is very precious. I don't think you can decide. Yu Hai finally shook his head. He would not take it seriously if he could not see the real thing. The other party should not try to trick him. Come with me. Dun Mei also knew that the other party was an old fox who would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. As long as the other party hesitated, everything was possible. She was afraid that the other party would not even be tempted by the top-grade water stone, so she had no reason to keep him. Next, Yu Hai followed Dun Mei to the back mountain of the gym. There were wooden houses and many old people living here. He followed Dun Mei to the lake. There was also an old man in cool clothes fishing. There was also a closed-eyed slow king sitting next to him, probably meditating. Grandpa, I want the top-grade water stone. Dun Mei came to the lake in the back mountain to find the old man fishing, that is, her grandfather, to get the evolution stone. Xiao Mei, what do you want the evolution stone for? The old man looked at his granddaughter lovingly, and his eyes swept over Yu Hai from time to time, still wondering who Yu Hai was. My granddaughter rarely brings people to the back mountain, let alone bringing outsiders to ask for the top-grade water stone. Is there something special about this boy? Dunmei naturally wouldn't tell her grandfather about the embarrassing things on the boat. She just told her grandfather that this trainer was a talent and she wanted to recruit him to the gym for training, and by the way, she painted a pie for this trainer. So that's how it is. Here's the evolution stone for you. The old man took out a square jade box from the backpack next to him and put it in the little granddaughter's hand. Thank you, Grandpa. Dunmi I took the jade box and came to Yu Hai to open it. On the soft silk in the jade box, there was a crystal clear water blue stone quietly placed. Can I touch it? Yu Hai asked to touch it. He wanted to see the purity of this water stone. Okay, Dunmi I didn't understand why she had to touch it, but she agreed to this small request. Then, Yu Hai touched the water stone and saw the purity of the water stone. Chapter 388, The City has a deep trick. Water stone, a magical stone that can make certain elves evolve, purity 94.02%. Good guy, it is indeed a top-grade water stone. If the mosquito frog can evolve with this water stone, the potential of the king will be stable, and it will be a matter of time before it becomes the king. After gently touching the top-grade water stone, Yu Hai retracted his fingers, feeling a little complicated. Dunmei closed the jade box again, covering the top-grade water stone that Yu Hai was drooling over, and returned the jade box to his grandfather. I didn't lie to you, did I? Dunmei showed off proudly, wanting to appreciate Yu Hai's shocked expression. This was just the beginning of revenge for the other party saying that she was average, but unfortunately she miscalculated. Yu Hai was only surprised for a moment, and soon calmed down. How can I get that water stone? Yu Hai nodded slightly, acquiescing to what the other party said. It was indeed a top-grade water stone. It was impossible to steal it. These old guys were not easy to deal with, not to mention that there was a slow king. If you can get the top-grade water stone through regular channels, there is no need to be sneaky. He is not unable to pay for it. Xiao Mei, let me talk to him. The old man heard that Yu Hai wanted the water stone. There were not many top-grade evolution stones in their family. How could they give it to outsiders so easily? But it is not impossible. It depends on the performance of this young man. Whether he can match this top-grade water stone. Okay, Grandpa. After Itsamai left, she stood far away and could not hear the conversation between Grandpa and Yu Hai, but Yu Hai's stay in the gym should be stable. She was already satisfied and was thinking about the next revenge plan. Young man, the thing in your shadow is very dangerous. The old man came up and did not talk about the water stone, but directly pointed out that there was something in Yu Hai's shadow. Has Darkrai been discovered? Yu Hai was secretly shocked and just wanted to withdraw, but he was instantly controlled by the superpower and couldn't move at all. He cursed in his heart, oh no, I might be in trouble this time. Don't be nervous, young man. The old man saw Yu Hai retreating and hurriedly reminded Yu Hai not to make too big movements and not to think about running away, because he couldn't run away. I shouldn't have come here, Yu Hai smiled bitterly. He could only move his head now and couldn't help but look at the slow king who was meditating by the lake. It should be the telekinesis of the slow king that actually suppressed Darkrai and made him dare not move. Maybe Darkrai could still move, but there was only one chance. The psychic Pokémon that used the Eye of Miracle could beat the evil Pokémon. Darkrai might not dare to use this precious opportunity and wait for another opportunity. At this moment, he just wanted to curse himself for being greedy and couldn't resist the temptation of the top-grade water stone. He fell into the hands of these old guys and fell into the hands of these old guys. Hey! Young man, why are you so bitter? The old man is not a bad guy, the old man smiled. This young man is quite interesting. He is so young and most importantly, so inexperienced, but he has conquered that legendary elf. His future cannot be underestimated. If it weren't for his granddaughter bringing him here, he wouldn't have known that there were such interesting young people. His boring life would have become more interesting. Old man, what do you want to do? Yu Hai was not without a way out. If the old man forced him, he could only activate the silver feather and ask Lugia to come to the rescue. To be honest, he felt as if he was stripped naked. This old man with missing front teeth saw through him, as if he wanted to dig out all the secrets of him. Haha, young man, how is my Xiaomei? The old man smiled and asked another irrelevant question. Not familiar, Yu Hai could only tell the truth. In front of such an old guy, he should not be clever. Young man, go ahead, we'll get along. The old man waved his hand, and Dai Wang also let Yu Hai go. Yu Hai's body relaxed instantly, and he almost couldn't stand still. The old man's attitude of wanting to fight and letting him go made him a little confused. And the two inexplicable questions of the old man really made him confused. Why did he let him go? He hadn't talked about the water stone yet, but he didn't dare to ask now. Before the old man regretted it, he hurriedly left the lakeside, not wanting to deal with this old man again. The other party was very scary. If there is no top-grade water stone, then there is no top-grade water stone. Could it be that the top-grade water stone has any connection with Dunmei? It's not that he couldn't think of it, but he didn't dare to think about marrying into the family, and it was impossible for him to sell himself because of a top-grade water stone. After he and Dunmei left, the old man continued to cast a fishing rod in the lake and spoke inexplicably to the air. Dai, you didn't see it wrong. Shadow like black, ominous aura. Slowpoke didn't speak, but the voice sounded in the old man's heart, indicating that this Slowpoke also has telepathy. Ominous aura? Team Rocket? League? Black Ship? It's really a troubled time. The old man sighed. Although he has been living in the back mountain fishing, he still heard about the storm outside. If it weren't for Slowpoke stopping him, he would have taken down Yu Hai. Don't blame me for not reminding you, he is a trainer blessed by the sea god. Slowpoke felt the silver feathers flickering in Yu Hai's backpack, so it didn't attack Yu Hai. After all, Logia, the sea god, is the god worshipped by their Slowpokes, the great sea god who protects this sea area. How could it attack a trainer blessed by the sea god? Sea god? Logia. The old man was also secretly afraid when he heard the name. Fortunately, he didn't attack Yu Hai at that time. If the other party attracted Logia, it would be troublesome. Besides being afraid, he also sighed secretly that the young boy was so lucky. Not only did he capture a dark attribute legendary Pokémon, but he was also blessed by the sea god Logia. What a lucky boy! Although they knew that Logia was just a powerful legendary Pokémon after the arrival of the Alliance, his family still worshipped the sea god Logia, and his family was also a family that played water Pokémon. Slowking was also his first partner. If Slowking didn't want to attack Yu Hai, he couldn't force Slowking to attack Yu Hai, so he let Yu Hai go. Otherwise, do you really think he is a good person? For a trainer like Yu Hai who can capture dangerous Pokémon, it is a big variable for Xiaogan Jim. If it weren't for Slowking to stop him, he would have strangled the other party long ago. How could he give the other party time to grow? Now it's all right. The original partner didn't cooperate, plus the blessing of the sea god, and the dark legendary elf, I can only say that the boy is too lucky. Since he can't kill him, then he can recruit him instead. It just happened to be what my granddaughter wanted. If my granddaughter can keep him at home, it would be even better. At least he can be a king of combat power. If the other party has a deep influence on the dark attribute legendary elf, he may be able to produce a champion combat power in the future. This is an opportunity for Xiaogan Jim. He almost killed him. Alas, he is really old. Hearing his old friend sigh, Slowking also sighed and advised his partner of several decades, "Old man, you are old, I am old too, stop messing around, leave it to the young." After all, he is a trainer blessed by the sea god, at least he is not an unforgivable villain, the sea god will not bless villains. Yeah, we are all old, if that stinky boy at home is successful, why should I do this, why should I do this? The old man sighed again, and when he saw the fish was hooked, he immediately put his troubles behind him and pulled up the big fish first. Leaving the back mountain, Yu Hai followed Itsumai back to the gym. He still couldn't figure out what the old man was up to. At that time, he was already controlled by superpowers, and even Darkrai was under the telekinesis of that Slowking, so he couldn't escape at all. However, Darkrai should be able to stop Slowking for a few breaths, giving him a chance to escape. He also has the silver feather as a trump card, so he is not inferior to the old man. Then the old man will just let him go without asking about the secret puzzled him. In that case, no matter what the old man did, even if he could resist, he would only hurt himself and the other party, and he might even leave Darkrai behind. Unexpectedly, the old man let him go. He didn't talk about the top-grade water stone. He only talked about two irrelevant questions, one was Darkrai in the shadow, and the other was Dunmei. But what the old man was asking was Dunmei's appearance, character, or strength. How could he know what the other party was asking? Could it be that what he was asking was not important, and it was important to let him marry into the Xiaogan gym to get the top-grade water stone, which was also the hint of the old man? As for what the old man liked about him, it was probably Darkrai in the shadow. The other party liked the identity of the trainer of the legendary Pokémon. After all, the trainers with legendary Pokémon were not simple characters, and they would not be unknown in the future. In fact, the other party's hint was not necessarily to marry into the family, but just to hint like this. Anyway, that was what he meant to want the top-grade water stone. Letting him leave was probably to let him think carefully about whether he really needed this top-grade water stone. Top-grade water stones can be given to family members, not to outsiders. After all, as a mere gym apprentice, how much merit must be made to exchange for this top-grade water stone? This account is difficult to calculate, and the treasure house of the Alliance is not accessible to just anyone. Now there is an opportunity to take a shortcut, which is in front of him. How should he choose? The other party probably guessed that he was a lonely man, so he asked him to go back and think carefully. Otherwise, why didn't the family cultivate a good trainer like him, but let him wander outside? It has to be said that the old ones are still the best, and their vision is still so sharp and ruthless, and they can always see through the details that others can hardly notice. When it comes to playing tricks, these old foxes are still very tricky, even their own granddaughters are tricked. He wants other people's top-grade water stones, and other people want him as a person. The calculations are really loud. From this point of view, he actually did not lose anything. While getting the top-grade water stone, he also got such a beautiful red-haired wife for free. Now she is still a beautiful girl full of youth. Her fair and smooth face can squeeze out water. She is full of collagen. It's great to be young. But this gym owner's wife, who is laughing and laughing on her own, doesn't know that she has been sold by her grandfather. Aha, what do you think? As long as you become a trainer of Xiaogan Gym and make contributions to the gym, you can get the top-grade water stone. Dunmei still doesn't know that he has been sold by his grandfather. He is still tempting Yu Hai with the top-grade water stone. He doesn't know that Yu Hai has reached another deal with his grandfather. I want to go back and think about it carefully. I will give you an answer tomorrow. Yu Hai did not answer the other party immediately. He needed time to think. Well, see you tomorrow. The girl was filled with the youth and vitality that only girls can have when she thought about taking revenge on Yu Hai. She walked lightly and lively, with a sly smile in her steps, which was the joy of success. She sent Yu Hai to the door, and said goodbye to Yu Hai with bright and lively eyes, ready to come up with a revenge plan overnight. It's great to be young. Yu Hai looked at the energetic girl, sighed softly, and turned to leave Xiaogan Dojo. If the girl was only thinking about how to take revenge on him, he should think about whether to stay. After all, it is a lifelong event, and it is really difficult to make a decision. Don't think that marrying into the wife's family is shameful and aggrieved, because the essence of marriage is to be profitable, which applies to both parties in the marriage. A sage in the past life said, "There is no need to elaborate on the principles of heaven and human feelings, marriage is about being profitable." Successful marriages from ancient times to the present are mostly complementary marriages. For a poor and isolated man, getting support from a wealthy and powerful woman's family is the most convenient way to success. As the saying goes, behind a successful man, there is often a woman who helps him succeed. However, there is a second half to this saying. Behind a successful woman, there is often a father-in-law who has a keen eye for people. There were many such things in his previous life. He knew that a certain pavilion chief became a son-in-law and became the founding emperor. It is obvious that he is the one who benefits from marrying into the Xiaoganjim, not the woman, because he is an orphan and a poor boy with nothing. Except for Darkrai, who is known to the other party does not like other things. He is indeed a poor boy. The reason why the old man likes him is probably because of the legendary Pokémon in his shadow. Just a legendary Pokémon is enough to bet on. His future achievements will definitely not be lower than the King Trainer, and he may even be the champion. So, he said that the old man had a sharp eye. After seeing him, he continued to increase the bet on the top-grade evolution stone. Not only did he want to give away the top-grade evolution stone, but he also gave away his own granddaughter. In addition to these, the actual benefits that marriage can bring are more than that. The profitable here is not just money or material benefits, but also the social status of Xiaoganjim, and the complementary resources brought by both parties. You can also use the social network of the woman's family to broaden his own network and provide him with more opportunities and elf cultivation resources. The further integration of the resources of the two families can also bring more economic benefits, as well as the improvement of the children's education environment, and many other considerations. Through marriage, the close ties between families, tribes, or countries are strengthened, serving multiple purposes such as politics, economy, and culture. This is marriage, and marriage liking is the least important, this is the naked reality. Just because of marriage, the various benefits that marriage can bring, there will be some internal digestion in the previous life, making the relationship closer, the strong alliance, the closer relatives, the smooth official career, and the bigger business. Chapter 389, The Promise in the Past. Walking on the way to accept the far-fetched, Yu Hai has been considering whether to accept this pot. If not, there will be no loss, and if accepted, it will be a big profit. With the support of Xiaoganjim, his future journey as a trainer will definitely be much smoother. Not to mention opening a gym, even competing for the 4 heavenly kings is possible. This is the political resource brought by Xiaoganjim. The Heavenly King Trainer mentioned above is just an ordinary Heavenly King Trainer. If you want to take the throne of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the region, you need hard power. This is just the most basic requirement. Although he has the confidence to fight against the 4 Heavenly Kings in the future, his future will definitely be much smoother after marrying into the family. If he fights alone, he will inevitably suffer some hardships and fatigue, and things like bleeding are inevitable. He will be unhappy from time to time, and the road will definitely be bumpy. After all, the road is chosen by himself. Darkrai, in that situation, can you escape? Yu Hai asked Darkrai in a low voice. At that time, he could only rely on Darkrai. He couldn't move at all under the terrifying superpower pressure. No, Darkrai said calmly. The Slow King was too strong. As soon as it appeared there, it was locked by the Slow King. It couldn't even open its mouth to remind Yu Hai. If the Slow King came, it would burst out the power of evil attributes with all its strength to help Yu Hai escape, but it could only delay it for a few seconds. I almost flipped over this time. I was too arrogant to follow him. Yu Hai's experience was also related to Darkrai. If he was just an ordinary teenager, the other party might not take him seriously, and would not care about a small character like him, and he would not be detained there. It was Darkrai's breath that aroused the vigilance of the Slowpoke. But now is not the time to consider these things. He should consider whether to join the Xiaoganjim. Darkrai's secret has been exposed. Whether he joins the Xiaoganjim or not, the old guy can find out his true identity with a little investigation. No matter where he goes, he can't escape unless he changes his identity. A legendary Pokémon is important information. Once it is leaked by the old man, he will not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. Even if he is promoted to a king trainer, he will probably be besieged. That slowpoke is very strong. I don't know why it didn't attack you. Darkrai was secretly relieved after leaving the back mountain of the Zygon Gym. It didn't even dare to breathe just now. That slowpoke was the strongest Pokemon it met. Who knows? Yu-Hai also sighed, definitely not because he was afraid of Darkrai, maybe because he was more valuable alive than dead. Only the old man knows these things, and he can't ask the old man. This matter can only remain a mystery forever. When he arrived at the orchard, it was almost dark. He also saw the onion duck in the orchard, and the orchard manager who had cheated him before. But he didn't want to talk about this matter anymore. The other party tricked him into the Zygon Gym, and he also came into contact with the top-grade water stone, and there was an old man who sold his daughter. It was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse, and he was too lazy to blame this person. When the orchard manager saw that Yu-Hai did not mention the task of acting as the gym leader, he also tactfully did not mention it, but returned the onion duck and gave him a whole box of carefully packaged citrus. "Little brother, thank you for your onion duck, this kid is really good, this box of citrus is for you to take back and eat." The orchard manager was quite good at dealing with people, and he knew that he was in the wrong. Since Yu-Hai did not mention the matter of acting as the gym leader, it was obvious that he didn't care about it, but the etiquette of giving gifts to express apology could not be omitted. This is called human relations. "Thanks." Yu-Hai used the Pokeball to take back Farfetch'd, hugged the tangerines sent by the orchard manager and left, preparing to find a place to stay in the town, or to get a room at the Pokemon Center. If he chose to stay in the Zygon Gym, he might have to rent a house in the town, preferably one with a wall and a yard, to protect his privacy and make it convenient for him to train Pokemon. If he didn't want to stay in the Zygon Gym, he would stay at the Pokemon Center for one night, and leave Zygon Island early tomorrow morning to go to Citrus Island, taking the path he had planned for Yuji. It was really a difficult decision. After he arrived at the Pokemon Center, he put the 12 Pokemon on the surface. 7 main Pokemon: Squirrel, Giant Claw, Rhinoceros, Scyther, Snail, and Zapdos. 5 auxiliary Pokemon: Butterfree, Slowpoke, Squirrel, Starfish, Farfetch'd. There were 12 elves in total, all of which were given to Miss Joy for a physical check to see if there were any hidden injuries from training or fighting. At the same time, these elves were registered at the elf centers so that they could be released in the town. It was time to update the registration records of Hasa Island. He told Miss Joy that he had released the Orb Silk Spider, and the registration records of the elf center would show that the Orb Silk Spider was released. In addition to deleting the registration records of the Orb Silk Spider, he also registered the Silly Bird as a Spearow, so that it would be foolproof. As the inspection of the 12 elves was over, Miss Joy told him that these elves were all healthy, except for Scyther's burns, which had not healed yet, so Miss Joy treated it again. And the Spearow was a little malnourished, probably because it had just been born not long ago and needed careful care. Yu-Hai thanked Miss Joy, paid 30,000 for the inspection and treatment fees, and booked a guest room at the Elf Center, spending 5,000 Alliance coins. He also had dinner at the Elf Center, just in time to rest at the Elf Center at night. He slowly thought about whether to stay or go. After finding his room, he closed the door and released the elves in batches. After feeding the elves one by one, he lay on the white single bed in the Elf Center, holding Silly Bird and Water Leap Fish in his arms. Just when he was having dinner, he counted the number of his elves again, and there were already 21. There were 12 elves on the surface, and 9 elves in spider vest. It was also a big burden to always run around with so many elves. He had wanted to open a breeding house before, and it was also convenient to ask people to help him take care of these elves. If he joined the Zygon Gym, he could leave them in the Zygon Gym, and there would be a special breeder to take care of the elves' diet. Just like many new trainers who received their initial elves from the Research Institute, the elves captured in the wild could be left in the Research Institute. This was the best destination for those trainers after they captured elves. Those famous elf researchers were all senior breeders, and their research and breeding of elves were not comparable to those of trainers. The second is to leave it in the gym. There are also some breeding houses with good reputations, or breeding houses of acquaintances, and breeding houses that will not take their own elves for breeding casually. These are all good places for storage. This is also the reason why he hesitated. Although the gym is a little worse than the research institute, it is still a gym after all. If you leave your elves in the gym, they can also be well taken care of. Have you thought about it? Seeing Yu Hai tossing and turning and unable to sleep, Darkrai emerged from the shadows under the moonlight. Not yet, do you have any suggestions? Yu Hai saw Darkrai emerge, and also used the Pokeball to retrieve the water leap and the silly bird. He sat up from the bed and leaned against the wall, looking up at the bright moon outside the window. Isn't that water stone important to the frog? Darkrai understood Yu Hai's complicated feelings now, just like it was troubled by nightmares. Fortunately, that kind of stone can be obtained sooner or later, but Yu Hai hesitated as he spoke. He knew very well how difficult it was to obtain the best evolution stone. He thought of the treasure cave that appeared in the animation, where there was a whole box of evolution stones. It was a treasure cave on an uninhabited island, located in the Jicorola Islands, between the Kanto region and the Unova region. It is an archipelago far away from the Orange Islands. After all, the Orange Islands are located in the south of the Kanto region, and there is also a 7 islands in the middle, which is also the hometown of the King of Kona. In addition, there is a new island between the Orange Islands and the Kanto region. He is very familiar with that island. That island is the base where the rockets study Mutuo. That is Mutuo. He can only sigh secretly. He has no idea about Mutuo. It is not something he can touch. The new island must be heavily guarded. Only Du can sneak in. He doesn't think about it. Back to the evolution stone, the treasure cave is too far from the Orange Islands. It takes at least half a year to go back and forth, but he is in short supply of top-grade evolution stones. The Alliance treasury is too difficult to enter, and he is unwilling to use high-grade water stones. If he hadn't encountered top-grade water stones, he might have been able to comfort himself and use high-grade evolution stones, but now he has encountered top-grade water stones. Hi, Yu Hai looked at the mosquito-repellent frog in the Pokeball. These little guys were exhausted today and were sleeping soundly in the Pokeball. Looking at the sleeping mosquito-repellent frog, he gradually became fascinated, recalling his life with the tadpole picking up garbage on the deserted island, and his promise to the tadpole, which was being fulfilled step by step. At that time, he swore and promised the tadpole that he would give the tadpole the best within his ability. That was his promise. Mosquito frog, I said I would take you to see higher scenery, step onto a bigger stage, win everyone's cheers, let everyone cheer for you and cheer for our efforts. Mosquito frog, that day is not far away, I don't want to be without tadpole by then. Yu Hai looked up at the bright moon outside the window, looking forward to him and Mosquito Frog overcoming all obstacles in the competition and finally winning the championship. He figured it out. No matter whether the road ahead is full of thorns or a smooth road, Tadpole is his most important family. He is willing to give everything for Tadpole. Chapter 390, Little Expert in the Workplace. The 45th day of the journey to the north, Sunny. His journey to the north may end today. He has thought it through and is ready to join Xiaogan Gym. However, this is only temporary. If he has to stay in Xiaogan Gym for 2 or 3 years before he can get the top-grade water stone promised by the old fisherman, or if he cannot get the top-grade water stone in Xiaogan Gym, or if he gets the top-grade water stone somewhere else first, then Xiaogan Gym would be like icing on the cake for him. At that time, no matter what Xiaogan Gym gave him, even if it was the best water stone, he no longer needed the best water stone. After all, he would definitely remember the timely help. If it was the icing on the cake, then it would be good for everyone. Harmony brings wealth. After getting up from the Pokemon Center in the morning, he gave breakfast to Jengar and the others, and then set off for Xiaogan Gym. The breakfast of Frog and the others could be eaten at Xiaogan Gym. It didn't take long for him to fly on the gull to arrive at Xiagan Gym. He landed at the door of Xiagan Gym and saw Dunmei and Ada at the door. Could it be that Dunmei had been waiting for him here? His revenge was too strong. If he didn't come, would the other party come to the Pokemon Center? The Soul Center is looking for me. Women are really troublesome. Why are you here again? Ada was still a little angry when he saw Yu-Hai again. He was defeated by Yu-Hai one after another, and he must not be happy with Yu-Hai. Child, stop talking. Dunmei was afraid that her brother would mess things up and make Yu-Hai angry. She quickly pulled her brother behind her and greeted Yu-Hai with a smile. She asked Yu-Hai, "Aha, you came here this morning. Have you thought it through?" "I thought it through. I came to ask if Xiagan Gym has any salary." Yu-Hai saw the fake smile on Dunmei's face, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This woman wanted to tear him apart alive, so how could she smile at herself? She was really patient. Of course there is a salary. The salary of a gym apprentice is 280,000 per month. When the gym owner is not around, they are responsible for acting as the gym owner in the gym, assessing the new trainers who come to challenge, and just paying attention to the hygiene of the gym. If you are an elite trainer, the gym salary can be increased, and you can also enjoy more benefits from the alliance. In fact, there are many chores for gym apprentices, but there is no need to say it for this trainer. First, the other party's strength is not bad, and it cannot be treated as an ordinary gym apprentice. Second, if the other party is asked to do chores, what should I do if the other party quits and leaves? Third, the main purpose now is to keep the other party. As long as he stays in the gym, he can take revenge on this bastard. Not bad, Yu-Hai nodded lightly, thinking that this treatment is not bad. This is just the ordinary treatment on the surface, that is, the treatment given to ordinary gym apprentices. This treatment is definitely not applicable to him. There are also some hidden benefits that the other party did not say, and he did not ask, that is, after making contributions. The most important thing is his deal with the old man who fishes. These benefits are secondary, but he also wants to tease this girl. She is quite interesting and looks like his niece who asked for New Year's money in his previous life. Not bad. When Dunmei heard these two words, she was so angry that her teeth itched, but she couldn't show it, but it was still very annoying. Others want to join the gym but have no way, and the other party actually said that this treatment is okay, which is simply infuriating her. No, she must be patient. If she loses her temper at this time, the other party may turn around and leave, and she will not be able to retaliate. She must be patient and not give up all her previous efforts. Does the gym provide food and accommodation? Yu-Hai thought of his 12 elves in public. If the gym could share some of the food expenses, it would be even better. Of course, food and accommodation are provided, 3 meals a day. Dunmei resisted the urge to scold Yu-Hai, and still smiled and introduced the gym's benefits to Yu-Hai. Are there 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? Yu-Hai asked another question, the pension issue he was most concerned about. In his previous life, he had nothing but a wild fisherman. He was cool when he was young and he was still cool when he was old, but he didn't have any benefits. Even if he had some benefits, he had to pay for them every year. In his previous life, he hated people talking about dedication the most, which was why he didn't like big cakes. Every sentence didn't talk about salary, every line was about dedication, everything didn't talk about benefits, everything was about realm. Hey, don't go too far, Ada has been upset with Yu-Hai for a long time. This person is too much. He provides food and accommodation, but also wants salary, and he is still making demands. Yes, these are basic benefits, everyone has them. Dunmei also suppressed her anger and reached out to hold down her brother behind her. If it wasn't for revenge on Yu-Hai, she would have scolded this shameless bastard long ago. That's good, then I'll join Xiagan Gym, Yu-Hai nodded secretly. He knew that Dunmei was very uncomfortable because he did it on purpose. The other party wanted to keep him, so he just held it in. Hi, Dunmei took a deep breath and calmed down before introducing, then you will temporarily take over as the gym leader and assess those trainers who come to challenge the gym. The gym can only issue 2 badges a day. Dunmei took Yu Hai into the gym and introduced the rules of the gym to Yu Hai. She also lowered the rules. When Yu Hai loses the badge, she can scold Yu Hai and deduct his salary to vent her anger. Okay, Yu Hai nodded and took the task. The daily reward of 100,000 yuan was changed to more than 200,000 yuan a month. Did he lose or gain? However, he had already acted as the gym leader yesterday, and he could handle those child trainers who came to challenge with ease, as long as he didn't cry. Not to mention 2 badges, even if it was 1 badge, don't think it would flow out of his hands. By the way, Master Dunmei, after I join the gym, can you help me apply for the league's rookie trainer certification? Aren't you a league rookie trainer yet? Dunmei was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Yu Hai, who was so powerful, couldn't even pass the rookie trainer certification. I'm an orphan. I can't apply for the league's rookie trainer certification. Yu Hai had nothing to hide. He joined the gym for this purpose. I thought you were joking. Guo Mei covered her mouth lightly and laughed. She didn't expect Yu Hai to be serious. She didn't expect Yu Hai to be an orphan. She was thinking about the revenge plan last night and didn't investigate Yu Hai at all. She wanted to wait until Yu Hai joined the gym and then slowly investigate Yu Hai's identity. If I can pass the application, why do I join the gym? Yu Hai spread his hands helplessly. He really didn't lie to the other party, but he didn't tell the truth either. That's a fake identity, Yu Hai smiled awkwardly. After he got the fake identity, he always obeyed the law and hadn't done anything wrong. Good record. Well, at least not on the surface, but it's hard to say in secret. Anyway, Junsha can't see it. Okay, you dare to lie to my sister. Ada followed behind and popped up again, smiling at Yu Hai. It turns out that you didn't even pass the application for a rookie trainer. Hehe, Ada hummed a little tune, hinting with his eyes that you kid offended my sister, you're dead. Don't interrupt, kid. Yu Hai heard Ada pop up, his face darkened, and his big hand directly pressed Ada's head to prevent this little brat from popping up. Who are you calling a kid? Who is a kid? I'm a rookie trainer certified by the league. And you're not. Ada was not convinced and punched Yu Hai. Yes, you're awesome. Yu Hai didn't say the second half of the sentence, that is, you can't beat me, and this little brat would probably get angry if he said it. There's no rush to apply for the Alliance's new member certification. Release your Pokemon first and we'll have breakfast first. Dunmei found that the other party was not afraid of the lawless brother who was the only one she could call. It was really interesting. It didn't matter if the other party taught Ada a lesson. My brother was used to being lawless, so I didn't want him to be disrespectful in the future. Come out, everyone. Yu Hai followed Dunmei to the battle site yesterday. When he heard that he had to have breakfast, he immediately released his 12 Pokemon and put them in the gym's swimming pool. Zapdos was not released, and including the stupid thing that had been released, there were 12 Pokemon. Wow, there are so many Pokemons, crab, Scyther, and a snail I haven't seen before, as well as Butterfree, Starfish, Farfetch'd, Squirtle, Magikarp. Ada was amazed when he saw 12 Pokemons at once, but after being surprised, he found that these Pokemons were all common Pokemons, and he liked Scyther more. And the snail he had never seen before was also very strange. The rest were common Pokemons, even Squirtle and Magikarp were there. It seems that this trainer is not very strong, and he even captured these worthless Pokemons. They are all partners I collected along the way when I traveled. Yu Hai introduced Frog and others to the two. After all, these Pokemons may have to be stored in the gym in the future, so they still need to be familiar with each other. Come out, Squirtle. Although Ada thought Yu Hai was hateful, he recognized Yu Hai's bond with Pokemons, especially water Pokemons, because he also liked water Pokemons, but he still liked insect Pokemons more. You guys come out too, Blastwaz, Seaspur, Meryl, Slowpoke, Starfish, Seduck. Atsumaya was a little disappointed after seeing Yukai's Pokemon. She didn't see the orb spinner. Did he not want to be exposed, or did he think he didn't notice his disguise? From yesterday to today, the more she looked at Yukai, the more suspicious he felt. Whether it was the tooth marks on the palm of his right hand, the black mechanical watch on his left wrist, or even his voice, it was very similar to the mysterious man on the cruise ship. As for the difference in appearance? That's too simple. She had read a comic before, in which there was a 100-changer thief who used Ditto to change his appearance to commit theft. There was also a child with him at the time, who should have come from Hasa Island and should have disguised his appearance. The two were very cautious at the time and only released one orb spinner. However, even if there was no other evidence, her guess was almost right. This trainer was the bastard who suppressed her, threatened her, and said she was even. 6 water elves. Yu-Hai looked at the 6 water elves beside the swimming pool. Only Blastwaz and Seaspur were good at fighting. The rest were all ugly. The other party actually dared to go out alone. He was bold enough and was not afraid of being robbed. Everyone come to have breakfast together. After Dunmei released the elves, she saw that her 6 elves had made friends with Yu-Hai's 12 elves. She could only let everyone eat first and talk about making friends later. As Dunmei called for breakfast, a professional breeder came out of the kitchen of the gym, pushing the food prepared for water elves. Dunmei's 6 water elves and Ada's elves were usually taken care of by these breeders. After joining the gym, Yu-Hai's 12 elves could also have 3 meals a day. Although he didn't need these 3 meals a day, there was no need to spend money if he could get it for free. Master, I prepared breakfast for 10 more Pokemons this morning as you requested. The breeder pushed the food cart to the gym and reported to Dunmei about the preparations this morning. It's okay, I'll introduce you to a trainer. This is a trainer that Xiaogan Gym just recruited. He will act as the gym master during this period and accept the challenges of trainers. You can just ask him what you want to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the future. Hello, I just joined the gym today, just call me Aha. Yu-Hai, after being introduced by Dunmei, also stepped forward and extended his hand to greet the breeder ant. After all, everyone is working, so there is no need to embarrass each other. Hello, just call me the kitchen sister. You can tell me what you want to eat in the future, and you can also tell me what flavors these little guys like. The kitchen sister saw that Yu-Hai was so young and polite, and was recruited by the gym master Dunmei as a gym apprentice. Of course, she couldn't offend him, after all, she was just a cook. Although there are many functions and categories of breeders, she only knows how to cook for other people and cook for elves. Like hatching eggs, beauty care, massage. She doesn't know much about them. When she first started learning, she only learned elf cooking, and then she has been cooking these things. After working for many years, he was hired by the gym to be a breeder responsible for the gym's elves' food. Then I'll trouble you, sister, Yu-Hai said with a smile, chatting with the kitchen lady, and said that if the sister's family has children who want to challenge the gym and want to learn to breed elves, he will take care of them. Atsumai didn't hear this, he didn't say it to her, it was a social relationship between him and the kitchen lady. After all, they were the group of people in charge of the kitchen. In the future, when he stays in the gym to work, he will have to rely on these ladies to cook 3 meals a day, but these are secondary. The most important thing is not to add ingredients to his 3 meals a day. In the previous life, some kitchen helpers who were not happy in the kitchen often added some ingredients to customers from time to time. The more conscientious ones were at most too lazy to wash the vegetables and fried them directly, which is why some people say that eating outside is not clean. After all, those who have worked in the kitchen know that there are too many disgusting things, and it is impossible to prevent them. Haha, Xiaohai, don't be polite. Once you join the gym, you are one of our own. If you have any problems, just look for me. I promise to do everything. The kitchen lady talked and laughed with Yu-Hai, and then pushed the food cart away. Watching the elder sister leave, Yu Hai also looked at his breakfast, which was a bowl of clear soup noodles and a poached egg, which was also a very rich breakfast. As for why the elder sister was so happy, this matter was also very simple. He did not hand out red envelopes. After all, there were many people in the kitchen. Either he would not give out red envelopes, or he would give out all of them. If he only gave out red envelopes to one person, someone would definitely hold a grudge. This is human nature and cannot be changed. The reason why the kitchen lady was so happy was because of another thing. The kitchen lady and the orange collecting elder sister were neighbors. She heard that the insect-type Pokemon was given by him, and she also wanted him to help her silly son catch a Pokemon. After the fruit farmer elder sister brought the insect-type Pokemon home, the silly son of the kitchen lady was envious. In this regard, Yu Hai could only agree. What the elder sister wanted was a water spirit. Then he could just catch a water spirit at the beach. These were just small favors. When he first arrived, he still had to maintain these interpersonal relationships. This was also something he found very troublesome in his previous life, so he went to the deep mountains and old forests to lie down and fish in the wild, becoming a carefree fisherman. I can't believe that a teenager can flirt with a woman in her teens, and a woman in her 30s can also chat. Dunmi I saw that Yu Hai could actually chat so happily with an old woman who was half her age. She wanted to pry open her head and take a good look at what this person was thinking. That was an auntie in her 30s or 40s. Could it be that this boy, who was about the same age as himself, was also an anti-killer? Master Dunmi I misunderstood. It was the elder sister who wanted me to help her son capture a water spirit. It was just a small matter of a little effort. Yu Hai smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that the other party would be jealous. You are a cute girl in your teens, so don't compare yourself with an auntie. That's a lady in her 30s, and she's also a kitchen lady. He can't afford to be greasy and fat. If it was the teachers in his previous life who were well maintained, he would do it reluctantly. Well, in fact, the thing he wanted to say was the workplace class. As his leader, Dunmi I hated the most that the subordinates were too united, secretly forming small groups, taking advantage of others, deceiving the superiors and the subordinates. Humph, Dunmi I naturally had no doubts. She couldn't believe every word of this bastard, and she didn't believe it either. So, what should he do at this time? Master Dunmi I, why don't I leave? Yu Hai didn't want to talk nonsense with the other party. He just came in and gave him a cold face. What will happen in the future? He threw a trump card directly and asked the other party how to respond. Dunmi I said only one word and hesitated. She could see that this bastard was not only good at pretending, but also had a thicker face than a city wall. He clearly recognized her and probably knew what he had guessed. He even threatened to leave her. What a jerk! She was so angry. Damn it! My fists were hard. Master Dunmi I, what do you mean? Yu Hai saw that Dunmi I hesitated and couldn't help but laugh secretly. You are not even 18 years old. I can't deal with you. Back then, he was a little expert in the workplace and was very good at playing tricks. These were just adult tricks. He didn't want to use them on underage girls. All the little brats in front of him were taken down one by him. Even Luo Yan, the old licker, was fooled by him. But he couldn't be blamed for all this. It was not his intention. Those people forced him to do it. What else could he do? Could he just watch them die? Alas, why did he have to take action when she was such a lovely girl? We are all witnesses, and we have to testify for him. He didn't bully anyone, he wasn't mean, and he wouldn't be mean. Others had better not be mean to him, otherwise he would not be able to resist. He just wanted to touch the poke ball. What bad thoughts could he have? He. Nothing. What else could Dunmi I say? Her revenge plan hadn't started yet. Could she say that if you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it, and anyone can open the gym without it, so if you want to get out quickly. She wasn't that stupid, she must get revenge on this bastard, otherwise it would be hard to relieve the anger in her heart. Oh, then I'll eat noodles first. Yu Hai honestly picked up the chopsticks to eat the clear soup noodles. His heart was already full of joy. It was easy to control an underage girl. The smile didn't disappear, it just moved to his heart. Ha 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 ha. Sister. Ada could see that his sister was unhappy. His sister was defeated by Yu Hai, and he wanted to seek justice for his sister. However, after hearing Ada's shout, Dunmei had no place to vent her anger and could only glare at her brother fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said, Ada, how many times did you copy it? Sister, Ada had a bitter face, so depressed, he should have kept silent earlier. This is just asking for trouble, he is so stupid, now he is running into the gun. Add 10 more times, Dunmei said, and ate his noodles. His cheeks bulged, he was angry, and looked cute. Yu Hai also heard Ada's 10 more times, he could only sigh that this kid has no eyesight. Of course he would not laugh, because he was afraid that the noodles in his mouth would spray out. He had to hold it back, he couldn't hold it back and hurt himself. After breakfast, Yu Hai's excitement slowly calmed down, and Dunmei talked about the certification application for the new trainer of the Alliance, saying that he wanted to have a Pokemon battle with Yu Hai, and then decide whether to be Yu Hai's guarantor and help Yu Hai guarantee the new certification of the Alliance. Here it comes, the second lesson of the workplace classroom. The leader knows you can do it, you know you can do it, everyone knows you can do it, but you can't show that you can do it better than the leader, and you have to praise the leader for being able to do it. There is no need to say much about the result. As long as Yu Hai has a little vision, he can't beat the opponent, so he can only lose this game, not win. It's not that he can't beat him, but he can't fight. Just run with him. Please ask the owner to send out the elves. Yu Hai asked Dunmei to choose the elves, and he was also thinking about what elves he would use. Although he could give in to Dunmei in the battle, he never thought of himself as a subordinate from beginning to end. He had no deal with Dunmei. His trading partner was the old fisherman in the back mountain. It could be said to be a cooperative relationship, but he was too weak and was not qualified to sit at the table and take chopsticks. Before he showed his value, he couldn't sit at the table. As for when he could sit at the table? It depends on the old fisherman. When is he willing to give him the top-grade water stone? If the old fisherman is unwilling, then it's a good breakup, and he won't waste much time. It doesn't make much difference whether you stay in Citrus Island for 3 years or in Xiagan Island for 3 years. Chapter 391, New Trainer. Blastoise, you go. Utsumi decided to send Blastoise to fight against Yu Hai in a Pokemon battle. She knew something about Yu Hai, but not much. Sending Blastoise was the safest way to avoid a bad loss. Blastoise. Yu Hai touched his chin and thought about it. He thought that Blastoise evolved more than a month ago. Blastoise evolved at level 36. This Blastoise was at least at the senior level. Frog, you go. Yu Hai looked at his 12 Pokemon. It was really hard to choose. If he used Butterfree and some others, it would be misunderstood as contempt. If he used Scyther and Rhino, they wouldn't know how to act. Crabgrass was too honest and might not understand what he meant. In the end, he could only let Frog go. He has been a partner with Frog for a long time. Frog can understand a lot of his meanings with just one glance. Yobo yobo, Frog saw Yu Hai blinking and knew what to do next. After being with Yu Hai for so long, it understood what Yu Hai wanted to do. Kame Kame, Blastoise hasn't fought for a long time. After all, the competitions in the gym are basically water gun shooting and surfing competitions. It often surfs with Utsumi, so fighting is still rare. Frog? I'll let you attack first. Utsumi let the battlefield rise up, covering the previous swimming pool, and let the fighting Blastoise and Frog come on the field. Frog, shoot with mud. Yu Hai got the first attack, so he had to let Frog test the attack first to slow down Blastoise. Blastoise, shoot it with a water gun. Utsumi also wanted to try Frog's moves. Yesterday, Frog was quite accurate in shooting, but I don't know how it will be today. As the mud shot and the water gun collided, Blastoise took the mud shot of Frog one by one, accurately knocking down every mud shot. Seeing this, Yu-Hai secretly marveled that Itsumai's Blastoise was well cultivated and could actually fight against Frog without losing, at least in terms of the accuracy of the moves. In this case, he shouted to Frog, "Frog, use hypnosis." After hearing the hypnosis, Frog almost forgot how to use it. It was Yu-Hai who reminded him to use the vortex pattern on his abdomen. Frog shook the vortex pattern on his abdomen towards Blastoise. Frog's hypnosis was a hypnotic move that relied on the vortex pattern. Blade Turtle, Shrink the Shell, Iron Wall. Itsumai heard the hypnosis and immediately asked Blastoise to shrink the shell. Without looking at the black pattern on Frog's belly, he could avoid being hypnotized by Frog, and also strengthened Blastoise's defense with the Iron Wall. Mosquito Frog, Bubble Ray. Yu-Hai hadn't used these moves for a long time. After all, they were useless and didn't fit his fighting style, so he didn't practice them much. Now the Mosquito Frog can almost beat a kid with one punch. With the same tonnage, it's almost hard to find an opponent in close combat. However, even if these moves are rarely used, the Mosquito Frog will still use them, spitting out a lot of bubbles from its mouth to attack the Water Blastoise in a turtle state. Water Blastoise, spin at high speed and rush over. Hearing what Itsumai said, the Water Blastoise's shell immediately stood up and hit the Mosquito Frog at high speed, and all the bubbles spit out by the Mosquito Frog were bounced off. Mosquito Frog, hold on! Yobo! The Mosquito Frog knew that the fight was almost over, and it was time to pretend to admit defeat. He immediately raised his hand to block the high-speed spinning Water Blastoise with hold on, resisting several after a breath. It pretended to be exhausted and was knocked away by the Blastoise. After all, this battle did not conform to Yu-Hai's fighting style. Yu-Hai's fighting style was mainly based on swift and thunderous strikes, leaving no time for the opponent to breathe. Every time, it would use lightning speed to attack the enemy like a storm. This time, it used some moves that it had never used before. Even it almost forgot that it had these moves. Don't even think about proficiency. It was the limit to be able to use them barely. This was also a sign of weakness. When Yu-Hai asked it to hold on, it knew it was almost time. If it hadn't reached that time, Yu-Hai would have asked it to dodge instead of using hold on to block it. Just taking advantage of the opportunity to be knocked away, the Mosquito Frog hit the wall heavily, and used its hands to cushion it, and slid down the wall, pretending to close its eyes and faint. Mosquito Frog! Yu-Hai hurried over and shouted at Mosquito Frog twice. He turned his back to Itsumai and winked at the Mosquito Frog who pretended to be unconscious. He gave Mosquito Frog a hidden thumbs up and praised Mosquito Frog for his good performance. Yobo! Mosquito Frog pretended to hold his chest and stood up with difficulty after being woken up by Yu-Hai, indicating that he could fight again. No need, Mosquito Frog, Yu-Hai sighed loudly, deliberately sighing for Itsumai to hear, and now the other party should be satisfied. If you only have this much strength, Itsumai wanted to say that if Yu-Hai's strength was too poor, it would be impossible to ask her to be a guarantor. The performance of the Mosquito Frog yesterday was okay, but the actual combat was too bad. She felt that she had made a mistake yesterday. However, Yu-Hai interrupted Dun-Mei before she finished speaking, saying, "Master Dun-Mei, I'd better leave. My strength is too weak. I'm not suitable to join Xiaogan Gym." Dun-Mei was speechless when she heard this. She didn't have the chance to say what she hadn't said yet. She was very mad at the moment. Because she found that this bastard had discovered her weakness. Now she couldn't scold this person or say anything. As long as she scolded this bastard or was even a little unhappy, this bastard would use leaving Xiaogan Gym as an excuse. The other party didn't care about these trivial matters at all. The purpose of the other party joining the gym was to get the top-grade water stone, but she couldn't easily take out the top-grade water stone. If she couldn't easily take out the top-grade water stone, she couldn't scold the other party and keep him. If she took out the top-grade water stone, Yu Hai would probably leave directly. Who would listen to her nagging? It doesn't work to make big promises. It works once or twice, but after too many times, even she finds it hard to believe in big promises. Moreover, Yu Hai is not the kind of trainer who will be tempted by big promises. It's really difficult. How can she break the situation? Come back, Yu Hai prepared to use the Pokeball to take back the Pokemons and take them away from Xiaogan Gym. It doesn't matter if he stays in this Xiaogan Gym, but he is pretending to leave. Since he chose to join Xiaogan Gym, he will not leave easily before he achieves his goal. Everything is just a pretense. Wait, Dunmei hurriedly stopped Yu Hai, who was about to leave. She knew very well that Yu Hai was just pretending, but she was not sure whether Yu Hai was really leaving or just pretending to leave. What if it was true? So she could only treat it as true. Master Dunmei, is there anything else? Yu Hai didn't even bother to look at the other party. Not only did he not vouch for him, but he also despised his own weakness. Isn't it going to be severely controlled? You will be the acting gym leader first, I will go to the Pokemon Center to ask for you later. Dunmei had no choice but to stabilize Yu Hai first, and then go to the Pokemon Center to help Yu Hai get the Pokemon book. She is the gym leader of Xiaogan Gym. As long as Yu Hai's identity information is fine, it is just a rookie trainer certification, which is not a trivial matter. She just wanted to embarrass Yu Hai, but she didn't expect Yu Hai to not care at all, and instead made herself difficult. Forget it, Gym Leader Dunmei, I can't even pass the rookie trainer certification, and staying in the gym will embarrass you. Yu Hai waved his hands helplessly, saying that he was too bad and too embarrassed, and staying in the gym would embarrass the gym leader and have a bad influence. Asshole, Dunmei saw Yu Hai's smug look, and her teeth itched in anger, but she didn't dare to show it. Her previous guess was indeed correct. This person is a shameless asshole. Don't worry about this matter, I will help you with it before I come back tonight. This? It won't be too difficult for the owner of Dunmei. If it's too troublesome, forget it. Yu Hai turned his back to Dunmei and laughed secretly. He was retreating to advance. Only by pretending not to care can he avoid weakness and be taken advantage of. This underage girl took the bait. This trick is really tried and tested, and it can be used for a long time. As long as Dunmei wants to retaliate against him, she must continue to compromise with him. When the owner of Dunmei can't stand it anymore and reaches the limit of her patience, when she gets angry at him, he can easily deal with it. It's similar to the routine of a licking dog. When the licking dog doesn't want to lick, just throw a bone, and he will have to follow behind and wag his tail. Luo Yan is a good example. Okay, I will take care of the owner, and help me supervise Ada to complete his homework. Dunmei was so angry at Yu Hai's shamelessness that she didn't want to see Yu Hai at all. After agreeing to help Yu Hai with the new trainer certification, she took back her Pokemon and quickly left the gym. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would be tempted to hit someone. Okay, gym leader, Yu Hai smiled falsely, and smiled as he sent gym leader Itzumai out. He turned around and stared at Ada with ill intentions. You finally fell into my hands. What do you want to do? I want to challenge you to a Pokemon battle with you. Ada saw Yu Hai looking at him with a smile, and immediately thought of the previous battle. He found that Yu Hai's Pokemon was only accurate in hitting the head, and he felt that he was good again. Okay, Yu Hai didn't bother to care about these little brats. It was not his business whether he copied homework or not. Besides, this kid was the son of Xiaogan's gym. He had no worries about food and drink, and there was no shortage of Pokemon breeding resources. There was no need for him to work hard. There was also a sister above him. Why not let her work hard? Just be mediocre and pass by. There was no need to work so hard. Anyway, my sister would get married in the future, and the gym would be hers in the future. After the elders left the family, the Pokemon left behind could also guard the clan. There was no need to panic about the position of gym leader, and no one could take it away. It's decided to be you, Squirtle, defeat him for me. Frog, knock him out. Yu-Hai didn't bother to talk nonsense, and sent Frog to the field again, letting Frog knock Squirtle out. As expected, Frog jumped up with a water gun and knocked Squirtle unconscious with just a light punch. This Squirtle was probably brought back not long ago and had not even reached the elite level, so Frog had no interest in it. Pa, okay everyone, just do morning exercises as usual. Yu-Hai saw Squirtle fainted, and immediately clapped his hands to call for 6 main Pokemon including Owl, Frog, Crab, Rhinoceros, Scyther, and Snail. Let these 6 main Pokemon do morning exercises as usual, and Butterfree and the other 3 have telekinesis training. The remaining few little guys can play around and will be free range in the future. Frog and Scyther have to run with weights, so he asked these 2 Pokemon to run around the swimming pool of the battlefield. Han and Crab also want to run, so they can run together, and Snail also starts running to exercise. The rain prayer of the gull can only be placed outside the gym, he doesn't want to get wet indoors. With his elves, they all started morning exercises in an orderly manner. Ada also woke up the unconscious Squirtle, and saw the training of Yu-Hai's elves, but after watching for a long time, he didn't see the point. He found that these trainings were just simple weighted running. Is it possible to train elves to become stronger in this way? With such doubts, he asked Yu-Hai, is it possible to become stronger in this way? At least stronger than you. Yu-Hai saw Ada took the initiative to talk. He didn't have a good face, but he didn't do anything cruel. Squirtle was not injured, probably just scared. Damn it, Ada's fist hardened. He could see that this bastard couldn't beat his sister, but he couldn't beat him either, not to mention the frog. He only had 1 Squirtle, and the other side had so many elves. Squirtle, let's run too. Although Ada didn't like taking notes, he still liked elves and elves fighting. The other party must have a purpose for running with the elves. He also ran with them. Sooner or later, he would be able to see what the other party was doing. Moreover, even if the other party himself was running, it would definitely be useful for the elves. Not long after the 2 started their morning exercise, the trainer who came to challenge the gym came. Yu-Hai had to stop jogging and let Ada put the fixed target empty bottles. Why is it you again? Where is the gym leader Dunmei? The challenger saw Yu-Hai again and immediately didn't want to fight. How could he get a badge by playing water gun shooting with this pervert? Yesterday, the most powerful young man near the Pokemon Center said that the new acting gym leader of Xiaogan Gym was very strong. Even if he passed the fixed target in the first level, the moving target in the second level, and the moving target in the third level, the acting gym leader took out the blindfold shooting and the young man was eliminated. Such a perverted shooting competition, he was crazy to compete with this acting gym leader. Every Pokemon of this guy was ridiculously accurate in shooting with water guns. Master Dunmei is not here, I am the acting master, Yu-Hai told the challenger truthfully, and it was up to the challenger to decide whether to challenge next. Forget it, if he is not here, I won't fight anymore. The challenger turned and left, and another challenger came. This challenger did not believe in evil, and wanted to test how deep the acting master was. As a result, he was beaten badly, and he didn't even pass the moving target frisbee twice in a row. Next, more challengers entered the gym one after another, and Yu-Hai accepted the challenge one by one easily. After these challengers were defeated, they found that this acting master was more difficult than Master Dunmei. It was difficult for them to get the Sakura badge from him, and they had to change the way they played. Chapter 392, Mosquito Frog Changes. With the end of morning exercise, after all the trainers who came to challenge the gym were sent away, it was time for lunch again. Yu-Hai was really busy this morning, and this morning passed quickly and fulfillingly. The lady in the kitchen came out and asked Yu-Hai and Ada what they needed to prepare for lunch. Yu-Hai asked Darkrai to translate and asked the elves about their tastes before telling the lady in the kitchen what the little guys wanted to eat. He also asked the lady in the kitchen to fry a special dish and serve it with 2 bowls of white rice. This was his lunch today. After everyone had lunch, he asked the elves to go to rest. For Jengar and the others, he secretly ran out of the gym for a walk and ate lunch outside before returning to the gym. After get off work, he would rent a house with a yard. At that time, Jengar and Frog could be placed in the yard and let them train and play in the yard by themselves, and Darkrai would help to watch them. When he took a break at noon and got off work, he could go back to see these little guys without having to bring them with him, and it will not delay the training of these little guys. As the afternoon break ended and training began, more and more trainers began to challenge the gym. The gym battle was still a water gun shooting competition. These new trainers could not pass it, let alone the surfing competition. Until a certain young man came, that is, the trainer of the Golduck who passed the 3 rounds of water gun competition yesterday. Only this young man's Golduck could survive 3 rounds of water gun shooting. However, this young man is not young, he must be 17 or 18 years old, otherwise the Golduck would not be trained so well. Today the young man came, not to challenge the water gun shooting. As long as the young man can't pass the blindfolded shooting of the moving target, the young man will never get the Sakura badge. The young man knew that he couldn't beat Yu-Hai in water gun shooting, and heard that Yu-Hai was only the acting gym leader. The young man suddenly had a different idea, and didn't know if changing the competition would work. Challenger, please release your Pokemon and prepare for the shooting competition. Yu-Hai looked up and saw the young man, but he didn't say anything. These guys can challenge gyms several times a day, and he didn't have much to say. Some gym owners who are annoyed by the noise will throw these tedious tasks to gym apprentices, just like him now. Challenging gyms is not without restrictions. Only trainers with Pokemon can challenge gyms. Trainers without Pokemon challenge gyms. Whether to challenge or not depends entirely on the mood of the gym owner. After all, the gym owner has no obligation to assess these wild trainers, not even the rookie trainers of the league. Acting gym owner, your Pokemon is too good at shooting. Can we change the competition? The young man scratched his head awkwardly. He is also a traveling trainer, but he has been stuck in the Zygon gym for too long. He finally trained hard with Golduck and finally hit the moving target 3 times with the flying disc, but he was blindfolded and almost vomited blood. In the end, he didn't get the Sakura badge again. Ada? Is it okay? Yu-Hai was also unsure about the rules of the gym battle, and could only look at Ada who was holding the remote control. Okay, my sister often changes to a battle, you can decide for yourself. Ada has learned to be smart. He doesn't want to take the blame. Anyway, it is Yu-Hai who decides to change the rules of the competition, and it is Yu-Hai who is scolded. Okay, raise the battlefield. Yu-Hai asked Ada to control the battlefield to cover the swimming pool, and then looked at the mosquito frog who was training by the swimming pool. Mosquito frog, you go. Yobo, mosquito frog heard it come alive again. This time Yu-Hai didn't blink, it should be able to have a good fight. Go. Goddard duck. The young man saw the battlefield rise, and saw the mosquito frog on the field, which meant that his request to change the rules of the competition was approved. In addition to the water gun competition, he could also change to the elf battle competition. I will be the referee. Please prepare yourself, challengers. This gym battle is a 3-on-3 battle. Acting gym leaders cannot change their Pokemons. The first Pokemon used by the challenger is Golduck. The challenger will attack first. The challenge begins. Ada was immediately excited when he saw the Pokemon battle. He immediately stood on the center line of the battlefield and waved his hand to indicate the start of the battle. Golduck, water gun. The young man just wanted to test the depth of the mosquito-scented frog at first. After all, the mosquito-scented frog's accurate shooting did not mean that it was strong, not to mention that it was a mosquito-scented frog. Mosquito-scented frog, shoot it down. Yu-Hai didn't even bother to look at the water gun, and let the mosquito-scented frog shoot it down. Yobo, the mosquito-scented frog just raised his hand lightly and slapped the water gun spit out by Golduck. After all, it was just a tentative attack. Use some real skills. but this little skill won't get you the Sakura badge. Gotha duck, telekinesis. The young man saw that the water gun was easily dispersed by the slug, and he knew that the slug of the acting gym leader was definitely a very strong Pokémon. He would not be wrong about the confidence of a strong man revealed on him. The trainers who defeated him before basically all had this confidence. It was impossible for them to be weak chickens who were shooting with water guns. He couldn't help but take it seriously. Ka-ba. Gotha duck heard the telekinesis, and stared at the slug with blue light in his eyes, trying to control the slug with telekinesis. Slug, avoid the sight, absorb the punch. Yobo, the slug ran away when it saw the blue light in Gotha duck's eyes, and Yu-Hai's words came. Its fist also lit up white light, and it was running towards Gotha duck quickly. The burst trajectory was like the horizontal bar in the middle of the Z. It only burst twice and came to the side of Gotha duck. Crack, Golduck lost its target after the frog exploded, and could not lock onto the frog at all. It could only watch the frog appear in front of it, punch it, and suck away a lot of its physical strength. Too slow to react, didn't you let Golduck learn superpower perception? Yu-Hai was a little surprised to see that the frog attacked Golduck so easily. It stands to reason that Golduck, which has telekinesis, should have very sharp perception. It's okay that it can't hit the flying disc, but its telekinesis perception is slower than the frog's explosion. So fast, the young man was secretly shocked when he saw Golduck being knocked out of the battlefield and hitting the wall with a loud noise. What's wrong with that frog? Why is it so fast? And that instantaneous explosion, it disappeared in just a blink of an eye. He didn't even see how the frog appeared. So strong. Ada saw the instantaneous explosion of the frog was also secretly surprising. Could it be that this person was pretending to fight with my sister just now? Could it be that this person deliberately lost to my sister? Otherwise, with the explosive power of the frog just now, my sister's blastwaz could not stop it at all, and the frog's speed was too fast. Damn it, this bastard hit it so deeply. If someone hadn't challenged the gym, he might have been hiding all the time. No, he must tell my sister. Ada suddenly thought that even if he told my sister about this, it seemed useless. No matter whether this bastard could beat my sister or not, my sister would be his guarantor. As for hiding his strength, it's useless to tell my sister or not. My sister won't listen to him. Even if she knew, she couldn't do anything to this bastard, so this bastard was fearless and exposed himself openly. Gotha duck, do you still want to fight? The young man helped Gotha duck up and saw that Gotha duck was covering his chest. That punch must have hurt. He had just heard the loud noise from Gotha duck's collision. Crack, Gotha duck nodded, showing that he was fine and wanted to fight again. Okay, Gotha duck, use the illusion beam. The young man waited for Gotha duck to come back on the field and gave Gotha duck another order. Crack, Gotha duck immediately raised his hands, pointed his finger at the red bead between his eyebrows, and sent a telekinetic light wave to attack the mosquito-scented frog. Hearing this attack, Yu-Hai sighed secretly. The opponent still didn't understand. He didn't want to fight anymore. He shouted to the mosquito-scented frog, "End it, mosquito-scented frog!" Yobo, water exploded under the feet of the mosquito-scented frog. Under the explosion of the waterfall, it flashed several times and came behind Gotha duck again. The telekinetic light wave couldn't hit the mosquito-scented frog at all, and even the mosquito-scented frog couldn't keep up. Then, the white fist of the mosquito frog hit a layer of light blue protective shield, and the light blue protective shield cracked instantly. Golduck reacted and turned around and raised his hands to catch the white heavy fist of the mosquito frog. It turned out to be a layer of light green protective shield, which blocked the fist of the mosquito frog again. The previous light blue protective shield was transformed by Golduck's telekinesis, and the current light green protective shield was Golduck's use of the guard. Blocked by the guard, the mosquito frog could only retreat. Seeing the mosquito frog retreat, Golduck just breathed a sigh of relief, and the mosquito frog came up again with his fist raised. This time, there was no guard. How could Golduck block it? Gotha duck! Amid the shouting of the young man, Golduck was punched out again, hit the wall of the gym, and fainted directly. Take Golduck to the hospital for treatment. Your Golduck's reaction ability is too poor. First, train your telekinesis and integrate perception into reaction before challenging the gym. Yu-Hai asked the young man to take Golduck to treat his injuries, and watched the young man leave the gym. In fact, this Golduck is quite strong, but its telekinesis has not been trained much, especially in terms of perception. And the strength of this Golduck is probably just at the senior level, otherwise it can't take the heavy punch of Frog. After all, it is not a thick-skinned Pokémon. It is very good that Golduck can take 3 punches from Frog. It can stand up after the first punch, and used telekinesis shield and defense for the second punch. It was defeated by the third punch. It can be regarded as a good senior Pokémon. You should know that Frog's waterfall burst can burst continuously, and every punch is full force. Even Darkrai can't stand it, let alone ordinary Pokémon. Mosquito Frog. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Potential, 52.33%. Level, 51.12%. Feature, Moisture/42.53%. Hidden feature, Free and Easy /39.13%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /38.21%. Ice Hockey /23.31%. New Look /43.11%. Water Gun /50.14%. Playing with Water /35.21%. Waterfall Climbing /48.22%. Praying for Rain /9.11%. Frozen Punch /41.31%. Million Ton Punch /21.82%. Million Ton Kick /16.45%. Hold /46.31%. Mud Shot /38.82%. Absorbing Punch /29.84%. I haven't looked at the proficiency panel of the Mosquito Frog for a long time, almost a month. After the last look, the potential of the frog has increased a little, thanks to the water gem he gave it, but the frog's absorption efficiency is much slower than Jengar's, like a turtle crawling, but it's better than nothing. Now you can still see some changes. When the frog reaches the king in the future, the changes will be a few tenths of a point. You can only wait slowly, and it will probably take a few years. But now the frog is almost at its limit. He can't pile the frog's potential to 59 before letting the frog evolve. That would be a bit of a loss and would make the frog fall behind too much. He would rather let the frog reach the king first, and then slowly consider the things after the king. This is why he urgently needs a top-grade water stone, otherwise he won't stay in the gym. He can still wait, but the frog can't wait, let alone in the future, it can't wait now. If the frog cannot improve its potential, it will be stuck at level 50 and will never reach the senior level. However, even if it cannot improve its potential quickly now, the frog can still hone other aspects, such as characteristics, moves, and combined attack skills. The frog also needs to learn new moves to increase its attack range. Once the frog's potential is fully tapped and it has learned everything it should learn, it can evolve. As for now, the frog still has some shortcomings, and there are still many moves to learn. While they are all in the gym, we can consolidate them. In addition to the changes in level and potential, the frog's characteristics have also changed a lot. The moisture characteristic has increased by 22% from practicing with Scyther every afternoon. The leisurely and free has increased by 17%, and it is only practiced when it rains, or by rubbing the big-mouthed gull's rain prayer. And the frog's moves have changed. The Eye of the Heart has increased by 20%, and I have been practicing this for some time. The Ice Hockey has increased by 14%, mainly to practice the condensation speed and size, and the accuracy does not need to be practiced. The Refreshed has increased by 18%, and it is often used when injured, in abnormal conditions, and when eating scalds. The Water Gun has increased by 18%, which is the move with the highest proficiency. It has increased to the maximum and does not need to be trained. The water play has increased by 10%, and the frog is used for defense. It will create a water barrier in front and behind to block attacks or reduce buffering. Waterfall climbing increased by 18%. The mosquito-repellent frog can now be compressed to 2 meters. It needs to be strengthened. It has not yet reached the 1 meter requirement. For the remaining extreme distance, it is estimated that the weight is no longer effective, and the gravity of the starfish is needed. Rain-seeking increased by 6%. Basically, there is no training. Just when the potential has reached the limit, the mosquito-repellent frog also needs to take time to practice rain-seeking. Frozen fist increased by 23%. It was often used some time ago, and the increase was fast. Million-ton heavy punch increased by 5%. It was rarely used and did not increase. Million-ton heavy kick increased by 3%. This move is used even less. Holding increased by 27%. When practicing with scyther, if you can't avoid it, you will use holding. Mud shooting increased by 23%. When practicing, you will also use mud shooting. Absorption punch increased by 23%. The mosquito-repellent frog now practices boxing and combined attack skills, and uses absorption punches. It no longer uses freezing punches. Chapter 393, Lao Lu. Okay, you actually deliberately lost to my sister. When my sister comes back, let's see what you will do. Ada decided to scare Yu Hai and test Yu Hai's strength. He was also shocked by the Pokemon battle just now. That frog was so strong. When fighting with Blastoise, it didn't show it at all. It was obvious that it deliberately lost to my sister. Whatever you want, you can't beat me anyway. Yu Hai has nothing to say to this brat now. Even if he has something to say, it's just this sentence. Ah, damn it, this bastard, Ada was retorted by Yu Hai, choking. He hated this bastard, he always lost to this bastard, and he couldn't beat the other party, how could he repair it? Let the next challenger come in, if there is no challenger, go play aside, don't bother me. Yu Hai waved his hand and sent Ada away. He still had to sort out the training direction of Frog and Red books, so he was too lazy to pay attention to this brat. Let the next challenger come in, if there is no challenger, go play aside, don't bother me. Yu Hai waved his hand and sent Ada away. He still had to sort out the training direction of Frog and Red books, so he was too lazy to pay attention to this brat. Damn it, Ada saw that Yu Hai seemed to be chasing away flies, and left the gym angrily, looking for challengers who were watching the battle outside the gym. When he called them, no one entered the gym to challenge. These trainers had seen the battle just now, and they all knew how powerful Yu Hai was. Whether it was a target shooting contest or a Pokemon battle, they couldn't beat him. Not to mention Yu Hai, even the young man just now, who was in the Pokemon Center, was a very powerful trainer. They couldn't beat that young man's Golduck, let alone the frog that defeated Golduck. In the end, no one challenged the gym, and there was no Pokemon battle to watch. Everyone dispersed and decided to wait for the masters to test how deep the water of this acting gym leader was. It wouldn't be too late for them to challenge. No one challenged the gym, so Ada could only return to the gym and train with Squirtle to shoot moving targets with water guns. If you want to defeat Yu Hai's Pokemon, you must master the skills of hitting moving targets. Ada didn't disturb Yu Hai from reading, and Yu Hai was too lazy to watch Ada's training or supervise Ada to finish his homework. He had already forgotten about it. As the afternoon passed slowly, it was almost 6 o'clock when Dun Mei finally came back and brought back some tangerines. Are they all here? Dun Mei saw that everyone was training in the gym, and his brother was also training Squirtle. He finally looked like a little bit better. The previous copying 10 times and 10 more times were just to scare his brother. It was good enough for this little rascal to copy once or twice. Sister, Ada was excited for a while when he saw his sister, but then he became quiet again. Compared with that bastard Yu Hai, he found that his sister was not much better. She used to bully him all the time, so he didn't tell his sister about Yu Hai's hidden strength. Master Dunmei, I wonder if I passed my rookie certification. Yu Hai didn't feel embarrassed. Anyway, the other party always wanted to retaliate against him, so he didn't need to be polite to Dunmei. This is your rookie trainer badge and Pokemon Encyclopedia. Your identity information and Pokemon information have been entered into the encyclopedia. You can enjoy the free benefits of the Alliance at the Pokemon Center. You can ask for the specific benefits yourself. When Dunmei heard about the rookie certification, she was immediately furious. She could only suppress her anger and threw the Pokemon Encyclopedia and Rookie Trainer badge she had just received to Yu Hai. Thank you, Gym Master Dunmei. If you have anything to ask in the future, just let me know. I promise to do it properly. Yu Hai reached out to catch the Rookie badge and Pokemon Encyclopedia, and looked at these two rare things curiously. There is nothing special about the Rookie Trainer badge. It is similar to the Gym badge. This badge is white with a little red. The pattern is a two-dimensional plane of a Pokeball, which is also the logo of the Pokemon Center. There is nothing special about the Pokemon Encyclopedia. It should be a beginner's badge. The initial Pokemon of the first or second generation is used to record the Pokemons encountered during the journey or the newly captured wild Pokemons. In addition, the Pokemon I've got the illustrated book for you. It's 6 o'clock now. Let's get ready for dinner. Dunmei looked at her watch. The gym should be closed at this time. Some gyms are open at night, but Xiagan Gym doesn't need to be. It all depends on the personal preference of the gym owner. No, gym owner Dunmei, I want to rent a house outside. Yu Hai put away the illustrated book and prepared to say goodbye to Dunmei, and put away the elves in the swimming pool with the elf ball. I was a little surprised to see this. After all, this gym is quite large and there are many rooms. In addition to the two siblings, there is only one staff dormitory in the gym, and no one else. Yu Hai is the only gym apprentice. If she didn't want to take revenge on Yu Hai, Xiagan Gym would not have planned to recruit gym apprentices. No, I'll leave first if it's okay. Yu Hai put away the elves, hung the 6 main forces of Mosquito Frog on his waist, put the rest in his backpack, and put on the backpack to leave the gym. Don't eat dinner? Dunmei wanted to keep Yu Hai for dinner. After all, she had just been to the kitchen and prepared to fry some fresh bitter melon for Yu Hai to taste. No, it's getting dark and I'm in a hurry. Yu Hai refused Dunmei again. There was no need to be polite to this girl. I don't know how Dunmei recognized him. As long as he didn't admit it, it wasn't him. He was so shameless. Go to work at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Dunmei saw that Yu Hai insisted on leaving, so she had no choice but to give up. She didn't play a trick on Yu Hai for dinner, so she had to wait until tomorrow. I understand. Yu Hai wrote down the working hours, which turned out to be 8 hours. He was considered to have a regular job. With the joy of obtaining the Pokemon book and the feeling of finally having a regular job, he happily left the Xiagan Gym, released the goal, and sat down. Go to the seaside town on the Owl. When he arrived in the town, Yu Hai did not go to the Pokemon Center. The free benefits of the Pokemon Encyclopedia will be discussed later. The most important thing now is to find a place to live. First, a large courtyard with a wall is a must, and it would be better to have a swimming pool. Second, it must be deserted. The fewer people, the better. Jengar and his friends must not be discovered. There is no such courtyard in the town. It is estimated that it can only be found in the suburbs. He has to ask a resident of the town. Otherwise, he will not be able to find it after dark. He had chatted with the fruit farmer before and learned that the fruit farmer was a resident of the town. The fruit farmer should know which houses are for rent in the suburbs. However, before he could find the fruit farmer's house, a young man recognized him. Acting gym leader. Who are you? Yu Hai heard someone shouting, and looked up to see that it was the young man who came to challenge the gym today. I challenged the gym today. Did the acting gym leader forget? The young man felt that this person was really forgetful. Perhaps he was too weak, so it was normal for others not to remember him. The one about Golduck. How could Yu Hai forget? He just thought it was too troublesome to get to know him, and he had something else to do. Your frog is very strong. I thought about what you said today, and my Golduck does have many shortcomings. The young man did not expect to meet Yu Hai in the town, so he talked about the Pokemon battle this afternoon. Just call me Ahai, no need to call me acting gym leader. I am just a gym trainer who has just joined the Xiaogan gym. Yu Hai is not worthy of the title of gym leader. Even if he is acting, it will bring him a lot of trouble. So you are a gym apprentice. The young man was a little surprised when he heard this. This trainer is so strong, why did he join a gym? My name is Ah Xiang, I am a bounty hunter, and I am traveling now. Bounty hunter? Yu Hai didn't want to talk to the other party, but suddenly heard a new name, and looked at Xiang again, a trainer who called himself a bounty hunter. Trainers who specialize in taking on wanted criminals at the Pokemon Center are called bounty hunters. This is also what Xiang was surprised about. A trainer as strong as Yu Hai didn't become a bounty hunter, but joined a gym. Could it be that the gym's treatment is higher than those bounties? He had asked some gyms before, and the treatment was just average. As long as he completed a bounty, it would be the gym apprentice's salary for several years. So that's how it is, Yu Hai also understood. These trainers are free mercenaries. They not only take on tasks from the Pokemon Center, but also tasks in the underground black market. Naturally, the black ship will also hire these trainers. Completing a task not only gets alliance points and rewards, but also their own income from the task. As long as these people are alive and work hard, they are the reward of several million, but unfortunately he is not short of money, and being a mercenary is too dangerous. This industry belongs to the gray area. The reason why the Alliance can tolerate it is that it needs these trainers to hunt down wanted criminals, and wanted criminals can also be mercenaries in the black market, which is just right for them to fight each other, and it can be regarded as a way out for the bottom trainers. Aha, you are very good at training the mosquito frog. I want to invite you to join my bounty team. Axiong finally showed his true colors and wanted to invite Yu Hai to do the task together. His team has only 3 people, and he is the strongest. No, those wanted criminals are too dangerous, Yu Hai refused without hesitation. This kind of trainer with unknown origin, no matter what he said, just refused directly. Okay, if you want to join, my bounty team welcomes you at any time. Axiong saw Yu Hai refused, and could only force a smile to say that it didn't matter. In fact, he invited Yu Hai just to try it out, and wanted to exchange training experience with Yu Hai. After all, Yu Hai is better than himself. If he joins the bounty team, the captain will definitely change the master, and Yu Hai will not agree. In addition, there was another thing that forced him to test Yu Hai. I have something else to do, let's talk another day. Yu Hai said goodbye to Xiang, turned around and entered the town, ready to look for the fruit farmer. After Yu Hai left, there were 2 more people around Xiang, one on the left and one on the right, guarding Xiang. These 2 people were Xiang's younger brothers. Brother Xiang, are you still going to take this private job? No shit, the 3 of us can't beat him together, Xiang sighed. Bounty hunters are a very dangerous business, and he must be careful. Private jobs are different from the tasks of the Elf Center. The bounty tasks of the Elf Center are still a little guaranteed. You must be very careful when taking private jobs, otherwise you will fail sooner or later. Is he really that strong? The younger brother didn't believe it. You will know when you challenge the gym someday. You can't even take one move from that mosquito frog. Brother Xiang, are you serious? Brother Xiang, your strongest Golduck really only took 3 moves. Nonsense, he is still lying in the Pokemon Center. Don't pay attention to that person's private work. Even if the reward is a medium quality evolution stone, don't take this person's private work. Let the employer find someone else. Brother Xiang, we know. Yu Hai didn't know yet that he was being targeted again just by joining a gym. He has found the fruit farmer sister and is now at the fruit farmer sister's house. Brother, I heard from the sister next door that you have become the acting gym leader of Xiaogan Gym. The fruit farmer sister was very enthusiastic. Seeing Yu Hai's sudden arrival, she was shocked. He came too suddenly and she was not prepared at all. It's just a temporary job for a few days. When the owner is done with the orchard, it won't be a temporary job anymore. Yu Hai took out a box of premium bug-type energy cubes, which cost 4,000 yuan a box, and gave it to the son of the fruit farmer. I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. This box of bug-type energy cubes is for my little brother to cultivate Heracross. My little brother must take good care of Heracross, okay? Brother, this is too expensive. The fruit farmer saw the premium energy cubes in the box, which were emitting emerald green luster under the light and without any impurities. She knew that these Pokemon foods were not cheap, because she had asked about her son's bug-type Pokemon yesterday. They are just little things. Yu Hai saw the little boy holding the energy cubes timidly, and he even reached out to use a head patting to kill. That's so embarrassing, Xiao Wu, why don't you thank the trainer brother quickly, the fruit farmer said embarrassedly, but in her heart she thought that she had met a noble person and must make good friends. Thank you, trainer brother. I will take good care of Heracross, the boy shouted out boldly when he saw that Yu Hai was not that scary. Sister, your son is so good, Yu Hai smiled, feeling that there were only outsiders present. If he was not there, this little brat would probably be a wild boy who would fight elves outside and not go home. After giving the gift, he also talked about the business and the purpose of looking for the fruit farmer sister. Sister, I want to rent a house with a yard near the town, near the gym. Does sister know which houses are for rent here? Oh, brother, you really asked the right person. The fruit farmer sister clapped her hands heavily, indicating that this matter was very simple, and asked Yu Hai to wait in the house while she went to find someone to ask for the phone number. Watching the fruit farmer sister leave, Yu Hai waited quietly in the house. The fruit farmer sister's house was a two-story cement building with a front and backyard. The furnishings in the house were very modern, with a TV, washing machine, refrigerator, and all kinds of furniture and appliances. If the eldest sister's family does not train trainers, it can be considered a well-off family, which means that the living standards of ordinary people under the rule of the alliance are still very good. After waiting in the house for a short time, he talked to the fruit farmer's eldest sister's son about some interesting things about elves, and the fruit farmer's eldest sister came back. Brother, there are 2 houses near the gym. I'll take you to see the houses, followed by a young man in neat clothes, holding a key in his hand, who should be the house client. No need, eldest sister, whichever house is closest to the gym, I will rent it. Yu Hai looked at the sky outside the window. The sky had already turned dark, so there was no need to trouble others to run a trip. It was just a house. Then let's go with this one. I'm familiar with this wooden house. The environment is not bad. There is a lawn in the backyard of the wooden house, and there is a small lake in the front yard of the house. There are some citrus trees. The house is often taken care of. If you live in it for a long time, it may be a bit damp. The wooden house also needs to be maintained and the rent is a bit expensive. It doesn't matter. How much is it per month? Yu Hai looked at the young man behind the fruit farmer. The key is in the other person's hand. Sir, I want to rent the wooden house by the lake. I need to rent the front and backyards and the lake together. The monthly rent is 150,000 yuan. I also need 50,000 yuan for the maintenance of the wooden house and the cleaning fee. The wooden house and the lake are cleaned and maintained by a dedicated person. You don't need to worry about it. Are the water and electricity included? Yes, sir. The original owner of the house was an old man. Some time ago, his children took him to live in the big city of Jingan Island. The old man wanted to keep the house and the lake clean so that he could come back and live at any time. He had been paying the cleaning fee before. Rent for 1 month first. Yu Hai took out 200,000 yuan, paid 1 month's rent first, and 50,000 yuan for cleaning fees, including water and electricity. Calculated in this way, the monthly expenses are more than 2,000 yuan, which is really expensive. Fortunately, there is a small lake, which is just right for his water elves. Sir, this wooden house is on the roadside leading to the gym in the town. There is a small path leading in. There is a citrus tree in front of the door. This season is when the citrus is ripe. You can pick the citrus. There is also a swing under the citrus tree. It should be easy to identify. You don't go with me. Yu Hai was a little surprised at the young man after getting the key. The other party just gave him the key. Sir, you can call me anytime if you need anything. I won't go there. Brother, he is afraid of that forest. I have cleaned it there. In addition to the lake, there is a large wild forest in the front yard of the wooden house. I heard that ghosts ran out of the wild forest. The fruit farmer lady should be an acquaintance of the young man and helped him explain. In fact, the fruit farmer lady was also reminding Yu Hai that the wooden house was a little dirty. After all, it was a wooden house in the old forest. Forget it, I'll go there by myself. Yu Hai wanted that kind of remote place. Young man, you have to think it over. The fruit farmer lady didn't want to see Yu Hai fall into a trap, so she couldn't help but remind Yu Hai again. I have thought it over. Yu Hai nodded gently, and saw the client pulling the lady's arm, probably because he was afraid that the house could not be rented out. He laughed dumbly, and before he took the key and left, he told the client, the cleaning of the wooden house and lake in the future will be left to you, okay? He had met this fruit farmer lady twice, and he also knew where the fruit farmer lady's house was. The fruit farmer lady also reminded him that he was repaying the fruit farmer lady in this way. If someone else did the cleaning, he would still be a little worried. No problem, sir. Sister, let's talk another day, I'm leaving first. Yu Hai waved goodbye to the fruit farmer lady, released the big-mouthed gull outside the door, and rode the big-mouthed gull to the wooden house by the lake. He had seen it when he returned to the town. The town is by the sea, and the gym is also by the sea. There is a small road in the middle of the highway connecting the two to the back mountain. This back mountain is not the back mountain behind the gym. The back mountain on the lakeside wooden house is separated from the back mountain where the old man in the gym fishes. There is an orchard in the middle. It is the orchard of Xiaogan Gym. It spreads over several hills until the hill on the lakeside wooden house. It is the orchard of Xiaogan Gym. There are also citrus trees in the wooden house here. If you want to eat citrus, you don't need to steal it. There is a citrus tree at the door. He let the gull identify the terrain in the dark, and quickly found the wooden house by the lake and let the gull land. Except for the chirping of insects and birds, it is pitch black everywhere, without a trace of light. There is only a small road outside the lake wooden house, and there are large tracts of wild jungle outside. There is a large lawn here, with a lonely two-story wooden house on the lawn, a lake reflecting the bright moon, and a swing that moves automatically without wind under the citrus tree in front of the wooden house, and nothing else. As soon as he landed here, Yu Hai turned on the flashlight and shone it everywhere. It looked a bit creepy here, no wonder the client didn't dare to come here. He immediately released Jengar and asked Jengar and Darkrai to check the wooden house and the surroundings to see if there were other ghost-type elves. He. Good guy. Hearing Jengar's cry, Yu Hai almost couldn't hold it in. As long as this gluttonous ghost is here, it is estimated that no ghosts dare to come here. Looking at Jengar's bright red eyes, floating towards the wooden house, he also used the key to open the wooden door and enter the wooden house. He saw that the furniture and furnishings in the wooden house were not bad, basically all made of wood, the electric lights could be used, and the furniture and electrical appliances were all new. He was quite satisfied with this wooden house. He looked out the window at the lake sparkling in the moonlight. It was night time now, so he couldn't see much scenery. He would have to wait until tomorrow. After Jengar and Darkrai came back and confirmed that the surrounding environment was safe, he released all the elves. While feeding the elves dinner, he also made his own dinner. He planned to sleep here for one night. He would decide tomorrow if he needed any furniture. Today was tiring enough. Some of the elves slept on the bed with him, some lay on the ground, some lay on the sofa, some hung upside down on the roof, and some didn't sleep. Gengar had just arrived in a new environment, and it was late at night. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep at all. Seeing this, Yu-Hai had to ask Darkrai to help watch over him. Darkrai, I'm going to rest. You watch over Gengar. Don't let Gengar get into trouble. Leave it to me. Darkrai nodded, looking at Gengar floating in the air and going back and forth against the wall. He held his forehead helplessly. This little brother was too playful. He. After today, the name of the haunted house will probably spread. Chapter 394, Don't be too melodramatic. The second day after joining the gym, it was cloudy. Slept last night. Yu-Hai got up early and couldn't sleep at dawn. He got up and looked at his watch. It was only past 6 o'clock, and there were more than 2 hours before going to work at 9 o'clock. The noise of him getting up also woke up the elves. As a result, everyone couldn't sleep and got up together. The mosquito frogs went out for a morning run early. Until he finished breakfast, he stopped the mosquito frogs and asked them to come and have breakfast together. He sat on a bench outside the wooden house to eat breakfast, leaning against the wooden house behind him and looking at the lake. The elves squatted beside him to eat breakfast, all sitting under the eaves. When the first ray of sunlight quietly tore through the night and sprinkled on the earth, the lake also unveiled its mysterious veil. The lakeside in the early morning seemed like a slowly unfolding vivid picture scroll. The golden light passed through the lush treetops and sprinkled on the tranquil lake. The golden light and the green lake water complemented each other, making the lake sparkle. The lake, like a mirror, reflects the blue sky, and is surrounded by dense and vibrant green vegetation. A breeze blows, and ripples appear on the lake, awakening the sleeping lake. Together with the lush greenery around it, it depicts a vibrant picture of the morning light, welcoming a new day. It's really a rare beauty. Yu-Hai felt unreal when he saw this dreamlike beauty. In the previous life, it was a 5A level scenic spot to see such a beautiful scenery. I didn't expect that this is just a rural place. The environment protection of the elf world is really good. There are mountains and waters, houses and lakes, as well as large areas of grassland and jungle. It is very suitable for elves to play on the grass and barbecue and camp by the lake. Then there is no need to bring Bad Frog over. Just stay here to train by yourself. He will come back for lunch at noon. After breakfast, he also brought Frog and Crab to the lake, ready to let these two water-type elves try how deep the water in this lake is. Frog, Crab, go to the lake and see what water-type elves are there. Yobo, Frog looked at the calm lake and fell into the water with a splash. Kuke, Crab followed closely and slowly crawled into the lake and entered the bottom of the lake. Yu-Hai stood on the shore and looked at the lake quietly. If there were no strong wild elves in this small lake, he planned to clean up the entire lake and use it as a swimming pool for Frog and others. If the wild elves in the forest wanted to drink water, he would not stop them, but he would not allow other water-type wild elves in the lake. He had rented this lake, which was his and the elves' private territory. Splash, splash! Not long after Frog and Frog went into the water, the lake surface quickly reacted, many bubbles appeared in the middle of the lake, and the lake water gradually became turbid. Yobo, Yobo, the mosquito-repellent frog first popped its head out of the lake and spit mud shots at the place where the bubbles came out. Plop, plop! As soon as the mud shot fell, a huge water-type elf with a big blue head and many poisonous tentacles appeared on the lake. Poisonous jellyfish? There are more than one, there are many agate jellyfish. Yu-Hai saw this scene and immediately shouted to the mosquito-repellent frog and giant crab on the lake, "Mosquito-repellent frog, lead them up." After reminding the mosquito-repellent frog, Yu-Hai shouted to the elves behind him, "Everyone retreat, hide, wait for the mosquito-repellent frog to lead the poisonous jellyfish to the shore before fighting. You stand here, the poisonous jellyfish dare not come ashore. Butterfree nodded, and took the little guys who had not entered the water to hide beside the wooden house. Next to Yuhai stood Scyther and Rhino, and in the shadows there were Jengar and Darkrai. These Pokémon were enough to deal with the swarm of stinging jellyfish in the lake. The giant crab returned to the shore first, and the mosquito frog was still dragging the stinging jellyfish in the water. Seeing that the giant crab had landed, the mosquito frog retreated towards the shore while fighting, and did not forget to anger the stinging jellyfish, the leader of the jellyfish swarm. After Butterfree took the little guys who did not need to participate in the battle and hid, they returned to the shore again, because Yuhai needed Butterfree's hypnotic powder. Yuhai also led the Pokémons to retreat, clearing the grass on the shore, waiting for the swarm of stinging jellyfish to land, and then blocking the retreat. Butterfree would use hypnotic powder to hypnotize all the stinging jellyfish, and then directly throw the ball to subdue them. However, after the jellyfish saw the mosquito-repellent frog coming ashore, they saw Yuhai and Scyther on the shore. The jellyfish did not continue to chase, but sank to the bottom of the lake with their tribe and disappeared. Seeing this, Yuhai could only let the mosquito-repellent frog and the giant crab take turns to harass, just like seducing the crystal rock snake, until the jellyfish tribe was lured ashore. Cool cough, the giant crab entered the bottom of the lake again, stirring the lake water constantly, angering the jellyfish tribe, but still did not lure the jellyfish ashore. Then the mosquito-repellent frog went into the water, and the two elves lured back and forth 4 or 5 times, and finally lured 3 jellyfish and 20 or 30 agate jellyfish ashore. The Scyther, who had been waiting for a long time, plus the mosquito-repellent frog and the giant crab, the 4 elves stood side by the lake, blocking the retreat of the jellyfish tribe and preventing these jellyfish from escaping. Just when the stinging jellyfish was in a dilemma, Butterfree slowly flew over the stinging jellyfish's head. The stinging jellyfish looked up curiously and saw Butterfree waving blue shiny powder from its wings. After the stinging jellyfish inhaled the powder, they all fell asleep. The next step was to throw the ball. Yuhai went back to the house to get an empty poke ball and captured all the more than 30 stinging jellyfish on the grass in the poke ball. Then he picked them up one by one and checked the proficiency panel of these water-type Pokémons. The leader of the stinging jellyfish was actually level 41, which was considered a pretty good senior Pokémon. It was a pity that the potential of these 3 stinging jellyfish was not good. The leader's potential was only 43, and the potential of the other 2 stinging jellyfish was only 39, 40. He also looked at the potential of the remaining more than 20 agate jellyfish one by one. The potential of 1 agate jellyfish was not bad, barely acceptable to him, and it actually had a potential of 52. Agate jellyfish. Attributes: water plus poison. Gender: female. Potential: 52%. Level: 11.12%. Features: Eternal Pure Body / 5.53%. Hidden Features: Rain Plate / 7.13%. Mastered Moves: Shoot Down / 3.21%. High Speed Spin / 3.31%. Black Mist / 4.11%. Aurora Beam / 5.14%. Poison Needle / 5.71%. Water Gun / 8.22%. Dissolving Liquid / 5.16%. Tight Binding / 4.44%. Ultrasonic Wave / 6.02%. This agate jellyfish has good potential, 52 points of potential, and can enter the Heavenly King after being cultivated. The Heavenly King potential is enough. The move pool is also good, and there are Ice-type inherited moves. The Ice-type talent should be good. In addition, the hidden characteristic Rain Pan is quite suitable for the rainy day team. I didn't expect that just renting a wooden house in the suburbs would bring such an unexpected harvest. This agate jellyfish can be captured and cultivated slowly when there is time. The other jellyfish can be released at the beach. As for the request of the kitchen lady, agate jellyfish is not suitable for newcomers. Even if he wants to send a water-type Pokemon, he should send a non-toxic water-type Pokemon instead of a poisonous agate jellyfish. Mosquito frog, giant claw crab, go to the lake to see if there are any other water-type Pokemons, and drive them all up. Yu-Hai collected the Pokeball of the agate jellyfish and asked Mosquito Frog and the other two to go into the water to search for other wild Pokemons again. Watching the two frogs enter the water, Yu-Hai felt that it was too slow to rely on the two frogs alone, so he shouted to Darkrai under his feet, "Darkrai, use your dark hole to help the frogs and others, and finish the things here as soon as possible, so that I can go to work." "Okay," Darkrai responded and left from the shadows. Gengar followed him. This gluttonous ghost was playful and had not been to the bottom of the lake yet, so he just had to not make trouble. Next, the frog and the crab were responsible for finding wild water Pokemon in the lake, and Darkrai was responsible for hypnotizing wild Pokemon. Scyther, Butterfree, and Smurf were responsible for transporting the hypnotized wild Pokemon to shore. Yu-Hai was in charge of capturing hypnotized wild Pokemon on the shore with Pokeballs, which were basically ordinary water Pokemon. For example, Shelder, Crab, Goldfish, Magikarp, Starfish, Magikarp and other water Pokemon. After more than an hour of searching, all the water Pokemon in the lake were found, and the water Pokemon on the shore were not caught. For example, there was no need to drive away amphibious wild Pokemon such as Tadpole and Lotus Leaf Boy, and they could just live by the lake. Although Crab is also an amphibious Pokemon, there is no place for bullies like Crab. Wild water Pokemon with gentle temperaments can be kept, but Crab that likes to grab territory cannot be kept. After more than an hour of catching, he also caught 40 or 50 wild water Pokemon. Among so many wild water Pokemon, Shelder's potential was very poor, so he would not keep them. He wanted high potential Shelder to feed back Slowpoke's evolution. The potential of the Shelders captured this time is very low, so I will release them together later. Among so many wild water type Pokemon, there are also Pokemon with high potential. Among them, there is a Claw, which has a potential of 48, which is not bad. If the kitchen lady needs it, you can give it to her. You can also choose Starfish and Shelder. She can choose any Pokemon. Put the stinging jellyfish together with the water-type Pokemon, and left Rhinoceros, Butterfree, Slowpoke, Frog, Gulpbat, Ditto, Orbweb, Farfetch. A total of 9 Pokemon were left in the cabin, and Butterfree, Orbweb, Farfetch, and Slowpoke took care of the little ones left behind. He brought the remaining 13 Pokemon with him for easy care, and Gengar was also on him. He was worried about leaving Greedy in the cabin, so he would talk about it later. Butterfree, Orbspinner, Slowpoke, these little guys are in your hands. I will be back for lunch at noon. You have to take good care of them. Butterfree rubbed Yu-Hai's cheek, feeling a little reluctant to leave, but it also knew that Yu-Hai was going to work. After returning to nature, it didn't want to stay in the Pokeball, but yearned for the natural fragrance of flowers. Keep an eye on the ironclad rhino, don't let this fool get into trouble. If fool wants to hit a tree, just hit a tree at the edge of the forest. Yu-Hai had to remind Butterfree to keep an eye on the rhino that was eating the grass, because fool is playful and has a poor sense of direction. If fool didn't want to stay in the Pokeball, he wouldn't have put fool here. If fool crashed into the gym because of itchiness, he couldn't afford to pay for it. Butterfree nodded, looked at the rhino eating grass, and said nothing. You have to supervise their training. You can't be lazy. Remember to practice telekinesis. Yu-Hai touched Butterfree's head. The proud green caterpillar that he had conquered has grown up now. Butterfree blinked its compound eyes and looked at Yu-Hai with resentment. What do you mean it can't be lazy? It's obviously very strong. Okay, I get it. If you want to steal honey, you can take the orb-spined spider and the Farfetch'd with you. Yu-Hai could see the little thoughts of this lazy bug, and he was not so strict. Before, Butterfree practiced telekinesis, just to let Butterfree have some self-protection power when it encountered danger. However, it doesn't matter if Butterfree doesn't train. He will protect Butterfree. Butterfree is also his important family and partner. Waving goodbye to the elves, he sat on the big-mouthed gull and flew for only a few minutes before arriving at the Zygon gym. On the way, he also saw fruit farmers in the orchard below picking citrus. The lakeside cabin is not far from the gym. It only takes a few minutes to fly there, which makes it much more convenient to go back and forth. After entering the gym, he saw that Dunmei and Ada were there, as well as a young man in formal clothes. Everyone had already had breakfast. He came on time, almost at 9 o'clock. Aha, the breakfast is cold. Sorry, Master Dunmei, I just moved to a new house and there are a lot of trivial matters. Yu Hai could say nothing. Anyway, he was not late, so he just said whatever the other party said. Okay, go to the kitchen to get breakfast yourself. There are still several days for the orchard. You continue to take over as the gym master. Dunmei really didn't know what to say. After all, Yu Hai was not late. If Yu Hai was late, she would have a legitimate reason to scold him. Ame, is this the acting owner you found? The person who spoke was a young man in formal clothes. When the young man saw Yu Hai, his eyebrows suddenly sank, as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. For Yu Hai's black shorts, there was a trace of barely perceptible contempt in the depths of his eyes. Let's go, Dunmei was too lazy to explain. She didn't like Yu Hai, and she didn't like this distant relative either. He was like a dogskin plaster, and he had to help her guard the door when she went to the toilet. Watching the two leave, Yu Hai felt a little puzzled. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the attitude of the young man just now was like eating a gunpowder barrel, full of hostility towards him, which was really a little puzzled. Ada, who is that person? Yu Hai couldn't understand why the other party was so angry, so he had to ask Ada. Which one? Ada didn't understand for a while, and didn't know who Yu Hai was talking about. What do you think? Yu Hai raised his hand and slapped Ada on the head in a bad mood. This kid is not honest. You should have said it earlier. Ada realized who Yu Hai was talking about after being reminded, and quickly explained, he is a distant relative of my great-grandfather's brother. He has been in charge of the sales of citrus before, so he is my cousin. No way. Yu Hai finally understood where the other party's hostility came from after hearing this, but this was too ridiculous. This is the elf world, not an ancient script, and there is actually a childhood sweetheart. But wait, if I come in, wouldn't I be the third party that dropped from the sky? There has always been a legend in the previous life, that as childhood sweethearts will never be defeated by the third party that dropped from the sky, and the original wife will always be the big licker who can't get it, the big grudge. No, that's not right. This is the elf world, not a soap opera full of love brains, but a passionate world of elves and trainers, and I am not a love brain. Fortunately, I almost couldn't hold it. Hi, Yu Hai breathed a sigh of relief after realizing this. He almost thought he had taken the wrong script. Fortunately he is still himself, still the emotionless fisherman, will never become a love brain, let alone a licker. 395. He didn't believe in the old man's character, he believed in his own strength more. If he didn't have that strength, he shouldn't waste it, otherwise he would fall sooner or later. If someone challenges the gym, you ask them to wait. I'm going to the kitchen to have breakfast. Yu Hai had already had breakfast in the wooden house, but he had something else to do in the kitchen, so it wouldn't take him more than a few minutes. When he came to the kitchen, he found the kitchen lady, who had left him 2 big buns, which were still warm in the steamer. Xiao Hai, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I left you 2 big buns, with meat fillings. Come and try my cooking skills. The kitchen lady saw Yu Hai, quickly opened the steamer, used a bamboo stick to pick up the steaming big buns, and wrapped them in a paper bag for Yu Hai. Yu Hai reached out to catch the slightly hot big bun, and did not refuse the kindness of the kitchen lady. The other big bun, the kitchen lady had already helped him put in a paper bag. Big sister, the water-type Pokemon you want are all in this plastic bag, you can choose it yourself. Yu-Hai put the black plastic bag on the table and let the elder sister choose the water-type Pokemon she wanted. Xiao Hai, you caught so many. The kitchen elder sister was shocked when she saw 60 or 70 Pokeballs. She just said it casually, but the other party was so serious. I rented a house in the suburbs. When I cleaned the pond, I captured some Pokemons at random. It doesn't matter if I choose 2 more. That's so embarrassing. The kitchen elder sister was indeed a little embarrassed. She was about to reach out and retracted her hand. She also wanted Yu-Hai to give some advice. Xiao Hai, you are the acting gym leader and a very powerful trainer. Why don't you help my brat choose 2? That's fine. Yu-Hai was too lazy to push and shove with these women, so he simply took out the crab he had prepared before, and randomly picked a starfish and put it on the table. This crab is not bad, it doesn't need evolution stones to evolve, it will evolve as long as it is cultivated slowly. This starfish has superpowers and moves, they are all very good water elves. Xiao Hai, go to my sister's house for dinner after work. My sister wants that brat to thank you for the elves you sent, and taste my cooking skills. The kitchen sister held 2 elves, I was so happy. After all, getting a free Pokemon is definitely much happier than getting one with money, and it can also help my kid save a lot of money to cultivate Pokemon. It's all a small matter. I'll see when the time comes. I may not have time after get off work. Yu-Hai took the Pokeball bag and the steaming big buns, smiled and said goodbye to the kitchen lady, and returned to the battlefield of the gym. When he arrived at the battlefield, he left the gym directly and prepared to release all the wild water Pokemon in the bag. Where are you going? Ada saw Yu-Hai going out, and couldn't help but follow him out curiously. Then he saw Yu-Hai releasing wild Pokemon at the beach, and asked curiously, where did you get so many wild Pokemon? I caught them in a rented house. Yu-Hai released these water-type Pokemons into the sea one by one. When the stinging jellyfish were released, they spit poison needles at Yu-Hai. They were naturally angry because their homes were gone, but they were blocked by the mosquito frog. Let's go back. Yu-Hai returned to the gym with the mosquito frog after releasing the wild Pokemons, and asked Ada, was there any challenger just now? No, everyone knows you are strong, so they don't come to challenge the gym. Ada sighed helplessly. Usually there are many trainers outside the gym, but today it is really quiet, and there is not a single trainer. It's not good to have no trainers, it won't delay our training of Pokemon. Yu-Hai patted Ada's head. If this little brat wasn't so annoying, he wouldn't suggest teaching him a lesson. Don't touch my head, my hair is messed up. Ada raised his hand and slapped Yu-Hai's palm away, and kept a distance from Yu-Hai. Haha, Yu-Hai smiled without saying a word, and after entering the gym, he released the remaining giant claw crab and scyther. Zapdos, water leap, just the captured agate jellyfish were not released. It was not appropriate to release these Pokemons. They stayed in the Pokeball for the time being. Gengui and Darkrai were in the shadows. Anyway, they could not come out openly. If they wanted to play, they could only go out quietly and not be discovered by others. After releasing all the Pokemons, everyone started morning exercises. He also started morning jogging. Exercise must not be neglected, otherwise how can he fight in high intensity in the future? With the release of Starfish, Smelt, and 2 Magikarp, Ada saw these Pokemons again and couldn't help but asked with a smile, what's the use of you capturing Magikarp, Smelt, and other Pokemons? Can these trash also become stronger? Puff, puff, Magikarp, who was called a waste, was the first to disagree and immediately spit out water at Ada. Ah, you actually spit water at me. Ada raised his hand to block the water gun attack, and shouted to Squirtle beside him, Squirtle, use the water gun to shoot it. Puff, Squirtle was very obedient and immediately spit water at Magikarp, but Magikarp had already hidden in the swimming pool, and the water gun also missed. How about shooting? Yu-Hai saw that the little brat was not convinced, and decided to use Magikarp to bully the little brat. Magikarp? Ada thought he had misheard and asked Yu-Hai again. Yes, Yu-Hai nodded seriously, with a harmless smile on his face. Okay, I want to see what these rubbish are good for. Ada rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight with Squirtle. If they couldn't even beat Magikarp, they couldn't say they were trainers. Squirtle, you go first, High called Squirtle up and let Squirtle show his skills first. Woo woo, Squirtle shook his tail proudly, not taking Ada and Squirtle seriously at all. He had seen how bad the turtle's water gun was yesterday. Okay, Squirtle, even it looks down on us. Ada and Squirtle were ignored by Squirtle, their eyes seemed to be spitting fire. When did they fall to the point where a fish looked down on them? You go first, water gun fixed target, High smiled. Squirtle is a master who can shoot 2 consecutive shots with water gun at a moving target. Magikarp is also a stupid fish who can hit a moving target. It is more than enough to abuse the Squirtle who can only hit a fixed target. Okay, Squirtle, fixed target. Ada raised his hand and pointed to the empty plastic bottle by the wall, cheering and encouraging his Squirtle. Squirtle, Squirtle. Squirtle looked at the fixed target and spit out 3 water guns in a row, knocking away 3 empty bottles. Woo woo, puff puff puff. Squirtle saw this and immediately spit out 3 water guns, knocking away 3 empty bottles. Empty bottle. It's not difficult to hit a fixed target, how about a frisbee? High looked at the remote control in Ada's hand and asked Ada to release a few frisbees to play with. Okay, okay, Ada swallowed his saliva and looked at Squirtle, who was also swallowing his saliva. Since High dared to say that, it means that the weakling can hit a moving frisbee, and his Squirtle. Swoosh! As 2 frisbees flew out, the weakling, who had been prepared, immediately spit out 2 water guns and hit the 2 frisbees. Another frisbee, Magikarp, get ready. High asked Ada to continue releasing frisbees, and asked the Magikarp in the swimming pool to prepare water guns. Swoosh! Puff! As a frisbee flew out, 2 water guns were fired from the swimming pool and hit the frisbee in the air at the same time. After hitting the frisbee at the same time, the 2 Magikarp looked at each other, neither of them was convinced. Gudong! Both Magikarp can do it. Ada swallowed his saliva again when he saw the 2 Magikarp in the swimming pool hit the frisbee at the same time. It was too scary. He didn't expect that such a useless Magikarp could be cultivated so well. Of these 2 Magikarp, one is a Magikarp with 59 potential, and the other is a Magikarp that was released and came back. High didn't have a good place to put the released Magikarp, so he planned to keep it in the lake of the wooden house first. How? Do you want to try your Squirtle? High smiled. This little brat should be honest. How is it possible? How can Magikarp be so powerful? Ada didn't believe it. How could a Magikarp master such a difficult skill of hitting a frisbee with a water gun? Squirtle, let's try it too. Ada released another frisbee, and Squirtle's water gun couldn't hit it at all. He didn't believe it. He released several frisbees in a row, and Squirtle only hit one. Okay, there are no useless Pokemon, only useless trainers. If you are a novice, practice more. High waved his hand and asked the Pokemons to train on their own. Everyone has come from a weak background. If you are a novice, practice more. If you are a novice, he will not bother to pay attention to you. Ada's Squirtle should be a new member of the League's 3 great Pokemons. It should have good potential, at least the potential of a Quasi-King. As long as you don't get lazy and keep training with the water gun, you can hit the frisbee in half a month. And that Squirtle can already hit the frisbee. It only needs a week of good training to stabilize it. Hitting the frisbee is not difficult at all. I'm just afraid that the child is too playful and can't calm down to train Pokemon. There are no useless Pokemon, only useless trainers, Ada muttered to himself. He was shocked by this sentence. So this is what a trainer is. Then what happened before? Ada recalled everything he did after getting Squirtle. He was either playing around or making trouble. He didn't train well after getting Squirtle. He practiced for a few minutes and then went to play. Thinking of this, Ada found that he had wasted a lot of time. He was also a new trainer who got the initial Pokemon. Others might have already started traveling. No, he couldn't play around anymore. If he continued to play, he would be left behind by his peers. He wanted to become stronger with Squirtle, at least as strong as his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, how did your Pokemon become stronger? Teach me, brother-in-law. Ada thought of becoming stronger. There was a ready-made master in front of him. He went straight to Yuhai. Stop, 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 who is your brother-in-law? Don't shout, it'll kill you if your sister hears it. Yuhai was speechless. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? It's okay to shout once or twice as a joke, but why is he so serious? Don't keep talking about it, it will be over if Dunmei hears it. Okay, brother Hai, please teach me how to become stronger? Become a trainer as powerful as you, Ada insisted. Before, Yuhai ignored him, so he wanted to take revenge on Yuhai. Now Yuhai is stronger than him, even Magikarp is stronger than him, so he naturally wants to learn from Yuhai. Anyway, Yuhai is not an outsider. He is now a trainer of his own gym and will be his brother-in-law in the future. There is no need to be polite when talking to his brother-in-law. Hehe, Yuhai found that this little brat was really flexible. It can be said that he was innocent and simple-minded. He said whatever he wanted. He was a little smart, but not as complicated as an adult. If it were an adult, when the two of them had conflicts before, it would be difficult for both sides to speak up, let alone say it directly. It turns out that children's minds are the easiest to understand. How do you train normally? Just train as usual. Didn't your sister ask you to copy homework? Didn't the higher UPS teach you how to cultivate Pokemon? Yuhai wasn't so stingy. Since the other party wanted to learn, he would teach him. Yes, but she didn't teach me how to practice with a water gun. My sister taught me how to use a water gun. I didn't listen carefully at that time, and now I have forgotten everything. Ada scratched his head awkwardly. Now he recalled his sister's teachings and realized that he hadn't heard a word. Giant Crab, come and teach Squirtle how to use a water gun to shoot a frisbee. Yuhai was too lazy to teach in person, so he asked Gigantic Crab to teach directly. Gigantic Crab had taught so many little guys, so it would be fine to teach another little guy. Brother Hai, use Pokemon to teach Pokemon, why do we still have to run? Ada jogged beside Yuhai. Since he wanted to become stronger and learn, he must start with imitation. If he didn't understand, he could just ask directly. Exercising together can deepen the bond with your own Pokemon. Yuhai heard Ada's question and casually after explaining, it was right to lean on the trainer anyway. So that's how it is. If Squirtle doesn't practice water guns, we should run together. Ada looked at Squirtle who was listening carefully to the teachings of the crab. It turned out that this was the bond between the trainer and the Pokemon. And the frog, the bond with Brother Hai must be very deep, otherwise it wouldn't be so strong. Should he also capture a frog? And the handsome Scyther, he also wanted a Scyther. Forget about the crab, he doesn't like the crab. Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados, which looks very majestic and domineering, so he can also capture one. While jogging, Ada was thinking about what Pokemon to capture. He was already far behind and had to catch up as soon as possible. His family was a gym that played water Pokemon, so the first choice was naturally water Pokemon, followed by his favorite bug Pokemon. Brother Hai seems to be a trainer of water-type Pokemons, so it's just right for me to learn how to breed water-type Pokemons from him. Chapter 396, The Changes of the Giant Claw. At noon, Yuhai took his own lunch and packed the Pokemon's lunch. He took the gull back to the lakeside cabin to see if the little guys were used to staying in the cabin. Not long after flying, he and the gull had just landed at the lakeside cabin, and Butterfree flew over and pointed at the lake, anxiously shouting, "Ee-ee-ee-ee, ee-ee-ee-ee." What happened? Butterfree, Yuhai didn't understand what Butterfree was saying, so he had to ask Darkrai to translate. It said there are stinging jellyfish in the lake. Darkrai immediately translated what Butterfree said. Darkrai, go see if it's the same stinging jellyfish. Yu-Hai asked Darkrai to go to the lake to see if the stinging jellyfish group had returned again. As a shadow left his feet and quickly moved to the lake, it returned soon and gave Yu-Hai a positive answer. Yes, they are back again. Darkrai returned to Yu-Hai's shadow and told him what he found in the lake. There should be an underground river at the bottom of the lake, or an underground river connected to the ocean. Those stinging jellyfish may have found the lake from the underground river. Yu-Hai did not care about the return of the stinging jellyfish. It would be a little troublesome at most. He would let the mosquito frogs and a few others to defeat the stinging jellyfish. He would conquer the stinging jellyfish once, and then block all the entrances and exits of the underground river to prevent the stinging jellyfish from coming back. It was still important to have lunch now. He put down the packed lunch and made lunch for the elves who had saved their hands. Everyone sat under the eaves and had lunch together. After lunch, the other elves were resting. He brought the frog, the giant claw, and Darkrai to the lake and told them, "Frog, your target is the leader of the poisonous jellyfish. As for the remaining agate jellyfish, just scare them away and see where they run. Then you can move stones to block the exit." Yobo, Frog raised his arm and showed his muscles, indicating that they were all minor problems, and then jumped into the lake with a splash, followed by the giant claw. Darkrai, use the dark hole to hypnotize the leader of the poisonous jellyfish directly, drag it up and I will subdue it. Understood. Darkrai's task was to hypnotize the leader of the poisonous jellyfish and then let the giant claw drag it ashore. There was no possibility of resistance at all. This was the dimensionality reduction attack of the mythical beast on ordinary elves. As the three Pokémons entered the water again, Yu-Hai did not wait long before he saw the bubbling giant claw and Darkrai coming back. They dragged back two stinging jellyfish, and Yu-Hai threw out Pokeballs one by one to capture them. The giant claw entered the water again, and Yu-Hai looked at Darkrai, who translated in time, "We found the entrance to the underground river, and they are moving stones from the bottom of the lake to block the entrance. Let the frogs look for other underground river entrances. As long as you feel the undercurrent at the bottom of the lake, you can know if there is an underground river. See if there are other wild Pokémons entering the lake this morning, and find them all." Yu-Hai took the Pokeball of the stinging jellyfish, looked at the panel of the stinging jellyfish, and found that they were the ones this morning, so he asked the frogs to search more carefully. As Frog and Crab moved stones to block the entrance to the underground river, they searched the bottom of the lake again and found several wild water Pokémon that had sneaked into the lake this morning, until there was no more discovery. Yu-Hai took back Frog for a few seconds and told Butterfree to keep an eye on the other little guys and supervise their training before he took the Sableback back to the gym. Due to the unclear situation of the lake, he was not sure whether there were any undiscovered entrances and exits to the underground river, so he planned to wait 2 days to see. After 2 days of ensuring that it was safe and no wild Pokémon came in, he put the fools in the lake. This time he took the Sableback and flew directly to the sea, released the stinging jellyfish in the Pokeball, as well as several other wild water Pokémon, and then returned to the gym entrance and landed. The stinging jellyfish, which was driven away again, wanted to attack him, but they were flying in the sky and the stinging jellyfish couldn't hit them. I really don't know if the stinging jellyfish will go crazy when it finds that the way home is gone. Entering the gym, he saw Ada training with Squirtle. He didn't know what stimulated this kid, but now he has become much more serious and rarely slacked off. He didn't know how long he could last. These little brats usually couldn't last long. After the 3-minute enthusiasm was over, they would probably become lazy again. Who knows what will happen in the future? It's always a good thing to know that hard work is good. He went to the swimming pool and released a few mosquito frogs. The afternoon training started again. He had just taken out his book and was about to read it. Bang! Suddenly someone kicked the door. Someone came to challenge the gym. The person was very arrogant and directly asked for him. "I heard that a very powerful acting gym leader came to Xiaogan Gym. What's the matter? Yu Hai saw that the boy was coming aggressively. Obviously, he didn't believe the rumors in the Pokemon Center. Even if those rumors were true, the other party had to come and test the waters. Are you the very powerful acting gym leader? The boy looked at Yu Hai and felt that he was just average. He immediately threatened to challenge Yu Hai. I want to challenge you. Okay, shooting or fighting? Yu Hai asked the other party what he chose to challenge. It felt that this boy was a bit green. Of course it's a duel. Target shooting is not a duel. That's for girls. Men should fight. We are trainers who travel for battle. Okay, release your Pokemon. Yu Hai prepared to use the crab. Frog had already fought yesterday, so don't disturb Frog and Scyther's duel. Crab, you go. Kuke, Crab stopped teaching Squirtle and slowly crawled to the battle site, waiting for the boy to release the Pokemon to challenge. Crab, except for a bigger body and bigger claws, it seems to be just average. The boy saw Yu Hai send out the crab. He found that this crab was no different from other crabs except for a bigger body. Being a little bigger than a normal crab only means that this crab eats better, not that it is powerful. Anyway, that's what he thinks. It's you, Geranium. The boy released his initial Pokemon, the grass-type starter Pokemon of the Johto region. It turns out that the boy is a trainer who can receive the league's starter Pokemon, and he must have participated in the regional competition. No wonder he is so arrogant, he has the capital to be arrogant. Please prepare yourself, challenger. This gym battle is a 3-on-3 battle. The acting gym leader cannot change the Pokemon. The first Pokemon used by the challenger is Geranium. The challenger will attack first, and the battle begins. Ada saw the Pokemon battle and stood in the middle of the battlefield as a referee. If it was before, he hoped that Yu Hai would lose the battle, but now he doesn't believe that Yu Hai will lose. People are like this. When they don't like someone, they don't like him no matter what, and it's useless to say anything. When they like someone, even if they don't say anything, the filter has been turned to the maximum, and Bai Yueguang will always be the most beautiful one in their hearts. Disadvantages? There are no shortcomings. If you filter them out, there are no shortcomings as long as you like them. They are all advantages. Geranium, we attack first. Use the flying leaf knife. The boy got the chance to attack first and shouted to his Geranium. Giant claw crab, raise your claws and use iron wall. Yu Hai also called out to let the giant claw crab defend after the boy made his move. As the giant claw crab's body flashed with metallic luster, its limbs huddled under its body, and its huge claws blocked in front of it, as if it had turned into a piece of hard steel. The flying leaf knife hit the giant claw crab's body, but it had no effect at all and could not break the defense. How is it possible? The boy widened his eyes, somewhat unbelievable. He didn't believe what he saw. How could the flying leaf knife, which was so sharp before, be so soft and powerless when hitting the giant claw crab? Don't worry, giant claw crab, continue iron wall. Cough, giant claw crab used iron wall again while the opponent was stunned. The two iron walls had strengthened the defense 4 times, and the opponent couldn't hit the giant claw crab even more. We can't go on like this, Geranium, use parasitic seeds. The boy could see that the giant crab was not only large in size, but also had strong defense. With the iron wall, ordinary attacks could not hit it at all. He immediately changed his mind and used parasitic seeds to bind the giant crab. Giant crab, use your small pincers to tear off the vines. Yu Hai saw a brown seed fall on the giant crab, and it took root and sprouted instantly, wrapping the giant crab. He could only let the giant crab use its pincers to cut the vines first. Cool cough, the giant crab's big pincers were indeed tied up, but the small pincers were very flexible. With just a few clicks, it cut the vines and broke free. Geranium, sunshine flame. Good guy. Yu Hai saw that the petals under Geranium's neck began to glow. It was obvious that it had been accumulating power since just now, waiting for the parasitic seeds to bind the giant crab, and the opponent could also hit the giant crab 100%. It's a pity that the opponent didn't expect that the giant crab could break free so quickly. When the crab saw the sun flame was launched, it had already accelerated with high-speed movement and ran away, avoiding the sun flame that Geranium was charging. Crab, rush up and use the arm hammer. Yu-Hai didn't know what move the crab would use. The crab didn't have a move that doubled the grass type, so he could only choose a powerful move to attack Geranium. As Geranium released the sun flame, it fell into a state of stiffness and could not move in the next round. The crab, which had accelerated with high-speed movement, rushed up and raised its big claws and smashed it hard, directly knocking Geranium to the ground. Then bang bang bang! The big claws smashed down one after another, and Geranium didn't get up, and she would never get up. She was directly knocked unconscious by the crab on the metal floor. Geranium, the boy didn't expect that Geranium actually lost, and the loss was too aggrieved. At that time, he shouldn't have used Sun Flame, but used Ultimate Absorption to absorb the crab's physical strength. Challenger, release 2 Pokémons. Yu-Hai cannot change Pokémons unless the challenger defeats the giant claw crab. Otherwise, the giant claw crab will not be defeated. You are really powerful. The trainers in the Pokémon Center are not bragging. The boy put away the Geranium with the Pokeball and prepared to release his second Pokémon. When he traveled to Xiagan Island yesterday, he heard the trainers in the Pokémon Center talking about how a very powerful deputy gym leader came to Xiagan Gym. Now he finally saw how powerful this deputy gym leader was. Come out, Electabuzz. The boy sent out the second Pokémon, and the boy's choice was still Attribute Restraint. Electabuzz. Yu-Hai saw Electabuzz again, and couldn't help but think of the past on Hasa Island. There were so many Electabuzz there, especially when they left the island. The popularity of Electabuzz was even hotter than before. For this Electabuzz, the giant claw crab also had the strength to fight. After all, it had strengthened its defense 4 times, but it was a pity that the giant claw crab's speed was gone, and the arm hammer reduced its speed, and the giant claw crab needed to speed up again. Giant crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 71%. Level, 42.56%. Feature, Super Strength Claw /37.22%. Hidden Feature, Force /26.53%. Mastered Moves, Arm Hammer /27.22%. Water Gun /40.35%. Metal Claw /25.34%. Dig Hole /35.54%. Mud Shot /39.24%. Pray for Rain /6.04%. High Speed Movement /41.15%. Crab Hammer /33.55%. Hold /39.44%. Iron Wall /31.64%. Momentary Amnesia /25.18%. Sword Dance /22.25%. Giant Crab's potential has not changed much, but its level has increased by 8 levels, and it has also entered the senior level. He can be regarded as a senior trainer. The Super Strength Pliers feature has increased by 9%. This feature is triggered only when the attack is reduced, and the attack will not be reduced. The Forced feature has increased by 18%. Only Mud Shooting and Metal Claws can trigger it. This feature will be triggered when used. The remaining moves have also changed a lot. The Arm Hammer has increased by 12%. This move will be used when using the big pliers. The Water Gun has increased by 15%. I don't know how many little guys have been brought out. The Water Gun proficiency of the giant crab is so high. The Metal Claw has increased by 9%. The giant crab rarely uses this move. It is all to trigger the Forced feature. The Digging has increased by 13%. The giant crab often uses this move to dig a hole, and the increase is also quite fast. The Mud Shooting has increased by 17%. The giant crab often uses this move. Whether it is fighting, shooting, or teaching the little mouth snail, this move is often used. The rain prayer has increased by 2%. It is not the main attack direction of the giant crab training at present. High-speed movement increased by 11%, which is the most proficient move of the giant crab. The giant crab will use high-speed movement to run every morning. It has already integrated high-speed movement into running. As long as the giant crab runs, it will use this move to run faster and faster. Crab claw hammer increased by 22%, which is the strongest move of the giant crab. As for water cannon, don't you see how many special attacks the giant crab has? Even if it can use the powerful special attack move of water cannon, it is estimated that the power is not as strong as the crab claw hammer. Defense increased by 20%. The giant crab has been beaten a lot and has almost become a moving target for the little guys. Iron wall increased by 24%. It is often used when being beaten. The giant crab cannot fight back and can only use iron wall to strengthen the crab shell defense. Instant amnesia increased by 21%. The giant crab does not like to use this move. It will forget the previous things after using it, and it will be very irritable. Sword dance increased by 19%. Crab is integrating sword dance into running. It was Yu-Hai who asked Crab to join. After all, there is not much time to strengthen itself on the battlefield, so it can only use it while running. The above are all the changes of Crab. In addition to continuing to consolidate the existing moves, Crab will also learn new moves to supplement the attack surface. The 100,000 horsepower to increase explosive power, the stomping to expand the attack surface, as well as cross scissors, freezing ray, and other moves all need to be learned. After learning these moves, Crab can also have some restraining moves against the grass and electric elves that restrain itself. Otherwise, just like this time when it encountered Geranium, Crab actually had no restraining moves to use, which is embarrassing. Chapter 397, The Changes of Bad Frog. Electric Beast, 100,000 volts. The boy got the first attack again and ordered Electric Beast to attack first. Giant Crab, run around Electabuzz, shoot with mud. Cool cough, the giant crab accelerated again, circled around Electabuzz, and soon ran out of afterimage, causing Electabuzz's 100,000 volts to not hit the giant crab at all, and each electric shock would miss. At the same time, while running, the giant crab also used mud shooting to attack the Electabuzz in the middle of the field, covering the Electabuzz with mud. Mud shooting is a ground-type move, with double damage. It also triggered the forced feature, causing considerable damage to the Electabuzz. Giant crab, rush up and hammer with crab claws. Cool cough, the giant crab took advantage of the Electabuzz being entangled by mud shooting and its speed being reduced, and immediately rushed up and raised its claws to smash. The boy had already experienced the power of the big claws, and did not dare to let the Electabuzz take it head-on, so he could only make Electabuzz use guard. Hey, Electabuzz raised his arms to prop up a layer of light green shield, blocking the big claws of the giant crab, but how many times can this layer of guard hold? Bang bang bang! The big claws of the giant crab are like a sledgehammer, hammering on the guard of Electabuzz. Electabuzz can only passively defend and is doomed to lose. To fight with the giant crab, you must race against speed and take the initiative to attack, rather than passively defend. After all, the best offense is defense. As Electabuzz was knocked unconscious, the second battle ended, and the giant crab won 2 games in a row. Challenger, please send out the third Pokémon. Yu-Hai saw the boy take back Electabuzz, so he asked the boy to send out the third Pokémon. After the last game, the gym battle was over. So strong, that big claw, the boy witnessed the defeat of Electabuzz. The big claws swung by the giant crab made a thumping sound in his heart, which made his heart beat faster and his breathing quicken, almost unable to breathe. In that situation, Electabuzz could only hold on and could not escape at all. If it did not defend, Electabuzz could not even block the big claws once, let alone use other moves, and there was no chance to use them at all. I really thought that there was no pre-swing for the elves to use moves. In that situation, moves could not be used without some preparation, unless they had special training in this area, or the boy would read it first. The boy finally realized that this acting gym leader was really not a fake. Unlike the fake ones in the Hualan gym in Kanto, this was a trainer with real strength. Go, coconut tree, the boy said. Come on, you attack first. Yu Hai saw that the giant crab was a little out of breath, and he should be able to persist in the third game. After all, the amount of exercise in the first 2 games was quite large, especially swinging the hammer more than 10 times. Coconut tree, parasitic seeds. The boy decided to let the coconut tree use the parasitic seeds routine that had not been used just now. How could the giant crab, which had already accelerated, be bound by the parasitic seeds? When the coconut tree sprayed out the parasitic seeds, the giant crab had already run away. Giant crab, use mud shooting to slow down. Cool cough, the giant crab ran and shot at the same time, and its accuracy was quite good. After all, the coconut tree was a fixed target, and it was a continuous mud shooting, which covered the coconut tree's face and reduced the speed of the coconut tree. The boy saw that the giant crab was too fast and could not be caught at all. He wanted to use grass knots to limit the speed of the giant crab, but the battlefield was a metal floor without mud, so the grass knot could not be used at all. Coconut tree, gravity. In addition to the grass knot, the blue energy aura emanating from the eyes of the coconut tree extended outward and gradually spread to the entire battlefield. The boy asked the coconut tree to use gravity, which could also reduce the speed of the giant crab and slow it down. But didn't the boy ever think that the gravity field would cover the entire battlefield, and was used to restrict flying Pokémon or Pokémon with floating characteristics? Since gravity would cover the entire battlefield, gravity would be bidirectional, and both sides would be suppressed by the gravity field. Cool, the giant crab did slow down, but it could still move normally. After all, arthropod Pokémon have an exoskeleton, and those who understand will understand. In comparison, the pressure that the giant crab has to bear is smaller than that of the coconut tree, because the coconut tree can no longer move, and is pressed in place by the gravity it releases. Then things became much simpler. The giant crab crawled over directly, raised its small claws and used its metal claws to knock the coconut tree unconscious. Don't use a move that you can't even bear, Yu Hai was speechless. The giant crab often raised its big claws to run. Although it had not trained in the gravity field, its ability to withstand pressure was still very strong. Sorry, I only know that the coconut tree has gravity moves, and it's the first time I use it. The boy touched his nose awkwardly and used the poke ball to take back the coconut tree. He felt so embarrassed, it was too embarrassing. I didn't expect that the third battle would end so dramatically. The coconut tree was still pressed down by its own gravity and couldn't move at all. The giant crab could still move and attack. It can only be said that it is very strong, not just ordinary strong. It can win 3 games against the attributes and win 3 games in a row, which is enough to prove the strength of the giant crab and the strength of this trainer. Hurry up and go to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Don't delay the treatment time, Yu Hai waved his hand helplessly. These teenagers seem arrogant, but in fact, they just need to be defeated. These newcomers have participated in regional competitions and won mediocre competitions. Some of them look down on the gym owners in small places. This is basically an old problem common among newcomers. I will come again. The boy put away the poke ball, hurriedly left a sentence, and ran out of the gym. Oh, trouble, Yu Hai watched the boy leave and sighed helplessly. These boys are too troublesome. If you defeat them, they will keep challenging you until they defeat you. It's really annoying. Anyway, he will only be the acting owner for a few days. When Dunmei finishes the citrus harvest, he can give up his position. At that time, it will be Dunmei who will be bothered, not him. Brother Hai, your giant crab is so strong. Ada saw that the giant crab won 3 consecutive victories, and his eyes were full of admiration. He didn't think much of the giant crab before, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. The giant crab can win 3 consecutive victories against its attributes. If Yu Hai goes to participate in the regional competition, Yu Hai should be able to get a top few. I really want to see Yu Hai's performance in the competition. It's okay, just average. Yu Hai feels that the current giant crab should be able to play professional games. The match was won, and it was worth his efforts to cultivate it, especially the early guidance. If no one had guided the crab, it would have been depressed, self-doubting, and lost its fighting spirit. This is just so-so. Ada heard this very annoying sentence, and looked at Squirtle, and they both wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. If this is just so-so, then he and Squirtle are still mixed up. Wouldn't they even have a chance to play, and if they do play, they will be KO'd with one punch? Train the Pokemon well, you can do it too. Yu Hai would not discourage the aggressive child. If he really wants to sell himself in the future, this is his brother-in-law, and there is no need to have a conflict if he can maintain a good relationship. We will work hard. Ada clenched his fists and cheered himself up. Squirtle also clenched his fists, and wanted to work hard with his trainer. Next, the gym entered the daily routine of sweating profusely. Ada was training the accuracy of the water gun with Squirtle, and there was only the sound of flipping books on Yu Hai's side, and he would write and draw from time to time. After the boy left, he should have gone to the Pokemon Center. No trainers came to challenge the gym all afternoon, and he was happy to be idle. At dinner time, Dunmei did not come back. He packed more than 10 dinners in the kitchen, said goodbye to the kitchen lady, said goodbye to Ada, sat on the seagull and left the gym, and returned to the wooden house by the lake. As soon as he and the seagull landed, Butterfree and other little guys were waiting for them to come back. Butterfree saw Yu Hai and immediately pounced on Yu Hai with joy. It just missed Yu Hai and everyone after not seeing him for a long time. Okay, it's only been a long time. Yu Hai touched Butterfree's soft head. This little guy is really good at acting like a spoiled child. He has always been like this since he was a child. There is really nothing he can do with Butterfree. Butterfree didn't care who was watching, and buried herself in Yu Hai's arms. Did those stinging jellyfish come back this afternoon? Butterfree was a little confused. It was stealing honey in the afternoon and didn't pay attention to the lake at all. Forget it, I'll let Frog go and have a look. Yu Hai rubbed Butterfree's head again. While Butterfree was in a daze, he asked Frog to go to the lake to see if there were any wild water elves intruding. Yobo, Frog had grown up too. He felt that Butterfree's coquettish and cute behavior was a bit shameless. Little Green was still the same Little Green, and hadn't grown up at all. She just pretended to be a big sister in front of other elves, but was still a baby in front of Yu Hai. Butterfree saw the dissatisfied expression of the frog and made a face to it in Yu Hai's arms. They have been quarreling for a long time. It has been enemies with this tadpole since the deserted island. When Frog came back from the lake, Yu Hai prepared dinner for more than 20 elves and laid out more than 20 bowls on the grass. He and the elves looked at the golden lake and had dinner under the sunset. After dinner, they played on the grass for a while. The water leap and the Zapdos were already familiar to everyone. Everyone took good care of these 2 little guys until night fell, and everyone lay on the grass together to watch the stars. Frog, are there any wild water elves in the lake? Yobo, Frog shook his head, indicating that there were no more. The underground river had been blocked, and those stinging jellyfish could not come back. Only some amphibious wild elves were left on the shore. Agate jellyfish. Yu Hai learned that there were no wild water elves in the lake, so he took out the elf ball and released the agate jellyfish. This elf had been hungry for a day, so it was time to talk. Woo, the agate jellyfish just came out and saw several very ferocious elves surrounding it. It was so scared. Agate jellyfish, you have 2 choices now. One is to eat this water energy block and join us, and the other is to be beaten and then join us. As soon as Yu Hai finished speaking, the elves surrounding the agate jellyfish were ashamed. How could they recruit elves like this? They were so embarrassed. This scene also reminded them of an old friend. Eetu, again. The orb silk spider was speechless. It joined the group in this way. Although it took advantage of the elves' misfortune, it smelled really good after joining. Woo-woo, the agate jellyfish knew the situation very well. Although it didn't know that a man who knew the situation was a hero, it knew that if it ate the energy cube that smelled very good, it wouldn't be beaten. This was the way of survival it learned from staying in the stinging jellyfish tribe. After the energy cube entered its mouth, the agate jellyfish felt that its whole body melted, because it was so delicious. It had never eaten such delicious food. The energy cube melted in its mouth and turned into a warm current flowing to its tentacles. It couldn't help but stretch out the two tentacles under its body. Agate jellyfish, this kind of food can be eaten 3 times a day in the future. Have you thought about joining us? Woo-woo, the agate jellyfish nodded quickly, indicating that it had thought it through. If it had known earlier that food and accommodation were provided here, and there were such delicious foods, it would not have gone hungry for 3 days with the boss, and would rather hang out with this group of strange guys. Well, there are still a lot of them here, you can eat as much as you want. Yu-Hai took out a box of water energy cubes and placed them in front of the agate jellyfish, which stretched out its tentacles to take them. I don't know if it was starving. Wild Pokemon in the wild are more or less malnourished, and the size of this agate jellyfish is much smaller than its peers, not as big as those of its peers. After this crazy eating, the agate jellyfish ate 5 energy cubes and was full. Yu-Hai used the Pokeball to take the agate jellyfish back and let it sleep and digest in the Pokeball. Then, he was ready to go back to sleep, and the mosquito frog didn't need to be added for a few nights. Practice. The potential of the frog has reached its limit, there is no need to work so hard, the daytime is enough for the frog to consolidate its foundation. Bad frog, go back to the house to sleep. Yu-Hai used the Pokeball to take the frog back. If the frog wanted to sleep with them, it could only stay in the Pokeball. After all, the skin of the frog is highly toxic, and the frog cannot control the toxins on the surface of the body. After falling asleep, it will be poisoned if it touches it, which is a very troublesome thing. It is not so troublesome to keep it in the Pokeball. You can put it next to the pillow to sleep together and let it out tomorrow morning. Bad frog. Attributes: poison plus fighting. Gender: male. Potential: 55.9%. Level: 28.43%. Features: danger prediction /9.68%. Hidden feature: poison hand /27.88%. Mastered moves: explosive fist /8.47%. Bullet fist /10.27%. Poison blast /27.11%. Mud throwing /24.31%. Poisonous /28.55%. Venom shock /24.44%. Absorbing fist /8.24%. Hold /23.51%. Sleep /20.72%. Shadow ball /13.25%. I haven't looked at Bad Frog's panel for more than a month. The potential has actually increased a bit, and the level has already reached the elite level. The danger prediction trait has increased a lot. Frog has been exposed to perception training and often practices with Jengar. Whether in dreams or in reality, the two poison-type Pokémons often practice against each other. There is no need to say much about the poison hand trait. Frog is still as poisonous as ever. As long as it touches the skin, it will be poisoned. This is the effect of the poison hand trait, so it needs to be stored in the Pokeball when sleeping. Frog's current physical fitness has caught up with the toxins in its body. As long as it continues to strengthen its training, Frog can get rid of the trouble of the poison. The remaining moves have also changed a lot. Explosive fist has increased by 7%. I practiced it when I was practicing boxing with Frog. Bullet fist has increased by 9%. I also practiced it when I was practicing boxing with Frog. The increase is not much, but this move is a preemptive attack. To put it simply, it punches faster. Poison shot has increased by 18%. When practicing boxing, I mainly practice this move. Combined with the poison, as long as I encounter an opponent, it is basically in a poisonous state. Mud throwing increased by 24%. When Frog and Jengar practiced perception, they used this move. There is nothing much to say about Toxic. The level has just been tied. Frog cannot slack off. If he slacks off, he suspects that Toxic will explode at any time. In addition to the above moves, Frog also learned several new moves. There is nothing much to say about Venom Shock. It just sprays the venom in the venom sac from the mouth to attack the enemy. If the enemy is in a poisoned state, the power of the move will double. It is normal for Frog to learn this move. I learned Absorption Punch from Frog, which is also a move of Frog. Not to mention Guard. When Frog and Jengar practiced perception, they would use Guard if they couldn't dodge. It is probably learned from other Pokemon. You don't need to watch sleep. As long as the Pokemon can sleep, they can learn this move. Jengar can also use this move. The last move is Shadow Ball. He was puzzled. How did Frog learn Shadow Ball? Did he learn it from Jengar? Bad Frog is indeed gifted, and finally learned a useful move. Bad Frog can also deal with Ghost-type Pokemon after learning this move, so it is not afraid of Ghost-type Pokemon. If it is an invisible Ghost-type Pokemon, it still cannot be hit. For Bad Frog, he still uses the same three-pronged approach as before, detoxifying regularly, keeping antidotes on hand, and letting Bad Frog exercise. The three methods are carried out at the same time, and he strives to let Bad Frog control the poison in the body as soon as possible. As for the evolution of Bad Frog, it is still early. It is estimated that there is still more than a month left. Bad Frog is still mainly focusing on suppressing toxins in the body, and evolution is a natural thing. Bad Frog, who is extremely talented, does not need anything, and does not need to worry about the threshold of the king. For gifted elves, there is no threshold to be a king, only a champion is the threshold. Tell me something. Tell me something. One chapter has been locked, readers who haven't read it can wait until it is released. Gideon has a green plan, you know, if there are paragraphs in the text that can't be connected, it is likely to be changed or deleted, I don't know hey. If there is, please remind me thank you. Thank you bosses for giving me food. All bosses are my parents who provide me with food and clothing. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for Fiwo Zhangji's reward of 10,000, added. July Liuya September grants clothes, 10 book coins. July flowing month September grant clothes, 100 book coins. Yuya Longchen, 100 book coins. July flowing month September grant clothes, 100 book coins. Book Friends 2021101511110 book coins. July flowing month September grant clothes, 100 book coins. Hinena, 100 book coins. Book Friends 202071910 book coins. Book Friends 2021101511110 book coins. Begging Cat Morning Meal. 1,500 book coins. July flowing month September grant clothes, 100 book coins. July flowing month September grant clothes, 100 book coins. Mo Lu 7, 100 book coins. 2ca 100 book coins. July flowing month September clothing, 100 book coins. July flowing month September clothing, 710 book coins. July flowing month September clothing, 500 book coins. Book Friend 2023-122-8100 book coins. Qianben Mao has plenty of meows, 1,500 book coins. Chapter 398, Team Rocket is poisonous. The third day of joining the gym, sunny. After getting up this morning, Yu Hai made lunch for the elves. After everyone had lunch, he took the elves back and prepared to go to the gym to work. However, before leaving the cabin, he asked the agate jellyfish, who had eaten too much last night and did not have breakfast this morning, whether there were other entrances and exits to the underground river in the lake. He also put the agate jellyfish into the lake and asked the agate jellyfish to go to the bottom of the lake to see if the hole they had drilled in from the underground river before was still there. Not long after, the agate jellyfish popped up and called to Yu-Hai twice, indicating that the entrances and exits of the dark river at the bottom of the lake were all blocked, and all the entrances it knew were blocked. After hearing Darkray's translation, Yu-Hai felt relieved. This time he planned to put most of the Pokémon in the wooden house by the lake, and only take away the gull, the mosquito frog, the armored rhinoceros, the sky mantis, the lightning bird, Darkray, the water jump fish, and the Magikarp with potential 59. He only took 8 Pokémon away. The crab stayed to protect the little guys in the lake, and Butterfree stayed on the shore to protect the little guys. In addition to taking care of the other little guys, the crab and Butterfree were left here, and they had to supervise the training of the other little guys. As for the replacement of the armored rhinoceros and the crab, it was also because the crab had fought in the gym battle. In the next few gym battles, Han and the others would play. Every little guy had a share, and he would arrange them to play. He would take care of Zapdos, Aquascaping, and Magikarp, and he could also improve their favorability. When these Pokémons are over their infancy, they can be released in the wooden house by the lake, and Butterfree and the others can take care of them. And Gengar, the glutton, was too jumpy. He had to remind Gengar to remember to train and practice perception with Frog. If Gengar played too much and neglected training, he would not be able to beat anyone in the future, and he would not be able to snatch food. Finally, he put down some food for lunch and dinner to prevent himself from not being able to come back. He also told Butterfree to distribute it. The honey that Butterfree and the others stole was also considered dessert. After explaining the matter of Butterfree staying behind, he got on the owl and went to the gym to punch in for work. Utsumaya was not in the gym this morning. He asked Ada and learned that Utsumaya had gone out early. Yukai was also happy to be free. Without that crazy woman nagging in his ears, it was much quieter. Before going to work, he went to the kitchen to get breakfast. His daily routine at the gym was the same as usual. If there were no challengers, the elves would train on their own. If there were challengers, they would meet the challenge. After breakfast, he started jogging. During the break, he would cultivate his relationship with Zapdos. After 7 or 8 days of growth, this grey Zapdos finally had some feathers. Although it was still a grey mixed feathered sparrow, it was no longer a black-bone chicken that had just hatched. If there was no faceplate, even he would not know what kind of elf a Zapdos that had grown like this was. He would only mistake it for a Spearow, or a different colored Spearow. Zapdos can now walk, but it is not very stable, just like a chick pecking at rice. Those who have hatched chicks should know what the current state of Zapdos is, just like an enlarged version of a small black-bone chicken. If you want to train, Zapdos needs to be raised for a while, at least until all the feathers grow out, just like the Spearow on the roadside, and can fly before training can begin. The water leap fish was not released. It was not suitable for the water leap fish to appear here, but the water leap fish had already participated in the training. In a few days, he would slowly leave the water leap fish in the wooden house by the lake and let the water leap fish train with the giant claw crab with water guns. It would definitely be difficult to part with it at first, but he would slowly let it go for a morning, an afternoon, and then a whole day, so that the water leap fish could slowly adapt to the separation. When he goes out to travel, the Pokémons like the water leap fish must be brought with him. He would bring them with him to cultivate them, so that they would not be unfamiliar. There was also the Magikarp. He planned to take advantage of the leisure time in the gym to cultivate feelings with the Magikarp so as to subdue it, and then go to the Sweet Orange Island again to let the Magikarp complete its evolution. The evolved Gyarados were at least elite level, and were always slower than the Frog and others, and belonged to the second-tier Pokémons. However, Frog was stuck now, and it was also an opportunity for other Pokémons to catch up. It was unknown when they could get the top-grade Water Stone. Brother Hi! This bird is so ugly, Ada saw Yu-Hai feeding the grey bird and playing with an ugly little bird. He really couldn't understand Yu-Hai's aesthetics. Haha, this is a Spiro, Yu-Hai smiled and said nothing, just fooling Ada. After all, he didn't look like a trainer who could tame Spiro at all. Pidgeot was a better choice. If it was Toucan and Pidgeot, most trainers would choose the handsome Pidgeot instead of Toucan. If it was a Spiro, it would be another matter. By the way, Brother Hai, your snail is a bug-type Pokémon from the Unova region, and it is also a heterochromatic Pokémon. It's a pity that it can't evolve. Ada still yearns for rare heterochromatic Pokémon. It's a pity that Pokémon that can't evolve are destined to be defeated by Pokémon that can evolve, just like Charmander can't beat its evolved Charizard. The gap between the two in all aspects is too big. Very good, keep working hard. If you want to win the battle, you not only need to know what Pokémon your opponent uses, but also knowing the characteristics of the opponent's Pokémon and what moves the opponent's Pokémon can use are all compulsory courses for a new trainer. I will work hard, Brother Hai, Ada was suddenly praised, and felt a little embarrassed. His cheeks instantly turned red, and he quickly pulled Squirtle to practice water gun shooting. Hee, Yu-Hai watched Ada leave excitedly, and couldn't help but chuckled twice. Children just can't stand praise and blush when praised. After Ada left, he also used the Pokeball to take back the Zapdos, and continued to jog around the swimming pool and do morning exercises with the Pokémons. Until someone came to challenge the gym, he stopped jogging and saw an acquaintance he had seen in the town before, the young man with a Golduck in his hand. Acting gym leader, we meet again. The young man entered the gym and saw the lively Yu-Hai, and couldn't help but secretly relieved. He hadn't seen him for 2 days, and he thought Yu-Hai was dead. What's the matter? Yu-Hai has met the young man 3 times, and this is the 4th time he has met this young man. Why did the young man come to the gym when he knew he couldn't beat him? Acting gym leader, we can't perform here, how about we go outside the gym? Okay. Yu-Hai could tell that the young man had something to say. He said that he couldn't perform, but he didn't want Ada to hear some things. He followed the young man to the outside of the gym. There were also Mosquito Frog and Scyther, and Darkrai in the shadow. With these 3 strongest Pokémon around, he was naturally not afraid of the young man doing something weird. I have some information here, you should be very interested. The young man wanted to say that Yu-Hai was being targeted, and after they rejected the employer found another bounty hunter again. The purpose of the mission also changed from teaching Yu-Hai a lesson and showing Yu-Hai a little color to getting rid of Yu-Hai and throwing him into the sea to feed the sharks. Conditions? Yu-Hai said that this person must have bad intentions, but he didn't know what the other party was going to say or what information he had about him. Training methods for superpower perception. The young man said this because Yu-Hai mentioned that he should integrate the telepathic perception of Golduck into the battle, and Yu-Hai must have training methods in this regard. Goodbye, Yu-Hai turned and left after hearing this. It was not that he couldn't come up with a training method, but that he knew who was targeting him. Except for the young man who was like a jealous person yesterday, he couldn't think of anyone else who would target him. Utsumai just wanted to retaliate against him, not to kill him. Maybe that person was also a part of Utsumai's use, and the dog licking deserved to be used as a gun. Wait, this information is absolutely worth the money. You will never guess who wants to kill you. The young man saw Yu-Hai was about to leave, and quickly reached out to stop Yu-Hai. He couldn't let Yu-Hai go. He also wanted to exchange the information for training secrets. Is it the young man who follows Utsumai? Yu-Hai directly pointed out the information hidden by the young man, and looked at the young man with his arms folded, wanting to see what tricks the young man could play. Yes and no, the young man nodded, then shook his head. The person behind the scenes who wanted to kill Yu-Hai was more powerful than Yu-Hai thought, and even he didn't want to provoke that underground organization. That person is just a pawn at best. If the bounty hunter can't kill you, he will take advantage of the situation to kill you. Take advantage of the situation. Yu-Hai didn't quite understand what this person was talking about, and couldn't help but ask back in confusion. Hee, look, the young man rubbed his hands, indicating that he was paying the money and delivering the goods. Why should I believe it? As a bounty hunter, I naturally have my own news channels. You can disbelieve it, but if you block other people's money, you will only have a dead end, the young man smiled. It's not so easy to join the gym. Isn't this kid being targeted by someone? As a bounty hunter, I naturally have my own news channels. You can disbelieve it, but if you block other people's money, you will only have a dead end, the young man smiled. It's not so easy to join the gym. Isn't this kid being targeted by someone? Okay, I have half a meditation book here. Yu-Hai was silent for a moment and agreed to the young man's request. He wanted to hear what the young man knew. After all, he was just an apprentice in the gym. How could he block other people's money? He was even to the point of being killed. It was a bit of a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. He thought too highly of him. In order to get the young man's information, he took out the meditation book from the rocket team undercover on Hasa Island. In addition to the superpower meditation method, there were also some superpower applications, including perception. This book was still stolen from the rocket team. He had never dealt with it. In order not to be seen as stolen goods, the cover of the book had been torn off long ago. In addition, the meditation method was incomplete, just like half a book bought from a street stall. As long as this young man was not the rocket team, did not join the rocket team, and had not seen the rocket team's meditation method, he could not tell that it was stolen from the rocket team. After all, the meditation methods were similar, and the knowledge that could be copied was not valuable at all. Who knows if the meditation method belongs to the rockets? Maybe the rockets stole it from someone else. Meditation method. The young man got the meditation method, flipped through a few pages and read a few pages. His heart was like being ignited by a raging fire. The burning feeling made his cheeks hot and his heartbeat was as intense as a drum. He knew he had asked the right person. He didn't expect that this person really had such a thing. Not only did he have a method for elves to train telekinesis, but even humans could train telekinesis, provided that the human had superpowers. Humans who awakened telekinesis were basically lucky. Obviously, he was not such a lucky person. Do you have a mobile phone? Take a picture with your mobile phone. I only have one copy. Yu-Hai would read this book when he had nothing to do. He couldn't train superpowers, but Butterfree and the others had superpowers. Slowpoke often meditated in a daze, using the meditation method in the book. Sorry, I'll take a picture now. The young man quickly took out his mobile phone and asked the meditation method. He took a photo of each page, intending to copy it down and read it carefully when he got back. Soon, the young man finished taking photos of the meditation method. This meditation method only had a few pages, so he quickly returned the book to Yu-Hai. Can you tell me now? Yu-Hai didn't care that the young man took photos of the entire meditation method. They were all useless things anyway. They were probably smeared everywhere in Team Rocket. He didn't know how much contribution Team Rocket's undercover had spent to exchange them. But it doesn't mean that this book is worthless. After all, it's hard for wild trainers like the young man to get proper Pokemon cultivation books, so these cultivation books are very precious to them. The acting gym leader is straightforward. I told you that the information is definitely worth the money and will not disappoint you. The young man carefully put away his phone. Seeing that Yu-Hai did not object to him secretly taking a full photo, he also planned to tell Yu-Hai all the information and told him what he knew. The first piece of information is that the person next to Itsumi sounds like he is from Kanto. He is at least a Quasi-King trainer. His strongest Pokemon is a Fire-type Charizard. The other Pokemon are mainly from the Kanto region. I heard that he has been here for a long time, and his purpose is to catch up with Itsumi gym leader. Quasi-King. Yu-Hai looked up at the young man and questioned, if the other party is a Quasi-King, aren't you afraid that the other party will come to your door? Many people know this information. When I was drinking in the Port Tavern, I often heard that person's subordinates talking about this. That's gossip about the beautiful owner's pursuer. This is a small place, and gossip spreads quickly, you know. The young man narrowed his eyes and talked and laughed with Yu Hai. In addition to the joy of getting the cultivation book, he also lit a cigarette for himself and asked Yu Hai if he wanted a cigarette. Yu Hai refused the cigarette. Now he wanted to know why the other party came to him. What direct relationship does a dog have with him? What does this have to do with me? Of course it has something to do with me. You are the first trainer to join Xiaogan Gym after Itsumai became the gym leader, and you are the acting gym leader right from the start. You are so strong that everyone in the tavern is speculating that you may also be a quasi-king trainer. Plus, Itsumai's suitor is also a quasi-king trainer, and people often compare you two. After all, it is gossip about a beautiful gym leader, and two such strong suitors. The topic of comparing your discussions naturally fell into that person's ears. Wait, who told you that I joined the gym to pursue the gym leader? Yu Hai was very confused. He had only joined the gym for 3 days, and the rumors outside had spread like wildfire. Haha, this is a small place. Apart from Pokemon battles and taverns, there is a lack of entertainment. It's hard to have fun. The owner of the Dunmei gym is a great beauty and a famous person. Everyone knows about any little thing. Everyone spreads it, and it's like this. The young man knew the power of rumors, otherwise he wouldn't have laughed like a pig. Seeing Yu Hai's face full of confusion, he knew that those people had the wrong idea. Yu Hai just wanted to join the gym as a trainer, not to be a live-in son-in-law. But Yu Hai's situation was different in the eyes of others, especially in the eyes of that rival. Yu Hai was not just a roadblock. In the eyes of the rival, he was a thorn in his side. He wanted to tear Yu Hai apart alive, and even crushed several wine glasses. After all, the girl that others had been pursuing for so many years was taken away by a little white face. Just thinking about it made me want to bite my teeth, and I couldn't bear it at all. After years of hard work, the girl was stolen away by a gigolo in 3 days, and the goddess was thinking about him day and night. The man probably wanted to die, but before he died, he wanted to drag a gigolo down with him, and he also wanted to kill someone. When the young man was drinking in the pub, he often heard the man's subordinates talking about how the owner of Dunmei was often in a daze these days, sitting in a car, looking at the sea, and even looking at a basket of tangerines. The man's subordinates guessed that Dunmei might be thinking about someone. But their boss was right next to Dunmei. If Dunmei didn't miss their boss, he must be thinking about someone else. At this time, the boss must be angry, and they were supervising next to him, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Damn it, even if he wasn't a licker, he was rumored to be a licker. Damn, it's so painful. Yu Hai heard this and muttered to the licker. You said you would lick, so why did you make so many troubles? Rumors are really a knife that kills people invisibly. Invisibly, it is shit or shit, and it is impossible to explain it clearly. When these discussions fell into the ears of that guy, it was like a sharp knife stabbed in the chest. He must want to eat him alive, the third party who interfered. But that person can't do it himself, because the rumors have spread like this. As long as the other party kills, he will be the first suspect, and his situation is the same, so the other party secretly found a bounty hunter. What else? After Yu Hai sorted out the matter, he couldn't help but be shocked by the hidden dangers brought by this matter. Although he did nothing, he still established a great enemy of the quasi-king invisibly, and he didn't know if this great enemy had a backstage. What else? The young man thought about it, suddenly patted his head, and laughed. Look at my brain, that person's backstage is not simple. As long as you pay attention to the recent news of the Orange Islands, you should know that a certain underground organization is very active in the Orange Islands. Plus, that person was born in Kanto, and he is a distant relative of Xiaogan Jim, and he is still pursuing the owner of Dunmei. You should understand. The young man did not say it clearly, and he did not dare to say it clearly. Although the man disguised himself well, they were bounty hunters, and their sense of smell for money was very keen. He believed that Yu Hai was a smart man and should be able to understand the hint. As for why Yu Hai was not an undercover agent of the underground organization? This is too simple. The key is who to believe. Is it the trainer who joined the gym midway who is credible, or the distant relative who works together who is credible? Isn't this an obvious thing? After all, this distant relative is also responsible for selling citrus to the Kanto region, which means that the two families are still connected, otherwise they would not let the young man experience in the family business. Hi, Yu Hai, he sighed calmly and looked at the young man meaningfully. The other party should be talking about Team Rocket. He not only knew the news about the Orange Islands, but also knew that those news were covered up by riots and pirates. He was also a witness to those big news. Some of the things were caused by him. How could he not know? If Team Rocket was planning for the Orange Islands, he would not feel strange. You know, there are many big families in Kanto area, and they have invested in Team Rocket openly or secretly. Not to mention those gyms. Kojiro is a young master from a big family, otherwise he would not be specially cared for by Sakeke. You go. Yu Hai waved his hand, said goodbye to the young man, and returned to Xiaogan Gym with a heavy heart. The young man felt that Yu Hai was quite innocent. He was shot even when he was lying down. Before leaving, he kindly reminded him, someone has already taken your reward. Jin, you should be careful recently. Someone in the tavern has analyzed your strength. Anyone who dares to accept such a bounty must be a desperado. Thank you. Yu Hai thanked him and returned to the gym with a worry in his heart. He felt that this matter was a bit tricky, even troublesome. He really didn't expect that it was Team Rocket who was making trouble again. Why was Team Rocket everywhere? Was Team Rocket poisonous? If he continued to stay in Xiaogan Gym, he would definitely face that guy, backstab, plot, and do some tricks behind his back. Assassination is inevitable. If the bounty hunter can't do anything to him, considering the undercover plan and the hatred of the rival, the other party will definitely report to Team Rocket and let Team Rocket dispatch a master to assassinate him. Only by removing him as a stumbling block can the other party continue to advance the undercover plan. As for telling the old man fishing in the back of the gym that they have a fire at home, Team Arrow? What are you thinking? Why are you still so naive? The old man fishing is old, not blind. They are all old foxes. Don't they know about this? Don't they know? Do they need you to be smart and remind them? The fact that the man can come here to transport oranges means that the parents of both parties have already talked on the phone, and even had meals together and visited each other. The two families need to visit each other more often. If he goes to tell on them, people will definitely look at him as if he is a fool. Then they will understand what he means. As I said, there is only interest in the world of adults, no right or wrong. Even if there is a mistake, they will cut off their tails and survive. Their desire to survive is stronger than anyone else. Everyone is not stupid, but smart, especially a big family like the gym. Who is not an old driver of human relations? How can they not see that there is a problem? Don't think that everyone is drunk and he is the only one awake, so as to avoid making a fool of himself. He should think of another way out and not get involved in this mess. The Rocket's infiltration will give the league a headache. He is a rookie trainer who just got married. Why should he worry about it? That is the game between the League, the Rockets, and the local forces of the Orange Islands. Is he bored? Or is he doing nothing? He is still a rookie trainer now, so he doesn't bother to care about the League's mess. Hey! Hey! This is where the deletion was. Hey, you can just connect it yourself. I don't understand why it was fine at the time, but it was closed only 5 or 6 days later. It should be reported by the black guy, but this is elf text. Everything is about realm. When you hear others advise you to put the overall situation first, you are most likely not in this overall situation. When you hear others talk to you about sacrifice and dedication, you are most likely the one who will be sacrificed and forced to dedicate. When you hear others say that you should do it at all costs, you are afraid of the price. After being tricked too many times in the past life, I found that I was always the one being sacrificed. Young people are throwing away their youth and are unwilling to pay. This is the root of the problem. If everyone in the past life had 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, a stable job, a safe home, and a place to live, rely on, enjoy, and be safe in their old age, why would everyone be like this? What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Hey, don't go too far, Ada has been upset with Yu-Hai for a long time. Chapter 399, Stabilize the Licking Dog. After Yu-Hai came back from Xiaogan Dojo, he didn't continue jogging, but was thinking about how to break the dilemma this time. He currently has only 2 options. First, stay away from Xiaogan Dojo. As long as he is not in Xiaogan Dojo, he can naturally stay away from the center of the vortex where several major forces fight. Second, explain the situation to the licking dog. If the licking dog still insists, then he can only stay away from the center of the vortex. What else can he do? He couldn't take the initiative. First of all, the opponent's strength. He might not be able to defeat the Quasi-King. Secondly, the opponent's identity. If the opponent was gone, he is the first suspect. There is no need to wait for Junsha to investigate him. Xiaogan Jim will not let him go first. After all, the other party had an accident on Xiaogan Island. The other party and Xiaogan Jim are distant relatives. Xiaogan Jim must at least come forward and give an explanation to the distant relatives in Kanto. Thinking of this, he only has 2 options left. Either confess or leave, indicating that he is not a threat, nor does he intend to pursue the gym leader. It is all a misunderstanding. Then the other party will not keep staring at him. After thinking about this clearly, he was relieved. It was noon. He asked the elves to stop training, and the kitchen lady also brought lunch. While eating lunch, he felt that this kind of thing could not be delayed. The longer it was delayed, the greater the variables. He immediately found Ada and asked, "Can you call back the guy next to your sister?" "Brother Hai, what are you looking for that guy for?" Ada was just joking before. When he heard Yu-Hai say this, he felt that his sister and these 2 people seemed a little unclear. "Stop talking nonsense. Can you call him over?" Yu-Hai messed up Ada's hair and warned Ada, the little brat, not to ask questions. "Sure, I'll ask the driver to call." Ada came to the back door. The driver was also having dinner here. This driver was Ada's driver. Wherever Ada went, the driver would pick him up. After hearing Ada's request, the driver immediately took out his mobile phone and called the subordinate of the man next to Dunmei. He didn't have the other party's phone number, only the other party's subordinate's phone number. After the call was connected, the driver relayed Ada's words, saying that the other party was at the port and the reply would come soon. After getting the reply that it would come soon, the driver relayed the result to Ada, and Ada returned to Yu-Hai and told Yu-Hai, "That guy will come soon." "Sure, Ada." Yu-Hai thought Ada couldn't do it, but he was relieved after thinking about it. If the other party pursued Dunmei again, Ada would be his brother-in-law. If the brother-in-law had something to do, the other party who was about to become his brother-in-law would definitely try his best to satisfy him. Next, Yu-Hai and Ada ate lunch while waiting. When they finished lunch, there were brake sounds and car door closing sounds outside the gym. "Ada, why are you calling me here so urgently? Is there something urgent?" The young man was still wearing formal clothes. He didn't even look at Yu-Hai and walked straight to Ada. "Cousin, it's Brother Hai who wants you." Ada raised his hand and pointed at Yu-Hai, and winked at Yu-Hai, indicating that he could only help him this much. "Let's talk somewhere else." Yu-Hai turned and walked out of the gym. As for whether the other party would come or not, it was his business. The young man also wanted to hear what Yu-Hai had to say, and he actually let Ada, his brother-in-law, call him over. "Okay, right here." Just say anything, I'll only give you 5 minutes. The young man pulled his collar and hurried over. He was sweating, so he stopped under the shade of a coconut tree. Would you like one? Yu Hai didn't talk about Itsumai first, but took out a cigarette and asked the young man if he wanted one. No, the young man glanced at the low-quality cigarettes in Yu Hai's hand, looking down on them. He smoked good cigarettes worth hundreds of dollars. Hee, Yu Hai chuckled. He could see the contempt in the young man's eyes. You have to know that these are cigarettes worth 30 or 40. The Huazi he smoked in his previous life was also more than 40, which was considered a good cigarette for him. You have 4 minutes left. The young man saw that Yu Hai didn't talk about business, and he wanted to punch him in the face, otherwise it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart. I heard that you hired someone to assassinate me. Yu Hai didn't mean to beat around the bush. There was nothing he couldn't talk about. Unless the other party didn't want to communicate, he could only take action, and taking action was the last resort. You know. The young man saw that Yu Hai went straight to the point, and he didn't need to hide it anymore. After all, the other party knew it. He looked at the frog and scyther beside Yu Hai, and he was already holding Charizard's poke ball tightly in his hand. Don't be nervous, there may be some misunderstanding. Yu Hai's eyes quickly moved down, and when he saw the poke ball in the young man's hand, he quickly reached out to stop the 2 mosquito frogs. They haven't talked yet. If they can't make it through, it's not too late to fight. I don't think there is any misunderstanding. The young man didn't believe in misunderstandings. In his eyes, Yu Hai was a third party, and a third party with a great threat. They were in a competitive relationship. After all, Dunmiai's performance would not lie. He had been with Dunmiai for so long, and he had never seen Dunmiai often in a daze. Sometimes she would punch and kick the pillow. You can tell with your ass that Dunmiai has someone else in her heart. Well, it's Dunmiai who wants to retaliate against me. I had a little misunderstanding with her before. Otherwise, how could I easily join the gym? Others can't join the gym. Yu Hai touched his nose and didn't say what the misunderstanding was. It would not only be embarrassing to say it out, but the other party might want to kill him even more. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The young man heard about misunderstandings. They had misunderstandings before, how could he not know, and he had never heard Dunmiai mention it. I can't say that. Anyway, there was a little misunderstanding, so Itsumai wanted to take revenge on me and recruited me into the gym. But I can't say it, Yu Hai could only say this. It was up to the other party to believe it or not. Okay, you have 2 minutes, the young man pondered for a moment, but his doubts were not solved, and his questions became more and more. However, it is certain that the other party did not intend to pursue Itsumai, otherwise he would not have made it clear directly. Itsumai kept the other party and even wanted to take revenge on the other party. It is very likely related to the misunderstanding the other party said, which needs to be verified. I joined the gym for another reason. I had a deal with Itsumai's grandfather. Itsumai's grandfather had something I wanted. Yu Hai decided to pull that old man. The guy took the blame. Who told that old guy to trick him? He just used it as a shield. Anyway, the young man couldn't confront the fishing old man face to face. This guy was not qualified, and neither was he. Unless the young man's parents came forward, it would be almost the same. However, that was a matter after marriage. What did it have to do with him? It was hard to say whether the young man and Dunmiai could go that far. Grandpa Dunmiai. The young man met the old man with his parents when he was a child. After returning home, his parents told him that the old man was very strong. When he was young, he was a famous king trainer. I didn't expect that Yu Hai actually had a deal with Grandpa Dunmiai. This was a bit troublesome. This kind of thing could not be verified. After all, he couldn't question a reclusive old man, and an old man with the strength of a king, because he was not qualified to talk to the old man. If Yu Hai joined the gym because of that deal, it was basically certain that the other party had no intention of pursuing Dunmei, otherwise he would not be a dry-acting gym leader here, and would have been attentive to Dunmei long ago. However, you can also ask Dunmei if she has ever seen Dunmei's grandfather. If she has seen Dunmei's grandfather, it basically means that the situation is true, and there is nothing to doubt. In fact, the young man was wrong. To pursue a girl, you don't have to follow her all the time. Not everyone is like him. If you lick too much, the girl will find it annoying. The more you look at her, the more annoyed she is. The more you look at her, the more you reject her. So, Yu Hai doesn't want to be a licker. Whatever he wants, he was an old man who had long seen through it in his previous life. He had already laid down and become a carefree fisherman. What's more, the world in this life is more exciting, so he doesn't want to be bound. The world is so big, he wants to see it. I've finished my questions. Should we talk about the assassination? Yu Hai smiled wickedly, looking at the young man, ready to wait for his explanation. Misunderstanding, it's really a misunderstanding, the young man thought carefully and found that he was too suspicious. This matter was really a huge misunderstanding. The other party had no intention of pursuing Dunmei at all, otherwise he would not have been so straightforward to clarify the situation with him. If it was Atsumai who wanted to take revenge on Yu Hai, then it was normal for her to be in a daze and think about how to take revenge. There was also punching and kicking the pillow. Now that I think about it, it was probably to vent. She must have been mad at Yu Hai before, just like she wanted to kill Yu Hai. It was the kind of unhappy feeling of having her childhood sweetheart taken away. Looking back now, everything makes sense. He said, it turned out that he was overthinking. How could Atsumai fall in love with such a country bumpkin? This was also what he couldn't figure out before. As the owner of Xiaogan Gym, Atsumai was a famous beauty on Xiaogan Island. It was impossible for her to like the other party. This made sense. Misunderstanding. Yu Hai smiled. Now that the other party said it was a misunderstanding, it was really a matter of time. Sorry, it was really a misunderstanding. Give me a cigarette. The young man was also a flexible trainer. Seeing that Yu Hai was still smoking low-quality cigarettes, he quickly gave Yu Hai a few hundred good cigarettes and lit a cigarette for Yu Hai. Since it's a misunderstanding, forget it. Yu Hai took a puff of a good cigarette, exhaled white smoke, and gently waved his hand to indicate that it was over. What else could he do? His goal had been achieved, and he easily resolved a great enemy. No matter what the purpose of this great enemy was, whether it was to win the beauty or to be an undercover of the rocket team, to take root in the Xiaogan Gym and complete the layout of the rocket team, it was none of his business. The only purpose of his joining the Xiaogan Gym was the top-grade water stone. If he couldn't get the top-grade water stone, he would leave the Xiaogan Gym and find another way out in half a year at the shortest and a year at the longest. Anyway, he was only 16 years old at that time, and he still had a lot of time. He didn't believe that he couldn't get a top-grade water stone. Haha, brother is also a straightforward person. Let's have a drink some other day. The young man saw that Yu Hai didn't care, and he also breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Although he didn't think much of Yu Hai before, Yu Hai was behind that old guy, and he might be the trainer that old guy took into the gym to train, so he couldn't be rude to him. When he marries Atsumai and becomes the gym leader of Xiaogan Gym, then Yu Hai will be his thug. Although he doesn't need to deliberately win him over, there is no need to offend him. He was really blinded by love before. It's a small matter. I'm exhausted from dealing with those little brats as the acting gym leader these days. I'll talk about it when I have time. Yu Hai twisted his shoulders. He had a lot of battles these days, which really made his back and waist sore, but it was all pretended. Haha, little brother, hold on for 2 more days, and the citrus will be harvested. It will be a lot easier then. The young man is no longer depressed about his childhood sweetheart being stolen away, and his mood is much better in an instant. Hey, it's all the work arranged by gym leader Atsumai. Yu Hai sighed, implying that Itsumai was taking revenge on him. "Little brother, your name is Ahai, right? I'm really sorry that I misunderstood you before. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Drink 3 cups as an apology. Is that okay with you?" "Okay, you're older than me, so you really deserve to be called brother." Yu-hai also accepted the other party's apology. He couldn't hold on to this matter. This kind of person is smiling but hiding a knife. Since he apologized to him, he can just accept it happily. "It's good for me, for everyone," and calm the other party down first. Then it's settled. The young man not only solved the misunderstanding, but also met a trainer who was stronger than those men. He could take him as his younger brother in the future. He was so happy. Besides being happy, he reminded Yu-hai, "Ahai, because of the previous misunderstanding, my mission has been sent out. That person may take action soon. You should stay in the gym these days and don't go out until I cancel the mission." "That's so embarrassing," Yu-hai smiled awkwardly. "This person is quite nice. He was an enemy before, but now he is defending his own people. It's all a small matter. It was my fault before. I will make it up to you." The young man looked at the mosquito frog, took out a water blue stone from his bag and put it in Yu-hai's hand. "Water stone?" Yu-hai looked at the water stone in his hand, opened the panel of the water stone, and found that it was only a medium quality water stone. He didn't want such a piece of trash. This person actually gave the evolution stone. I'm afraid his purpose is not pure. His intention is also very simple. He may want to destroy his mosquito frog. As a trainer, who doesn't know that a trainer with some aspirations wants to use the best evolution stones for his Pokémon, not these crappy ones, and won't use these inferior evolution stones? Is your frog going to evolve soon? It's just right to use this water stone to evolve. The young man generously gave the water stone, and wanted to see how Yu-hai, a country bumpkin, would thank him. "Thank you." Yu-hai smiled awkwardly but politely and thanked him, accepting the crappy water stone. "Hey, brothers, don't talk about two sides. Come to me if you have any difficulties in the future." "Okay, I'll remember it." Yu-hai could only say something, he could only continue. The words had come to this point, if he didn't continue, it would be a disrespect to the other party. What if the other party turned against him and got angry? Okay, ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. The young man wanted to say something, but suddenly his cell phone rang. He saw the number and quickly answered the call, with a sweet smile on his face. "Okay, I'll be there right away," the young man responded repeatedly, put down his phone and apologized to Yu-hai. "Ahai, let's meet again another day. Dunmi asked me to come over. I'll go over and cancel the task, and that person won't do it." "Okay, I'll wait for good news at the gym." Yu-hai smiled and waved goodbye to the other party. Watching the other party get into the car and leave, his smile instantly turned cold. He held the icy cold water stone in his hand, and felt that this person was just like that. Even if he gave him something, he was digging a hole for him and had bad intentions. He would not use this inferior water stone for the mosquito-repellent frog, but the medium-quality water stone was worth more than 1 million yuan, and it would be a waste if he didn't take it for free. He was happy to get it for free. Getting it for free is fun for a while, getting it for free is fun all the time, ha ha ha. Yu-hai hummed, temporarily solving the little episode of the love rival, and his steps back to the gym were much lighter. Anyway, the old man fishing would help him if the sky fell. As for people like the young man, they must be smiling on the surface, but they are shameless in their hearts. They can only be drinking buddies at best, and that kind of person should not be deeply befriended. After all, he just wanted to avoid trouble, but the other party was greedy for his body. Bah, lowly, damn-licking dog, rocket team undercover, let's wait and see. Chapter 400, Han and Scyther. In Xiagan Gym, Yu-hai did not return to the lakeside cabin at noon. He also left enough food for Butterfree and the others. He just chatted with that person for more than half an hour. It was time for work in the afternoon, and he was too lazy to go back. When he returned to the gym, he had to face the challenge of the trainer. With the start of the gym battle in the afternoon, many trainers came to challenge the gym one after another. They knew that they could not beat the acting gym leader, but they just liked to challenge the strong. Yu Haya was also convinced by these little brats. This time he sent the iron rhino to the field. This Han Han ate so many of his good things, but he didn't grow any meat. It was time to move. Iron rhino. Attribute, ground plus rock. Gender, male. Potential, 59.13%. Level, 39.38%. Feature, hard head /35.15% hidden feature, sacrifice /31.17%. Mastered moves, double return /22.22%. Rocket hammer /24.31%. Rock grinding /30.26%. Crushing /33.82%. Thunder fang /21.45%. Frozen fang /32.94%. Flame fang /22.91%. Rockfall /9.21%. Stomping /19.99%. Self-sacrificing charge /37.14%. Shooting down /11.37%. Stomping /17.17%. Horn ramming /38.53%. Sleeping /35.81%. Impacting /38.21%. Dig /20.73%. Rock climbing /33.27%. 100,000 horsepower /23.28%. Sunny day /3.63%. Praying for rain /3.34%. Sandstorm /5.54%. He hadn't looked at Han Han's panel for a long time. Han Han's potential actually increased a little bit. Han Han ate a lot of ground gems and rock gems obtained in Big City. Han Han's level is almost 40, and he is only 3 levels away from evolving into an armored Tyrannosaurus. It is estimated that Han Han will evolve before he reaches 99. Although it is only 3 levels away, it is not that easy to reach the next level. If you can reach level 1 a day before level 20, it is hard to say for level 3. It may not be possible to reach the next level in 10 days or half a month. With this last bit of potential, Han Han does not have the ability to evolve and degenerate Jengar. If he wants to reach level 60, he estimates that it will take at least half a year to a year, and he has to eat gems every day. Think about how many gems Jengar ate to break through the King of Heaven. Stone, you can tell how many gems Han Han will eat. They are not easy to deal with. They can only evolve first and then accumulate potential slowly. He can't hold Han Han's level and prevent him from evolving, just like the frog. If he can evolve, he will evolve early. The accumulation of elves is enough. This period of time is just right to consolidate the foundation, and then evolve to the king first. He is not a trainer who can't afford to raise elves. Level down is the characteristics. The hard head characteristic has increased by 14%, and Han Han is still as stubborn as ever. Even if there is counter-injury, the stubbornness can offset it. The self-sacrifice characteristic has increased by 15%. When using a move that will counter-injure, the power of the move can be increased by 20%. However, according to the hardness of Han Han's head, this counter-injury is nothing, not to mention that the hard head can also avoid counter-injury. In other words, Han Han can use the big moves such as self-sacrifice collision at will, and there is no need to worry about counter-injury at all. His head is hard. In addition to characteristics and levels, Han Han's moves have also changed a lot. Double payback has increased by 12%. Han Han often hits trees and sometimes uses this move. I don't know if the tree is hurt. Rocket head hammer has increased by 9%. This is also a move of hitting trees with the head. Han Han often uses it when hitting trees, but the move has a long pre-swing. Rock grinding has increased by 15%. I will train it when running in the morning, and it has been integrated into running. Crushing has increased by 18%. When eating, it is often used to crush some hard ores. Thunder Fang has increased by 15%. It is also used when eating. Han Han wants to eat spicy ores, which will paralyze himself. Frozen Fang has increased by 20%. Since the weather in the Orange Islands is relatively hot, Han Han eats more cold ores. Flame Fang has increased by 11%. Han Han eats less hot ores because the weather is too hot. Rock Slide has increased by 3%. Rock Slide has not increased much. It is a move of using rocks to hit the enemy. Stomping increased by 11%. Han Han often uses it. He stomps when he is angry, when he wants to eat fruit, and always rubs the grass. I don't know where he learned this bad habit. Self-sacrifice charge increased by 19%. This is the move used to hit the tree. Han Han is not afraid of backlash and often knocks down the big tree. He lets the mosquito frog drag it back to use as firewood. Knockdown increased by 4%. It is also a move of throwing stones. Han Han likes to use it to hit the beehive. Because it is too rough, Butterfree did not take Han Han to steal honey. Stomping increased by 8%. It is probably due to running. He asked Han Han to run hard. After all, Han Han's horn, limbs, and fangs are the best offensive weapons. Horn collision increased by 15%. Han Han often rubs the horn on his head. He also uses this move to torture the big tree. Sleeping increased by 13%. Han Han snores when he sleeps. There are several times when he makes everyone unable to sleep. Crash increased by 15%. This is a move that Han Han often uses to hit trees. Han Han will change moves to hit trees. This move is also the move that Han Han is most proficient in. Dig increased by 12%. Han Han rarely uses digging moves unless his nose smells delicious food underground. Many wild elves like to hide food underground. Rock climbing increased by 12%. It trains Han Han's grip when running and can also run on cliffs. 100,000 horsepower increased by 22%. When Han Han sprints towards a big tree, he uses this move to burst out, otherwise the big tree will not be broken. In addition to the above moves, Han Han also learned to open the weather, and there are 3 different weathers: sunny day, praying for rain, sandstorm. He also hit the mark by accident. He threw all those messy stones to Han Han, and Han Han actually ate the weather. Besides being gifted, what else can he say? He can only be glad that Han Han is his elf. If it is the opponent's elf, it will definitely be a headache. In addition to the new moves, he was very satisfied with Han Han's training during this period. Although he was lazy occasionally, Han Han was also running seriously. Han Han's running was not just running, but a combination of many moves, such as corner collision, rock grinding, rock climbing to train the grip of the limbs, and 100,000 horsepower to increase explosive power. It can be said that Han Han's running involves many moves. The collision with the opponent is not just a collision. After all, who can withstand the collision after Han Han's explosion? For Han Han, there is no arrangement. Before evolution, everything can be the same. Since Han Han likes to hit the tree, then continue to hit the tree. It is just right to train Han Han's characteristics and moves and hone Han Han's hard head. He can't deprive Han Han of his hobbies. As the enemy of the tree for life, Han Han's attack is still so simple and unpretentious. He only needs to charge and hit continuously. He will not force Han Han to change his fighting habits. Han Han is the child of the overlord of the deserted island. Just let it go. The relentless charge is also suitable for Han Han, who is too lazy to think, otherwise he would not be called Han Han. He will only correct some of Han Han's bad habits during the training process. For trivial things like snoring, he will let Han Han do it. Han Han is already good enough and does not need his interference too much. For those trainers who come to challenge the gym, no Pokemon can withstand Han-Han's impact. They are basically knocked away or knocked over. After all, the iron head that often hits the tree is not a joke. If it hits a child, if it can't even withstand the ordinary impact, let alone the big move of self-sacrifice collision, those little brats can't withstand it. I saw it before Yuhai did not use Frog and Crab, and the trainers who came to challenge him were secretly happy, knowing that those two Pokemon were very strong, but they did not expect that Rhino was also so strong. Whether it was a water gun or a flying blade, hitting the hard head of Rhino was like nothing happened. With these restraining attacks, all their Pokemon were knocked away. It was really ridiculously strong. Rhino, you performed well, and I will reward you with a gem to restore your physical strength. Yuhai touched Han-Han's head, and it was a little tingling. Han-Han's skin was too thick and his head was too hard, so it didn't feel very good, but he liked it very much. This is the result of Han-Han's training, and it is also the armor that Han-Han wears on his body, just like the crab shell of Crab. With these things, many ordinary moves can't break the defense at all. Even if you stand there and let the opponent attack, the opponent's Pokemon can't hit it. Hulu Hulu, the armored rhinoceros swallowed the gems thrown by Yuhai in one gulp. During this period, it often ate these stones. There was a very hot stone, a very cold stone, and another stone that was like drinking porridge. After eating these stones, it also learned several moves. Yuhai told it that they were moves to change the weather: sunny day, praying for rain, sandstorm. There was also a very delicious ore, which Yuhai only gave it once. Yuhai told it that those stones were props. Eat these stones to change the weather first, and then eat those prop stones. Okay, stop licking me, there's saliva everywhere. You take a rest first. It's Scythe's turn to play. Yuhai was really helpless about Han-Han's big tongue. Even with both hands, he couldn't push it away. He could only wait for Han-Han to lick enough, or throw another stone to divert Han-Han's attention, and then he wiped his face with a towel. He looked up and saw Scythe sharpening his double sickles, obviously impatient. Huff, the iron rhino was very obedient, retracted its big tongue, squatted at Yuhai's feet and licked the gem. It had just fought several battles and was very tired. Now it was Scyther's turn to perform. Scyther saw Yuhai's gesture and knew it was his turn to play. Han-Han had killed so many elves before, and he was eager to fight and was really envious. Scyther, be gentle when dealing with these children, Yuhai had to remind Scyther. After all, swords have no eyes. Han-Han was knocked away, which is a blunt weapon injury. It is only an internal injury. It can't be seen from the outside. Go to the Pokemon Center for treatment and rest. Scyther's sickle is very sharp. It would be bad if it hurts a child's Pokemon. If a parent says that he bullies a child, he, the acting gym leader, will be complained. Scyther nodded. It can see that these trainers are not strong. It just likes fighting and has no interest in bullying. If you meet an evenly matched opponent, you can have a good fight. If you meet a weak opponent, just knock him out. As the battle with Scyther began, Yuhai also delegated the command power and let Scyther fight on his behalf, that is, he fought on his own, which was enough to deal with these newcomers. He sat at the edge of the battlefield, his eyes focused on the panel of Scythe. Scythe. Attribute, insect plus flying. Gender, male. Potential, 54.47%. Level, 43.12%. Feature, insect premonition /32.23%. Hidden feature, unyielding heart /33.33%. Mastered moves, clearing thick fog /11.33%. Ambush vital points /28.64%. Steel wings /26.81%. Air blade /33.61%. Acrobatics /31.22%. Insect bite /31.16%. Cross shears /34.82%. Continuous /38.45%. Brick breaking /26.68%. Cut /25.84%. Lightning flash /41.91%. Shadow clone /13.24%. Tailwind /34.35%. High speed movement /40.73%. Sword dance /34.88%. Gathering chi /36.95%. Holding /32.83%. I haven't looked at Scyther's panel for more than a month. The potential has also increased, but only a few tenths, not much. Since he determined that gems are effective for potential, he gave gems to each elf. When the elves are free, they lick the gems and hang on their bodies to slowly absorb the gem energy and slowly increase the potential of the elves. The level of Scyther is only one level higher than that of the giant claw crab. After all, Scyther's starting point is very high. When he captured it, it was almost breaking through the senior level. Now it has been cultivated for so long, and it has easily reached the senior level. This is also the reason why some trainers are obsessed with powerful Pokémon. As long as they can capture stronger Pokémon, they can quickly become senior trainers, or even become quasi-king trainers. But Pokémon captured in this way have no bonds at all, and there are more cases of betrayal, backstab, and traitors. If the trainer falls into a disadvantage in the field battle, these temporarily captured powerful Pokémon will basically run away. He would not capture Pokémon in this way. For trainers, the bond with Pokémon is very important, and the Pokémon's talent is also very important. He looked at the potential of Scyther that was higher than that of Frog, and felt that Scyther would soon fall into the dilemma of being unable to improve. Absorbing gem energy is only a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. The main reason is that it is too slow. If you want to quickly improve your potential, the elves can only rely on evolution. Before Scyther evolves, he still needs to obtain the cultivation method of Light Stone. He can go to Chengdu to see it later. At the latest, he will prepare for the evolution of Scyther in half a year. He can't let Scyther, who has a strong fighting will, fall into the dilemma of not being able to grow. After seeing the potential and level of Scyther, he looked at the characteristics of Scyther. The insect premonition characteristic increased by 16%, which is the result of sparring with the mosquito frog. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to avoid the attack of the bone stick of the owner of Liuli. Unyielding heart increased by 6%. This characteristic is not the focus of training, and there is no need to doubt Scyther's fighting spirit. After all, it is Scyther who can bravely face the fierce flames of Charizard. Chapter 401, Critical Hit. In more than a month, Scyther's moves have changed a lot. Clearing thick fog increased by 4%. Scyther didn't practice much. Those who have played the game know that this is a move to clear nails and blow away light walls. Ambush vital points increased by 5%. This is not a focus of training moves, and it is still a dark move. Steel increased by 19%. During obstacle flight training, if Scyther can't get around branches and trunks, he will use steel wings to cut off branches, which can be regarded as integrating steel wings into high-speed flight. Air blade increased by 20%. When practicing perception with Frog, Scyther will use this move to attack. Acrobatics increased by 13%. This move is used to cut Charizard. Without props, the move doubles its power. It can still be used now. Once props are added to Scyther, this move will not have the effect of doubling its power. Insect bite increased by 16%. It is used when eating. It is still required by Yuhai. Even when eating, he will not miss the opportunity to train. Cross scissors increased by 9%. It is Scyther's original move. The proficiency is already very high. Yuhai did not require Scyther to train. However, when Scyther and Frog cut the waterfall, they were training this move. Continuous slash increased by 11%. It is a move that is focused on training. When training, Scyther often cuts waterfalls. Brick split increased by 7%. It is a move launched with double sickles. When Scyther was training, it was probably brought up with it. Split open increased by 8%, which is similar to the tile splitting move. Lightning flash increased by 12%. It is one of the moves with the highest proficiency and is often used to avoid obstacles. Shadow clone increased by 5%. Ever since Darkrai showed off his skills with clones, Scyther would secretly train this move. Tailwind increased by 21%. It would be trained during obstacle flight in the morning. High-speed movement increased by 18%. It would be trained during morning running. Compared with Tailwind, Scyther prefers high-speed movement and lightning flash. Sword dance increased by 14%. It would be trained during perception sparring and running. He asked Scyther to dodge attacks while looking for opportunities to use sword dance and energy gathering. After all, every second counts in a war. Whoever strengthens himself first will have a higher chance of winning. Energy gathering increased by 18%. Scyther would train this move when avoiding obstacles and attacks. It is the same as sword dance. Use it when fighting. In addition to the above moves, Scyther also learned a new move, Guard. This move was used in the battle on the cruise ship. It should be learned by Scyther when he was practicing with Frog. This move is not difficult for Scyther. His training for Scyther is to be fast, accurate and ruthless. Fly as fast as you can, otherwise Scyther won't use those speed-up moves to train speed. Accuracy depends on concentration, and there are moves that can hit critical hits faster. The ruthlessness is naturally continuous slash, speed stacked up, sword dance stacked up, concentration stacked up, plus continuous slash stacked up, and critical damage. I guess no one can withstand it. Scyther's future development direction, he has only two for now. The first is the critical hit flow. The second is the continuous slash flow. As long as Scyther's speed is fast enough, he can quickly stack the continuous slash, the power of 160, or it is a move of this type, no one can withstand it. In order to stack up these amplifications, Scyther needs to improve its dodge. The obstacle flight training in the morning and the perception sparring in the afternoon are all training Scyther's dodge. By then, it will be difficult for anyone to encounter Scyther. Otherwise, the owner of Liuli Pavilion would not have said that the dodge rate of Frog and Scyther is very high. His arrangement for Scyther remains unchanged. Before Scyther evolves, no one can withstand the high attack and high speed. As long as you are not as fast as Scyther, you will only be beaten. If you want to target the current Scyther, either Scyther cannot break the defense, or is faster than Scyther, or limits the speed of Scyther. It's not that it can't be targeted, but it's very difficult to target. Unless it is facing a mythical beast, Scyther cannot be unable to break the defense. It's also difficult to be faster than Scyther, not to mention Giant Claw. Considering the light metal characteristics and light stone props, if the speed remains unchanged, reducing weight is equivalent to increasing the speed. You must know that Scyther is a Steel-type Pokémon after evolution. As for limiting Scyther's speed, it depends on what the opponent does. For example, in the match on the ship, Scyther could avoid the jet of flames by hiding behind the rocks, but there was no need to hide in that situation. He closed Scyther's proficiency panel, and Scyther also stopped fighting. It was not Scyther's Mantis didn't want to fight anymore, but the opponents were too weak. After just a few battles, Scyther lost interest in bullying weak players and decided to practice with Frog. Yu-Hai could only replace Han-Han again. Han-Han had fun on the battlefield, knocking down all the challenged Pokémons as if they were trees. No Pokémon could survive a few hits. After letting Han-Han play by himself, he no longer paid attention to the gym battle. If these challengers couldn't even beat the first Pokémon, he wouldn't take it seriously, and there was no need to send the second Pokémon to fight the gym battle. If these challengers didn't want to fight and changed to water gun target shooting, he would accompany them to the end. Anyway, these rookies couldn't play anything. Just like that, it was soon time to get off work, and Dunmei still hadn't come back. He said goodbye to Ada, went to the kitchen to get dinner, said goodbye to the kitchen lady, and clocked out. Outside the gym, he took the gold to the wooden house by the lake. I wonder if the Pokemons missed him after not seeing him for a day. When he landed at the lakeside cabin, the elves who stayed behind all gathered around. The fools and Magikarp in the lake jumped out of the lake when they saw them coming back, splashing water on their tails, and were very happy. He also released the mosquito-scented frogs and let everyone gather together. The elves laughed and talked continuously. Although there were some minor frictions, the mosquito-scented frogs would stop the conflicts from escalating. The grass was still quite happy, and he was also preparing to have dinner by the lake. Mosquito-scented frog, go to the lake and see if the group of stinging jellyfish have come back. Yu-Hai released the mosquito-scented frog and still asked the mosquito-scented frog to go to the bottom of the lake to see if there were any wild water-type elves that had entered. Yobo, the mosquito-scented frog received the task and jumped into the lake. Not long after Yu-Hai prepared dinner, the mosquito-scented frog popped its head out of the lake, went ashore and shook its head at him, indicating that there were no wild elves in the lake. No better, everyone come and have dinner. Yu-Hai arranged the elves' dinner one by one. Han-Han's dinner was served in a bathtub. Han-Han ate hundreds of kilograms of ore every day, which could not be put in a big bowl. Water-leap fish no longer needed to be held in his arms to feed. Water-leap fish could eat by itself, so he squatted at his feet to eat dinner. Kula kula, water-leap fish was touched on the head by a big hand while eating, and couldn't help but raise his head to rub Yu-Hai's warm palm. Gigi, Zapdos was in Yu-Hai's arms, and now it was still a baby, and needed Yu-Hai to hold it and feed it. Be good, eat slowly. Yu-Hai fed Zapdos with electric energy cubes. This little guy could eat electric food, and he fed it slowly, so that this little guy could adapt to the current in his body as soon as possible, so that he could charge directly in the future. After having dinner with the elves, Yu-Hai held them and watched the sunset for a while, and thought of the notes he wrote in the gym, which were the future plans for Mosquito Frog and others. While consolidating the basics now, let them learn a few more new moves, so that they can cope with the complex and changeable battles in the future. But where should he find teachers for the elves? The move discs have proven to be of little use. It is difficult for elves to learn new moves from the discs. They need a teacher to teach them step by step. In the end, he found that to learn a new move, he had to find a teacher, which would be too much work. So why didn't he let the teacher find it himself? What he meant was to post a recruitment advertisement for hiring a tutor, looking for a designated elf to teach his elves the moves he wanted the elves to learn. For example, if Frog wants to learn the belly drum move, then he can hire a trainer who has a fast swimming frog or a frog. The trainer's frog must be able to belly drum, and then let the other frog teach his frog to learn belly drum. This way, one-on-one guidance and hand-on teaching can be achieved, and it is the kind that guarantees that you will learn it, and if you can't learn it, you won't pay. It is also very simple to issue tasks. He only needs to go to the Pokemon Center and send out the tasks. With the task rewards, it should be able to attract some trainers with a tight life. The Pokemon Center is a gathering place for trainers, and trainers who meet the standards can always be found. He has found a teaching teacher on Hasa Island. The price of each move ranges from 50,000 to 100,000, which is just over 2,000 tuition fees. The extra is considered door-to-door service. After all, a class in the previous life was not cheap, basically hundreds of yuan, and more than 2,000 yuan is only 10 classes. Then the reward for each move is set at 50,000 alliance coins. Now he is the one who takes the initiative to find a teacher, not someone else to learn new moves, so he naturally has the initiative to set the price. Whether others accept this price can be tested by the market. If no one applies for this teaching task, he can raise the unit price. He feels that someone is willing to take 50,000. After all, it is a job without any danger. Going to the orchard as a security guard and working overtime all day long is only 30,000. In comparison, as long as the church has 50,000, it is just a small matter of 2 or 3 days, and the task can be completed in a week at most. Do you think a week is too long? You should know that this teaching task is more than just one business. The frog alone needs to learn stomping, chi fist, earthquake, water cannon, freezing ray, surfing, belly drum and other moves. These are only the 7 moves that have been confirmed to be learned. Among these 7 moves, only Han Han has stomping. It always feels unreliable to let Han Han, who is too lazy to think, teach the frog. He might as well ask a teacher to teach. After all, these are not the moves of the frog. These 7 moves cost 350,000, which is not a small amount of money, and the frog or the fast-swimming frog must be taught. Among them, the water cannon and surfing can be learned from Dunmi's Blast Was, and you can save if you have enough money. There are only 5 moves to learn, and they are all non-native moves. The frog will be busy next. In addition to the frog, the giant claw crab also needs to add many new moves, such as 100,000 horsepower to increase explosive power, stomping to expand the attack surface, and insect-type moves cross scissors, ice-type moves freezing ray, rock-type moves rock blockade, etc. The giant claw crab needs to learn them. Here are 5 more moves. Although Han Han knows 100,000 horsepower and stomping, it is completely a luxury to expect Han Han to teach the giant claw crab. These 5 moves are also non-native moves for the giant claw crab. It is very difficult to learn them. You need to find a giant claw crab that knows these moves. Imitating the same kind is the fastest way to learn. In addition to the above 5 moves, the giant crab also needs to learn big moves such as Destruction Death Ray, Ultimate Impact, and Extreme Drop Claw. It also needs to learn moves that can trigger forced characteristics, such as Shell Blade, Rock Blockade, Water Flow Break, Hot Water, Blizzard, Freezing Ray, Rock Slide, Bubble, Bubble Ray, etc., and consider learning them later. First make up for the shortcomings of the giant crab, and consider other moves later. The moves that can trigger forced characteristics of the giant crab are still Metal Claw and Mud Shooting. The Freezing Ray and Rock Blockade that are about to be learned can also trigger moves such as Bubbles, so let the giant crab learn from the mosquito frog. In addition to frog and crab, Scyther also has many new moves to learn. If Scyther wants to go for the critical hit flow, then he needs to learn moves that are easy to trigger critical hits. And Scyther also needs to learn moves such as Storm, Water Cannon, Rapid Turn, Charge, and Spray. After recording all the new moves that the elves need to learn, Yu-Hai wanted to use the poke ball to collect frog and other main forces before it gets dark, and take Scyther to the poke center in the town to send out the new move tasks that the elves need to learn. Soon, he came to the poke center on Scyther and went straight to the task release window of the poke center, and wrote to the staff what kind of teachers the elves need to find and what kind of moves they need to learn. The teaching location is written as Xiaogan Gym, and the time is from 9 AM to 6 PM. The task requirement is that you must learn the moves to complete the task. He also specifies what moves to teach to frog or frog, what moves to teach to crab. Every time he releases a teaching task, he will get a task certificate, and he also gives the task reward to the staff. The trainer who receives the teaching task completes the task here, and he will give the task certificate to the trainer, and the trainer will come to the Pokemon Center to hand in the task. The unit price of each teaching task is 50,000, which is equivalent to 5,000 contribution points of the Alliance. The ratio of contribution points to Alliance coins is 1:10. One of the requirements for new certification is 10,000 contribution points, which is equivalent to 100,000 Alliance coins. Trainers who have completed the task can exchange 5,000 contribution points for 5,000 instead of the 50,000 reward. Trainers can use the points to exchange for various Pokemon cultivation resources at the Pokemon Center. Cultivation resources are basically common things, such as Pokemon food, evolution stone props, but there are no advanced evolution stones, and most things are only senior level. These cultivation resources can be bought with money, but exchanging them at the Pokemon Center is much cheaper than in the store, which is also a good choice for middle and lower level trainers. If you want better things, Pokemon like the 3 starters, and high value items, which are not available at ordinary Pokemon centers, you can go to the Alliance headquarters to exchange them, provided that the contribution is sufficient. After getting more than 10 task certificates, he also asked Frog and others to do a free physical examination, and finally experienced the benefits of the Alliance trainer. Frog and others were also very healthy, so he left the Pokémon Center and it was inconvenient for him to stay in the Pokémon Center for a long time. He is now a little celebrity, called the Gatekeeper of Xiagan Gym. In order not to attract the attention of other trainers, he always comes with a mask, just not wanting to be recognized. However, after his mission was issued, it caused a sensation at the Pokémon Center. After all, it was a non-dangerous teaching mission with a unit price of 50,000, and the location was still Xiagan Gym. After seeing the content of the mission, the trainers who had his Pokémons and the trainers whose Pokémons knew those moves were all very excited and came to the mission reception to accept the mission. The staff of the Pokémon Center will also assess whether these trainers are qualified to accept the mission, whether the trainers' Pokémons have the Pokémons required by the employer, and whether the Pokémons have the moves required by the employer. Only after passing the assessment can the trainers accept the mission. Yu-Hai, who left the Pokémon Center, naturally did not know what happened at the Pokémon Center. However, when he left the Pokémon Center, he was still seen by someone who followed him quietly. Chapter 402, Night Raid. Back at the lakeside cabin, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Yu-Hai released the main forces of Frog again and prepared to go back to the cabin to sleep. Before going to bed, the water Pokémons in the water took back the Pokeballs and were treated the same as Frog. They stayed in the Pokeballs and slept together next to the pillow. As the elves lay down, Yu-Hai took a bath, lay comfortably on the bed, hugged Slowpoke and fell asleep. However, he didn't know that he had been targeted. The young man's cancellation of the mission during the day was just a casual remark and was not taken seriously. As long as Yu-Hai is still alive, he will always be a threat. Anyway, the money has been spent and the deposit has been paid. It would be best if Yu-Hai can be eliminated. If he can't be eliminated, it means that he forgot. Yu-Hai should not care about such a trivial matter. If the bounty hunter is killed by Yu-Hai, it will be interesting. I don't know if this is a stain on Yu-Hai's trainer status. After the lights were turned off, the cabin by the lake fell into silence. Only the rustling sound could be heard in the forest. The only light source in this forest was the not very bright moonlight in the sky. At this moment, there were 2 Laolu hiding in the woods, with only 2 eyeballs rolling around, without making a sound, quietly looking at the cabin with the lights turned off, ready to act. This guy is really hard to find. He actually lives in such a remote place. There is no one here, which is convenient for us to take action. His frog, giant claw crab, scyther, and rhinoceros are all very strong. You have seen them these days. They are at least senior level. It turned out that before the 2 took action, they came to the gym many times to check the location and find out how strong Yu-Hai's elves were. They also knew Yu-Hai's situation. However, the 2 followed Yu-Hai at night and did not see the other elves that Yu-Hai raised in the wooden house, otherwise they would not be so careless. Wait a little longer, wait until he falls asleep before taking action, it's best to die quietly. Hehe, hypnotize first, then paralyze, even if it's a head-on battle, 2 against 1 is not bad, this deal is really worthwhile. As the night got darker and darker, time gradually came to midnight, and the 2 people hiding in the forest sent out 2 elves and slowly moved towards the wooden house. One is Paras that looks like a crab, and the other is a Greymalu. This elf looks like a fluttering moth that liked to circle around lights in the previous life. The 2 elves approached the wooden house one after the other, flapped their wings gently at the wooden house window, and quietly released hypnotic powder and paralysis powder. When the 2 elves approached, the round silk spider hanging upside down on the corner of the roof had already discovered the 2 uninvited guests. The round silk spider was about to warn when it was stopped by Darkrai. When the Malu quietly released the hypnotic powder, Darkrai and Jengar simultaneously opened the super power shield to protect the sleeping elves and Yu-Hai under the telekinetic shield. Darkrai was still notifying Yu Hai in a nightmare. Someone attacked at night, and hypnotic powder and paralysis powder have been used on the bedroom. Attack at night? So brave, Yu Hai knew in his dream that someone was going to mess with him, and he immediately asked Darkrai to sneak over and hypnotize the sneak attacking Lao Lu with the dark hole. Don't worry about these two Pokemons. Go and control the Night Raid trainers first, and lock their Pokeballs. I'll wake up soon. After telling Darkrai, Yu Hai woke up from his nightmare. Seeing a lot of powder on the telekinetic shield held up by Gengar, he knew that it was Gengar who protected him. In addition to himself, Gengar also used telekinetic shields on Frog and others. However, Gengar's telekinetic power was limited, so he only protected the strongest partners. There was no way for other Pokemons. They would wake up naturally tomorrow morning. As Darkrai left and returned, he brought the news that he had successfully hypnotized the enemy, and he also asked Gengar to remove the telekinetic shield. Gengar, Orb Spinner, do it! He! Gengar heard the word do it and immediately rushed out of the wooden house through the wall. He fired a shadow ball at the Malumath flying in front of the window, knocking the Malumath to the ground, and then went up to add 2 punches, and the Malumath was knocked unconscious. E2, the Orb Silk Spider quickly spun silk to entangle Paras by the window, blocking Paras's movement and directly wrapping Paras into a ball of wool. After dealing with the 2 Pokemons, Yu Hai also held his breath and sat up from the bed, quickly got out of bed and left the bedroom, followed by Frog and Scyther, and left the bedroom full of hypnotic powder. Han and Butterfree have been hypnotized and are sleeping soundly. It is not suitable to wake them up now, just let them continue to sleep. Yu Hai took Frog, Scyther, Frog, Orb Silk Spider, Gengar, and Crab out of the wooden house, ready to see the sneak attack of Old Six. Where are they? Yu Hai already knew that there were 2 sneak attacks on Old Six, a total of 13 Pokemons, and the 2 Pokemons who came to hypnotize were just cannon fodder to explore the way. If Morumoth could not hypnotize them, or the hypnosis was discovered, then there would only be a frontal battle. In the woods, there is no one else nearby, only the 2 of them. It looks like an assassination, Yu Hai recalled the conversation during the day. Is the young man playing a trick on him? Otherwise, there is no way to explain why someone would attack him at night after the young man cancelled the mission, or why the young man did not give up the idea of assassination and still wanted to kill him. The answer to this question is unknown, and we need to ask tomorrow to find out. The current priority is how to deal with the 2 Old Six. Take me over to see. Yu Hai walked into the woods. Under the leadership of Darkrai, the light quickly saw the 2 people sleeping soundly on the soil like dead dogs. He also smelled alcohol. These 2 people attacked at night and even drank alcohol. I don't know if he started out by sneak attacks. He actually dared to attack him at night. He really didn't know whether he lived or died. Orb Silk Spider, take out everything on them. Yu Hai wanted to see what good things these 2 people who gave money had. As the Orb Silk Spider searched, all the valuable things on the 2 people were found. In addition to the other 11 Pokeballs, the 2 people there were only some cigarettes, lighters, small cards, wine bottles, and other sundries on him, as well as some energy cubes, and nothing valuable. Even if there was not much cash, it was all wrinkled small denomination alliance coins, and he was too lazy to pick them up. The only valuable things on these 2 people were the 13 elves. The rest were nothing, or they were not brought with them. These desperados were wanted criminals. If they were the gangsters in the port of Xiagan Island, or the street thugs here, they should have a safe house, or they were really penniless, and they were moonlighters, who knew? Giant Claw Crab, dig a hole, dig deeper. Yu Hai was going to bury the 2 people. Anyway, the desperados who dared to come to the night attack basically had murder cases, and no one would investigate them even if they died. Bad Frog, poison attack. Yu Hai also asked the Bad Frog to go up and poison the 2 people to prevent them from crawling out of the soil. At the same time, he also wanted to see how strong the poison of the Bad Frog was. Quack, the Bad Frog heard Yu Hai's words, lifted up the clothes of the two with one hand, hit the two in the stomach with the other hand, and injected the poison into the two from the catheter on the arm. As the poison began to take effect, the two's faces turned black and purple in an instant, and they were awakened by the pain and vomited heavily. It was not until they saw Yu-Hai under the moonlight and the elves beside Yu-Hai that they realized that the night attack had failed and the two wanted to escape. As soon as the two stood up, they felt dizzy, and everyone had double vision. They immediately touched the elf ball on their waist, but the elf ball was gone. After the two realized this, their bodies could no longer support themselves and fainted on the ground, foaming at the mouth and fainting. 1 minute. More poisonous than the orb silk spider, Huize's boyfriend at least held on for 5 minutes. Yu-Hai put down his watch and looked at the bad frog with poison all over his body. The title of Poison King is well deserved. As for the fact that the elves can still fight after being poisoned on the battlefield, it can only be attributed to the fact that the elves' physique and poison resistance are far superior to humans. The physical fitness of humans in the elf world is not weak, at least it can rival the elite elves, but that is the limit of humans. After all, the upper limit is there and cannot be improved. Otherwise, what is the point of being a trainer? Isn't it easier to catch elves with bare hands? As the two were poisoned to death, Yu-Hai had the giant crab dig a pit, and asked the giant crab to drag the two to the bottom of the pit, and then fill it with soil, so that the big trees here can grow taller next year. He also asked Jengar to use ghost fire to burn all the useless debris without leaving any traces, and then he took the elves back to the wooden house. The bedroom where they slept before could not be lived in. Yu-Hai asked the mosquito-scented frogs to carry the hands out of the bedroom and put them in the living room to sleep, and the bedroom would be cleaned tomorrow. He also changed a bedroom to sleep, and the mosquito-scented frogs were next to him, but everyone couldn't sleep. What if Lao Lu came to steal the house again? Yu-Hai lay on the bed, looking at the 13 elf balls in his hand. He didn't expect that the two poor guys could still afford to raise 6 elves. In addition to Mormoth, Paras, a senior Venusaur, a senior Arbok, a senior Megalodon, a senior venomous jellyfish, a beedrill, a slowpoke, a pidgeot, a toucan, gas bomb, stinkpoon, and sludge. If these two join forces, they can bully some senior trainers who have just passed the senior threshold. No wonder they dare to accept the task of that guy. However, these two are not good enough to face him. They were touched by Darkrai and found a dark hole behind them. They slept like dead pigs. For these Pokemons, they will be put in Pokeballs for the time being. When they go out, they will deal with them. They will not starve to death if they are locked in Pokeballs. There are also Pokemons that have been locked for several years in the animation. After Lao Lu solved it, he thought of the guy in the gym again. He guessed that it was a test from that guy to test whether he had the ability to deal with these desperados. He just didn't know what that guy was going to do and what his purpose was. He can ignore the other party's negligence this time, but it may not be the case next time. The other party has been doing it again and again, which is not like the reaction after confession. No matter what the result is, it will be clear tomorrow. If the other party still refuses to give up, then he will collect evidence and report the rocket team undercover to the Alliance. Not thinking about that guy, he looked at the mosquito frogs and others, especially Jengar's performance tonight. Under the command of Darkrai, he methodically propped up the telekinetic shield to block the hypnotic powder, and also knew how to make choices and understand that he had to keep the strongest combat power. Gengui is quite reliable except for being a little playful and greedy, and has also integrated into this big family. Gengui, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential. Level, 24.10%. Features, body of curse /12.92%. Mastered moves, strange light /31.57%. Lick /33.55%. Curse /29.15%. Misfortunes never come alone /28.23%. Shadow ball /37.82%. Same Fate /26.63%. Spiritual Assault /35.56%. Shadow Claw /29.92%. Shadow Fist /27.11%. Mastered Moves, Poison /44.84%. Acid Bomb /30.52%. Venom Shock /31.21%. Poison Attack /33.15%. Poison Spike /27.54%. Sludge Bomb /27.35%. Hypnosis /32.41%. Dream Eater /30.12%. Mental Power /37.64%. Magic Space /22.44%. Sleep /39.81%. Mastered Moves, Black Eyes /14.48%. Song of Destruction /12.78%. Tit for Tat /25.26%. Provocation /18.77%. Assault /19.88%. Wave of Evil /29.42%. Frozen Punch /13.23%. Absorbing Punch /11.55%. Destruction Light /9.32%. Wisp /22.45%. Hold /18.87%. It has been 10 days since I last looked at Jengar's potential. Yu-Hai found that Jengar's level has increased very fast. Before, because of the impact of the champion limit, the level was still 4 or 5. In just 10 days, Jengar's level has reached more than 20 levels, which is really a bit scary. Geng's experience value increased too fast. At the rate of 2 levels a day, although the higher the level, the slower the upgrade, but Jengar's growth rate is still twice that of other Pokémon. Is this the feedback brought by the potential limit? He sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked by Jengar's amazing change, and murmured, "It's so terrifying. It won't be long before Jengar surpasses Frog and even Frog to become his strongest Pokémon." Fortunately, they have established a bond, so there is no need to worry about the backlash of this glutton. After the evolution, Jengar's characteristics have also changed from floating to the body of spells. When attacked, sometimes the opponent's moves will be changed to the state of immobilization, with a triggering probability of 30%. Although the floating characteristics are gone, Jengar can still fly and can pass through walls and become invisible. These are Jengar's racial talents and will not change because of the disappearance of the characteristics. Geng's moves do not change much, even if there are changes, they are only a few points. After all, Jengar often used gems to impact his potential during that period, which led to the increase of these moves. Basically, they are higher than the level. As long as you train a little bit, you can get the feel, and the power of the moves is still so great. In addition to the moves that he already had, Jengar has also learned many more moves, the most of which are Ghost type, Poison type, Evil type, and Psychic type moves. It must be said that after Jengar's potential was improved, he was really gifted, especially the Poison type talent, Ghost type talent, and Psychic type talent. Acid Bomb, Poison Shock, Poison Attack, Poison Spikes, and Sludge Bomb, these 5 moves are all Poison type moves, some of which should be learned from Bad Frog. Jengar actually learned Poison Spikes and can also spread Poison Spikes. Frozen Punch and Absorption Punch should be learned by observing Mosquito Frog. Jengar has learned to steal the skills. Psychic Force and Trick Space are both psychic moves. Jengar's psychic talent is needless to say. Jengar can also play a space team. Destruction Death Ray is a high-powered general type move, but it was also learned by Jengar. However, after using it, it cannot move in the next round. Provocation and Surprise Attack are Evil type moves, and they were also learned by Jengar. No wonder Jengar often hooks his fingers. Sneak Attack, Shadow Claw, Shadow Punch, all are Ghost type moves. After eating so many Ghost Gems, finally there is some reward. There is also Death Song. Jengar can also play the Shadow Stepping Death Song style. I can only say that Jengar is so abnormal now. Jengar has changed too much. Finally, there is guard. Jengar learned it when he was practicing perception with Frog. He didn't know what to say about such a Jengar. His talents in poison, ghost, and psychic are abnormal. He can learn other moves at a glance. Some moves can even awaken automatically. He can only say that it is against the sky. It is really against the sky. Only such a talent can match the current Jengar, and the hundreds of millions he raised by selling everything he had. The gym chapter is all about elves. If you don't want to read it, you can skip it. It's okay. I will reduce some descriptions, but the necessary descriptions will not be less. Chapter 403, Big-Mouthed Gull, Supplement. The fourth day of joining the gym, Sunny. Yu-Hai got up from his side this morning. They got up here, but Han-Han and the others were still sleeping in the living room. They had inhaled a lot of hypnotic powder last night, which was enough for these little guys to sleep in. He did not disturb the little guys sleeping in the living room, nor did he let other elves disturb Han-Han and the others. He let them sleep until they woke up naturally. He made breakfast for the mosquito-repellent frogs first. The sleeping elves had no breakfast, so they had to wait until they woke up to eat. He had left breakfast for them. After breakfast, he used a vacuum cleaner to clean the master bedroom. After cleaning up all the remaining powder of hypnotic powder and paralysis powder, he took out the sheets to wash. The sheets could not be used because they were stained with hypnotic powder. He was not at ease sleeping. The washed sheets were hung on the swing under the citrus tree. The bedroom also needed to open the window for ventilation for a few days to evaporate the remaining powder. Only then would he go back to the master bedroom to sleep. After cleaning up the cabin, he had to go to work. He didn't take the pokeballs of the two desperados with him, and put them in the drawer of the bedroom. After saying goodbye to the orb spinner, he asked the orb spinner to wait for Han-Han and the others to wake up, and then gave them breakfast. He got on the Squirtle and said goodbye to the Pokemons and went to work. It didn't take long before he landed in front of the gym with the Squirtle. Ada was already training Squirtle in the gym, and there was a tadpole beside him. "Brother Hai, what do you think of my tadpole?" Ada saw Yu-Hai coming to work, and immediately walked up with the tadpole to let Yu-Hai see the newly captured Pokemon. "Put it away, let me see," Yu-Hai asked Ada to put the tadpole back into the Pokeball. He needed to put the Pokeball back to see it. If it was his own Pokemon, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Here, Ada quickly took back the mosquito coil tadpole and handed the mosquito coil tadpole's Pokeball to Yu-Hai. Seeing Yu-Hai catch the Pokeball, he even touched his nose and waited quietly for Yu-Hai's observation. "Not bad, where did you capture the tadpole?" Yu-Hai saw the mosquito coil tadpole. The panel of the tadpole has a potential of 42 and only one characteristic. It is reasonable that Ada cannot subdue a Pokemon with such poor talent. What he said was okay, but it was only okay for ordinary people. For Ada, the young master of the gym, it was not good enough. "I caught it by Grandpa's lake," Ada smiled. The lake where Grandpa often fished had many water Pokemons. He could just catch any water Pokemon he wanted. "So that's how it is," Yu-Hai returned the Pokeball to Ada. He thought someone wanted to frame Ada and make this gym master useless, otherwise he wouldn't give Ada such a poorly talented tadpole. It turned out that he thought too much. He continued to walk into the gym. After thinking about it, he asked Ada, "Ada, how far do you want to go?" "What do you mean by how far?" Ada didn't quite understand what Yu-Hai was saying. This sentence was too profound. He couldn't understand it at all and didn't think that far. "Do you want to stay in Xiagan Gym and be the gym owner, or do you want to be one of the 4 heavenly kings or the champion?" Yu-Hai saw Ada's confused look, so he could only change to a simple explanation and repeat what he had just said. "Of course it's the 4 heavenly kings and the champion. How can I stay in Xiagan Gym and be the gym owner?" Ada shouted when he heard the 4 heavenly kings and the champion. His goal is the 4 heavenly kings, or even the champion, not the gym owner. After all, the gym owner is just his starting point. As long as he grows up, he will be the gym owner of Xiagan Gym. It is not difficult to become the gym owner. Since it is the 4 heavenly kings, you have to subdue a mosquito-repellent tadpole again. That mosquito-repellent tadpole is not suitable for you. Yu Hai had no choice when he was on the deserted island, so he had no choice but to subdue the tadpole, which also created a deep bond between him and the tadpole. If he had a choice at that time, he might have slowly selected the initial elves, instead of subduing a tadpole as his initial elf. There was no choice at that time. However, the tadpole was not bad either. He was satisfied with the fact that he had cultivated it to this point. He had fulfilled the promise he made at the beginning, and gave the tadpole the best. He only needed to take the tadpole to the top of the mountain to see the higher scenery. But Ada was different from him. He started as the young master of Xiagan Gym. He didn't have to worry about the choice of elves. He could capture any elves he wanted, even quasi-gods. He believed that the old man who fished definitely had the ability to get a quasi-god for his grandson. Why? Ada couldn't figure it out. This tadpole was the elf he carefully selected, and he didn't want to give up. Think about the question just now, I won't say it a second time. Yu Hai shook his head helplessly. If the other party was stubborn, he had nothing to say. If he couldn't let go now, it would only be more difficult in the future. If he was a scumbag trainer, he might have abandoned the tadpole a long time ago, but he was not. He was an adult with a complete outlook on life and knew what responsibility was, so he didn't abandon the tadpole. He is an adult who has received positive value education. Although he has grown up and has become a bad person, he is not a bad person. He is just tired and bored. If Ada doesn't listen, he won't say a word. Anyway, the other party is not his person. He has done his best to persuade him. If the other party continues to make trouble, he will bear it. It has nothing to do with him if he stops moving forward in the future. Is this tadpole unable to accompany me to the King of Heaven? Ada muttered to himself, staring at the tadpole and the pokeball in a daze. He felt that he thought things were simple. Pokemon can't just be captured casually. Otherwise, his sister's Pokemon would not let Grandpa choose, otherwise their initial Pokemon would not choose the Alliance's 3 major Pokemons, just like his friends, just capture one on the roadside. He has seen 3 types of newcomers who choose the initial Pokemon. The first type is those of them who can receive the Alliance's 3 major Pokemons. The second type is the initial Pokemons purchased at a high price in the breeding house and carefully cultivated by the breeder. The third type is the wild initial Pokemons that are captured randomly on the roadside, at the seaside, or in the forest. Put the Squirtle away and show it to me. Yu Hai was also quite curious about what kind of Pokemons the 3 starters of the Alliance, which every member of the Alliance has, and even the 3 starters of the Alliance that all trainers are eager to get, are. Here, Ada seemed to have let go of something, and seemed to have let out a sigh of relief. He resigned himself to the fate of taking the Squirtle back into the Pokeball and putting it in Yu Hai's hand. Squirtle. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 57%. Level, 9.28%. Feature, torrent/3.15% hidden feature, rain plate /3.17%. Mastered moves, water cannon /2.22%. Surfing /2.31%. Water wave /3.26%. Pray for rain /3.82%. Impact /2.45%. Wagtail /3.94%. Water gun /8.91%. Retract into shell /6.21%. High speed spin /1.99%. Good guy, this Squirtle has a great talent for water, and its potential is also good, close to the potential of a king. In addition, with 3 stages of evolution, as long as it is not wasted, it is already a semi-champion. Your Squirtle is very good, you should cultivate it well. Yu-Hai has a Mega Evolution Stone of Blastoise, and he is a little tempted by this Squirtle. It's a pity that the Squirtle is not his, it's impossible to force it. At most, he can make contributions to the Alliance in the future and exchange his contribution points for a starter Pokémon, or participate in the regional competition and choose a Squirtle after winning the championship. There is no need to be jealous now. Brother Hai, I understand. Ada put away Squirtle's Pokeball. Only the new starter Pokémons obtained from Dr. Uchiki's institute can catch Yu-Hai's eye and be worth cultivating. Then the standard for conquering Pokémons in the future must at least be the standard of the starter Pokémons of the Alliance Institute. He finally knows what kind of Pokémons should be conquered, what kind of Pokémons can accompany him to go further, and can accompany him to the top and champion. Thinking of this, he was too lazy to continue training, put away the two Pokémons and went to the back mountain to find his grandfather. My sister's Pokémon was chosen by my grandfather, so if I want a Pokémon, I can let my grandfather choose it. My grandfather's vision will definitely not be bad. Watching Ada leave, Yu-Hai sat in the gym and touched his chin and thought about it. He felt that he was too naive before. How could the starter Pokémons of the Alliance be abandoned and picked up by others, except for Master Ji? This potential starter Pokémon, no matter who picks it up, can create a top trainer. The Alliance is not so generous as to let others pick up such a big bargain. After all, they are all high-quality starter Pokémons cultivated by the Research Institute and the descendants of those powerful trainers. If the new trainer does not live up to expectations and chooses to abandon the initial Pokémons, the Alliance will definitely recycle these initial Pokémons and will not let the initial Pokémons drift outside. This is more reasonable. If the starter Pokémons worth tens of millions, the starter Pokémons with quasi-top potential, are really so easy to pick up, he is really looking forward to it when he can pick one up. After all, it is a free starter Pokémon, and it would be best if it is a Squirtle. It would be great if he can pick it up. As for Ash's Squirtle Fire Brigade, except for the Squirtle boss, the talents of other Squirtle are probably average, and there is no need to look at them at all. But that Squirtle is Ash's natal starter Pokémon. When he goes to Kanto in the future, he will see if he can meet the Squirtle Fire Brigade. Isn't there an island of Blastoise? There are many Squirtles on that uninhabited island. You can choose any one at that time. However, Blastoise Island is not on the map. It takes a lot of time to find it. It's hard to say whether you can find it. As for buying it on the black market? Well, although he has money and doesn't need 10 million or 20 million, he prefers to get it for free. Getting it for free makes him happy. Getting it for free is always fun. Even if he can pick up a Squirtle, he can't use it openly unless he can subdue Squirtle on Blastoise Island. There is a reasonable explanation. The reason why the island is not on the map is probably that the Alliance has eliminated it. After all, there is a Squirtle on the island. There must be information about the island within the Alliance. Forget it, don't think too much, just let it go. Yu-Hai shook his head helplessly, feeling that he was thinking a little too far. As the gym opened, people came to challenge the gym one after another, but after entering the gym, the challenger did not challenge him, but talked about the teaching task of the Pokémon Center. Hearing that these trainers were here for teaching tasks, Yu-Hai planned to leave 3 people behind to teach Frog, Crab, and Scyther to learn new moves. Trainers who want to challenge, wait a moment, those who have accepted the teaching task, come here and release your Pokémon. Bang bang bang! As the Pokeballs opened one by one, Yu-Hai saw this group of trainers release their Frog, Frogger, Crab, and Scyther. There are the most crabs, followed by Frog and Frogger, and Scyther is the least. After all, this kind of Pokémon is used to being aloof and it is difficult for newcomers to subdue it. Trainers can keep Frogger and Frogger who can use moves such as Stomp, Earthquake, Inspiring Punch, Freezing Beam, and Belly Drum. They must know at least one move, and 3 are even better. Trainers can keep crabs that can use 100,000 horsepower, Stomp, Cross Scissors, Freezing Beam, and Rock Blockade. Trainers can keep Scyther who can use Cross Poison Blade, Whirlwind Blade, Close Combat, and Baton Relay. Yu Hai took out a small notebook and read out the 3 new moves that Frogger needed to learn, but he found that no one left. The Pokémon of these trainers knew the moves he mentioned. Then, he changed his statement, show the trainer who knows 5 moves. Only 2 people stood up. Yu Hai looked at them and asked curiously, what kind of trainer knows 5 moves? Acting Gym Leader, I have Frog and Crab, both of them can use Freeze Ray, Frog can also Stomp and Belly Drum, Crab can also Stomp. Acting Gym Leader, mine are Scyther and Crab. After listening to the 2 people's story, Yu Hai understood that the 2 people wanted to take 5 tasks, each with 2 Pokémon. Sorry, it's my negligence. I didn't make it clear. I think it's better for each of you to teach 1 Pokémon. Yu Hai didn't expect it to be like this, so he could only re-explain his needs. Of the more than 10 trainers on the scene, he would only leave 3 people to teach Frog and 3 new moves. After these 3 people finished teaching the new moves, he would need other trainers to supplement the remaining new moves. Each of you can only teach 1 Pokémon. The one whose Pokémon has the most moves can stay. The rest of you please go back. As he explained, the trainers who came to do the task started to clamor, saying that their Pokémon knew the most moves. Seeing that the group was about to fight, Yu Hai quickly stopped them and said to them, trainers of Frog, Crab, and Scyther, all those who know all the moves, those who know 4 moves, and those who know 3 moves, stay. Finally, after this selection, only 5 people were left on the scene, 2 frogs, 2 crabs, and 1 Scyther. Frogs? How many moves does your frog know? Yu Hai looked at the 2 trainers with frogs. One said 3, and the other said 4 with a smile. The frog that knows 4 moves stays, and the other one goes back. Yu Hai quickly decided on the candidate for Frog's teaching, a frog, and he looked at the Scyther's trainer. There was only 1 trainer teaching Scyther, so there was no need to choose, and it was Scyther who knew 4 moves. He looked at the Crab's trainers again, and the 2 also reported the moves that Crabs knew, and they also had 4. One didn't know Freeze Ray, and the other didn't know 100,000 horsepower. Your Crabs know 4 moves, and it's hard for me to choose. How about you 2 have a Pokémon battle? Yu Hai kicked the ball to the 2 again for this difficult decision. After the 2 looked at each other, they felt that this method was fair. They both stood on the battlefield and used the giant crab to have a duel to decide who could take on the 200,000 task. As the 2 giant crab trainers began to fight, how could there be no audience, and Yu Hai was one of them. He looked at the 2 giant crabs on the battlefield, both of them were testing each other with water guns, and then they shot at each other with mud, and then found that no one could do anything to the other. One giant crab suddenly changed its moves and used the freezing ray to freeze the other giant crab. The other giant crab broke the ice, used the defense to resist the freezing ray, and rushed towards the other side quickly, knocking the other side over and hitting the wall. Then he swung his big claws again, slammed the crab hard, and finally won the battle. Pa pa pa! Yu Hai raised his hands and clapped after watching the battle between the 2. The giant crab with 100,000 horsepower is more suitable for his giant crab. After all, they all like to swing hammers, and I believe they should get along very happily. With the end of the battle, the loser left the stage sadly, and the winner was qualified to accept the task. Yu Hai explained the situation to the 3 people again. Next, I don't care what method you use, and I'm not interested in knowing. Without hurting the elves, please let the mosquito frog, giant crab, and flying mantis learn new moves as soon as possible. The task reward for each new move is 50,000. For each new move you learn, I will give you a task certificate. The learning time is only from 9 AM to 6 PM every day. I hope you can learn it at the last minute. Complete the task in a short time, and the 3 frogs will be handed over to you. Don't worry, acting gym leader, we promise to let your Pokémon learn new moves in the shortest time. The 3 trainers who stayed behind each had 4 tasks. They looked at each other and competed secretly, all wanting to complete the tasks as quickly as possible. After all, time is money. They couldn't spend a month here for 200,000. They planned to complete the task in a week and then do other tasks. Very good, you can start now. If you can't perform here, you can go to the training room. Frog, Crab, and Scyther are up to you. Leave it to us, X3. After the three of them responded in unison, they took their own Pokémons began to teach new moves. They did not go to the training room, but started teaching Pokémons in the corner of the battlefield. Yu-Hai saw the three people began to teach the three frogs, and he also freed his hands and looked at another group of trainers. They were here to challenge the gym. Acting gym leader, have you finished your business? It's time to fight the gym battle. Seeing Yu-Hai coming, these noobs started to yell again. Yu-Hai was also a little tired. It's okay for these trainers to be noobs, but they don't admit that they are noobs. They are noobs and love to play. He simply let other Pokémons play with these noobs. Saurus, you come. The frogs have fought before, and this time it's Saurus' turn to play. Although Saurus often uses it as a means of transportation, Saurus' training has not fallen behind at all. Bile, Saurus is no longer praying for rain outside, and will play with these newcomers today. The big-mouthed gull is different from the flying mantis. It likes to bully newcomers. It bullied tadpoles on the deserted island. Bullying is its specialty. It can definitely make these babies cry. After letting the big-mouthed gull bully the weak, Yu-Hai did not go for a morning run. He would pay attention to the learning situation of the mosquito frogs from time to time, and most of the time he was planning the development direction of the big-mouthed gull. Big-billed gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.21%. Level, 42.12%. Feature, rainfall /38.33%. Mastered moves, wind /31.59%. Feather perch /37.01%. Wing attack /40.58%. Water flow ring /36.23%. Water gun /40.49%. Water wave /29.87%. Pray for rain /40.17%. Lightning flash /39.29%. High speed movement /41.37%. Tailwind /39.11%. Hold /41.74%. Air blade /26.11%. Air sharp blade /28.74%. I haven't looked at big-billed gull's proficiency panel for more than a month. Big-billed gull's potential has risen a little bit, and its level has also entered the senior level, qualifying it to participate in the regional competition. The gulls have been praying for rain, which has contributed a lot to the proficiency of the rainfall trait. The current rainfall is enough for fighting, coupled with the storm and water cannon. It is not a small enemy with one move. Flying type moves, wind, feather perch, wing attack are all used. Wind is used to blow fallen leaves and so on. Because of frequent flying, feather perch can also restore physical strength, and wing attack is often used to hit children. Water type moves, water ring, water gun, water wave, often use water gun. The water gun of the big-mouth gull is not inferior to the mosquito frog in target shooting, but it can't be blind. Praying for rain is a move that has been trained all the time, so the proficiency is so high. However, the proficiency of high-speed movement is not as high as that of the acceleration move. The big-mouth gull often takes him to fly, and also uses high-speed movement to accelerate himself. The tailwind is sometimes used. The two moves will be faster when superimposed on each other. Lightning flash is a preemptive move. When flying training with Scyther, the proficiency is brushed up. Training with lightning flash in the woods has trained a high level of dodge. After all, what is practiced is dodge. The proficiency of guarding is also very high. The gull often uses it to avoid the rain, the light rain, moderate rain, and sometimes heavy rain that falls when it prays for rain. In addition, the gull has also learned two flying type moves. Air blade, the chance of hitting the vital point is one level higher than most moves. Air Blade, there is a 30% chance of making the opponent flinch. These two flying type moves are both moves that release wind blade attacks, but the power and effect are different. They are considered advanced moves of wing attacks, and wing attacks can also retire gloriously. Next, the Gull can put its rain-seeking training aside. In order to cope with future battles, the Gull also needs to learn some new moves. As a supporting and main elf, Rapid Return is an indispensable move, so that the Gull can quickly exit without consuming the number of retractions. Water Cannon and Storm, one is a water-type ultimate move, and the other is a flying-type ultimate move, both are must-learn moves. There are also Charging, Spraying, and Swallowing. These three are also must-learn moves. The more times you charge, the more powerful the spray, and the more physical strength you recover after swallowing. Every time you use Charging, the physical defense and special defense increase by 1 level, the power after spraying is multiplied by 100, and swallowing can restore a quarter of the physical strength. When charging 3 times, the power of spraying is 300, and swallowing can restore all the physical strength. As long as there is time to charge, these 3 moves are so perverted. Chapter 404, The Plan to Occupy the Magpie's Nest, Supplement. Yu Hai thought that after get off work, the 3 trainers who taught the 3 frogs would go back, so he asked these 3 people to take the task of the Gull to the Pokémon Center. Trainers who want to take the task can come, which can also save him a lot of trouble. After the future planning of the Gull, he put down the small notebook and looked at the 3 frogs who were learning, and the Gull who was bullying. As for the Zapdos in his arms, it was still the same, still affected by premature birth, and still looked like a black-bone chicken. Zapdos, premature. Attributes, electricity plus flight. Gender, male. Potential, 58.89%. Level, 3.11%. Features, pressure /0.53% hidden feature, static electricity /0.53%. Mastered moves, PEC /1.21%. Electromagnetic wave /0.61%. Zapdos was born 10 days prematurely, and its level has only increased by 2 levels. The pressure feature has not changed much, but the static electricity feature has increased a little. Recently, it has been eating electric energy blocks. The pecking move has also increased a little because the chicks pecked. Electromagnetic waves have also increased a little, probably because of the increase in electric energy blocks. Zapdos only eats 1 block a day, and eats other foods. The snail is also eating electric energy blocks again, all of which are stocks from Big City last time. The changes of Zapdos are not very big. It may change only after the influence of premature birth is over. If there is no premature birth, Zapdos will need 10 days to hatch. After half a month of infancy, it can almost start training. After Zapdos can walk, it is the time when curiosity is strong. Watching the battle of the gulls and seeing the gulls win the battle, Zapdos will flap its wings that have not grown fully to celebrate. When Zapdos is tired of watching the battle, it will also watch the learning of the slugs. When it feels bored, it will jump into Yu Hai's arms to sleep. Yu Hai will wait for Zapdos to fall asleep, and then use the poke ball to take back Zapdos and let Zapdos sleep in the poke ball. In fact, everyone in the gym is very curious about what kind of Pokemon this ugly little chicken is. It is difficult for Yu Hai, the acting gym leader, to ask. The trainers who come to the gym to teach, challenge, and watch the battle all look at Ada. Everyone asked Ada and learned that this ugly little chicken is a premature Spearow, so everyone lost their curiosity. If it was a Pidgeot, they might have taken a closer look, but it was just a Spearow, so there was nothing to see. Although it was a Pidgeot, it was a home bird like Spearow, which was not unusual at all. Today's morning gym routine was spent peacefully like this. He did not go back at noon, and he also asked the kitchen to arrange lunch for the trainer who took over the teaching task. After lunch, the afternoon gym routine began again. The gym battle was still dominated by the Spearow on the battlefield. No Pokemon could withstand the crazy output of the Smurf. Wing attack, water gun, and other long-range moves, just like Free, bombarded the Pokemon below. Mosquito and the others were still learning new moves, and they had already made some progress. Mosquito first learned the move of Genkai Fist, because it had the foundation of the fighting type move Absorption Fist, and it was very fast to learn moves of the same attribute. The move that the crab learned was 100,000 horsepower, which was a move that increased the explosive power of the charge. The crab was very strong and learned it very quickly. The move that Scyther first learned was Close Combat, because it had the fighting type move of Tile Break, and it was also easy to learn fighting type close combat moves. The three of them chose the new moves that were easy to learn and tried to teach Mosquito 3 in the shortest time. In this way, the afternoon was spent in a busy manner. It was time to get off work again. Yu-Haya was ready to close the gym and refuse the trainers who continued to challenge him. At this time, even if there are trainers coming to challenge the gym, he will not accept the challenge. He has already finished get off work. The world is big, but the most important thing is to finish get off work. The three trainers who taught Frog to learn new moves also said goodbye and went back. Dinner was not provided, but the three of them wanted to help him, tell him that he wanted to find the trainer of Owl to teach Owl to learn new moves. If Ada was still there, he would not have to close the door. This was originally Ada's home. Since Ada was not there, he closed the gym and went to the kitchen to take dinner back. However, he met two acquaintances in the kitchen and asked him to have dinner together. "Aha, are you off work? Stay and have dinner together." The one who called Yu-Haya was the smiling young man next to Itsumai. No, Yu-Haya was very tactful. Seeing that the other party was with Itsumai, he quickly rejected the other party's invitation. Don't look at the smile on his face. Maybe it's another test. If he accepts the other party's invitation, it means that he is suspected of getting close to Itsumai, and he will definitely be hated by this dog. The harvest of citrus has ended temporarily. We need to wait until the remaining citrus matures before we can pick them. I will leave with the ship tomorrow. The next time I come will be next month. I just happened to meet him today. If I don't drink this time, I will have to wait a long time next time. The young man came over and explained that this opportunity was rare. No, I was attacked last night and the wooden house was damaged. I need to go back to repair the wooden house. Yu-Haya shook his head again. The other party seemed to be trying to keep him, but in fact he was testing him, or even secretly warning him. Because the other party said that after the harvest of citrus, he would leave Xiagan Island with the ship, and the next time he would come was next month. In his opinion, the other party's retention seemed enthusiastic, but it was no longer a hint of warning. It was clearly a warning everywhere, warning him not to make small moves. Their work was only temporarily over, and the other party would come back next month, or even at any time, and he would be stared at. After all, citrus is a subtropical fruit, and in a place like the Orange Islands, it is a fruit available all year round. Don't get me wrong, citrus doesn't refer to a kind of fruit, but a general term for many kinds of orange fruits. Because Xiagan Island processes oranges into various canned citrus, all these orange fruits are called citrus. Although each kind of citrus matures in different seasons, there are citrus that mature in every season, so various citrus are exported here every season, and there are even processed citrus cans and juices, which are all byproducts of citrus. Not only that, the citrus peels left after peeling can also be used to extract citrus essential oils, pectin and other food additives. After the citrus peels are dried, they can also be used as medicine, soaked in water, or even cooked. These are all byproducts of citrus, and they are also the economic pillars of Xiagan Island. I don't know how many people they feed, and I don't know how many people are running around the citrus industry. However, these have nothing to do with Yu-Haya. He is just a small trainer. Economic problems will naturally be a headache for local officials of the Alliance. He said that he was attacked just to bring up the incident of being attacked at night last night. Didn't the other party say that he wanted to cancel the mission? Then what did he mean by being attacked last night? Was it intentional or was it to paralyze him? What? You were attacked? The young man covered his mouth as soon as he was surprised, and hurriedly whispered to Yu-Hai, "Let's talk somewhere else." The young man took Yu-Hai and left from the back door of the kitchen under the puzzled gaze of Dunmei and came to the backyard of the gym. Aha, it was my brother's negligence. My brother went back to find the bounty hunters who took the mission last night, but he didn't find them in the bar. My employees haven't found them either. I didn't expect them to attack you. It's okay, they are dead. Yu-Hai saw the guilt on the young man's face, but he didn't believe a word of it. It was just crocodile tears. This kind of person still wants to play the emotional card with him. He is not a young boy who has not experienced much of the world. How can he be so easy to fool? The other party can't deceive him. Dead. The young man couldn't help but look at Yu-Hai again when he heard that he was dead. The two bounty hunters were not small characters, and they were notorious thugs in the tavern. He didn't expect that he would die at the hands of Yu-Hai. Yu-Hai was not as simple as he seemed, and he was not a good person. Was he warning him to think carefully and weigh the consequences if there was a next time? As long as my brother is fine, the young man was surprised, and quickly raised his hand to pat Yu-Hai's shoulder, feeling happy that Yu-Hai survived. This matter was my brother's negligence, and I will compensate you for whatever you want. No need, the water stone is enough. Yu-Hai smiled helplessly, shook his head and waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need it. The other party was just being polite, he couldn't take it seriously, otherwise he would be greedy. It doesn't matter, it's my brother's fault, compensation is what he deserves. The young man repeatedly emphasized that compensation must be given, and Yu-Hai had to accept it. Actually, I don't know what I want. Yu-Hai pondered for a moment and smiled helplessly. He really didn't know how to start, and didn't know what to want. Anyway, it was all free stuff, so if he didn't take it, he would let the other party decide for himself. Since the young man was still testing him, he took it. There was no need to refuse. Refusing again would be a lack of faith, and it would also leave the young man with the impression that he couldn't be won over or bribed, which was also his purpose. Some people might say that if you can't bribe him, then you can't bribe him. It's no big deal. As a time traveler, how can you bow down for a few pieces of silver? If you really think like this, then it can only be said to be superficial. Unable to win over, unable to bribe, is to send a signal to the other party, that is, he is a stubborn person. Although the misunderstanding has been resolved, he was attacked again later. This matter is definitely difficult to resolve, and it also pushed the neutral people to the opposite side. The solution is also very simple, that is, accept the other party's things. After all, the hand that takes the other party is short, and the mouth that eats the other party is soft. If he would rather die than obey, that is, he would never want the other party's things, the other party would probably have only one idea, that is, to find ways to kill him. Since he has offended him, it is better to cut the grass and root it out. If you accept the other party's things, it will send another signal, that is, you can win over, but you can't bribe. Winning over is called neutrality, not helping each other. Bribing is called an undercover subordinate, also called one of our own. The reason why the attack was mentioned is also to show that he can't become one of our own. He is the old man's man. At most, he can be won over, and he can't be bribed or trusted. To win over is usually to change the attitude of people who are not in one's camp or do not support one through emotional connection, interest, temptation, promise of benefits, etc., and become supportive of one's side, or tend to one's side on certain issues, or at least remain neutral. Bribing is more direct, referring to the use of specific material benefits such as property, power, status, etc. as a condition of exchange, with the intention of buying the other party's loyalty, support, or cooperation. It is a bribery behavior for the purpose of achieving a certain clear purpose. In general, winning over is more about building and consolidating interpersonal relationships through various means, and the purpose is not necessarily entirely material benefits. Bribing emphasizes material or actual benefits, and the purpose is clearer and more direct. It seems that the two of them only exchanged a few words, but in fact they have already exchanged hundreds of moves invisibly. Yu Hai's purpose is to make his attitude clear, and he also accepted the benefits and handed over his handle, that is, the attack last night. He killed the bounty hunter, and he suspected that the other party did it on purpose. Although those are all people who deserve to die, they should be punished by the laws of the alliance, instead of him deciding the life and death of those wanted criminals. This matter can be big or small, the key depends on his position. If he is just an ordinary league trainer, anyone can take him at will. If he is a gym leader, he just privately executed 2 wanted criminals. Nothing will happen, and he can still go to the league to collect the reward. The young man also knew his attitude. Not only did he have the old man fishing as his backer, but he was also not an easy trainer to mess with. He would not mention bribery in the future. He also had Yu Hai's handle and gave him benefits to make friends. As long as Yu Hai accepted the benefits, he believed that Yu Hai would not oppose him on certain issues in the future. Even if he did not support him, he should remain neutral. I have a silver powder here. If you don't mind, apply it on the sickle of scythe. It can increase the power of scythe's insect-type moves. The young man knew that Yu Hai had a scythe, so he took out a small bag of powder from his bag and put it in Yu Hai's hand. Yu Hai caught the powder and opened it directly with the panel. He saw the level of the prop. It was just an elite silver powder prop. This guy was too stingy, but it was still a prop after all. Yesterday's evolution stone could be sold for more than 3 million, and the elite props were also worth less than 2 million. He made less than 5 million in one round, which was more than 200,000 in the currency of the previous life. Good guy, it's not that the other party is stingy, but he is too rich and doesn't look down on these lousy things. If he gives the 5 million props to others casually, he will probably be happy for several months. Thank you. If nothing else, I will go back. Yu Hai's goal has been achieved. He has made his attitude clear, and the other party should not bother to think about it. Bribing for help is impossible. He can only remain neutral. This is all he can do. Does he look like a scumbag who only takes things but does not do anything? Ha ha ha. It's okay, let's meet again when we have time. The young man watched Yu Hai take the dinner and sit on the big-mouthed gull and leave. The expression on his face did not change at all. He was still smiling just now, but the corners of his mouth slowly fell. After paying a medium-quality water stone and an elite silver powder, he was able to understand Yu Hai's attitude and strength, which was a little stronger than that of an average senior trainer. The other party was right. He was indeed testing the other party just now. Every word was a trap. In the end, he was sure that the other party had no interest in Itsumai. At least after he made his position clear, the other party completely lost this idea. It turned out that the other party was a trainer who would not be bribed. He also confirmed that the other party was a trainer from Itsumai's grandfather's side, so it was not convenient for him to continue. As for the 2 desperados, he also sent them there. He did not cancel the mission at all. Instead, he asked the bounty hunters to act quickly, otherwise they would not be asked for the remaining reward. Now that he had lost his life, he did not have to pay the final reward. The subsequent balance was converted into compensation and given to Yu Hai as an apology. The reason why he did that was because he had verified with Dun Mei that Yu Hai had met Dun Mei's grandfather, which was enough to prove that the transaction relationship between the two was real. As for what the transaction was, he didn't know, and it didn't matter. As long as he knew that Yu Hai was the trainer of the old fishing man, not an undercover of the alliance, but an orphan trainer from a small place, and he had the handle of murder in his hand. These were enough to make the other party remain neutral, not interfere in his own affairs, and even slack off when necessary. Since the other party was the trainer of the old fishing man, he also knew the other party's attitude, so it was better not to offend him, but he couldn't help but be on guard. He would indeed leave Xiaogan Island with the ship tomorrow, and he would leave one person to join the gym and become a gym trainer. The purpose was naturally obvious. As long as the other party was honest and stayed in the gym in a disciplined manner and didn't do anything that crossed the line, he would naturally not trouble the other party. If the other party is not honest, haha, that's hard to say. He originally wanted to recruit the other party to join the group and train him to be his trusted subordinate. When the Rockets and the Alliance broke out in conflict and ruled the Orange Islands, he could also occupy a place with the Xiaogan Gym as the foundation. I don't know what those old guys are thinking. They still want to sway between the Alliance and the Rockets, and even charge for the Alliance. They are really going backwards. It's just the Alliance. The whole Guandu has been infiltrated by them, and even Chengdu has been infiltrated. These old guys are still resisting stubbornly. They really don't know how to live or die. There will be a day when they cry. He left. Dunmi, I didn't hear their conversation. Seeing the young man coming back alone, he couldn't help but curiously ask where Yu Hai went. How did they know each other? He went back and didn't stay for dinner. This person is a bit unsociable, the young man touched his nose awkwardly. This was naturally false, but he couldn't say that he forced Yu Hai away. Orphans are like this, it's normal for them to be unsociable. Dunmi, I thought about it and didn't care. She checked the household registration system of the police station and found that Yu Hai was indeed an orphan. When checking Yu Hai's identity information, she also found that Yu Hai had an adopted grandfather, and that adopted grandfather had a little grandson, who should be the child she met on the cruise ship last time. Yu Hai's identity and household registration were registered under the name of Xiao Ying's grandfather, the old drunkard, because their ID card addresses were the bar in the port of the old drunkard, and with the existence of a guardian, it was registered under the name of the old drunkard. In other words, Yu Hai had a grandfather above him, but he never admitted it from beginning to end. It was just that he had to have a guardian to be independent from the orphanage, so he had no choice but to register under the name of the old drunkard. So he is an orphan. The young man had already sent people to investigate Yu Hai, investigate Yu Hai's identity background, check public records, and investigate consumption history and other aspects. He found out that Yu Hai came from Hassa Island, and had been to Little Orange Island, and then went north from Little Orange Island, and wanted to join the Liugan Gym, but the gym owner Liulai did not accept Yu Hai, and then he came to Xiaogan Gym. This is also the reason why he wanted to bribe Yu Hai, because this trainer has a clean background, a traceable resume, and no bad record, which is considered a very clean trainer. Not only that, he was impressed by Yu Hai's cultivation of elves, his training of elves, and his excellent command ability. He is a rare middle-lower level talent. This kind of trainer was actually rejected by the League for 5 years. He didn't know what the League was doing, and actually let this kind of person fall to joining the gym to obtain the status of a rookie trainer. As for the fact that the other party is not a simple trainer, of course this person is not simple. In the past few days since he became the acting gym owner, no one has received the batch, and his strength has long been tested. The other party can also lightly say that the 2 bounty hunters are dead. He has a strong and tough psychological quality, a calm face, and a stable mood. It is already remarkable that an orphan can reach this point. Whether it is character, wisdom, survival ability in the wild, or adaptability, the other party is impeccable. Faced with the dilemma of being assassinated, this person handled it very well. He knew that he was not his opponent, whether openly or secretly, he was not his opponent, and finally chose to confess and compromise. He also moved out the old man fishing in the back mountain of the gym as his backer. Every step this person took was extremely smart. The key is that he can't ask what the deal is. After all, it involves Grandpa Dunmei, and he has no right to ask, which is very fucked. The other party not only cleverly resolved the misunderstanding, but also had strong strength in the face of the killing situation, and there was an old immortal as a backer. For this kind of trainer who cannot be bribed, it is the best choice to make friends with him and let him remain neutral. If the other party is not honest, then report to Team Rocket and let Team Rocket help him eliminate the other party. If the Rockets can kill the old man fishing in the back of the gym, it will be even better. He can take over the Xiagan gym better. As for Dunmiai's parents, no one knows where they are. They don't care about the things in the gym. He has met Dunmiai's parents and they are very satisfied with him. As long as he wins Dunmiai's heart, he will be able to take over the Xiagan gym in no time. There is also a brother-in-law Ada, which is even better. He was fooled. He trained him to be his trusted subordinate since childhood. If there are important things in the future, he can also hand it over to his brother-in-law. Dunmiai, who was chatting with the young man, didn't know that her family, including herself and Xiagan Jim, had been arranged clearly by others. She was still talking and laughing with the young man, discussing dinner. As for the young man's little thoughts, she knew, but she didn't like this licking dog, so it was useless to say anything. She didn't know about the young man's plan and the rocket team's plan. However, the old man fishing should know that these people are either considering or waiting, and they will not act easily. Yu Hai has returned to the wooden house. He doesn't know what the young man's plan is, but he can guess some of it. But what does it have to do with him? Does he have to kneel down and lick the beauty when he sees it? Volunteer to show his courtesy? Go to inform? What is he thinking? He is a lying old man in his 30s. Is it possible? Don't be funny, he is too lazy to participate in these disputes, he just wants to live his own life with the elves peacefully, the outside world's disturbances have nothing to do with him, he is not idle, it is better to play with the elves. If he hadn't been misunderstood by that licking dog, he would be too lazy to move. As long as he is not forced into a desperate situation, he just wants to be a good person and will not fight to the death. Chapter 405, Rich and Inhuman. On the 5th day of joining the gym, it was drizzling. This morning, there was a light mist in the forest and the lake. Yu Hai slept until after 8 o'clock and got up to make breakfast. After the elves had breakfast, he left the elves today's food and took the big-mouthed gull to work. After the accelerated flight of the big-mouthed gull, he finally arrived at the Xiagan gym on time. When he entered the Xiagan gym, he saw Ada and Dunmiai were in the gym, and there was also an unfamiliar boy here. It seems that the young man really left, otherwise Dunmiai would not be in the gym anymore. The harvesting of citrus fruits is temporarily over, so he does not need to serve as the acting gym leader anymore and can teach those little guys well. Aha, you did a good job as the acting gym leader during the few days. Did you hide your strength? Dunmiai asked Yu Hai when she saw him coming to work, without even mentioning breakfast. No, it's those challengers who are too weak, not me. Yu Hai is a shrewd man, how could he admit that he is good? If you overshow yourself in front of the boss, you are looking for death. Because the more you show off, the more work he will have. As long as you are willing to endure hardships, you will have endless hardships. Empathy? Who would empathize with a mud leg? The boss would have already bought a young model, or Prince Wang would pay for all the consumption tonight. Who would empathize with a worker? Only workers. Gym leader, he lied, he is obviously very strong, the boy standing aside suddenly interrupted, targeting Yu Hai as soon as he opened his mouth. This Yu Hai glanced at the strange boy again. The other party was only about 13 or 14 years old. He didn't know him at all and had no grudges against him. Why did he want to sabotage him and make things difficult for him? Is it the instruction of the gym owner, or the backup plan left by the young man who left? Let me introduce you. He is my cousin's cousin. He is going to study in the gym for a while. Dunmiai did not blame the boy for interrupting. Anyway, he was just trying to make Yu Hai unhappy, which was just what she wanted. So he is my eldest brother's cousin. My name is Ahai. Just call me Ahai, Yu Hai introduced himself. How could he care about a child? The other party must have stayed to monitor him. As long as he didn't affect his gym life, it would be fine. Who is your eldest brother? That's my eldest brother, you country bumpkin. The boy didn't care about Yu Hai's expression at all. His eyes were full of contempt for Yu Hai. Just like what his eldest brother said, this man was dressed simply and used ordinary Pokemon. He was just a country trainer. It's okay, Yu Hai was happy even if he was despised. If it wasn't in a civilized society, but in the underground world, this kind of hateful kid would have been a corpse long ago. He wouldn't waste words at all. Master, it's all misunderstanding. If you still don't believe it, we can fight again. Those challengers are just elites, they are really not that powerful. Forget it. Atsumai saw that Yu Hai was ridiculed, but she was not angry. She also secretly sighed at Yu Hai's good temper. If it was her, she would have been unable to bear it. Master, if it's okay, I'll go train the elves. If you have anything, call me. I'll be there at any time. Yu Hai was going to the kitchen to get breakfast. It was agreed that food and accommodation were included, so he couldn't not take it. Don't cause trouble in the future. Atsumai saw Yu Hai enter the kitchen, and then glanced at his cousins behind him, warning them not to cause trouble for her. Since he joined the gym, he should study hard. Then let's call him Brother Aha. The three of them said hello when they saw Yu Hai enter the training room. Don't call me acting gym leader, just call me Aha. I'm just an ordinary trainer like you. I joined the gym just to make a living. Yu Hai waved his hand. These trainers are all certified trainers of the league, and some are elite trainers, much stronger than he was before. Then let's call him Brother Aha. The three of them didn't dare to speak when they heard that they were just called Aha. After all, they knew Yu Hai's record very well. No one could get the gym badge in those days. Whether it was water gun shooting or gym battle, challengers couldn't beat Yu Hai, which was enough to prove Yu Hai's strength. Don't think that they can teach Yu Hai's Pokemon new moves, so they are better than Yu Hai's Pokemon. They didn't think so. After all, the acting gym leader is they can't get this job. From the performance in those few days, Yu Hai's strength must be stronger than theirs. They all know it in their hearts. Besides, this employer is so polite, so they will not make trouble for no reason. I'll leave the three frogs to you. Yu Hai released the three frogs and asked the three to continue teaching the three frogs to learn new moves. However, there are still a group of trainers standing in the training room. They should be other trainers who received the teaching task invitation and came this morning. This time we are looking for a teacher for the Sori. Please release your Sori. Yu Hai looked at the group of trainers and saw that the trainers took out their Pokeballs and released the Sori. Is there any trainer who can do 5 moves of the Sori, including the Rapid Turn, Water Cannon, Storm, Charge, Spray and Swallow? Hearing this, many trainers looked at each other and found that no one stood up, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. There should be a Sori who can do 4 moves, right? Yu Hai had to lower his requirements and looked at the trainers again. Yes, my goals know 4 moves, Water Cannon, Charge. My goals also know 4 moves, Quick Return, Water Cannon. After hearing the 4 moves, 2 or 3 people raised their hands, indicating that their goals knew the 4 moves Yu Hai required. Goals who know 4 moves can stay, others please go back. Yu Hai asked the others to leave, preparing to choose a trainer from these 3 to teach the goals new moves. Who of you goals doesn't have a Storm? Yu Hai asked this question because he wanted the girls to learn Storm, Water Cannon and Quick Return first, and the remaining 3 charge moves will be discussed later, and the first 3 moves have the highest priority. I don't have it. A certain trainer knew that Yu Hai's question meant that he was eliminated, and he turned and left the gym. Among these 4 moves, I need a Storm, Water Cannon and Quick Return. Who of you girls has these 3 moves? I have it, I have it. A tanned boy wearing a vest and shorts raised his hand excitedly. He was the boy who just raised his hand to show that his goal had 4 moves. Well, it's you. Yu Hai looked at the ordinary-looking dark-skinned boy. He smelled a strong fishy smell on him. He should be a fisherman, a local fisherman from Xiagan Island. Thank you, the acting owner, for choosing me. The boy smiled on his honest face and touched the back of his head to express his gratitude. He didn't expect to be chosen, but his mother forced him to come, saying that this was a good opportunity to get in touch with the acting owner, so he was forced to come. No need to thank me, it's your goal, it meets the requirements. My request, my big-mouthed gulls are in your hands these days. Each new move costs 50,000, as many as you can learn. Yu Hai released the big-mouthed gulls and asked the honest boy to go outside to teach. To learn powerful flying moves like Storm, the narrow training room cannot be used, so it can only be placed outside the gym. Leave it to me, I promise to let the big-mouthed gulls learn new moves. My mother also said that following the acting gym leader can make you full and you don't have to fish in the wind and sun every day. I am tired of eating fish. Yu Hai didn't know what to say after hearing this. This child is too honest. How can you tell outsiders what your mother told you? Hey, acting gym leader, did I say something wrong? You seem unhappy. The simple-minded boy was too embarrassed to look up at Yu Hai when he saw that Yu Hai was unhappy. No, no, Yu Hai waved his hand quickly to indicate that he didn't have any. In his heart, he said, this kid is not only too honest, but also has a low EQ. He has to say that others are unhappy. He is too honest. What's your name? Your family should be fishing, right? The acting gym leader is really awesome. The honest boy gave Yu Hai a thumbs up and continued, you can tell at a glance that I'm a fisherman. My family is a fisherman by the sea. I only have a gull. The gull often helps me fish in the sea and is also my best playmate. Hearing this, the other three frowned slightly. Do they still need to see it? Isn't this a very obvious thing? From just now to now, they can smell a strong smell of fish from a long distance, and no one was willing to stand with this fisherman just now. However, the fisherman's flattery was too straightforward. They were all powerless to complain about the other party. Even if they wanted to get close to him, they didn't have to do this, not to mention that this person was not the gym leader, but just a trainer who joined the gym by luck. No wonder your gull is so strong. It seems that you have trained it well. You can go outside to teach the gull. Yu Hai's mouth twitched. He found that this boy was too simple and honest, and he was embarrassed to say it. What if the other party insisted on giving him 2 fish when talking about fish? The acting gym leader is really amazing. My mother is right. The acting gym leader is an amazing trainer. This can be seen. My big-mouthed gull is really good at fishing. Every time he goes out to sea, he eats a lot, so he grows so strong. When the honest boy heard Yu Hai praising the big-mouthed gull, he subconsciously stretched out his rough palm and stroked the big-mouthed gull standing on his arm. The white feathers of the big-mouthed gull were very smooth. Seeing this scene, Yu Hai's big-mouthed gull looked back at Yu Hai and asked Yu Hai with a helpless look, can this idiot really teach it new moves? Haha, you are also amazing. The big-mouthed gulls are so well cultivated. The gym also provides lunch. You can come back to get food when you are hungry. Yu Hai covered up the big-mouthed gull's inquiry with an awkward smile, feeling like he was coaxing a child. I really don't know whether this boy is really simple or fake, or a good boy who listens to his mother, or a boy who wants to make changes. He doesn't know, and it will take time to see. Then I'll go out. The simple-minded boy heard others praise him for the first time. He was always scolded by his mother at home, which made him think he was a waste. This time, he was selected by the acting gym leader and could make a lot of money. When he goes back at night, he will tell his mother the good news to see if his mother still says he is a waste. He is a trainer selected by the acting gym leader among more than 10 trainers, and he can talk to the acting gym leader. After sending the simple-minded boy away, Yu Hai was not worried about whether he could teach the big-mouthed gull. As long as the other party's big-mouthed gull is not stupid, he can teach the big-mouthed gull new moves sooner or later. After the teaching tasks of the elves were arranged properly, he was just about to release the little mouth snail to see if the little mouth snail wanted to learn new moves, when Ada came over. "Brother Hai, this is the elf that my grandfather helped me to capture. Help me take a look." Ada saw Yu Hai doing something just now, so he didn't disturb Yu Hai. "Mosquito? Slowpoke?" Yu Hai was not surprised to see these two Pokemons, but he didn't understand why Ada liked tadpoles so much. According to Ada's family background, there was no need to use ordinary Pokemons. "Brother Hai? What's wrong?" Ada didn't understand. What was the difference between today and yesterday? "Ada, why did you subdue tadpoles? You should have a better choice." Yu Hai knew that these children were simple. If they didn't understand, they could just ask. These children would tell them. "Doesn't Brother Hai also have a mosquito frog?" Ada touched his nose awkwardly. He was still a little embarrassed. He couldn't say that he wanted to subdue tadpoles because Yu Hai's mosquito frog was very powerful. "Okay, whatever you want," Yu Hai sighed. Knowing that Ada was influenced by him, he opened the mosquito tadpole's proficiency panel and saw the mosquito tadpole's potential of 56 and Slowpoke's potential of 58. "Fuck," Yu Hai said this in his heart. He was really shocked. He didn't expect the potential of these two Pokemons to be so high. The potential of Tadpole is higher than that of Xiaoying. Seeing this inhuman potential, what else can he say? He can only sigh that this is the foundation of the second generation of trainers. If he also has such a grandfather, he would be willing to be a grandson. Xiaoying also got an electric monster with similar potential because of an old guy. These guys don't rely on their fathers, but rely on their grandfathers instead. How can they be repaired? Both Pokemons are good. You have to cultivate them well. Yu Hai returned the Pokeball to Ada. If Ada raised them badly, even if there were Pokemons with good talents, it would be useless. How about comparing with Squirtle? Ada was still a little worried, afraid that these two Pokemons could not accompany him to go further. "Don't you still believe in your grandfather?" Yu Hai smiled and rubbed Ada's hair. "These old guys are all smart people. How could they fool their grandchildren with fakes? They are only afraid that their children and grandchildren will not be useful." "Of course I believe it." Ada finally left with satisfaction after getting a positive answer, and took Tadpole and Slowpoke to practice water guns, at least to practice shooting with water guns. Watching Ada leave, Yu Hai also saw the young man's cousin retract his head from the door. He was just monitoring him, but he didn't care. During working hours, no matter what the other party thinks, just don't come to make trouble. If he follows him after work, it's hard to say, he will probably become a missing person. Chapter 406, Little Mouth Snail. After Ada's little episode, Yu Hai took out the Pokeball and released Little Mouth Snail, looking at the Little Mouth Snail's proficiency panel. Small Mouth Snail, other color. Attribute, insect. Gender, male. Potential, 51%. Level, 28.14%. Feature, wet body /13.23%. Hidden feature, dust proof /10.13%. Mastered moves, awakening power electricity /7.23%. Insect chirping /12.34%. Blood sucking /12.23%. Absorbing /15.11%. Super absorbing /8.82%. Holding /16.14%. Dissolving liquid /20.21%. Mud shooting /23.22%. Since the last cruise ship battle, I haven't looked at the panel of the smallmouth snail for a week. The level change is not big, from 26 to 28, and it has only climbed 2 levels in a week. The upgrade will only get slower and slower in the future, and I can only wait for time. Feature wet body, can remove abnormal status on rainy days. When the mouth of the snail is hot, it often goes to the big-mouthed gull to rub rainy days. The characteristic of dust-proof is that it will not be affected by sandstorms and hail weather, and it is immune to dust-related moves. It is a very good characteristic. No matter what the weather is, it will not be affected when running. However, this characteristic is gone after evolution, and it becomes a light-equipped characteristic. When the props carried by the agile bug disappear, the speed doubles. If there is no prop at the beginning, the effect of this characteristic cannot be activated. In order to trigger this characteristic, you can bring a prop fruit before going on the field, throw the fruit away after going on the field, or eat the fruit, which can be used to trigger this characteristic. The change of awakening power electricity is quite large, increasing by 5%. It is estimated that the electric energy block Eden has played a role. The changes of insect-type moves, insect chirping and blood-sucking, are not very big, and they are not the focus of training. The grass-type moves, absorption and super-absorption, have not changed either, and they are not the focus of training. It has been used when defending sparring. The dissolving liquid will be used to digest food, and the mud shooting will be used to practice with the big-mouthed bat. These three moves have changed a lot, and guarding is also the move with the most proficiency increase. His arrangement for the little mouth snail is still based on the accuracy of the moves, the proficiency of the moves, and learning new moves. The little mouth snail cannot evolve for the time being, and he still needs a gargoyle, which is a very common elf, not a rare elf. Where the little mouth snail lives, there are such elves in the Unova region, because these two elves are in the food chain relationship. When the gargoyle feels danger, it will spray acid from its mouth to repel the enemy. The gargoyle will also use the liquid spit out from its mouth to dissolve the snail shell of the little mouth snail and eat the body inside, so these two elves can often be seen together. Even if the gargoyle is easy to catch, you still have to go to the Unova region, or apply for one from the Alliance, or buy one on the black market, which are all very easy things. You can call Luian to help him keep an eye out. The current little mouth snail cannot evolve, and can only focus on laying the foundation. Tactical arrangements need to wait until little mouth snail evolves. Before evolution, little mouth snail's speed cannot be improved, and many kite tactics cannot be used. Since little mouth snail has awakening power electricity, mud shooting, ultimate absorption, insect chirping and other moves, there is no need to worry about the attack surface. Little mouth snail's attack surface is enough. Before evolution, the new moves that little mouth snail needs to learn are self-regeneration, a move to restore physical strength, can increase the endurance of little mouth snail. Venom shock, an advanced move of dissolving liquid, is to spray dissolving liquid to attack. Relay, a move to replace with a backup Pokémon. The replaced Pokémon can directly inherit the ability changes of the former. Energy ball, a grass-type move, emits life force collected from nature from the mouth, sometimes reducing the opponent's special defense. Little mouth snail temporarily learns these four moves. In fact, little mouth snail can also scatter nails, whether they are ground nails or poison nails. But the little mouth snail will also be affected by the nails, so don't learn it for the time being. The nails are bidirectional and need to be used with caution. In addition, the scarcity of the little mouth snail in the Orange Islands makes it difficult for him to find an agile bug to teach the little mouth snail. He can only find other elves to teach the little mouth snail. This is also a helpless thing. After all, the little mouth snail is not a local elf, it's just a little troublesome, but it's not a big problem. So far, the elves on the surface have finally been planned. Even if the elves in the spider vest want to learn new moves, they can only see the situation later, or go to the black market to find someone to learn, and they can't show it on the surface. Little mouth snail, it's time to start running. Yu-Hai raised his hand and gently patted the snail shell of the little mouth snail. Although the little mouth snail can't run fast, physical fitness should be started from childhood. After the little mouth snail evolves, the solid foundation can instantly become combat power, and even the running in the past can also feed back to the evolved form. Zwisnail, the little Zwisnail saw that the mosquito frogs were learning new moves, and it felt a little lost. Unexpectedly, Yu-Hai turned around and asked it to run together. It immediately followed Yu-Hai's feet and ran quickly in small steps. Haha, Yu Hai watched the little Ziwa snail running with his short legs, grunting and following him in circles, and couldn't help but slow down, otherwise the little Ziwa snail couldn't keep up. After running for more than 10 minutes, they would stop to rest and drink water. He also handed his water bottle to the little Ziwa snail, and the little Ziwa snail drank a big gulp without hesitation. Keep going, little Ziwa snail. Yu Hai and the little Ziwa snail rested for 10 minutes, and then stood up and continued to jog. This is what he likes to do. He feels very happy and satisfied for it. Ziwa snail, the little Ziwa snail narrowed his eyes. It felt that it was good to follow this trainer. It felt very happy. It would not be excluded by its own kind, nor would it be abandoned by the trainer. It is finally no longer a Pokemon. It has found its home and met many friends. It plays, trains and fights with these friends. It is very happy. Then, Yu Hai and Xiao Ziwo spent the whole morning jogging. Lunch was also pushed over by the kitchen lady, who also brought food from other trainers. Except for the gym owner, Dunmei, no one else has such treatment. This is the role of interpersonal relationships. Life is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. This is also the kitchen lady's feedback to Yu Hai's 2 Pokemon. Whenever the kitchen has some good dishes, the kitchen lady will help Yu Hai keep them. Today's lunch is not bad, with 5 dishes, 1 soup, and a fruit plate. The honest boy ate it with oil dripping from his mouth. Oh my god, I haven't eaten such delicious food yet. Thank you so much to the acting gym owner. The honest boy can really eat. The kind of palm the boy ate 15 big steamed buns and finished 2 dishes by himself. This appetite made everyone dumbfounded. It turned out that this guy was not lying. In addition to coming here to make money, he really wanted to have a full meal. This guy is too much of a eater. There are also fruits. It's so happy, the honest boy cried while eating. His family usually ate fruits in exchange for fish. When the harvest was not good and there was no fish, they could only live on dried salted fish and some pickled vegetables pickled by their mother, which was considered 3 meals a day. Eat slowly, you will be full here. Yu Hai didn't expect that he would cry after eating a meal. How miserable this child must be. There was probably nothing left at home except seafood. While eating, he also learned that the honest boy's name was Mankang, and his nickname was Amon. His parents gave him this name because they wanted to have a full cabin of fish every time they went out to sea, but later he gradually called him Amon. This kid is honest and simple-minded. He is not stupid at all. He is not stupid at all. He is just called stupid too many times. His nickname is Aman. He is stupid. The boy comes from an ordinary family. He is just an ordinary fisherman. He has no great ambitions. However, the fishing ban of the alliance is increasing. His family thinks that it is not a solution to continue like this. The 2 old people in the family have lived for most of their lives, but their son is still young and needs to find a new way to make a living. Even if he works in the city, it is better than being a fisherman under the fishing ban. It happened that they heard yesterday that the gym was recruiting trainers and they also wanted a big-mouthed gull. Their son has a big-mouthed gull, so they let this kid come to the gym to try his luck and try to change the dilemma of 3 generations of fishermen in the family. They hope that there will be a trainer in the family. If he does well, he can live in a big city and subsidize the family. If he can get into the alliance system, it will also help their ordinary family of 3 generations of fishermen grow skills. As for what Yu Hai will think? What good can he do? He is also a poor man. He is still living under someone else's roof. He just got a formal job and lives a tight life. He has no ability to pity others. He himself is quite pitiful, just better than Aman. However, unlike the other party, he has a very clear plan for the future. No matter how bad he is, he will at least be a top trainer in the future, and he doesn't need to worry about retirement. As for the tanned and honest boy, he has no direction now and can only go with the flow. Like most confused people, he longs for change in his heart and wants to change, but he suffers from having no direction and too weak foundation. This is also the daily life of most poor people. As for him, let's talk about it later. Whether to help or not depends entirely on my mood. When I feel like it, I will give the other party a few words. Just like the fruit farmer and the kitchen lady, helping to catch Pokemon is just a piece of cake for him. Whether to help or not, just wait and see how things develop. He had lunch with 4 other people. During lunch, the other 3 couldn't stand the fishy smell on Aman and kept away from him. Aman also understood the rejection of others and was very tactful not to squeeze with others. He didn't dare to get close to Yu-Hai. In his opinion, Yu-Hai was a big shot in the gym and he must disliked him. To be honest, Yu-Hai couldn't stand the fishy smell on this guy. Even his mouth was full of fishy smell. When he opened his mouth to speak, a strong smell of salted fish hit him in the face, so that he could only squint his eyes. It was really a bit irritating. After lunch, he sent Aman out of the gym, took out 50,000 alliance coins, put them in Aman's hand, and told Aman, "Aman, if you want to make a change, start by changing yourself. I'll advance you this 50,000 task reward. Go to the street and buy a clean shorts, and buy some toiletries, toothpaste and toothbrush, and clean yourself up. If your mother asks, just say it was me who said it. If your mother knew you had money, she would definitely take it all. 50,000 is just a small amount of money. You have to seize the opportunity. This is the first step for you to make a change. I'm very optimistic about you, Aman." Yu-Hai gently patted Aman's shoulder. He had to carefully tell him that such an honest child had no opinion and listened to his family in everything. His mother was also strict. If he didn't say that, this silly boy might really take the money home. Although this is not wrong, since he wants to change and interact with people, he must at least keep his personal hygiene clean. When I have some strength, I will become a certified trainer of the league, and accept small tasks from the Pokemon Center, and I can live a rich life. By the way, I forgot to say that although this kid looks tall and strong, he is not a certified trainer of the league yet. The task of the goal is only verbal promotion, and it has not been registered in the Pokemon Center. Otherwise, Aman would not be able to accept the task. After all, Aman can't even pass the guarantor level. In fact, this kid is only 13 or 14 years old, and now he is already 1.7 meters tall. It is estimated that he has eaten a lot of seafood. Even he is only 1.7 meters tall. It is normal for this kid to grow to 1.89 meters in the future. I know, brother Ahai, Aman is very clear about his personal hygiene. Their family lives by the sea. The air is humid and there is a fishy smell mixed with the smell of pickled cabbage. When the weather is hot and they sweat, they are covered with stinky sweat. Usually, the family is the same. You can't feel it when you are together, or you are used to it after too long. They usually only deal with fishmongers, and everyone is used to it. He came out alone this time, and in just one morning, he exposed many problems. However, the most he thought about was going home to wash himself and change into new clothes. He dared not even think about it, let alone going out in advance. Get the task reward. 50,000 alliance coins, equivalent to 2,500 in the previous life, a month's salary for a waiter in a small county town. Yu-Hai didn't even blink and slapped 50,000 alliance coins on his hand. This employer is really a good person. He met a good person this time. It seems that his mother forced him to come here, and it was right. He saw the hope of change. Get off work at 6 p.m. Dinner is not included in the evening. You can go home to eat after get off work or buy food on the street. As long as you teach the 4 moves of the big-mouthed gull, you will get 150,000 task rewards. Work hard, I am optimistic about you. I will, brother Ahai. Aman held the money tightly and nodded to Yu-Hai with a firm look. No one has ever praised him before. Others will only say that he is stupid. Yu Hai is the first trainer to praise him. Wherever he went today, everyone disliked him, only Yu Hai didn't dislike him. He let him sit anywhere during meals. When he was embarrassed to pick up food, Yu Hai helped him pick up food, and even poured the whole plate of food to him. This employer he just met was too good to him. It's all a small matter, Yu Hai waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care, and turned back to the gym. This is all he can help for the time being. It depends on the boy himself. If you don't want to work hard, just lie down. It's all a small matter. He himself is a lay-down guy. Every time he asks others to work hard, he always feels weird, but he can't tell what's weird. After returning to the gym, the elves began afternoon training and learning. After yesterday and this morning's learning, the 3 mosquitoes and frogs have all learned the first new move. Frog has already touched the threshold of the Chi Fist, and it should be displayed on the panel tonight. Next, we only need to practice daily and continue to deepen the use of this move. The 100,000 horsepower of the crab is still a little short of the mark. When it is not charging, the momentum of thousands of troops still needs to be honed. Scyther has learned close combat and is the fastest learner among the 3 Pokémon. Whether it is talent or understanding, Scyther is very good. Frog is not so talented, and Crab is too honest. It does not know how to draw inferences from one example, and can only imitate its kind step by step. Chapter 407, Elite Trainer. In the afternoon, Yu Hai continued to train the snail and cultivate feelings with Magikarp. He only needs to go to Tiangan Island again to let Magikarp jump over the Dragon Gate and evolve into Gyarados, and he will be very ferocious. This Magikarp is relatively easy to subdue. After he persuaded it with emotion and reason, and promised to provide food and accommodation, Magikarp was subdued. Magikarp was not as angry as he was at first about being intercepted on the way back. After all, Yu Hai promised that he could go back at any time, and he was not in a hurry at this moment, but wanted to cultivate the bond first. However, when he was training Snail in the afternoon, Ada suddenly came to call him, saying that her sister had something to ask him. Yu Hai asked Snail to jog by himself or do target practice by himself, and he and Ada came to the battle site. Utsumi did not fight either, and there was no trainer challenging the gym for the time being. Gym owner. Yu Hai followed Ada here and saw Utsumi in a daze. Blastoise and others were training, but they did not disturb Utsumi from being in a daze. They probably wanted to retaliate against him secretly again. Come and sit down, I want to tell you something. Utsumi raised his hand and pointed to the stool next to him. After seeing Yu Hai sitting down, he continued, you are stronger than the newcomers. Have you ever thought about being promoted to an elite trainer? Elite trainer? It should be difficult. Yu Hai thought Utsumi was up to something bad again, but he didn't expect it to be the matter of trainer promotion. He really hadn't thought about it. After all, I have already received the basic benefits of the newcomers to the alliance. It is not too late to talk about elite trainers later. There is no need to rush to be promoted now. Besides, the certification of newcomers is so difficult. It is estimated that it will not be easy to be promoted to an elite trainer. If you want to be promoted to an elite trainer, you must have at least 3 second stage evolved Pokémons. This is the basic requirement for elite trainers. Dunmei thought for a while, recalled the Pokémons owned by Yu Hai, and read, your frog, sorry, and crab just meet the promotion requirements. Next, you only need to complete the 100,000 point task at the Pokémon Center, get at least 10 gym badges, and get into the top 32 of 2 regional competitions, or the top 8 once, and you can be promoted to an elite trainer. 4 requirements. Yu Hai listened to Dunmei's story quietly and found that he only met the first condition, and the second, third, and fourth conditions did not meet the requirements. The second requirement is very simple. He only needs to buy 100,000 points of alliance contribution, which is worth 1 million alliance coins. To complete. There is a fourth requirement, he must go to Kanto or Chengdu to participate in the regional competition, and at least get into the top 32. This requirement is not very difficult. For the baby competition of the Quartz Conference, it is still very easy to get into the top 32, even the top 8 is possible. If the competition is still the same as the performance of Kanto and Chengdu in the previous life animation, he will have no problem getting into the top 8. If it is a regional competition in the future of the Hone region, he will not have this confidence. Because the regional competitions in the future of the Hone region will become more and more valuable, the Hone regional competition that Zai participated in has already had quasi-gods on the field. The competition in the Sinnoh region will even have perverts like the Divine Beast Man. If he participates in such a competition now, he will only be abused. However, with his current strength, he can complete the requirements for promotion to an elite trainer by playing baby competitions in Kanto and Chengdu casually. It is not difficult for him. For the last 3 requirements, you should complete the promotion conditions as soon as you have time. The requirements of elite trainers writes just the top 32. The gym's requirement is to win a championship. If you can't win, I found that Yu Hai was too cunning. She hadn't found a chance to tease Yu Hai after recruiting him for so many days. In this case, as the gym leader, Yu Hai wanted the top grade water stone. Then she made a direct request. If Yu Hai couldn't do it, he wouldn't have to think about the water stone. Champion? Yu Hai thought he had misheard, and pointed at his nose and asked Dun Mei again. After seeing Dun Mei nod, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Master, do you think too highly of me? There are so many masters in the regional competition, and it is too difficult to win the championship. I don't care, this is the gym's requirement. I have asked my grandfather. If you can't win the championship, forget about the water stone. Dun Mei was sure that Yu Hai wanted the top grade water stone, so she talked about the championship. Yu Hai found that Dun Mei's attitude was very tough. He turned his head away and said, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen. He also used the fishing old man to pressure him, and he really had no choice. If it was just a championship, he felt that he could still work hard. Whether he could get it or not was another matter. Everything depends on people. Okay. I'll try, Yu Hai agreed to this matter. After all, it was not an excessive request. In order to get a League of 3 Pokémon, he also had to participate in the regional competition. Only the champion could choose the 3 Pokémon. When you meet the promotion requirements, just go to the Pokémon Center to be promoted. Atsumai waved her hand to let Yu Hai leave. She called Yu Hai over only when she was in a daze, thinking that Yu Hai's strength should also be promoted. Yu Hai has such a strong strength, he should be promoted to an elite trainer, instead of staying as a rookie trainer. Even if he wants to be promoted to a senior trainer in the future, elite trainer badge is also the minimum requirement. After becoming a senior trainer, if a trainer wants to open a gym, he can apply to the Alliance and wait for the assessment. As long as he passes the Alliance's assessment, a senior trainer can open a gym and become a gym trainer. However, the Alliance will control the number of gyms, and it is difficult for ordinary people to apply. The Orange Islands have not added a new gym for many years. They all inherited the gyms of their ancestors. After Yu Hai left, Ada was finally able to speak. She had been silent before, quietly listening to the conversation between her sister and Yu Hai and dared not interrupt. Sister, you didn't win the championship that year, you only made the top 16, and you let brother Hai win the championship. Isn't it too demanding? Have you finished copying the notes of the turtle and the teaching? When Dunmei heard his brother come to plead for mercy, he wondered when the relationship between the two of them became so good. He immediately looked up and glared at Ada. He hadn't watched his brother for a few days and felt a little itchy. Ada saw his elder sister looking at him fiercely and didn't dare to say anything. He wanted to plead for Yu Hai, but he didn't expect his elder sister to be unappreciative. He couldn't blame him for not helping his brother-in-law. He was powerless. After shutting up, Ada went back to train the elves silently. He could only mourn for Yu Hai in his heart. He didn't know how Yu Hai offended his elder sister. His elder sister was so angry that she hadn't calmed down after so many days. Another boy who was also training elves, the young man's cousin, saw Dunmiai's request to Yu Hai and also stood in the corner. Laughing secretly, "That's the champion." His cousin participated in 3 quartz conferences and only won 1 championship. This country bumpkin wants to win the championship. He is just daydreaming. It's impossible. Even he can't win the championship in the competition, so the other party should forget about it. It's better to do odd jobs in the gym. After returning to the training room, Yu Hai was still thinking about Itsumai's intention. He didn't know whether it was Itsumai's request or the request of the old man fishing in the back of the gym. Thinking carefully, it should be Itsumai's request, not the gym's request, because Itsumai is the gym owner, and the gym is what Itsumai says. It can't be the request of the old man fishing. That old guy is at his age, he is not so bored. If Itsumai didn't want to take revenge on him, why would she make such a disgusting request? However, even if there is no such request, he will participate in the regional competition and win the championship. Just for a starter Squirtle, he must win the championship. After Frog and the others learn new moves and consolidate the new moves they have just learned, he can set off. The first stop is naturally the Kanto region, the first region where Tomo debuted. At that time, he can go to Pallet Town to see if there is Tomo there. If there is no Tomo in this world, it will be a horror movie, and it will be just a dream in the end. But that is impossible, because Professor Oak often appears on TV, and there is Professor Oak's grandson. He had seen Xiao Mao on TV, but he hadn't seen Zai appear on screen. He also saw Xiao Mao's sister appear on screen. Xiao Mao's sister is called Nanamai. She has never appeared in the animation, but only in the special comics. She is a coordination trainer, the kind of trainer who participates in the grand contest. Coordination trainers are different from ordinary trainers. They train Pokémon specifically for the grand contest, not the regular Pokémon battles. It is also appropriate to see them as performers. He will not become this kind of trainer. What he wants is the strength to control everything, not the flashy performance, which will kill him miserably. If he doesn't want to be eaten, nor does he want to eat others, and wants to lie down and retire comfortably, he must have strong strength. At least the strength of a king is enough. In his previous life, he could not decide his birth, but he could choose a life of lying down and fishing. In this life, he could not choose his birth either, but he could still choose the life he wanted. In this life, people should live for themselves. He did not understand this truth until he was 30 years old in his previous life. He lived a comfortable life during that time, but it was a pity that he traveled through time. God is a pitfall. He did not want to struggle, so why force him? How can he be repaired? It is still early for the regional competition. He must wait for the mosquito frog to learn new moves, which is about half a month before he can set off. Aren't there 2 other requirements for promotion to elite trainer? One is 100,000 points, and the other is the gym badge. He can do the 100,000 points requirement first, and not look at the tasks of the Pokémon Center. The higher the points, the higher the risk, and it is a waste of time. Anyway, he is not short of money. He still has a batch of black goods to deal with, and he is also going to ask Luoyan to help him find a gargoyle. He can call Luoyan tonight and ask Luoyan to come over. While helping him deal with the black goods, he can also let Luoyan post tasks at the Pokémon Center. He can post as many tasks as he wants and give as much reward as he wants. A task worth 1 million is too big. Others can see at a glance that it is fake. It must be someone who wants to buy points through the back door. This is a normal operation. The Alliance will not care. It will only deduct the handling fee. After the money is converted into points, the points can only be consumed within the Alliance. When the time comes, let Luoyan post a few more tasks and post the 1 million task rewards separately. Just collect 1 million points. These points are just promotion conditions. The alliance will not deduct points. So many points are just to prove the trainer's qualifications for completing tasks and whether he is qualified to be promoted to an elite trainer. Being able to complete a task with 100,000 points shows that this trainer has strength and has reached the standard for promotion to an elite trainer. Thinking about the future development direction, Yu Hai was still training Xiaozui Snail. The afternoon time passed quickly and it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The 4 trainers who taught Mosquito Frog said goodbye and went back. A man thanked Yu Hai again. After saying goodbye to Yu Hai, he had to go to the street. If a man went to buy things, he would probably be cheated. This was also the first lesson in life. It was not a waste to buy a memory for more than 2,000 yuan. When the 4 trainers went back, Yu Hai asked them to help bring a message, that he wanted to find a Pokemon that could regenerate itself to teach his little snail to learn self-regeneration. After saying goodbye to the 4 people, Yu Hai used the Pokeball to take back the mosquito frogs, said goodbye to Ada and Dunmei, went to the kitchen to take away the dinner, said goodbye to the kitchen lady, and returned to the lakeside cabin. As for sitting down to have dinner together, there was no need for that. Dunmei wanted to retaliate against him all the time. The kitchen lady also secretly told him that Dunmei was going to fry bitter melon for him for dinner, so he was too lazy to sit down and eat together. He didn't even have time to hide, so how could he have dinner with Dunmei? He would not give Dunmei a chance to retaliate. Even if there was no bitter melon, Dunmei would definitely secretly think of crooked ideas to mess with him, and he would not fall for it. Back at the lakeside cabin, everyone gathered around. Everyone was very happy to see Yu Hai return. Yu Hai also released a few mosquito-repellent frogs and Magikarp into the lake. The stinging jellyfish did not come back, which means that the underground river has been sealed. If a large crab digs a hole in, it can only be caught again. Everyone was exhausted today. He also took back a few silly ones. As long as he looked at the proficiency panel to see if there was any change, he would know if these little guys were lazy. Seeing that the proficiency on the panel had changed, it meant that these little guys were not lazy. He was quite satisfied and took out the dinner packed by the kitchen of the gym and distributed it to the little guys for dinner first. He made another dinner, and after the little guys finished eating the packed dinner, they had dinner together again. While eating dinner, he also took out his mobile phone and called Luo Yan. Boss. Ian, I joined the Xiagan gym. Boss, Xiagan gym? With your strength, is it necessary to join a gym? Luoyan didn't understand. What does it matter if a top trainer joins a gym? He can open a gym by himself. Until now, Luoyan has always believed that Yu Hai is a top trainer, not a rookie like a senior trainer. Ian, it's easier to do things with an open identity, Yu Hai could say anything else. Should he tell Luoyan that he has just become a rookie trainer? Wouldn't the character he established before be destroyed? Although Luoyan will know it sooner or later, it's better to know it later than earlier. By the time Luoyan knows it, he will almost be a top trainer. I understand, Luoyan knew that Yu Hai was talking about the black market. After joining the gym, at least he has a cover identity, just like he joined the club as a coach under an assumed name. Boss, what's the matter with you? Are you still in Jingan Island? I am in Jingan Island. I have joined a small club and am a coach in the club. Come to Xiagan Island. Before you come, help me find a bug-type Pokemon from the Unova region. Its name is Gai Bug. Buy one for me from the black market or the breeding house. It must have the best talent. I have a batch of black goods here. I will tell you when you come. There is one more thing. I will tell you when you arrive. Okay, boss, do you need gems? Are you still collecting gems? Boss, I don't. In response to Yu Hai's questioning, Luo Yan gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Since he was told last time, he dared not collect gems. He would only collect gems if Yu Hai needed them. I don't need gems. I'll hang up if I have nothing else to do. Come as soon as you're ready. Okay, boss. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yan quickly opened the elf encyclopedia and turned to the elf introduction of the Unova region. He found the Gay bug, a bug-type elf with short limbs and a blue body. It was ugly and frustrating, and could not evolve. He didn't understand what the boss needed this elf for. This weak bug-type elf was a loser no matter how you looked at it. However, it was normal that he couldn't think of the boss's strange ideas. After all, he was the boss who subdued Darkrai, the phantom elf nightmare god, and he didn't dare to think about it. Although it was night, since it was the boss's order, he quickly found the club's owner to ask for leave and went to the breeding house to find the elves the boss needed as soon as possible. If the breeding house didn't have it, he would go to the black market and the black ship, and he could always buy the elves the boss needed, even if he asked Unova to teleport them. Chapter 408, 5 Senior Level. The 6th day after joining the gym, sunny. I got up this morning and was woken up by Darkrai. What's wrong, Darkrai? Yu-Hai opened his eyes in a daze, and saw Darkrai shaking him awake, and couldn't help yawning. Only the shell of the giant crab is left. Darkrai pointed to the place where the giant crab was sleeping, and only a transparent shell was left, and everything inside was gone. It's okay, that's the giant crab molting. Yu-Hai patted his head and climbed up from his side. The giant crab hasn't molted for a long time, and every molting means that the giant crab will get bigger. Looking at the scarred crab shell on the floor, there are still many worn places. These are the scars left by the giant crab's battle and training. The giant crab can't be repaired, and can only be repaired by molting. This guy is really desperate. But where did the giant crab go after molting? He looked left and right but couldn't find the giant crab. As long as the giant crab takes some calcium tablets, it will recover quickly. Giant crab, Yu-Hai called giant crab while searching in the backpack at the head of the bed. He had bought a whole box of calcium tablets on Hasa Island. There were 10,000 tablets when he bought it. There were more than 20 little guys. They would take calcium supplements every day when they ate. The 10,000 calcium tablets that were originally enough for 3 little guys were almost eaten by more than 20 little guys. Dang dang dang! Yu-Hai touched the calcium tablet bottle in his backpack, took it out and shook it, opened it and found that there were only a few pitiful tablets in the bottle. It seemed that he had to buy calcium tablets again. Even if the mosquito-repellent frog didn't need to take calcium tablets for a few days, the giant crab, Han, and Scythe, which had shells, stratum corneum skin armor, and sickle arms, all needed calcium supplements. I will go to the town supermarket to buy calcium tablets after get off work. The remaining few tablets will be left for the giant crab to restore its crab shell. As long as it rests for a morning, the giant crab's crab shell will harden. It was just right to learn new moves during this period, and the giant crab didn't need to do strenuous exercise. Just imitate another giant crab first. Ku-K, the giant crab slowly crawled out from under the bed when Yu-Hai called him. Giant crab, you are hiding under the bed. Yu-Hai poured out the only 3 remaining calcium tablets and threw them directly into the giant crab's mouth. Giant crab, eat calcium tablets, the crab shell will harden faster. Come to the poke ball to rest, no need to hide under the bed. Remember to use the iron wall to digest the calcium tablets. Ku-K, the giant crab chewed the calcium tablets and was taken back into the poke ball by Yu-Hai. Looking at the giant crab in the poke ball, Yu-Hai looked at the giant crab's panel and found that the giant crab's potential actually increased. Every time the giant crab sheds its shell, it becomes taller, bigger, and stronger, and its potential will slowly increase. This is the unique racial talent of the giant crab. Other elves can't learn it. Other elves also have their own racial talents. For example, Jengar's flying through walls and Han's eating stones. Each Pokemon has its own racial talent. It depends on how the trainer develops and utilizes the Pokemon's racial talent. After turning off the panel of the giant claw crab, he went to the kitchen to make breakfast for the Pokemons. He got up early today and was woken up by Darkrai at 7 o'clock in the morning, which made him yawn while cooking. When he finished making breakfast, all the Pokémons woke up. While eating breakfast, he touched the slippery head of the water leap fish again. The infancy of this little guy has long passed, and it is time to get involved in the basic training of water guns. Although the water leap fish has practiced in dreams, sometimes when he comes back from get off work, he will also teach the water leap fish to practice water guns, but this time he will leave the water leap fish in the wooden house by the lake and let Butterfree take care of it, and he will also teach the water leap fish to train. Water leap fish. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 56%. Level, 8.17%. Feature, torrent/1.13% hidden feature, moisture/3.23%. Mastered moves, bite/1.21%. Water cannon/1.11%. Waterfall climbing/1.14%. Pray for rain/1.31%. Mud throwing/1.22%. Mud shooting/2.23%. Earth power/1.31%. Impact/2.51%. Calling/4.52%. Water gun/4.45%. It has been 20 days since the water leap fish hatched. The level of the water leap fish has begun to increase slowly. It won't be long before the water leap fish can evolve. The water leap fish is a level 16 evolution, and it is estimated that it will evolve within half a month. By then, he should have gone to Kanto. The change in the rapids of the water leaping fish is not very big. The function of the rapids is that when the blood volume is reduced, it will increase the power of the moves, which is similar to the fierce fire. The change in humidity is quite large. The humid environment near the lake is quite suitable for water leaping fish. Water leaping fish adapts to comfortable environment very quickly. Also, the moves of water leaping fish have increased to varying degrees, and the most increased ones are water gun and shouting. It seems that dream training and evening play are still effective. After breakfast, he brought water leaping fish to the citrus tree. There were several empty bottles hanging on the tree, which were specially used for the elves to practice moving targets. Water leaping fish, use the water gun to hit this empty bottle. Yu-Hai usually sits on the swing and plays with water leaping fish. Kula kula, puff, water leaping fish hit the fixed target empty bottle with just one water gun. Pa pa pa, water leaping fish is awesome. Yu-Hai saw water leaping fish's water gun hit the empty bottle, and immediately applauded. Water leaping fish also jumped happily into his arms, and he hugged water leaping fish and looked at the rising sun on the distant hilltop. It was not until almost time to go to work that he put the sleeping water leap on the swing and whispered to Butterfree to take good care of water leap and let water leap practice with water guns. Now water leap has no problem shooting fixed targets, but it lacks continuous water gun shooting and moving targets, which require slow practice. Butterfree watched Yu-Hai sitting on the seagull and leaving, with its small eyebrows wrinkled together, and helplessness can be seen on its face. It is a child itself, and the trainer is really asking it to take care of a child. I don't know if water leap will cry and make a fuss after waking up and not seeing Yu-Hai. It's really troublesome. Xiaolu is very distressed. Not long after flying, Yu-Hai landed outside the gym, just in time to see the young man's cousin walking into the gym with his nose up. The other party did not say hello to him, and did not even look at him. Yu-Hai was too lazy to look at this guy, as long as the other party did not bother him or follow him. Darkrai, did this guy follow us last night? Before entering the gym, Yu-Hai whispered to Darkrai in the shadow, asking if he was followed or monitored yesterday. No, there were no strangers near the cabin last night, Darkrai's voice rang in Yu-Hai's heart. It was teasing the sleeping wild Pokémon in the forest last night and didn't notice that Lao Lu was in the forest. No, that's good, Yu-Hai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this man was quite honest. He also saw that the young man's bottom line was only Itsumai. As long as he didn't contact Itsumai alone, he wouldn't be targeted by the young man. After figuring out the young man's bottom line, he kept a distance from Itsumi. He didn't want to deal with that troublesome girl, so he went to play by himself. After entering the gym, he greeted Itsumi, said hello to Ada, went to the kitchen to get breakfast, and then went to the training room, where a group of trainers were waiting for him. First, there were 4 trainers. Aman had changed a lot today. Not only did he change into clean clothes, but he also cut his hair short. He looked a bit like a spirited young man, but his skin was a little darker and he no longer smelled fishy. Last night, Aman must have been very obedient. He bought toiletries and rubbed himself from head to toe. The odor on his body was very light, and everyone was not so disgusted. He released the 4 frogs first, and also told the trainer who was teaching the crab to try not to do strenuous exercise because the crab had just shed its shell. As the 4 left with the 4 frogs, Yu-Hai looked at the trainers who took the task. There were only 3 or 4 trainers. It seemed that the attraction of a move was not that great, but after all, there were still people willing to take the teaching task. I'm looking for a Pokemon that can regenerate itself this time. Please release your Pokemon. If there are bug-type Pokemon, it will be better and I will give priority to them then. He saw Starfish, Wooper and Dragonite no bug-type. Yu-Hai looked for a long time and found that there was not a single bug-type Pokemon released by the 4 trainers. Then he could only randomly choose one and teach the Pokemon of other attributes to Xiaozui Snail. Hearing the request of bug-type again, a boy scratched his head, took out a Pokeball, and asked Yu-Hai weakly, Is this Queen Bee okay? Queen Bee? Are you a beekeeper? Yu-Hai didn't expect to recruit beekeepers. Xiagan Island is like spring all year round, and there are many citrus trees. They will bloom and bear fruit in every season, which gave birth to the profession of beekeepers. Whenever the citrus trees in the orchard bloom, they will find these beekeepers to pollinate, and they can also collect honey by the way. It really kills 2 birds with 1 stone and earns 2 profits. No, Queen Bee is my Pokemon. My grandfather is the beekeeper. This Queen Bee is also the child of my grandfather's Queen Bee, the boy smiled awkwardly. He also heard that Xiaogan Jim was looking for Pokemon that could perform self-regeneration moves, so he came here to take a look out of curiosity and earn some pocket money. This Queen Bee is used to control the bee colony. There are very few battles, and he is not good at fighting. In the future, he may stay in Xiaogan Island and become a beekeeper like his grandfather. So that's it, then it's you. Yu-Hai immediately decided to keep the boy's Queen Bee and teach Snail to learn self-regeneration. After the other trainers left, Yu-Hai released Snail and introduced it to the boy. This is my Pokemon, Snail, and it's also the Pokemon you are going to teach. It's so small and cute. The boy fell in love with Snail when he saw it for the first time, and he also observed Snail around him. Suddenly, he asked with a slight doubt, is your snail different from other snails? It's a little different. You also know Little Mouth Snail. Yu-Hai was a little surprised. If it wasn't for the on-site information check, few people would know the elves from faraway areas. Of course I know, I like bug-type elves the most. Little Mouth Snail is a bug-type elf from the Unova region, and I'm also paying attention to it. The boy took out the elf encyclopedia in his backpack and flipped through it. When he saw the introduction of Little Mouth Snail, his doubts were answered. It turned out to be a different colored Little Mouth Snail. You're so lucky that you actually captured a different colored Little Mouth Snail. This Little Mouth Snail was exchanged with others at the Bug-type Elves Exchange Conference. Yu-Hai smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, the boy didn't know the goods at that time, otherwise he wouldn't have been so lucky to exchange for Little Mouth Snail. Is it the Bug-type Exchange Conference on Marcote Island? I've been there twice and exchanged a lot of Bug-type elves. The boy heard about the Bug-type Exchange Conference and immediately remembered the exchange conference he had participated in. What is this, Jia? I traveled to Marcote Island and happened to meet the exchange meeting. Yu-Hai was really surprised. He didn't expect that they had such a fate. I just asked casually, but I didn't expect it to be true. We are really destined to be together, the boy couldn't help laughing. It felt so coincidental. Maybe they had met before, but they just didn't know each other. Haha, it's really fate. Then I'll leave my little mouth snail to you. Yu Hai pushed the little mouth snail to the boy, and then told the little mouth snail, you have to learn self-regeneration from this beekeeper. Snail, the little mouth snail nodded gently, indicating that he understood, and was a little excited in his heart. It also wanted to learn new moves. Don't worry, I will teach it well, the boy was very happy. He smiled and took the little mouth snail away and came to an empty space in the training room. On the ground, he began to let the queen bee teach the little mouth snail to learn self-regeneration. Watching the little mouth snail leave, Yu Hai looked at the 3 Pokémons, and the big mouth gull outside. So far, his 5 main Pokémons, Big Mouth Gull, Giant Claw Crab, Scyther, and Little Mouth Snail, have all been on the right track. Iron Rhino does not need to learn new moves. His Iron Rhino has no shortcomings and does not need to learn new moves. At most, he can learn a rock block in the future to compress the opponent's activity space. The biggest taboo of a reckless man is that he has brute force but cannot hit the enemy, which is very embarrassing. This is also the purpose of letting Big Claw Crab learn Rock Block. Rock Block is a move of the Iron Rhino, and it is easy to learn. When the time comes, just let Big Claw Crab teach it. There is also Zapdos. Training against it's too early for this black-bone chicken, let alone learning new moves. If you want Zapdos to play amateur battles, you have to wait until he comes back from the regional conference. The above 7 Pokémon are his main Pokémons. 5 of them have entered the senior level, which is enough for participating in the baby competition. As long as all 7 Pokémon are cultivated, the king trainer is already stable, and then the world is so big that he can go anywhere. There are several auxiliary Pokémon, but the only ones he cares about are Slowpoke and Starfish. Starfish needs to assist Mosquito and others in gravity training, so its telekinesis must be strong. Don't worry about Slowpoke. Gengar has proved that evolution can be achieved quickly. When he has money and free time, at least 10 small goals, and no shortage of money, he will evolve Slowpoke. If the evolution is improved, if he could copy the potential to Slowpoke, he would breed more Slowpokes and Shelter. These Pokémons would be champions. When several champion Pokémons stay in the back garden, he would see which old man dares to come and steal the house. As for the remaining auxiliary Pokémons, Butterfree, Squirtle, Farfetch'd, as long as they have fun, and the Magikarp that doesn't want to leave, if it doesn't want to leave, he can just let it go in the lake. He can support it. Looking at the Pokémons studying, Yu Hai only has 1 Zapdos left. Han stayed in the wooden house by the lake and hit a tree. He could only run with Zapdos to train the little guy's chicken claws. Zapdos has no wings, so it can only be trained to run now. Fortunately, Zapdos is not a free-range chicken in the Galar region, otherwise he would be rejected. Can a Zapdos that can't fly still be called Zapdos? It has more weaknesses, from the original 2 weaknesses to 5 weaknesses. He felt that Galar Zapdos was not as handsome as the original Zapdos, especially the golden feathers of Zapdos when it grew up, which was really handsome. He didn't know if it would shock his butt when he sat there. In this way, the morning of the gym was spent peacefully in training and learning. He didn't go back at noon, and he didn't know if Shuiyu couldn't see him and cried. Until the afternoon, he continued to train and study. As soon as Yu Hai took out the book, he received a call from Luo Yan. On the phone, Luo Yan said that he had arrived at the town of Xiagan Island. Chapter 409, Gai Ji Chong. Boss, I'm here. Buy me a box of calcium tablets in town. On the way to Xiagan Gym, there is a wooden house and a lake. I live there. After Yu Hai told Luo Yan his address, he came to the battle site and didn't see Dun Miai. He only saw Ada and his young cousin training elves. He immediately found Ada and asked Ada to tell Dunmei that he had something to do in the afternoon and needed to take a leave. Before Ada could react, he left the gym and came to the gym to stop the big-mouthed gulls that were training. He returned to the wooden house by the lake and needed the big-mouthed gulls. "Amon, I have something to do in the afternoon and need the big-mouthed gulls. You go home first and come back tomorrow." Yu Hai waved to call the big-mouthed gulls, sat on the big-mouthed gulls and left. Amon opened his mouth and wanted to say something, seeing that Yu Hai had left. He could only take the big-mouthed gull home. It was still early, so he could go to the sea to catch 2 fish and take them home. When Yu Hai returned to the wooden house by the lake, he saw a small black dot coming in the direction of the town. That should be Luo Yan. He would wait for Luo Yan to come. However, before Luo Yan came, he was bumped and a little thing jumped into his arms. "Kula kula!" Shui Yu hugged Yu Hai excitedly and refused to let go no matter what. Yu Hai could only hold Shui Yu in his arms. After not seeing him for a morning, the little guy became even more clingy. "Okay, don't cry, I'm not coming back," Yu Hai smiled and rubbed Shui Yu's head. Looking at Shui Yu with tears in his eyes, he felt very cute. When Bataka saw Yu Hai holding up the water jump fish, she also flew over and called out, "Mia! Mia! Some friends will come later, don't worry about them, just go and have fun by yourselves." Yu Hai knew what Bataki was asking. They had been together for so long, and they could still understand this body language. "Mia," Bataki was relieved to hear that it was not because of the return of the water jump fish. It didn't have to continue to take care of the baby, and could continue to enjoy the sun bath and sweet honey. Not long after, Luo Yan landed by the lake on a desert dragonfly. At first glance, he saw Yu Hai next to the wooden house, holding a cute blue elf in his arms, a water jump fish. "Boss!" Luo Yan came over with the desert dragonfly. They hadn't seen each other for half a month since they last parted on Tiangan Island. "Ian, come and sit," Yu Hai waved to Luo Yan, motioning Luo Yan to come and sit under the eaves, and talked about the recent situation. "Boss, the box of calcium tablets you asked for." Luo Yan put down the calcium tablets, which he bought temporarily at the supermarket after hearing Yu Hai's instructions. "Put it on the ground first, and deal with it later." Yu Hai took out a bottle of iced beer from the freezer and threw it directly to Luo Yan. Luo Yan sat on a bench under the eaves, tapped the bottle on the armrest of the bench, opened the beer, gulped down a mouthful, and then looked at the water-leaping fish in Yu Hai's arms, curiously asking, "Boss, this water-leaping fish? Storm's elf egg?" Yu Hai also opened a bottle of iced beer, and did not hide the origin of Luo Yan's water-leaping fish. Luo Yan was an insider. "Haha, that guy is really unlucky," Luo Yan couldn't help laughing. He knew very well that Bao Feng's home was stolen, and this matter had long been spread in the underground world. Every time he heard others talking about this news, he was very happy. He heard that Bao Feng had lost at least 300 to 400 million cultivation resources, and some of the stolen goods were taken by him personally, and he felt that it was about the same number. Bao Feng had cheated him. After he got into trouble, he almost laughed many times, but he couldn't laugh in front of others. Only in front of Yu Hai could he laugh so easily. It was the boss who helped him get rid of his anger. "Come out, water leap fish." Luo Yan released his own water leap fish, which was about the same size as Yu Hai's water leap fish. The 2 water leap fish would be very happy to see their own kind. "Kula kula!" Luo Yan's water leap fish just came out and rubbed against Luo Yan. Suddenly, he noticed that the water leap fish in Yu Hai's arms looked like himself. "Kula!" It was the first time that the water leap fish saw its own kind. It looked at its own kind curiously. The 2 little guys shouted more and more happily, and even got close to each other and turned around to sniff. Suddenly, their feet slipped and rolled together, rolling onto the grass, completely forgetting about the trainer. The 2 water leap fish played and fought on the grass, having a lot of fun. "Everyone, come out!" Luo Yan saw that the boss's Pokémons were curious and gathered around, so he also released all his Pokemons to let everyone get to know the boss's Pokemons. Luoyan's Pokemons are Dagia, Dandan, Trumpet Bud, Sharp-Tooth Fish, Agate Jellyfish, Giant Claw Crab, and Duckbill Baby. There are also Water Leap, Gyarados, Kokoro, Magnemite, Guaidud, Shelder, Desert Dragonfly, Orb Spider, Ditto. 16 Pokemons. Yu Hai silently counted Luoyan's Pokemons. Only a down-and-out Quasi-King like Luoyan could cultivate so many Pokemons at the same time. And the Kokoro Pokemon egg was also hatched by Luoyan. This little guy is a big foodie. After looking at these elves for a while, he realized something and asked Luoyan curiously, "You want to join the Sandstorm team?" "Yes, boss, as expected, nothing can be hidden from you. I plan to cultivate Dagia, Dandan, and Trumpet Bud openly. I plan to cultivate Shuiyu and Kokodora on the previous path, the Sandstorm team." Luoyan didn't want to hide it in the first place. After being seen, he took the opportunity to tell his true thoughts. He also joined the Sandstorm team in Big City, but many elves died halfway, so he could only cultivate again and join the Sandstorm team again. "It's good that you have your own direction," Yu Hai didn't say much. That was someone else's choice, and he wouldn't interfere. However, the Sandstorm team suffered a lot in the Orange Islands. They had no combat power in the sea. The desert environment on land had a lot of bonuses, but there was more water than sand on the Orange Islands. "Boss, I brought the elves you wanted." Luoyan released all the elves, and then took out an ordinary red and white elf ball and threw it to Yu Hai. Yu Hai raised his hand to catch the poke ball, saw the Pokemon inside the poke ball, and opened the Pokemon's panel. Gauge Bug. Attribute, Bug. Gender, Female. Potential, 51%. Level, 3.37%. Features, Shedding /1.13%. Mastered Moves, Peck /1.21%. Stare /1.11%. Continuous /1.14%. Insect Chirp /1.31%. Acid Bomb /1.22%. Insect Bite /1.14%. Not bad talent. How much did it cost? Yu Hai saw Wu Shiai's potential and was quite satisfied with this Gege, but he would not subdue this Pokemon, but would only use it to assist the evolution of the Little Mouth Snail. He also had his own considerations for not picking one randomly. After all, in the exchange evolution, who knows whether the two Pokemon will affect each other? If the potential of the other party is too low and affects the other party during the exchange evolution, then his Little Mouth Snail will be useless. In order to avoid such an accident, he would rather spend some money to buy a Gege with high potential than to evolve the Little Mouth Snail into a waste. The same is true for the evolution of Slowpoke. If Shelder's potential is too low, it is not Shelder that feeds Slowpoke, but Slowpoke that feeds Shelder. Judging from the appearance of the evolution of the smallmouth snail and the maggot, the smallmouth snail should have shed its snail shell, and the maggot should have put on the snail shell of the smallmouth snail, and the snail shell became the armor of the maggot. The smallmouth snail and the maggot may complement each other in the process of exchange evolution, so this maggot should also be cultivated, but don't worry too much, just let it go. Boss, this maggot was bought at the breeding house, and it cost 6 million. The breeding house contacted the branch in Unova and sent it here on the spot. They said that this kind of insect-type Pokemon cannot evolve. The store is only used for breeding, and some moves can be passed on to offspring. They also said that this Pokemon has good talent, but it's a pity that it's a female. The male is more expensive. It's okay. If it can evolve, the value will be higher. Yu Hai put down the poke ball, feeling that the 6 million is not a loss. The maggot is still a very good Pokemon after evolution. It has high dual resistance and attack power. It's a pity that the evolutionary type has not been found yet, so it can only be sold at a low price for now. Then, he shouted to Butterfree, "Butterfree, bring the poke balls from the drawer of the side bed." Butterfree knew that those pokeballs were the pokeballs left by the 2 old six that night. It immediately flew into the side bed on the second floor of the wooden house and took out 13 pokeballs. 13 Pokemons, give me an estimate, Yu-Hai asked Butterfree to put down the pokeballs controlled by telekinesis and let Luoyan estimate them one by one. Okay, boss. Luoyan knew the boss's attitude very well, otherwise he would not have made such a straightforward offer just now. Gay I did spend 6 million, but he did not count the running fee, and he did not dare to ask for the running fee. He was willing to do things for the boss, and it would be too polite to ask for the running fee. Boss, these are elite poisonous creatures, Morulu, Gas Bomb, Stink Flower, Slime, Beedrill, and Stomp. The poison sacs and materials on these elves are worth some money on the black market. If you count this medicinal paras, it's worth 500,000. This Pidgeot and Toucan are also worth 200,000. Finally, there are senior-level Venusaur, Abramoth, Megalodon, and venomous jellyfish. They are basically common elves. However, they all have senior-level strength. The purchase price of each is about 2 million. 4 elves are worth 7 million. Okay, and how much is the box of calcium tablets? Yu-Hai felt that this estimate was based on psychological expectations. As for the difference of hundreds of thousands, there was no need to care. Boss, the total of 13 Pokemons is 7.7 million, the box of calcium tablets is 100,000, and the G-Gai bug is 6.1 million, and there is still 1.6 million more. Well, Yu-Hai nodded gently, and had no objection to the deal. He immediately talked about the third thing he asked Luoyan to do. Luoyan, I asked you to post tasks at the Pokemon Center. It takes 100,000 points of Alliance contribution to become an elite trainer. For the 1.6 million, help me post a 1 million task at the Pokemon Center, boss? The road to the Alliance. Luoyan did not doubt Yu-Hai's strength, he just felt strange. Logically, Yu-Hai's strength is a guest of honor everywhere, and there is no need to fight the Alliance. What do you think of Team Rocket? Yu-Hai did not answer Luoyan, but asked an irrelevant question. Very powerful, Team Rocket is a behemoth. Luoyan had a shadow on Team Rocket. His downfall was because of Team Rocket. He could not even think of revenge. It was a kind of powerless despair. Haha, what do you think of the Alliance? Yu-Hai smiled and shook his head helplessly. He could hear the tremor in Luoyan's voice. That was not a fear that time could overcome. It needed to face the fear directly. The Alliance? It's stronger than Team Rocket. It's a behemoth spanning several regions, Luoyan said bluntly. In his heart, the Alliance was indeed stronger than Team Rocket, but he was not afraid of the Alliance at all, nor was he afraid of going to the police station. This kind of mentality was very strange, because he knew very well that the Alliance would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Even if it was a crime, as long as it was not extremely heinous, it would not be sentenced to death. At most, it would require labor reform. But Team Rocket was different. If they were caught, they would really die. Even if they didn't die in the fight, they would die on the front line of the charge. Trainers like him who joined the team midway could not be trusted, and were often cannon fodder in the battle between Team Rocket and the Alliance. Then how do you think the two compare? Yu-Hai had already made it very clear. If Luoyan still didn't understand, he could only say that this guy had a limited imagination and didn't know what benefits there were in the system, the benefits of joining the Alliance, or that he couldn't join the Alliance at all. I understand, Luoyan was reminded by Yu-Hai, and finally understood Yu-Hai's intention to join the Alliance, but he was a bad trainer with a criminal record in the Pokemon Center and the police station. It was impossible for him to join the Alliance, so he didn't think about it. But the boss is different. The boss's identity should be very clean, so he can join the Xiaogan gym without being rejected. After thinking this through, he finally understood the boss's foresight. Although the Alliance is very bad and there are many injustices, it is also a force that is superior to the Rocket team, and it is a behemoth in the open, not a sewer rat like the rocket team. If the rocket team is really strong, the rocket team does not need to be sneaky, but stands out openly and declares war on the alliance long ago. It seems that the boss joined the alliance not only to find a backer, but also to take root in the alliance and go undercover in the alliance. Don't forget their organization Spider, there are undercovers in all major forces. After all, the rocket team has undercovers, so the alliance has the most undercovers. Even the boss is undercover in the alliance, and the welfare benefits of the alliance must be good. It's good that you understand. The 1 million task is split and released. Just give me the task certificate. You should know what task to release. Yu-Hai doesn't want to run around. The tasks are best to be simple ones that can be used for both getting by and slacking off. I understand, Luo Yan certainly knows what tasks to issue. At that time, the 1 million can be split into 7 or 8 tasks. It's past 5 o'clock. Have dinner here, stay one night and go back. Have a drink later. Yu-Hai looked at his watch and found that it was almost dinner time. He had to go back to pick up the elves and go to the city to buy vegetables. He was ready to have a drink with Luo Yan. Boss, is there anything I can do? Luo Yan did not refuse Yu-Hai's request to stay. After all, they haven't seen each other for a long time, and he also wanted to have a drink with the boss. Go to the city to buy some vegetables, have barbecue tonight, and I have to go to the gym to pick up the elves. Yu-Hai seemed to be chatting with an old friend. Sometimes he really didn't regard Luo Yan as a subordinate, but just an ordinary drinking buddy. It's easier to get along like this. He won't be polite when he orders the other party. Okay, boss. Luo Yan sat on the desert dragonfly and flew towards the town. The elves he had released before were not taken back. Since the boss didn't take them back, it meant that it was safe here and he could go shopping without worry. Watching Luo Yan leave, Yu-Hai also sat on the big-mouthed gull to the gym to pick up a few mosquito frogs. Chapter 410, Bounty Strike. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening, and Yu-Hai had just returned to the gym and was caught by Dun Mei. Where did you go in the afternoon? Dun Mei waited for Yu-Hai at the back door. Yu-Hai slipped away quietly during working hours. Isn't this a good opportunity for revenge? Master, a friend of mine came over and went out for a while. Yu-Hai didn't know what Dun Mei was going to do. Didn't Ada help him ask for leave? Why didn't you tell me? You went out without asking for leave. I just looked for you for a long time. How much time did you delay me? Do you know? Dun Mei was already very happy in her heart, secretly thinking that Yu-Hai was finally in her hands, and she could finally scold him with a clear reason. However, Dun Mei's face was very calm, even a little serious and angry, and she didn't show her happiness. Didn't I ask Ada? Yu-Hai saw Ada winking at him from behind Dun Mei, and immediately understood what Dun Mei meant. Ada shouldn't have cheated him, but if Dun Mei really wanted to hold on, he couldn't do anything. After all, he didn't ask for leave from Dun Mei before leaving, he just told Ada. Probably it shouldn't be considered a real leave. After all, the leader didn't agree, and the leader has the final right of interpretation. I'm sorry, owner, you weren't there when I went to find you. What else could Yu-Hai do? Of course he admitted his mistake. I wasn't there, couldn't you wait? Dun Mei questioned Yu-Hai, feeling proud at the moment, thinking about how to prepare Yu-Hai's dish next. Yu-Hai wanted to say something, but suddenly saw Dun Mei raised her hand and blocked his next words. Dun Mei raised her hand and said, needless to say, if you are absent from work without reason, your salary will be deducted. Oh, how much? When it comes to salary deductions, Yu-Hai is not afraid. Anyway, he doesn't need these tens of thousands of alliance coins. If you are absent from work for half a day, you will have 1 day's salary deducted, Dun Mei said when she was looking forward to Yu-Hai begging for mercy and asking for forgiveness, which must be very exciting. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Then deduct it. Yu-Hai waved his hand, not caring at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. The little girl was still so naive. He used the pokeball to take back the frogs, and the trainers who taught frogs said hello to him and went back. After he took back the mosquito frog for a few seconds, he sat on the big-mouthed gull and ignored Dunmi's threat of deducting his salary. After all, his daily salary was only 10,000 alliance coins. He had just given Luyan 600,000 hard work fees. A mere 10,000 alliance coins was just a drop in the bucket. Hey? Just leaving like that? Damn it! Dunmi saw Yu Hai leave without hesitation and didn't care about the 10,000 alliance coins at all. She really couldn't understand it. It didn't make sense. She couldn't understand why it turned out like this, why things didn't develop as she expected, the deviation was too big. It stands to reason that Yu Hai is an orphan, why doesn't he care about the deduction of money at all? Doesn't Yu Hai lack money? Sister, the trainer invited by Brother Hai will be rewarded with 50,000 alliance coins for teaching a move. Ada had been with Yu Hai for so many days and knew the reason. She immediately reminded her elder sister in a low voice. So that's it. After being reminded, Dunmi also figured out why Yu Hai didn't care about the 10,000 alliance coins. Coins, after all, a month's salary is only enough to learn 6 new moves. The other party can easily spend hundreds of thousands, so how could he care about deducting 10,000 wages? In other words, deducting wages cannot threaten Yu Hai. She underestimated the value of 10,000 alliance coins. Sister, I saw that Brother Hai's elves eat high-quality energy cubes, and they also use energy cubes to replenish their physical strength during training. They are all high-quality energy cubes. Each elf can eat a box of energy cubes in 1 day of training. You know how expensive those crystal-clear energy cubes are. They sell for thousands of dollars a box in the town. Brother Hai has so many elves, and the daily expenses are tens of thousands. Brother Hai is not short of money. That's right, why didn't I think of it? Dunmi heard her brother's explanation and instantly came to her senses, and understood why Yu Hai didn't care about wages. The little money in wages is not enough to support Yu Hai's consumption of cultivating elves. She just threatened Yu Hai with deducting wages, which is really stupid. However, when she saw Ada smirking, her puzzled expression instantly turned cold. She grabbed Ada's ear and said angrily, "Do you think you can handle it? Do you need to remind me? Have you finished copying the notes of Blastoise? Have you been too idle recently? Hiss, be gentle, sister, be gentle, I'll go copy the notes now." Ada was grabbed by the ear and immediately became cowardly. She had to be cowardly. This tigress was angry. Yu Hai ignored the tigress's face when she deducted her salary, and finally took it all by herself. Yu Hai, who had already left, didn't know that Ada had taken on Itsumi's anger alone. He had returned to the wooden house by the lake, and Luo Yan had also come back from buying vegetables. Bada, set up the grill. Yu Hai saw Luo Yan sitting under the eaves, with the vegetables and meat he bought on the ground, and the elves on the grass were still playing. Starfish, mosquito frog, take the vegetables home and wash them. After handing the ingredients to the elves, he also prepared dinner for the elves, so that they could have dinner together later. He also prepared a dinner for the Luoyan elf. After all the food was prepared and placed in front of the elves, each elf had a portion, and they were ready to have dinner under the sunset. The ingredients washed by the elves had already been sliced and placed on a plate by Luoyan, and they only needed to put them on the grill. As the meat slices on the grill sizzled and oil oozed, Yu Hai's iced beer also collided with Luo Yan's iced beer. When a crisp sound of bottles colliding sounded, Yu Hai and Luo Yan each took a sip and started chatting. "Boss, these are 1 million mission vouchers. When I went to buy vegetables just now, I went to the elf center." Luo Yan took out 7 or 8 mission vouchers from his pocket. The reward for each mission voucher is more than 100,000 yuan. The missions are all training missions, protection missions, and missions to help capture wild Pokémon. Some missions are posted by Luo Yan for money, so that they can be mistaken for the real ones. It is impossible for one person to post so many missions, and Luo Yan cannot enjoy the benefits of the Pokemon Center because of his identity. Looking at the mission vouchers in his hand, as long as he has these mission vouchers, Yu Hai can go to the Pokemon Center to hand in the missions at any time, but he still needs to wait for a while. The missions have just been released today. It is a bit too hasty to hand in the missions now, and it is too obvious. How are you recently? Have the rocket team and the black ship come to find you? Yu Hai put away the mission voucher and chatted with Luo Yan about the recent situation. No, they probably forgot about me a long time ago, and I don't have to hide. I also joined a small club on Jingan Island, lived in the club with a hidden identity, and cultivated the Pokemon I just captured. I have calmed down. Luo Yan is very obedient. He knows that he has no ability to take revenge now, so he can only lie dormant and lick his wounds quietly until the day when he can take revenge. You didn't contact your girlfriend secretly, did you? Yu Hai teased Luo Yan with a smile. If Luo Yan contacted his crush, the backstab might come earlier. After all, the circle of the kings is so small. The black ship where Baofeng is just off the coast of Big City. Luo Yan's crush is a big family in Big City, and the Yuzu Gym is next to Big City. The big forces in Big City are all led by the king trainers. There is more than one big king family in Big City, and there is more than one king. In a small place like Big City alone, there are 5 or 6 kings with names, not to mention other islands, where there are at least 1 or 2 kings. That's why he said that the circle of the kings is so small. As long as there is a little gossip, these kings don't mind giving their colleagues a face, because that is a favor from the kings. No, I dare not contact her. I'm afraid she will see me now. Luo Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He is now a lost dog. He has no courage to contact a Yan. He is afraid that a Yan will see his miserable appearance. Hey, Yu Hai raised his hand and put it on Luo Yan's shoulder. He seemed to be sighing, but he was relieved. As long as Luo Yan didn't contact the secret crush, he was really afraid that this licking dog couldn't help but contact the secret crush. As long as this licking dog still thinks about the secret crush, there is motivation to move forward. This is a good medicine to constantly spur the licking dog to work hard, which is enough to support Luo Yan for several years. I just don't know what Luo Yan will feel when he sees a green hat. It is certain that he will collapse, but with him suppressing him, Luo Yan will not lose control. She is just a woman, not worth it. Good-looking skins are all the same, but interesting souls are 1 in a million. When you have nothing to do, go wash your feet. It's good to look at it openly. Boss, I know, Luo Yan also sighed. He must be patient now. He can't be careless because of a momentary yearning, which will lead to a complete loss. He has lost many times. The worst one was not long ago. He doesn't want to lose again. He has been losing all his life. He really wants to win once, even if it's just to let a Yan look at him more. If Yu Hai knew what Luo Yan was thinking, he would only sigh that the woman was really a Pua master. She had Luo Yan in her hands. Even he, the boss, didn't dare to change Luo Yan's mind. What can't be obtained is always in turmoil. If he dares to stop Luo Yan may turn against him and become a deadly enemy. For a licking dog, Bai Yue Guang and brothers or even superiors, the licking dog will choose the former without hesitation. There is no need to doubt this. It can only be said that the licking dog is damned, damn licking dog. Be careful, Yu Hai said no more about it, but picked up the barbecue and put it into his mouth. He hadn't eaten barbecue for a long time since Tiangan Island. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Under the setting sun, Yu Hai and Luo Yan were eating barbecue and drinking cold beer. After the elves had dinner, some were chasing and playing on the grass, and some were bathing and playing in the lake. Everything was so peaceful and quiet. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Until the sound of hurried footsteps came from the jungle, breaking the tranquility here. The elves with good hearing had already looked towards the forest where the footsteps came from. Swish, swish. As the footsteps got closer and closer, the grass at the edge of the woods was pushed aside, and a stumbling figure broke through the jungle under the night, fell on the grass of the wooden house by the lake, and saw the elves by the wooden house in the distance, as well as Yu Hai and the two under the eaves. "Ian, take him down." Yu Hai didn't care about that. The newcomer dared to break into private territory and saw so many secrets. This person had no choice but to die. Desert dragonfly, round silk spider. Luo Yan heard that he had been taken down, and immediately rushed to the edge of the woods, and let the desert dragonfly and round silk spider go first, so that the round silk spider could control the stranger who had broken in first. "Acting museum owner, spare my life, spare my life," the newcomer shouted loudly, and knelt on the ground without any resistance, allowing the round silk spider to tie him up, and was caught by the desert dragonfly in front of Yu Hai. "Wuo," the newcomer seemed to see hope after seeing Yu Hai, and struggled desperately to speak, but unfortunately his mouth was blocked by the silk spitted by the round silk spider. "Boss," Luo Yan saw that the young man still wanted to resist, and almost kicked him. "Don't worry," Yu Hai raised his hand to stop Luo Yan from raising his foot, because he knew the young man, and raised his hand to put his index finger at his mouth, which was a gesture of silence. Until the young man calmed down, he reminded him, "I will let you go. If you have anything to say, talk it over. If you dare to yell, I will kill you." "Woo," the young man nodded quickly, indicating that he understood. "Round silk spider, untie his mouth." Yu Hai saw the young man nod, and then let the round silk spider untie the spider silk on the young man's mouth. "Acting gym owner, save me, I am being hunted by my peers, my two companions are dead, they are very strong, they are coming for the meditation method." The young man who desperately shouted for help was the Goda Duck youth who used intelligence to exchange the meditation method with Yu Hai. The moment his mouth was untied, Asyang told all his experiences. "How much do you know about the people chasing you? How much do you know about the people chasing you?" The moment Yu Hai heard about the meditation method, he secretly thought that it was trouble again. If he had known, he would not have exchanged it. This guy didn't keep his good stuff, and he deserved to be targeted. "There are two people chasing me, also bounty hunters, I have dealt with them before, their strongest Pokemon are two Gyarados. Boss." Luo Yan didn't know what meditation was, but he realized that the bounty hunter must be a big enemy. In his current state, what could he do to fight against the bounty hunter? He only had a senior-level desert dragonfly, a dragon-type Pokemon that was 4 times restrained by the ice-type, and a group of elite-level babies. Now is his most vulnerable time. "It's too late," Yu Hai shook his head gently and looked at the woods where the young man rushed out. Since the young man could run here, the two were not far from here. How did the meditation method get exposed? Yu Hai was also very curious. If good things are not hidden, how could they be taken out to show off everywhere, for fear that others would not know? As a bounty hunter, Asyang, who often crawls in the grey area, cannot be unaware of this common sense. If it wasn't because of showing off, how did the other party get exposed? Chapter 411, Bigger Ants. My two companions told them. They and I are from the same hometown. After I got the meditation method, I didn't hide it from them. Asyang was also very upset. He was also very puzzled by the exposure of the meditation method, because he only told 2 fellow villagers, and he trusted them very much. I didn't expect that the 2 people were so arrogant that they told the meditation method to others. Maybe they told it when they were drunk. Alas! It's useless to say more. The 2 people are dead. It doesn't matter if they are dead, but they hurt him badly. He already regretted telling his companions about the meditation method. How did you know I live here? Yu Hai heard Asyang's story and thought to himself that the meditation method was exposed in this way, so there was no need to worry, as long as it didn't involve talking about Team Rocket, that's just a little troublesome matter. Acting gym leader, you fly in the sky every day, it's hard for others not to see you. Xiang didn't expect Yu Hai to ask this, and he was speechless for a moment before explaining. Yu Hai heard this explanation, and now he was speechless. He didn't expect that his residence was no longer a secret. Ian, collect all the Pokemon that can't fight. Yu Hai understood the situation clearly, and immediately asked Luo Yan to take back the little guys. He was going to ambush the two bounty hunters. Yes, boss. Luo Yan knew what Yu Hai meant by too late, and immediately collected the little guys like water leap fish, leaving only the Pokemon that could fight. Ian, collect all the Pokemon below the elite. Yu Hai saw Luo Yan leaving the crab. In front of the battle of the senior trainer, the elite Pokemon were cannon fodder. I understand. Luo Yan received the last two Pokemon, namely Desert Dragonfly and Big Armor. After all, Big Armor was the leader of the tribe before. Orb Silk Spider, drag him into the house and block his mouth. Yu Hai also took back the Pokemon. Seeing Luo Yan had collected the Pokemon, he immediately asked Orb Silk Spider to deal with a Xiang and not to make any sound later. He sent out the Stealth Masters Darkrai and Gengar. As long as the two were not at the level of the king, they could not defend against Darkrai's sneak attack. He had told Darkrai that the trainer was the most important. As long as they could hypnotize the trainer, they would not have to fight a big battle. It would be a simple matter to deal with the enemy. Without the trainer's Pokemon, the strength would drop by at least 3 levels, and some would even be half. It was also easy to deal with Pokemon without trainers. For this reason, he also sent Gengar to assist Darkrai. Darkrai assisted in hypnosis, and Gengar was responsible for vigilance. The two Pokemon had already left the shadows and went to the forest. The scene of the two shadows leaving happened to be seen by Luo Yan. Luo Yan immediately understood who Yu Hai had used and swallowed his saliva secretly. He just remembered now that as long as there was Darkrai, they were safe. No matter what the enemy was, they were no match for the boss. He felt that the previous nervousness and panic were a bit redundant. No wonder the boss told him not to panic. It turned out that the boss had been prepared. Not long after, the departed Darkrai came back and returned to Yu Hai's shadow. His voice also sounded in Yu Hai's heart. The two were found, at the edge of the woods, and have been hypnotized. After Darkrai and Gengar left at night, they met two bounty hunters at the edge of the forest. The two chased here all the way and knew the purpose of Xiang's escape, which was to seek Yu Hai's shelter. After all, Yu Hai's residence was no longer a secret. But they would not stop because of an acting gym leader. They were determined to get the meditation method. Even if they already knew Yu Hai's record from the gym, they would try how deep the acting gym leader was. However, when they chased here, they did not notice Darkrai and Gengar moving in the shadows. The Pokemons beside them were a Big Armor and an Arbok. Only relying on these two Pokemons, they could not find Darkrai and Gengar sneaking in the shadows. Darkrai and Gengar had never been exposed to outsiders. As long as others did not know that Darkrai and Gengar were here, no matter who they faced, they could catch them by surprise and secretly attack their opponents. The two bounty hunters chased to the edge of the woods and saw the wooden house by the lake standing quietly. They prepared to make a surprise attack plan. The enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. There was no need to rush. Whether it was Axiong or the acting gym leader of the Xiagan gym, they were caught in a jar and could not escape. However, what the two did not expect was that Darkrai quietly emerged from the shadows behind the two, created a spherical black and purple energy ring in his hand, and threw it at the backs of the two people and the two Pokemons. During the flight of the dark hole, the black and purple energy ring quickly expanded. After hitting the two people and the two elves, it wrapped the two people and the two elves in the dark hole. When the dark hole dissipated, the two bounty hunters and the two elves had already fallen into a deep sleep quietly. Knowing that Darkrai had hypnotized the enemy, Yu Hai nodded secretly and praised Darkrai, "You did a good job. You take the orb spider first, tie up the two people, and then use the fangs." Darkrai was still so capable. As the orb spider followed Darkrai and jumped towards the woods, he also opened the wooden door and took Luo Yan over. "Boss?" Dangerous, let me go over first. Luo Yan saw Yu Hai go out and hurriedly walked in front of Yu Hai. It's okay, the two have been hypnotized, Yu Hai smiled easily. It would be best if there was no war, so as to avoid destroying the wooden house and having to repair the house himself. Hypnotized. Luo Yan was a little unbelievable. Could it be that the two senior trainers were solved just like that? How come he didn't hear any movement at all? When Yu Hai and Luo Yan came to the edge of the woods with flashlights, they saw two people sleeping like dead dogs. There were two Pokémons beside them, one was a scorpion and the other was an Arbok, both of whom were hypnotized by Darkrai. Yu Hai saw the two people fall into a coma, and thought to himself that Darkrai was a scoundrel, and he was always successful. As long as no one knew that he had Darkrai, these 6 guys would not be able to attack him. Orb Silk Spider, find out everything on the two people. Jengar, lock the poke balls of the two people, find the empty poke ball, and take back the scorpion and Arbok. Edo, Orb Silk Spider was already very skilled in searching corpses, and it took only a moment to search out everything on the two people. Gengui also he picked up the poke ball and locked the poke balls of the two people, not giving the Pokemon a chance to come out. Finally, he used the empty poke ball to take back the armor and Arbok around the two people. After doing all this, the two people who were hypnotized were also awakened by the poison, and big beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Woo. The mouths of the two people were blocked by spider silk. When they opened their eyes and saw Yu Hai and Luo Yan, they knew that they had been exposed and caught. They immediately struggled desperately. After struggling to no avail, the two began to beg for mercy from Yu Hai and Luo Yan, showing pleading eyes, and their bodies kept swinging in front of Yu Hai. But Yu Hai was too lazy to look at the two people, just waved his hand gently, and let Jengar continue to hypnotize. Gengui, hypnosis. Jengar floated in front of the two people, his scarlet eyes emitting red light, and used hypnosis on the eyes of the two people, and the two fainted again. Gengui, highly toxic. Yu Hai knew that Jengar was highly toxic, and he also wanted to try how toxic Jengar's toxins were. Then, he saw that Jengar had just released the poison, and the two people died of the poison. Luo Yan saw this scene, quietly raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead, thinking that this Jengar was too poisonous. It had just touched the two people, and they died of the poison in less than 10 seconds. Gengui, your poison is too strong, usually hold back. Yu Hai touched his chin and thought for a moment, it would be better to let Jengar hold back. He did not doubt Jengar's toxicity. After all, he had eaten so many poison sacks and so many poison gems that he had eaten himself into a different colored Jengar. If the toxicity was not as strong as that of the bad frog, he would suspect that Jengar drank fake wine. Luo Yan, pack up and go back. Yu Hai asked Luo Yan to clean up the debris on the ground. Except for the poke balls, there were all kinds of messy things. The two people didn't have backpacks. They were probably poor again, so he was too lazy to look. Last time, the two poor people had 4 senior-level Pokémons, but they didn't even have a prop. The two bounty hunters are quite capable and should have several items. When the time comes, Luo Yan can just appraise them. Unless they are senior-level items, there is no need for him to stay. As for interrogation, it is completely unnecessary. As bounty hunters, the two can die at any time. Being in a gray area means that no one will investigate this matter. Just kill them. As for the secrets of the two, he is not interested. What secrets can a hyena with a meditation book have? Is there more secrets than he knows? Yes, boss. Luo Yan hurriedly picked up the things on the ground, and took off his clothes to cover the pile of debris on the ground. Giant claw crab, bury them by digging a hole. Yu Hai released the giant claw crab and let the giant claw crab finish the job. He returned to the wooden house with Jengar and Orb Silk Spider. Back in the cabin, Yu Hai and Luo Yan sat under the eaves. He saw Luo Yan put down the pile of things wrapped in clothes, and he reached out to touch each one. When he found that there was nothing good, he said to Luo Yan, give an estimate and exchange it for cash. This time, he killed the 2 bounty hunters alone. The spoils were naturally his own, and he couldn't share them with Luo Yan. Okay, boss, Luo Yan began to count the items. The 2 of them had 11 Pokémons. In addition to the Great Armor and Arbok, there were 2 Gyarados, a Venusaur, and a Tyrannosaurus. These 6 Pokémons were all senior level. These 2 bounty hunters were a little better than the first 2 bounty hunters. The first 2 idiots only had 4 senior level Pokémons, and they even drank alcohol during the night raid, which was quite speechless. Don't think that these bounty hunters are of high quality and professionalism. They are just amateur trainers. In terms of trainer quality, they are definitely not as good as the trainers of the Alliance. After all, they are all desperate criminals, or even drunkards. They are fierce, but their potential is gone. In addition to the 6 senior-level Pokémon, there are 5 elite-level Pokémon, all of which are very common water-type Pokémon in the Orange Islands, including Stinging Jellyfish, Giant Claw Crab, Toucan Gull, Megalodon. The 2 of them don't have many props, only 4 elite-level props, 2 mysterious water drops, 1 miracle seed, and 1 black mud. Yu Hai didn't expect these desperados to be rich. The previous poaching group boss was good at saving money. These mercenaries basically don't save money. Most of them are just living for the moment. Trainers who save money will put the improvement of Pokémon first, no matter what they do, even if they are villains, instead of enjoying themselves. Boss, after counting them, these 6 common senior-level elves are estimated to be worth 10 million and can be sold to the breeding house. These 5 common elite-level elves are estimated to be worth 1 million. And these 4 items are estimated to be worth 7 million. If you sell them on the black market, each one can be sold for about 2 million. Okay, you can just go back to Jingan Island and deal with them yourself. Yu Hai waved his hand, not caring about these things. They were just small amounts of money. He was not interested in them. He would only be tempted if they were worth hundreds of millions. After all, if you want to cultivate elves to champions, you can't do it without hundreds of millions of funds. Each elf needs hundreds of millions. Boss, there are some sundries here. Luo Yan looked at the sundries, including elf food and the personal belongings of the 2 people. In Luo Yan's opinion, they were all trash. You can deal with them yourself, or throw them away. Yu Hai waved his hand and let Luo Yan handle it himself. He still had a very important thing to deal with, that is, the intruder. Orb Silk Spider, drag him out, I have something to ask him. The Orb Silk Spider jumped into the house, spun silk to entangle a Xiang, and pulled a Xiang out of the living room. Luo Yan was just collecting after picking up the debris on the ground. He left the usable Pokémon food, and the poisonous things had been picked up by Jengar. He packed the Pokeballs and props and was giving money to Yu Hai. Boss, here are 18 million, Luo Yan took out more than 10 stacks of money and put them on the bench. This transaction was settled. When he took these things to Jingan Island to sell, he could make a few million in profit. This is called the middleman making a profit. Orb Silk Spider, untie his mouth. Yu Hai didn't care about the money, but asked the Orb Silk Spider to untie the spider silk on a Xiang's mouth. A Xiang, we have met several times and we know each other. The bounty hunter chasing you has been solved by me, even if Yu Hai didn't say it, a Xiang could see it. After all, they were already dividing the spoils. Thank you. If it weren't for the acting gym owner, a Xiang hurriedly thanked Yu Hai, but before a Xiang could continue, he was interrupted by Yu Hai. Yu Hai looked at a Xiang as if he was looking at a dead person, and said coldly, don't be in a hurry to thank me, you are the first choice, join us, the second choice. I choose the first choice. A Xiang didn't even think about it, and before Yu Hai said the second choice, he chose the first choice. He is a smart man, knowing that he has seen too many things he shouldn't have seen, and choosing the second choice will only lead to death. Very good, you are smart, Yu Hai smiled, this kid is quite smart, but how could he trust the other party so easily? Round Silk Spider, search. The round silk spider immediately searched Xiang and found a lot of things. Yu Hai looked down and instantly locked onto what he wanted, squatted down to pick up Xiang's ID card, looked at the address on the ID card, and then threw the ID card to Luo Yan. Ian, this person knows too much. He will follow you from now on. If he dares to run away or disobeys, go to the address on his ID card and kill him. Wait, you can't do this, Axiong finally panicked. He thought Yu Hai would coerce and bribe him to keep the secret, but he didn't expect Yu Hai to threaten him with his family. Hehe, Yu Hai smiled without saying anything. He saved the other person and kept him alive. He had already done his best. The other person should be grateful. Boy, do you want to die? Luo Yan also smiled. Do they look kind and are just trainers who are easy to talk to? Don't mention the boss. He used to be a gang leader and was accustomed to death. If the boss hadn't kept him, he would have sunk him into the sea long ago. This kid not only attracted enemies, but also disturbed their drinking party. He just wanted to say thank you and get it over with, and he didn't have to pay any price. There is no such good thing in the world. I don't want to, Xiang admitted his weakness decisively. He couldn't even beat Yu Hai, the acting gym leader, let alone this strong man. That desert dragonfly looked extraordinary, and it was Yu Hai's subordinate. He couldn't beat the two of them together. Xiang, don't think this is a threat, think more about the good side. Yu Hai wanted to kill him to silence him, after all, only the dead could keep secrets, but he thought about it and decided to forget it. He was not a murderer, so there was no need to kill him all. He could achieve his goal in another way. Although this person caused trouble and even wanted to divert the trouble, this person seemed to have pitted himself, so he accepted him as a tool. This person is also a potential stock, and he can at least become a top trainer in the future. After this pursuit, I believe that the other party will not dare to show off again, so let Luo Yan watch. Benefits? I don't think there are any benefits, Xiang muttered in a low voice, feeling that he had boarded a pirate ship. Yu Hai must not be as simple as he seemed on the surface, and he didn't know what the other party's purpose was in joining the gym. Axiong, do you know him? Yu Hai heard Axiong's mumbling, but he didn't care, but raised his hand and pointed at Luoyan. As long as you have been in the underground world and heard the big news some time ago, then Axiong should have heard of Luoyan's name. Him? Who? Axiong glanced at Luoyan and said he didn't know him. He was now desperate and didn't care about killing or cutting him. Ian is very famous in the underground world of Big City. He just escaped from the turbulent underground world some time ago. Ian was once the leader of the Yanyan team in the underground world of Big City. Luoyan. Luoyan? Luoyan? Yanyan team, Axiong muttered the name to himself, and it became clearer and clearer as he spoke, because he finally remembered who this person was. It happened to be a big shot he knew. Luoyan? Big City has been occupied by Team Rocket, and the three major gangs have also been integrated by Team Rocket. After that night, many people said that you were dead? I didn't expect you to be here. Axiong had heard of Luoyan when he was in Big City. Later, when he noticed the involvement of Team Rocket, he left Big City far away. He also understood the principle of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, otherwise he would not have given up the mission of Yu Hai. Are you surprised? Luoyan smiled. Many people were looking for him. Wouldn't it be better to say that he was dead? It could also help him conceal his identity. It's quite unexpected. I didn't expect to meet a big shot here, Axiong couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to when he was a rookie and just started to be a bounty hunter, Luoyan had already been a celebrity in the underground world of Big City, and was a rising star who was about to be promoted to a king trainer. He was a big shot that he could only look up to at the time. That's all in the past. Luoyan looked at the lake, a little disappointed. He didn't expect that he was once a big shot. Otherwise, why did many people who had never seen him hear about him and say that he was a big shot? The boss and the strange young man also heard about his past and saw his current desolation. Haha, Luo Yan laughed at himself. He is much more sober now. He was praised too much before and really thought he was a big shot. Since he met the boss, he found that he was a frog in the well. In the eyes of the rockets, he was an ant who could be crushed to death at any time. What kind of big shot is he? He is just a slightly bigger ant, and all ants can be crushed to death with one foot. Asyang, are you going to leave now? Yu Hai asked the other party with a smile. If the other party still wanted to leave, he would not stay. Only the dead can keep secrets. If I don't leave, I will follow Brother Yan. Asyang smiled and shook his head. He accepted his fate. He found that he was not at a loss following a quasi-king trainer. Although he didn't know what Yu Hai and Luo Yan were planning, and what secret organization they were undercover, the former quasi-king trainers all called the acting gym leader the boss. Then this acting gym leader is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. He is likely to be a top trainer. It is just a matter of moving his fingers to get rid of the two bounty hunters who are chasing him. It is also easy for him to find his hometown. What's more, joining them has more advantages than disadvantages. Although he is forced, it is also good for him. He can be regarded as a trainer with a backstage. Orb Silk Spider, untie him. Yu Hai saw that Asyang did not leave and chose to join them. He also looked at Luo Yan, suggesting that Luo Yan was optimistic about the other party. He did not completely trust the other party. If the other party dared to play tricks, he would kill him directly. Luo Yan saw Yu Hai looking at him and immediately understood. He understood what Yu Hai meant. Not to mention that Yu Hai did not want to be exposed, he did not want to expose himself now. It didn't matter after 3 years of revenge. Come here, let's have dinner together. Yu Hai asked Luo Yan to ask him to sit down, and then shouted to Butterfree, bring a bottle of cold beer. This dinner was originally a gathering of old friends, but I didn't expect that there would be a third person. Life is full of surprises. Chapter 412, A Man's Secret. The 7th day of joining the gym, cloudy. It was past 7 in the morning, and Yu Hai woke up very early. Luo Yan and Asyang who were sleeping in the guest room also woke up. Asyang was quite honest last night and released all the Pokémons, except for the Golduck. This person is also a water-type trainer. Yu Hai took a look at the potential of Asyang's Pokémon last night. It can only be said that it is hard to describe. The potential of this person's Pokémon has reached the limit, and it is still in an evolved state. There is no hope for the future king. Slowly grinding time, using gems to improve potential, you can grind to the king in your 30s or 40s, but without a proficiency panel, no one will spend more than 10 or 20 years, spending hundreds of millions, to fight for an unknown future. It is better to directly spend money to buy a quasi-god. If he didn't have a panel, if he couldn't see the slow growth of potential, he wouldn't spend hundreds of millions and spare no effort to pile up potential for the elves. Sometimes tens of millions of dollars are spent, but there is no splash. Even if he has a panel, he almost collapses when he hits 99, not to mention other trainers. Either accumulate enough and soar to the sky, or pile up resources and slowly endure time, you will always get through it. After breakfast, Luoyan is leaving, and he will take Axiong with him to go to Jingan Island to make a living. Axiong has a big-mouthed gull, so there is no need to worry about transportation, and he can keep up with Luoyan's speed. During breakfast, Axiong also mentioned the meditation method. Yu Hai said that the other party can keep it for himself, and if Luoyan wants it, he will copy it for Luoyan. Boss, this meditation method. Luoyan took the copy of the meditation method, saw the contents on it, and asked Yu Hai with surprise. He didn't expect that the boss had such a good thing. It's from Team Rocket, Yu Hai casually said the source of the meditation method, which shocked Luoyan and Asyang, and they looked at each other, their mouths twitching, and they didn't dare to speak. Both of them had heard of Team Rocket, and Luoyan was chased like a dog by Team Rocket. They all knew how cruel and powerful Team Rocket was, but they didn't expect that the boss would dare to rob Team Rocket. Now you have a share too, Yu Hai smiled. This is called a pirate ship, and it's too late to get off now. Haha, Luo Yan smiled awkwardly. He and Yu Hai were originally accomplices on the same boat, only a Xiang. Cough, a Xiang covered his mouth with his hand and coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. He found that this boss's routine was too deep, and he couldn't get off the boat now. I still have to go to work, you guys should do what you need to do. Yu Hai did not expose the two people's little thoughts. After breakfast, he cleaned up the dishes and went to work after washing the dishes. When he came out, Luo Yan and a Xiang stood on the grass, each released their own flying elves, and said goodbye to Yu Hai and left. Boss, we are leaving. Luo Yan sat on the back of the desert dragonfly and waved to Yu Hai. Let's go. Yu Hai sat on the bench and also waved and watched the two people take off. After Luo Yan and the others left, he looked at the time on his watch. It was only 8:30, and there was still some time. He immediately took out his little notebook and recorded his gains last night. He remembered that before joining the gym, he still had more than 10 million in cash, and now he has earned more than 10 million in cash. However, this period of time is not without expenses. He spent 5,000 on food on the boat, 5,000 on accommodation at the Elf Center when he arrived at Xiaogan Island, 30,000 for the examination and treatment of the mosquito-repellent frogs, 200,000 for renting a wooden house by the lake, and 100,000 for buying living supplies. I spent another 50,000 on food and food. There is still the cost of learning new moves, which I will talk about after the elves learn new moves. The total cost during this period is 290,000. On the last day on the ship, he fought 3 more battles and made a small profit of 100,000. He made another 20,000 when he came to the orchard, and another 100,000 as the acting owner, a total of 220,000. Add to that the 18 million last night, and the previous balance. The previous balance, 10,056,000, more than 10 million. The cash balance is 27,986,000, more than 27 million. There is also the bank card balance of the poaching group boss, 130 million. He is still a rich man who may return to poverty at any time. In addition to cash, he also has a box of calcium tablets, which is enough for the giant crabs to eat for a long time, and he also got a potential rich worm, which he captured last night. The Gai was starving last night and wanted to eat the little mouth snail, but then he was taught a lesson by the little mouth snail. He was electrocuted and couldn't take care of himself. How could a baby Gai beat an elite little mouth snail? In addition to the Gai, there is also a 1 million task that can be promoted to an elite trainer, which is 100,000 points, and the medium quality water stone and elite level item silver powder given by the young man, which are also a few million gains. So, the gym's salary is not enough to train elves, and it is still the fastest to make extra money. Seeing so much money, Yu Hai put the small notebook back to his backpack with satisfaction, released the remaining elves, left today's food, and took the big mouth to work. The water leap fish was still the same, and he quietly left it behind, just in time for the lazy little butterfree to take care of the baby. Han Han didn't take it with him, and he couldn't hit the trees near the gym. It was almost 9 o'clock, and Yu Hai and Owl arrived at the gym just in time. Atsumai, Ada, and the young cousin had already been training Pokemon in the gym. After saying hello to Ada and his brother, he quickly went to the kitchen, and did not give Atsumai a chance to speak, and he quietly slipped away. Anyway, they could deduct the salary at will. It was only 280,000 a month, which was only 14,000 in the currency of the previous life. With this salary, some cows and horses have already started to work hard. After all, 14,000 is not a small amount, and there are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. If it is only 2,500, then just lie down. What's the point of working hard for 2,000 a month? After getting breakfast, Yu Hai came to the training room and saw that the 5 teaching teams were on standby. He immediately released 5 mosquito frogs and followed these 5 trainers to learn new moves. After the other Pokémons left with the teaching trainers, the trainer of the giant claw stayed and looked at the giant claw crab that had grown bigger in Yuhai, and couldn't help but exclaimed. "Brother Aha, your giant crab is too big. It was the same size as my giant crab before, but now it is a whole circle bigger than my giant crab." The giant crab trainer looked at the 2 giant crabs standing together. The height difference was too obvious. The average height of a giant crab is 1.3 meters. The giant crab that taught the giant crab was 1.37 meters tall, which was considered a well-developed giant crab. Yuhai's giant crab is 1.45 meters tall, and the data measured on Hasa Island was 1.4 meters. This time, the overall size of the molting crab has increased by 5 centimeters, including the giant crab's big claws, which is very shocking. Feed the giant crab more good food, and the giant crab will grow up after molting. Yuhai smiled awkwardly. He had suspected before that his giant crab was a special individual, otherwise it would not become larger than its peers. Other giant crabs should also be able to molt, but I don't know if they can grow bigger. Anyway, the giant crab's claws are always the largest, almost as big as the whole body. After chatting with the trainer of the giant crab for a few more words, the other party took the giant crab to the corner to study. Yuhai turned his head to look at Aman, who was still there, not knowing what Aman was going to say. "Brother Ahai, I want to ask you something." Aman hesitated, a little embarrassed to ask. "Ask." Yuhai didn't know what this honest man would say. "Brother Ahai, do you have to bargain when buying things?" Aman looked around and found that no one was looking at this side, so no one heard him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "If it's a small store, you can bargain. In places like supermarkets with clearly marked prices, you can't bargain." Yuhai often bargains when buying things, but when you go to the supermarket, you buy things at a certain price, and there is no room for bargaining. "Then I bought it too expensive." Aman was so angry. He finally got 50,000 alliance coins, 50,000 that he could freely use, but he just went to buy some things and didn't know the market, so he was ripped off several times. "Haha, it's just a small amount of money, don't mind it, you will gain experience if you buy more, be bolder in the future, bargain with the boss." Yuhai patted Aman, just felt so funny. It was normal for this young man to suffer a loss, after all, he was too honest. "If you really don't know how to do it, just go buy vegetables and fruits, watch how those old ladies and old men bargain, you will understand." "I understand, thank you, brother Ahai." Aman touched the back of his head. He bought too expensive and returned home, and was scolded to death by his mother, but he didn't expect that brother Haya would comfort her. What a good person. "You're welcome. Aren't you from the seaside? You can't be a trainer with only one Pokémon, you can capture more water Pokémon at the seaside. A trainer can carry 6 Pokémon at the same time. I am also a breeder, I can help you see the development of the Pokémon." "Really? Thank you so much, brother Ahai." Aman heard this, it was like being hit by a delicious pancake, the whole person was dizzy. He didn't want to capture the second Pokémon and the third Pokémon before, purely because it is unnecessary, and there are also other main factors such as raising too troublesome and no money. Since he found the direction to become a trainer, he has also been considering which Pokémon to choose. Although he looks honest on the surface, he is not stupid at all. He often hears his father sighing and knows a lot of adult things. Sometimes when watching TV, there are Pokémon battles, and he often hears his father and others drinking and talking about where they went when they were young, what kind of mythical beasts they met, anyway, all kinds of bragging. Later, his father and others talked about the 3 starter Pokémons and their ideals when they were young, but in the end, because they didn't have a Pokémon with good talent, they woke up from the dream and returned to real life. For these fishermen, fishing honestly, finding a wife, getting married and having children is the most practical, and the old people in the fishing village often warn them like this. In the eyes of many old people, competing with many trainers in the regional competition is unrealistic, but a beautiful dream, a childhood ideal. When you grow up, the dream should be awakened, and finally everything will return to the ordinary. From then on, he knew that there were differences between elves, otherwise his father would not always emphasize the three great elves. This gull was not a random elf. After being influenced by him, he wanted a good elf. In fact, the origin of the gull has always been a secret in his heart. He told his parents and playmates about this secret, but no one believed him, and he never told anyone else. It was not a big secret that he got the gull, but no one believed him, so he stopped talking about it over time. He was a fisherman living by the sea, and he had encountered all kinds of strange things. One time when he got up to pee on the beach, he saw a white light that lit up and disappeared quickly. When he rushed over, he found a white egg on the beach, and there was a white feather next to the elf egg. He couldn't find who put it on the beach, so he took the elf egg home. This is how he got the gull. Fishermen living by the sea know that the gull can't lay eggs on the beach, but on the cliffs. Later, the elf egg hatched a long-winged gull. The feather was still under his pillow. He would take it out from time to time and stare at the moon with the feather. Over the years, he didn't know what kind of elf the feather was, but the big-mouthed gull liked the feather very much and often slept with him in his arms. This was the origin of the big-mouthed gull. He felt that the big-mouthed gull was a little extraordinary, but he couldn't understand it. Even if he looked for various relevant information, he found that his big-mouthed gull was just an ordinary big-mouthed gull, nothing special. If Brother Aha was a breeder, he should be able to understand the difference of the big-mouthed gull and the extraordinary white feather. Brother Aha, can you help me look at the big-mouthed gull? Aman didn't know what to look at. Perhaps only professional trainers could see the difference of the big-mouthed gull. Your big-mouthed gull is very healthy. Yuhai didn't understand why Aman asked this, and looked at the big-mouthed gull carefully. He didn't find any problems. It was just stronger than his big-mouthed gull. It was probably because he ate too much seafood. Brother Aha, I'm asking if there's anything special about it. Aman still didn't tell Yuhai about the feather. He was afraid that Yuhai would snatch it away. Their status was too different, and he had no power to fight back. He grew up in a fishing village and saw a lot of fighting. Those fishermen would fight each other for a fish. He was still wary of outsiders and would not easily trust others. Put the big-mouthed gull away for me. Yuhai thought the other party wanted to say something, wasn't it just to see the potential? Here, Aman immediately put the big-mouthed gull away and put it in Yuhai's hand. Yuhai saw the proficiency panel of the big-mouthed gull. He found that this big-mouthed gull was indeed very special and had a high potential. It actually had a potential of 69, and it was dual characteristics. The most important thing was that this big-mouthed gull actually had dragon blood and a dragon-type inherited move, Tornado. It was better than his big-mouthed gull in talent, and there were many moves in the move pool. No wonder the other party asked if there was anything special about the big-mouthed gull, and no wonder the other party's big-mouthed gull had so many big moves. It turns out that this gull is so special. I don't know how the other party got it. This silly boy is really lucky. Your gull is very good. You should cultivate it well. Yuhai knew that the boy had a secret, and he would not explore his secret. The boy seemed stupid and honest, but he was actually a smart man. At least he didn't trust strangers easily. If the other party was really stupid, he would have told the secret, instead of hinting that the gull was very special and asking him to help look at the elf talent. I will go to teach the gull first. Aman was speechless. He really wanted to know the specialness of the gull, but he only waited for the 3 words very good. He couldn't ask Yuhai again unless he told him the secret of the feather. After sending Aman away, Yuhai fell into deep thought, but after thinking about it, he found that he thought too much. Even if the gull had a good talent, it was not his, so it was useless to think more. He released Zapdos and Magikarp to cultivate feelings with these 2 elves and train them together. In less than half a month, he will embark on a journey, and Magikarp will evolve. Without a bond, it is impossible to subdue the great brutal. Ah, I am almost driven crazy by the water heater at home. The hot water output of my water heater is small. I knocked the built-in anti-electric grid, removed the heating rod, and the magnesium rod, and found that there was no blockage at all. Then I realized that it was the water pressure of the incoming water is low, and the water pressure of the hot water is also low. After cleaning the scale, I put the heating rod back, but forgot to install the waterproof ring, and the result was that the water heater leaked. After that, I drained the water, disassembled the heating rod and reinstalled it, hung the wet cotton pad to dry, and when I was about to install the waterproof ring and screw it, the cotton pad fell down and overturned the plate where I put the screws. At that time, I was in a state of collapse. After the collapse, as expected, the screws were missing. There was no way. I found the screws and reinstalled the waterproof ring, but the waterproof ring was rotten, and the water still leaked. The new waterproof ring had to wait a week for delivery. The water heater also needed to change the pipeline and remove the pressure relief valve. It was the pressure relief valve that was blocked, which led to low water pressure and low hot water. Damn, I'm really convinced, it's so torturous, woo. The protagonist's life is not as complicated as mine. Chapter 413, Visit. The morning exercise was over quickly, and Yu-Hai and Aman had lunch, with honey brought by the beekeeper boy, and seafood brought by Aman, and the chef was still the one who cooked. The lunch was pretty good, just a glass of wine was needed. The six of them had a great time, especially Aman, who killed a fish by himself. After lunch, the afternoon training and study began again. Yu-Hai did not exercise in the afternoon. After taking a shower, he sat under the eaves of the gym and blew the cool breeze from the sea. He took out the messy elf talk books in his backpack and flipped through them casually, maybe he could see something useful in the books. His life is very leisurely now, and now is his last leisure time. When Mosquito Frog and the others learn new moves, he will have to set off, and this time is just right for relaxation. He has already completed 2 of the requirements for promotion to an elite trainer. He only needs to wait until he returns from the regional competition and submit the task with a reward of 1 million to convert it into 100,000 points. There are also the requirements of 10 badges and the top 8 in a regional competition, which are very simple conditions. After all, he is aiming for the championship. In fact, challenging the gym is not that difficult. After all, it is the organization of the alliance to select trainers. If it is too difficult, how can it test newcomers? However, when challenging the gym, he will avoid the gym where the rocket team is undercover. If the rocket team targets him when challenging the gym, it will be troublesome. As long as he can get the badges with the minimum requirements for participating, if the number of gyms is not enough, it is not too late to consider the gym where the rocket team is undercover. Thinking quietly about the future, Yu-Hai no longer had the heart to read books. He leaned against the wall and looked at the sparkling sea. He was tired of reading the sea, so he read books again. The afternoon passed quickly, and soon it was time to get off work. He took back the mosquito-repellent frog and said goodbye to Aman and the other 5. Then, he said goodbye to Ada and his brother, went to the kitchen to get dinner, and left the gym. Seeing Yu-Hai leave on the Seagull, the young cousin hiding behind the door was very relaxed during this period. He did not report Yu-Hai's situation to the young man, after all, there was nothing to report. He did not see Yu-Hai approaching Itsumai, so he did not need to watch him so closely in the future, because he was always by Itsumai's side. He felt that Yu-Hai was quite sensible and self-aware. He did not compete with his eldest brother for a woman, which made him worry less. He had to leave the gym and travel far away, so it was even more impossible for him to approach Itsumai. I don't know why the eldest brother paid attention to this countryman. Is an orphan in the countryside worth being cautious? If there is a problem, just go to the other party directly. Leaving him here to monitor the other party is purely unnecessary. Yu-Hai returned to the wooden house by the lake, and Shui Yuiyo was the first to run over and bump into Yu-Hai's arms. Shui Yuiyo missed Yu-Hai today, but was soon diverted by Batake. After the first separation, the second time was much better. Shuiyuiyu would slowly get used to such a separation. After all, Shuiyuiyu was too eye-catching and not suitable to be put in the open, so Shuiyuiyu could only be wronged for the time being. After sitting on the swing to comfort Shuiyuiyu for a while, Yu Hai put Shuiyuiyu on the swing and prepared to make dinner for the elves. He now has 23 elves, and he has to work for an hour just for dinner, and it is all physical work. After making dinner, he was just about to have dinner with the elves when Darkrai, who was hiding in the shadows, told him that someone was coming. Who? Yu Hai was quite curious. Who would come at this time? He didn't know anyone familiar on Xiagan Island. It couldn't be Itsamai. That tigress wanted to tear him alive. How could it be that tigress? There are 4 people, 2 adults and 2 children, one of whom I just saw in the kitchen. Kitchen lady? What are they doing here? Yu Hai first used the Pokeball to retrieve the Pokemon that were not convenient to show up, and then put away the Pokemon's bowls, and then saw a car driving in from outside the forest. When he walked out of the wooden house, he saw 2 men and 2 women getting off the car. They were all acquaintances he had seen before. One was the kitchen lady and her son, and the other was the fruit farmer lady and her son. Sister, why are you here? Yu Hai saw 2 women taking out a lot of gifts from the trunk of the car. Did these 2 people come with gifts? Xiao Hai, sister wanted to tell you just now, you ran too fast, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The sister next door and I want to invite you to dinner at home, but you have been busy all the time. We have discussed today and called. I came to see you after get off work to thank you for the elves you sent to our family. So that's what happened. It's just a small matter, but you still came. Yu Hai still remembered that the 2 elder sisters wanted to invite him to dinner. He was always at work and had to come back to cook after get off work, so he had no time. We came uninvited, Xiao Hai won't be angry, right? The kitchen elder sister talked and laughed with Yu Hai, and introduced her son to Yu Hai. Xiao Hai, this is my silly boy, his nickname is also called Meng, both are called Xiao Hai. Eldest sister, don't be angry, your son has grown up so much, he is a little adult. Yu Hai was a little caught off guard by the sudden visit of the 4 people, but he was not panicked, he still had some experience in entertaining guests. Eldest sister, you come in and sit down, I'm just having dinner, just right for dinner together. Yu Hai led the 4 people into the house and came to the living room of the wooden house. There was a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes on the dining table. Xiao Hai, these are canned citrus and citrus fruits bought by my elder sister. The 2 elder sisters entered the wooden house, not knowing where to put the things. Put them anywhere, it's fine. Yu Hai took the things from the 2 people. They were not expensive things. Since they brought them, it was also a token of his thoughts. Xiao Hai, how about my elder sister cook a few dishes? My elder sister's cooking skills are very good. The elder sister in the kitchen put down the gift and saw the scrambled eggs with tomatoes on the table. In order not to embarrass Yu Hai, she volunteered to cook. I'll go too. I'm familiar with this place. I often came here to help the owner clean up. The fruit farmer sister hurriedly followed the kitchen sister, and the 2 went to the kitchen together. The kitchen, dining table, and living room of the wooden house are connected, so the kitchen is just a turn away. Seeing the 2 women cooking, he had nothing to say. It would be too shabby to entertain the guests with only a plate of fried eggs with tomatoes. It would be better if they helped to cook. The ingredients were all in the refrigerator. Sister, I will leave the gym in a few days. When I leave, just help me clean once a month. Yu Hai thought about leaving. After he left, the house would be covered with dust if no one cleaned it. If he did not continue to rent it, the wooden house would be it might be rented by someone else. He likes this wooden house and the lake very much and plans to renew the lease for another half a year. Don't worry, Xiao Hai, leave it to me. I will definitely help you clean it up. The fruit farmer sister not only picks citrus, but also takes on some housekeeping services. Last time when I rented a house, I had specified that the sanitation here would be left to her. Then I'm relieved, Yu Hai said this, and he also put his mind at ease. He would need her help to get the money to renew the lease later, so he didn't have to make another trip. He would have to talk about it after dinner. Brother Hai, are these all your elves? Xiao Wu raised his hand and pointed at the elves in the living room, looking around with his big eyes curiously. This child is the son of the fruit farmer, and he has met Yu Hai once. Yes, Yu Hai nodded gently. The two little brats are not familiar with each other yet. If they get familiar with each other, they will play tricks again. These are the old habits of little brats. They can't sit still at all. Wow, Brother Hai is so powerful. He has conquered so many elves. The son of the kitchen lady was also looking at Yu Hai's elves and reading out their names: Smallmouth, Frog, Giant Claw, Slowpoke, Starfish, Magikarp. They are all my favorite water elves. And Scyther, Butterfree. They are all my favorite insect elves. Hey, Xiao Wu looked at Scyther with little stars in his eyes. Compared with the simple and honest Heracross, he liked the handsome Scyther more. Come out, Crab, Starfish. These are the water elves that Brother Hai helped me to capture. The son of the kitchen lady released the two elves given by Yu Hai. He liked Crab very much and often used Crab to fight elves with others. Come out, Heracross. Xiao Wu also released Heracross, who was also a elf captured by Yu Hai. Then, the two little brats looked at each other, and pulled Yu Hai out of the wooden house to fight elves on the grass. What are you doing? Xiao Hai is at work. I'm so tired, how can I have the time to play Pokemon battle with you guys? The kitchen lady saw this scene and hurried over to slap her own brat's butt, which was really outrageous. Sister, it's okay, I have nothing to do now, I'll play with them for a while. Yu Hai waved his hand helplessly, followed the two little brats out of the wooden house, and prepared to play with the two little brats with Squirtle, Slowpoke, and Farfetch'd. These kids don't know what it means to train Pokemons. Even if they go to the Pokemon school in the town to study, they will probably look forward to the afternoon physical education class all day long, and play Pokemon battles, so they don't have the mind to study theoretical classes. As the battle began, the Pokemons under Yu Hai's command repeatedly let go, playing back and forth with the two children, making the two children feel a sense of participation. In the end, he made Slowpoke and the others pretend to faint and lost the battle. Then the two children began to drift, thinking that Yu Hai's Pokemon were just so-so. Yu Hai just smiled and said nothing, without disturbing the interest of the two children. The two children started fighting Pokemon again. Both of them were very familiar with each other's fighting style. They were obviously opponents who often sparred, commonly known as chickens pecking each other. Until dinner was ready, they were called to stop. Yu Hai also followed back to the house and saw the table full of delicious dishes. It can only be said that she is worthy of being a breeder who has been trained. It would be a waste of talent to use her to cook. Xiao Hai, the eldest sister's cooking skills are not bad. The eldest sister in the kitchen smiled proudly. After all, there are so many people in the gym. They eat the food she cooks every day and they never get tired of it. Awesome, Yu Hai gave a thumbs up. These home-cooked dishes are delicious and better than his scrambled eggs with tomatoes. There are more, at least the quality has improved. Xiao Hai, there is also this bowl of fragrant and delicious wild mushroom egg soup. This bowl of soup can only be eaten in a big hotel. The elder sister was also a breeder who worked as a chef in a big hotel. The elder sister has a lot of experience. You have to tell us about it. Yu Hai hurriedly praised her, and dinner began. During this dinner, the two elder sisters said a lot. Most of the time they were thanking, and asked Yu Hai, the acting gym leader, to take care of him in the future. Especially those two useless brats. If they challenge the gym in the future, the elder sisters will let Yu Hai beat them and scold them, and teach them a lesson. These two brats who don't go home after dark, play elf battles outside, and always have to take a stick to find them. Sure enough, parents in every world are the same. What else can Yu Hai say when he hears this? He can only nod and smile, saying that he will take care of them. After all, he was just a 16-year-old boy. What common topics could he have with these women? The two women talked for a long time and then chatted with each other again, all about family matters. Yu Hai did not disturb them. He gently put down his bowl and chopsticks and said he was going to the toilet. He did not return to the kitchen until the two women realized that they were chatting too much and the main person was gone. Then they found Yu Hai outside the door. "Oh, Xiao Hai, I'm sorry to bother you today. It's getting late. We should go back." The eldest sister cleaned up the table and took her son to say goodbye to Yu Hai. "Won't you sit for a while?" Yu Hai saw that the four people were leaving, and hurriedly stood up and said some polite words to keep them. "I have to go to work tomorrow, so I won't disturb you to rest." The eldest sister was chatting too much just now, so she didn't have the nerve to stay. "Okay, eldest sister, take this, a small gift for the children." Yu Hai took out 4 boxes of exquisite energy cubes, 2 boxes of insects and 2 boxes of water, and gave them to the 2 eldest sisters respectively. "We can't take it. We should be thanking you, but we eat your food and take your food instead." "How embarrassing!" Seeing the energy cubes, the 2 elder sisters waved their hands and refused, indicating that they couldn't accept them. "Eldest sister, they are just small things. I have to thank you for taking care of my meals in the gym. They are just small gifts for children, small things that are helpful for cultivating elves." Yu Hai knew that the other party was just being polite. After all, the eager eyes of the 2 little brats could not be hidden. A box of fine energy cubes is equivalent to half a day's salary for ordinary people. It is estimated that the 2 elder sisters are reluctant to buy this kind of elf food. Haha, how embarrassing! The kitchen elder sister half-heartedly accepted the energy cubes. "Big sister, you also accept it. Here is 1 million alliance coins. I want to renew the lease of the wooden house for another 5 months. I want you to help me pay the rent to the client." Okay, the fruit farmer sister saw that the kitchen sister had accepted it, and she was not polite. Her family's situation was worse than the kitchen sisters. If she could get good things that would help the elves, she would not refuse. After the 2 sisters accepted the things, Yu Hai watched them drive away, and the night gradually darkened. After the sisters left, he released Jengar and a few others again, and asked them to come out for dinner. When he touched Zubat's poke ball, he did not release it immediately. During this period, except for the auxiliary Pokémon, the main Pokémons were almost all planned, except for Zubat. Gallop. Attribute, Poison plus Flying. Gender, Male. Potential, 65%. Level, 25.13%. Feature, Mental Power /13.53%. Hidden Feature, Penetration /12.13%. Mastered Moves, Lightning Flash /19.11%. Hypnosis /12.14%. Black Eyes /11.64%. Hold /17.88%. Airblade /18.54%. Airblade /17.32%. Sludge Bomb /25.64%. Venomous Fang /26.45%. Venom Shock /25.74%. Venomous /30.82%. Gallop's panel has not been checked for more than 10 days. The potential has not been reduced due to the erosion of toxins, and Gallop's life is saved. The characteristics have not changed much. The function of the mental power characteristic is that it will not flinch, and the penetration characteristic is a move that can penetrate the light wall defense. The triggering conditions of these 2 characteristics are very harsh. You need to find a move with a flinching effect to make Zubat overcome the flinching in order to brush the proficiency. You also need to find a Pokémon that can use a light wall to brush Zubat's penetration proficiency. The Airblade move is quite suitable. Many Pokémon have this move. When you practice with Zubat for a period of time, the proficiency of the characteristic can be improved. The changes in Zubat's moves are not very big. Only the proficiency of non-poison moves has increased, and the proficiency of poison moves has almost not increased, which means that Zubat's physical fitness has caught up. His arrangement for Zubat is very simple, the same three-pronged approach as Bad Frog: regular detoxification, regular antidote, physical exercise. Wait until Zubat's physical fitness reaches a balance with the toxins in the body before talking about other things. The poison in Zubat's body is like a hidden disease. You can't see anything at ordinary times. When Zubat is weak, the poison will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to enter, and there is no reason at all. Like Frog, Zubat had not trained any poison-type moves, nor had he increased the toxicity of these two Pokémons. They were already extremely poisonous, but he still thought the poison was too strong. Hey, he sighed softly, and released Zubat, letting him have dinner with everyone. He sat on the swing with the water leaper in his arms, and the Pokémons gathered around him, some lying down, some sitting, and everyone looked at the moon in the lake and blew the cool breeze in the woods. He went back to the house to sleep in the refreshing breeze. He has to go to work tomorrow morning, and he hasn't been fishing for a long time. While he has nothing to do during this period, he should let his old friend go out to bask in the sun. He later found another bug-type Pokémon to teach Squirtle, and Squirtle learned Energy Ball. For the remaining Venom Blast and Baton, Squirtle can learn from his companions. Scyther has already learned Baton, and many Pokémon can also use Venom Blast, especially Pokémon with poison, which can all be taught to Scyther. Scyther has only learned 3 moves: Whirlwind Blade, Close Combat, and Baton, and can't learn the last move, Cross Poison Blade. The trainer who came to teach didn't want to waste time, so he only took 150,000 and gave up the task of teaching the last new move. As a result, Yu Hai had to find another trainer to teach Scyther to learn the last non-type move. Since Scyther has no poison attribute, it is difficult to learn poison-type moves. I hope Scyther can learn the last new move in the next period of time. Kraft has also learned 3 moves, namely 100,000 horsepower, Stomp, and Rock Blockade. Neither the bug-type move Cross Scissors nor the ice-type move Freezing Ray has been learned. Kraft still lacks ice talent. After teaching Crab for a week, Crab's trainer gave up, and he had to find Crab that could do Cross Scissors and Freeze Ray to continue teaching Crab to learn new moves. Mosquito Frog also learned 3 moves, namely, Inspiring Punch, Stomp, and Freeze Ray. Crab didn't learn Freeze Ray, but Mosquito Frog learned it. After all, Mosquito Frog has some ice-type talents, and Ice Ball and Freeze Punch are the basis for learning ice-type moves. Mosquito Frog still hasn't learned the general-type move Belly Drum and the ground-type move Earthquake, and the teaching trainer gave up because Mosquito Frog couldn't learn Belly Drum and the other party didn't want to waste time. Finally, Yu Hai found a fast swim frog again and taught Mosquito Frog to learn Belly Drum and Earthquake. With the foundation of Stomp, as both are ground-type moves, I believe Mosquito Frog will learn Earthquake very quickly. It's a pity that the last fast-swimming frog can't do Earthquake, but only belly drumming. Seeing that the mosquito-repellent frog couldn't learn belly drumming, he didn't want to waste time and gave up. And the big-mouthed gull only learned 2 moves this week, Water Cannon and Storm, and hasn't learned Rapid Return and Swallowing yet. However, it is gratifying that Aman didn't give up teaching. The other 3 people left, but he still insisted on teaching the big-mouthed gull. The big-mouthed gull is learning Rapid Return. This move is not the original move of the big-mouthed gull. The big-mouthed gull has been learning it for a long time. Fortunately, Aman didn't give up. Because of Aman's persistence, Yu Hai helped Aman find 2 water-type elves, which are also the most numerous water-type elves in the sea. One is a Magi-Carp. After all, Aman's family is a fisherman. Aman was lucky to capture a Magi-Carp with a potential of 56. The other is a sharp-toothed fish, also a fish. According to Aman's narration, these fish are the food of the big-mouthed gull. Facing these fish, the big-mouthed gull has an innate advantage in the food chain, which also makes it convenient for him to capture and cultivate. Sharp-tooth fish also has the talent of a quasi-king, with a potential of 55. A man screened tens of thousands of fish in a week before selecting these two pretty good silly fish. A man was lucky that his family often went out to sea to fish, otherwise he would not have such a good opportunity to come into contact with so many fish. After taming new Pokemon, a man would also come to ask him how to cultivate these two silly fish. He threw a man a book of basic knowledge of cultivating fish Pokemon, which is the kind of Pokemon cultivation book that can be found everywhere in bookstores. Then he asked a man to ask Ada about water gun target shooting. These are the basics of a trainer and a Pokemon. Trainers need to get started, and Pokemon basic training also needs to get started, at least the moves must be accurate. They spent this week in learning and training. Everyone was learning, and the learning atmosphere was very good. Although a man's foundation was not as good as Ada's, a man's growth rate was very fast. In addition, with the goal that was about to reach the senior level in his hand, Ada's Squirtle could not beat the goal at all. The two of them often fought each other, and they could fight back and forth. It was a kind of mutual respect between noobs, which was very funny to watch. Yu-Hai was too lazy to care about their quarrels. During this period, in addition to checking the learning progress of the elves, he also found a new teacher for the elves. Then he continued to jog in the morning, read books, and fish in the afternoon, and occasionally drank a little wine. His life was quite comfortable. Of course, there were also bad times. That was when he was fishing at sea one time. He met a fishing friend, who was an old acquaintance. The man was none other than Dunmiai's grandfather. After getting familiar with the old man, he was not as afraid of him as he was at the beginning. After all, the other party did not attack him, and he would sometimes quarrel with him. "Old man, you are empty-handed again today," Yu-Hai looked at the bucket full of fish. "This is the honor of a fisherman." Every time he heard the splash in the bucket, Grandpa Dunmiai would blow his beard and stare, expressing his dissatisfaction. It must be that the old man's bait is not good, and the fish won't bite the hook. What else can Grandpa Dunmiai say? After all, if you can't catch fish, you can't catch fish. He can only find excuses to cover up his embarrassment. "Haha, old man, you said yesterday that the fishing rod is not good, and now you say that the bait is not good. Tomorrow you will say that the fish hook is not good, and the day after tomorrow the chair is not good, and the umbrella is not good, the sea water is not good, and there are no fish." Except for the fear at the beginning, Yu-Hai was then happy as a fisherman. Nothing is better than having an empty-handed person by your side, returning with a full load, and others casting envious eyes. For a fisherman, nothing is more joyful than this. "Humph, what do you know? Just think back to the past." Grandpa Dunmiai was a little embarrassed by what Yu-Hai said, so he had to brag about the highlights of the past. "Hey, you've said it 800 times, you caught a fathead fish, right?" Yu-Hai looked at the old man with a squint, and from the expression on his face, he could tell that he didn't believe a word of it. "Don't you see what size and tonnage the fathead fish is? It's a big fish that ordinary people can pull up. Don't be so proud, you little brat, the old man's big fish is coming." Grandpa Dunmiai was exposed, and his old face was embarrassed. Suddenly, the fishing rod straightened up. He was finally going to be proud of himself. This time it must be a big fish. Then, Yu-Hai saw Grandpa Dunmiai pull up a broken shoe. He was about to laugh, but he held it back and thought of the second half of the sentence just now. "Old man, I know why you don't have any fish. What's the reason?" Grandpa Dunmiai also became excited. He has been fishing with Yu-Hai for 3 days. Since he knew that Yu-Hai was a fisherman, he would come to fish with Yu-Hai every day, but he couldn't catch any fish every day. "It's the man who can't do it." Yu-Hai looked at the old man with a smile and made a joke with him. "Ah, you little brat, don't you know how to give in to the old man?" The old man was furious when he heard this. He was so angry that his beard on his face stood up. He threw down the fishing rod and left, saying that he didn't want to fish anymore and wanted to go home for dinner. Ha ha ha, Yu Hai saw the old man was angry and left. He didn't drink the wine or eat the peanuts. He laughed out loud and was so happy. This old man was so funny. After fishing for a few days, the fish didn't bite, so Grandpa Dunmei made all kinds of excuses. It was the old problem of fishermen. When the fisherman catches nothing, he can catch anything except fish, but he refuses to admit that he is a bad fisherman. Then he makes all kinds of excuses, saying this is not okay, that is not okay, and the only thing he is the most stubborn is his mouth. Watching the old man leave, Yu Hai looked at his watch and saw that it was almost time to get off work, so he put away his fishing rod and stopped fishing. After spending the past few days together, Yu Hai and Grandpa Dunmei have not only become fishing friends, but also drinking friends. 3 days ago, when Grandpa Dunmei found Yu Hai fishing at sea with peanuts and wine beside him, Grandpa Dunmei didn't want to leave, but sat down and had several drinks with Yu Hai. While fishing and eating melon seeds, with a fishing friend and a drinking friend around him, Grandpa Dunmei felt like he had met a confidant. He couldn't remember how happy he had been for a long time. It was because that stinky boy's mouth was too stinky, and Grandpa Dunmei was very angry every time he caught nothing. When Yu Hai caught nothing, Grandpa Dunmei also smiled like this, and Yu Hai still remembered it clearly, just 3 days ago. At that time, Yu Hai was so angry that he stopped drinking wine and eating peanuts. He left in a rage. Unexpectedly, things took a turn and it was Grandpa Dunmei's turn to be empty-handed. After laughing, Yu Hai put away his old friend and put it back in his backpack. He looked at the fish he caught today, brought the bucket to the beach and released them all. It's not a deserted island now, so there is no need to eat these elves. He is not in a survival crisis now. He has enough food and doesn't need to fish to survive. He is still fishing now, just for the fun of being a fisherman. After all, he was a fisherman in his previous life, and it is difficult to give up. In addition to enjoying the fun of fishing, he has another purpose for fishing, which is to see if he can catch a high-potential water elf. It doesn't matter if he doesn't catch a high-potential one. It's better if he can catch one. He is not unable to raise it. He has a big lake, and the only thing missing is fish. After releasing all the fish, Yu Hai returned to the gym, took back the 4 mosquito-repellent frogs who were still learning new moves, and said goodbye to Aman and the other 4. He still admired Aman's persistence, but he didn't know how long Aman could persist. The training of Pokemon was originally a very boring thing, otherwise the League would not encourage newcomers to travel more, and the League also knew that these young people could not sit still. If a trainer can't even stand the boring training, he basically has no chance to become a strong person. After all, Ada, who has a better family than Aman, worked so hard and persisted. Aman wanted to change himself, so why shouldn't he work hard? Forget about him, he just wants to lie down. He is just a fisherman with no desires. Don't persuade him to work hard. If you persuade others to work hard now, you will be struck by lightning. Say goodbye to Aman and come to the kitchen. He saw Ada and Dunmei in the restaurant, as well as the young cousin, the orchard manager, and some people he didn't know, and the angry old man. He was furious when he saw him. Seeing him appear, Atsumai came over immediately and asked Yu Hai, "Did you make my grandfather angry again?" "Master, your grandfather caught nothing today." Yu Hai tried his best not to laugh, and he said the word empty loudly, for fear that others would not hear it. Empty. Atsumai didn't know what empty meant. After all, he was not a fisherman and didn't know the jargon between fishermen. Grandpa Atsumai didn't understand it at first, but Yu Hai only said it once, and when Grandpa Atsumai saw his empty bucket again, he instantly understood what empty meant. This is the mutual respect between fishermen. It means that no fish was caught. Yu Hai said it loudly. After all, no one else knew what empty meant, but now everyone knows it. "Master, I have something to do, so I'm leaving first," Yu Hai said empty and hurried away. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, the old man would get angry. He couldn't bear the anger of a superstar trainer. Ha ha, Grandpa, Dunmi I couldn't hold back her laughter when she heard that Grandpa was sulking because he didn't catch any fish. The laughter was so loud that everyone in the kitchen and the restaurant, waiting for dinner, heard it. However, no one dared to laugh. After all, the old man in the family was the pillar of the family, and they didn't dare to laugh. Only the grandpa's granddaughter dared to laugh in such occasions. Grandpa, how did you get together with him to fish, and you lost? Dunmi I thought that Grandpa had made a bet with you Hai and lost in the end. No wonder Grandpa had been looking sour from just now until now. Don't mention that stinky boy to me, it's so annoying, and he doesn't respect the elderly at all. Dunmi I's grandpa didn't know at that time that Yu Hai was so loud just now on purpose. However, he is an old man in his 70s or 80s. Even if he knew that Yu Hai was doing it on purpose, he couldn't argue with a child in his teens. After all, he laughed at him 2 days ago. This is called reciprocity. If he retaliates against someone for such a small matter, wouldn't it make others laugh? Wouldn't it tell others that he is bullying the weak? He can't afford to play, and he can't afford to lose. When he was young, he was a celebrity, and now he is the boss of Xiaogan Gym. Naturally, he won't bother with a child. If he likes to laugh, let his granddaughter laugh enough. Okay, Grandpa, don't be angry. Xiaomei will help you another day. Seeing that Grandpa was still angry, Dunmi I immediately comforted Grandpa. Isn't it just a loss in fishing? That's it. Xiaomei, Grandpa is not saying you can't beat him. Dunmi I's grandfather is very sure of this. That brat is not as simple as he appears. In addition to the dark ray in the shadow, there is also an old ghost. This is what Slow King told him. How is it possible? He lost to me in the last battle. How can he be stronger than me? Dunmi I didn't believe what Grandpa said. Yu Hai himself said that he only has the strength of an elite. How could he beat Blastoise? You know, her Blastoise is a senior level, and it was easy for her to defeat the elite level Yu Hai. Forget it, let's not talk about this, serve the food quickly, I'm starving. The old man didn't want to say more, there are outsiders here. Even if it was his own granddaughter, he wouldn't tell about Darkrai. This Pokemon must be the boy's secret, so it's better for him not to tell anyone. After observing for this period of time, there is no problem with the boy's identity. He is a very clean league trainer. He abides by the rules after joining the gym and has always been very honest. Training Pokemon at work, returning to the wooden house on the hill after get off work, not running around, not contacting people he shouldn't contact, and not deliberately approaching Xiao Mei. I don't know if he is not interested in Xiao Mei, or just wants the top-grade water stone, or he doesn't dare to be interested in Xiao Mei at all. Grandpa Dunmi I subconsciously glanced at the young man's cousin, secretly thinking that Yu Hai is really a little sly. I didn't expect that the crisis was resolved so quickly and he didn't come to him. He is really a bold and careful boy. He wanted to observe this young man blessed by the sea god Lugia. The 13th day of joining the gym. The 14th day of joining the gym. Chapter 415, A Broken Bowl Start. The 15th day of joining the gym, sunny. In the morning, Yu Hai got up early and made breakfast for the elves. He sat under the eaves and looked at the lake with a faint white mist. It was a special experience to eat breakfast while looking at the beautiful scenery. Since he came to Xiagan Island and joined the gym, he has been in the gym for half a month. The elves have only the last new move they have not learned. As long as the elves learn the last move, he will go out, which will be in the next few days. He was still a little reluctant. After all, he had lived here for half a month and had not seen enough of the beautiful scenery here. It was a pity to leave. In fact, he didn't have to leave, but the annual Quartz conference was about to begin. If he missed this one, he would have to wait until next year, when he would be 16 years old. If he were older, it would be a bit shameless to go to the Quartz conference with a bunch of little brats. The baby competition of the Quartz Conference is only suitable for teenagers aged 10 to 16 or 17. The later the competition goes, the older the participants are. Especially the Divine Beast Man of the Lily of the Valley Conference, not only is he older, but he also uses the Divine Beast to bully the little brats. It can only be said that he is shameless. So, if he doesn't want to participate in the regional competition at the age of 16, he can only go at the age of 15. Although the time is a bit tight, the Mosquito Frog and his friends are enough to get the top 3. As long as there is no accident, the Mosquito Frog and his friends are not injured in the early games, and there are no rockets to mess up, let alone the top 8, the top 3 will definitely be stable. As for the first place? He wanted to take the first place, but it was not that easy. If he really treated everyone as fools, he would really become a fool. This was the first time for Zai to participate in the competition. Charizard was disobedient. It can be said that Zai, this fool, missed the championship and could only stop in the top 16. It was not unfair at all. But Xiao Mao was a new trainer with real strength. He was just too ostentatious in the early stage. After being taught a lesson by Sakaki in the last gym before the competition, Xiao Mao restrained himself a lot. When he traveled to Chengdu, there was no cheerleading team. Even such Xiao Mao was defeated by a trainer named Jimu. Xiao Mao's last Nidoking was caught by Jimu's Radon and thrown on the earth, ending the battle. Xiao Mao stopped in the top 36, which was even worse than Zai. It was not like Xiao Mao's performance at all. Even Zai could get into the top 16. It stands to reason that Xiao Mao should not stop in the top 36. There is only one reason that can explain Xiao Mao's poor performance, that is, Xiao Mao encountered a strong enemy. He still remembers the opponent who defeated Xiao Mao. Although it was just an animation he watched when he was a child, how could youth forget it? If he participates in the Quartz Conference, these people are considered strong opponents. After all, they are trainers who can defeat Xiao Mao and Zai. From the performance in the animation, there are 2 trainers who entered the top 16, Zai and Jimu, and the top 8 is Ahong, and the top 4 is Lily. There is only one silhouette of Xiao Gang for the champion, but it is definitely not simple. These trainers have one thing in common, that is, they are the direct trainers of the Alliance. Lily has Bulbasaur, Ahong has Charmander, Jimu is unknown for the time being, and the animation has not said it. Not to mention Zai, everyone knows that this guy is the strongest relative. Therefore, it is conceivable how difficult it is to win the championship from this group of people, not to mention that there is only one silhouette champion. Although it is the reason for the laziness of the production team, it should not be underestimated. After all, Lily, who is one of the top 4, has a Tyrannosaurus in her hand. You should know that Tyrannosaurus needs to be over 40 levels to evolve, that is, it can only evolve at the senior level. He has a rhinoceros in his hand, and he knows this Pokémon very well, so the top 4 and even the top 8 of the Quartz Conference are all senior trainers. Forget about the elite level, it is impossible to squeeze in. This is also what he said, as long as there is no accident, relying on the senior partners of Frog, he can get the top 3. Anyway, he is also a trainer with 5 senior Pokémon. If he tries hard in the baby competition like the Quartz Conference, he still has a chance to win the championship. After packing up his mood to leave, Yu Hai saw that the Pokémon had finished breakfast. He left the Pokémon's food for today, asked Butterfree to take care of the Water Leap and others, and also taught the little guys to train. Then he sat on the owl and went to the gym to work. When he arrived at the gym, as usual, he greeted the Itsumai siblings, went to the kitchen to take breakfast, and met the trainer who taught new moves in the training room. Among these trainers, except for Aman, all other trainers were strangers. After handing over the Pokémon to them, the other trainers went to teach, and only Aman stayed. Brother Ahai, I also noticed what you said the other day. I only found these 2 Pokémon these days, Wooper and Mudslip. Why these 2? There are no other ground-type Pokémon. Yu Hai was also speechless. He told Aman a few days ago that if Aman wanted to be a water-type trainer, he had to think clearly about the attribute-restraint relationship. If the whole team is water-type Pokemon, then they will definitely be restrained by electric and grass-type Pokemon in the future. Then Aman caught Wooper and Mudslip. Wooper is a low-profile Pokemon of Swampert, and Mudslip is a bit confusing. He couldn't understand why Aman caught a Mudslip. Although this Mudslip has ground-type skills and is not afraid of water-type moves, the combination of water and ground-type skills makes it more afraid of grass-type skills. Brother Aha, other ground-type Pokemon are afraid of water, and my family lives by the sea, so there are only these two types of ground-type Pokemon, so I caught them. Are they not good? Aman scratched his head awkwardly. He felt that loaches were good. He often caught loaches in the fields when he was a child. Loaches are also considered pests in rice fields. They often dig holes in the fields, causing water to leak everywhere in the rice fields. Okay, I'll help you take a look, Yu-Hai could say nothing else. Aman had such conditions, and it was good to have a choice. It would be impolite to say Swampert. In fact, the combination of water and ground types is not without other choices except Swampert. Sea Slug and Toad King are both good choices. He feels that they are better than a loach. However, a good cook cannot cook without rice. These two Pokemon are Pokemon from the Sinnoh region. If the Pokemon from the first three regions can still find Pokemon groups in the Orange Islands, then the Pokemon after Sinnoh are unlikely. If it is in the sea, it is possible. After all, the sea connects the whole world, but the sea Hairman lives on the seashore, obviously not the seashore of the Orange Islands, and the Toad King is not a Pokemon here. So it is normal that there are no sea Hairman and Toad King in the Orange Islands, otherwise Aman would not catch loaches. However, as long as Aman can cultivate loaches, it will also be a very good water Pokemon. There is a huge Catfish King in the animation, which even the Master Ball cannot subdue. If Aman can cultivate it, it will be a very good combat force. And Aman Man had no choice, the best choice was the one he could find, and there was nothing he could do about it. He helped Aman look at the Pokemons. Aman brought back a backpack with thousands of Pokeballs, all of which were loaches, and a small number of Woopers. In the end, he didn't find any high-potential Woopers, but he did find several loaches, all of which had a potential of more than 40. He even found 2 loaches with a potential of more than 50. One loach had a potential of 51, and another loach had a potential of 53. Aman couldn't have swept away all the loaches in several ponds, and actually caught the cubs of the pond overlords. With the suppression of the big-mouthed gull, these loaches were food, no wonder Aman could easily catch so many loaches. Aman, this loach is not bad, you have to cultivate it well. Yu-Hai handed the loach with potential 53 to Aman, and then told Aman, take the rest of the loach back and release it, eat less of these things in the future. I understand. Aman held the loach's Pokeball and marked it. He was still holding the backpack given by Yu-Hai. He knew what Yu-Hai meant. After all, in the League's propaganda, people rarely eat Pokemon. In the eyes of many trainers, fishermen are still the aliens, thinking that they hurt Pokemon. In fact, they are just a link in the food chain, but some people are too extreme. By the way, I want this loach. Here is 100,000 League coins. I bought it from you. Yu-Hai was talking about another loach with potential 51. It's not bad to raise the Catfish King in the lake and be the overlord of the pond. Brother Aha, you have helped me so much, how can I take your money? Aman didn't want it. Although he was short of money, he had principles and would work hard to make money. It's okay, you can pay me back later. When you have more and more elves, you will need money to cultivate elves. Yu-Hai knew that the other party didn't want to take it, so he could only give it to Aman first. As for the future, let's talk about it later. After he left, he planned to introduce Aman to Luyan, let Luyan take care of Aman, and find a trainer job for Aman in the city, at least to be self-sufficient. He was very optimistic about this kid, and he was relieved to have Luyan watching him. When this kid grew up, he would be a rare helper in the future. Okay, Amon was persuaded by Yu Hai and reluctantly accepted 100,000 alliance coins. This was the reward for 2 teaching tasks. He had never seen so much money. Okay, go teach the big-mouthed gulls. I am very optimistic about Amon, Yu Hai has said this more than once. He really thinks highly of this simple boy. Brother Aha, you are a good person. Amon received 100,000 alliance coins and left happily. Stop talking nonsense, Yu Hai smiled and kicked Amon on the butt. This kid often gives out good guy cards. He is not a good person and does not want to be pointed at by a gun. Watching Amon leave, he touched his chin and thought about it, wondering if 100,000 is too little. After all, it is a loach with the potential of a quasi-king, worth at least several million. He bought it for 100,000, and will compensate Amon in the future. As for why he only gave 100,000 instead of 1 million, he also had his considerations. Amon is still a teenager. If he gives 1 million, it will be too much. The teenager has never seen so much money and may not be able to grasp it. This is not the reason why he does not want to give it. If the teenager realizes the huge profits and cannot control it, it is easy to go astray, and another ruthless elf hunter will be born. From a simple, honest, and kind boy to an elf hunter who does whatever it takes and puts profit first, such a transformation is just a matter of a moment. During this time in the gym, a man saw too many things, and also saw the huge gap between himself and others. No matter what, he could not get closer, but would only get farther and farther away. After the boy who came out of the small fishing village saw a more prosperous world and more trainers, he finally realized the gap between himself and others, which was a gap that the boy could never make up. Even if a man didn't say it, how could he hide it from him? He was an adult after all, and he was an adult who was relieved after being beaten and lay down to fish. Even if a man didn't say it, he could vaguely sense the inferiority and unwillingness in a man's eyes. I'm afraid that in the nights after coming to the gym, he tossed and turned in his little bed and couldn't sleep no matter what. No matter it was his identity, the elves, or himself, the more he saw, the more unwilling he was. This was just the beginning. When the unwillingness reached its peak, he would only resort to any means. He didn't want a kind and simple sunny boy to become an unscrupulous executioner because of his unwillingness and the desperate gap. Alas, there is nothing new under the sun. The problems that the animation production team in the previous life deliberately avoided. He is in this real world, a visitor from another world, and a trainer living in this world. He can't avoid these problems. If this is really a utopian world with no class and no private ownership, how else can we explain that those insect-catching boys don't have the 3 great families? In the end, it's just a dream. Even the daily life itself is an extremely solidified society. The beauty is in the animation. You can still see some clues from a glimpse. No matter how the dirty things are whitewashed, they are just old wine in new bottles. Nothing has changed. He has limited power, the boys he can help are limited, and the scope of influence is limited, otherwise he would not be a lying fisherman. So many people have changed, the general trend cannot be changed. As a fisherman, he is thinking too far ahead. He should take care of himself first and help those around him. These are the things he can do now. After all, everyone is a poor person who can empathize, otherwise they would not help. Xiaoying is like this, Aping is like this, Xiao Shun is like this, and Amon is like this. Xiaoying is the one with the best conditions among these teenagers. Luyan, a licking dog, is not considered. At most, he is starting a business again. Although Luyan was also miserable when he was a child, Luyan survived by himself, so he said that Luyan is very awesome. He can get to this point without a golden finger. Luyan is really a talent. Aping is in the rocket team, and his situation is a little worse than Xiao Shun, but the rocket team often cultivates time travelers, which is a good way out. Xiao Shun entered the Liugan gym and has made good progress. Only Amon, except for the big-mouthed gull, really started with a broken bowl. Before, even his clothes were patched, and he carried salted fish for lunch. Later, he gave Aman 50,000 to buy new clothes. At that time, Aman could only be described as miserable. Even if his deserted island start was not so miserable, this kid was already miserable, and he, a time traveler, felt shabby. He couldn't stand it anymore. It was too eye-catching. While this boy was still simple and hadn't embarked on the path of an elf hunter, he would help him as much as he could. If Aman still embarked on the path of an elf hunter in the future, he would never show mercy. He could also kick back the people he pulled up. Never doubt his determination.